truth is the truth. You can call it what you want. All I'm looking for is more proof. Calm down, this is only the truth. It's not your fault that you don't have proof. Start searching, man, you're just gonna lose. You're looking tired, dude, just hit snooze. Go back to sleep like the ball earthers do. I'm gonna wake you up to this motherfucking deception. Anybody living on a ball, give them a lesson. Tell them earth is flat and then simply answer their questions. Truth doesn't fear investigation. We're letting them control the whole nation with this stupid little lie. Man, the earth is not a ball, we should use our fucking eye. Damn, I thought this land was our land. Sadly I'm mistaken, this land was fucking taken. And this money that I'm making's gotta go. We gotta start spending cause it won't be here anymore. Wake up to them kicking in our doors. Until then, ask your friends what they're fighting for and tell them where the truth's at. It's as easy as that, then we can watch their house of cards fall flat. Right back to the place that we started at. All alone, no home, sad songs, dirty bombs, and the list goes on. From the water that we drink to our air that's full of drones. Anybody wanna try me, man? I really wanna go. Guaranteed you don't care about what you think you know. All the lies involved, we see through that shit. We have problems solved and you would rather just quit. You cannot argue against it. The curvature is missing, NASA admittedly lost it. Look into it, it's here, truth is sacred, sun is near. Electromagnetism, I can't make it any more clear. Quit your running from the truth, you have nothing to fear. You're a dummy goof if you think we live on a sphere. The curve is missing, spark up a blunt, crack open a beer. Kick back, we have a lot to say, you have a lot to hear. Online there's a lot of discussions to be had, but nothing compares to when it gets into your head. I'm telling you, you'll want to tell everybody what we all said, but these demons want you to run from the truth and go with them instead. Don't listen to the liars, don't blink, try to think for yourself, and you'll see flat earth is the only missing link. All the news is just set out to distract you. Look for yourself and look up, they're trying to attack you. Nothing we can do about it, only look and listen. Now you know, the earth is flat, the curvature is missing. Now you know, it's not me, it's all you. That's the question, it's all you. What do you find to be true?
What is the world? What is the world that we're living in now that we know we're not spinning? What is the world? What is the world that we're living in now we know curvature's missing? What is the world? What is the world that we're living in now we know flat earth is winning? What is the world? What is the world that we're living? It's like a brand new beginning. We know that most of y'all sitting there wishing, probably just itching for us to go away, completely dismissing things that we say like our minds have gone missing. Meanwhile, you're really the only one shifting reality as if it was switching, like it was some type of fantasy pitching. Next up the bat, but you wind up just whiffing. Nothing but air, you just can't do no hitting. Running around saying that water's sticking to outside the balls, your logic is slipping. I understand that you might think I'm tripping. Pay attention to the words that I'm spitting. Only thing that really needs any fixing, your view of the world and the way that you're thinking. No need to go always screaming and kicking. No reason to think that earth might be tricking. If it was spinning, then we would see drifting. If it was curving, the ships would be sinking. Logical fallacy, keep on insisting. Probably just listen. How about you try some form of consistence? Ships disappear due to angular distance. Makes a lot more sense that the curve's non-existence. Why the persistence? Why the pursuit of unending resistance? Fighting a war like a soldier enlisted. Really seems as though you got it all twisted. Why not just be a bit more optimistic? Lies you've been told, the veil has been lifted. Now you've been gifted, given permission to take a position, not in opposition to the world that we're living. Create ignition, start up the engine. Choose to accept it, now this is your mission. Tell us why the damn curvature's missing. Maybe just call up a mathematician, give him a listen. Have him tell you about his presuppositions, talking about how it's not superstition. definition. A vacuum and air pressure juxtaposition. Make a decision. Tell us how this model came to fruition. You have the right to enact your volition right up to the day of mental acquisition. All I could do is provide ammunition. Can't take the heat, stay the fuck out the kitchen. Judgment Day or to the last demolition. You can see this as an act of attrition. On the condition that after admission, do you a favor and start the forgiving. Then go out and share your newfound position with everybody who's potentially victim. Falling for the global prisoner system. So many flaws, no woman can list them. Shout to my beautiful parents, I missed them. Taught me to think for myself, I could kiss them. Now to the day that I'm able to whisk them away in my arms, I will reminisce them. Yeah.
Nobody claims that what you're observing when you're seeing the horizon is the geometric horizon.
That's fascinating, but to do geometry you must have one.
It is an optic phenomenon.
So to do geometry though, you must have one. A tangent point with a straight line to it. Now you're telling me all about what you haven't got.
So, which one of you guys can fight? Which one of you thinks you're right? Step up to the mic and see what the people them decide. Who will see his demise when the truth finally come to light? I've been on the globe for my whole life. Something in my nose don't smell right. Meditating, feel a slight breeze in the wind, but I know I ain't moving, this is no ride. How you gonna tell me that the air that I'm breathing, that the PSI I'm feeling, it contain, motherfucker? How you have gas pressure next to a place 10 to the negative 17 to a space, motherfucker? What did Nixon say? One small step for man is one giant leap for mankind. And at the same time, a can of tuna landed on the moon while the Vietnamese died at the same time. I ain't got time for the life MLM. Helios flame out, breaking down the dam, crushing off false gods in the program. Believe when he say that I am that I am. I am that I am. So, which one of you guys can fight? Which one of you dies tonight? Step up to the mic and see what the people them decide. Who will see his demise when the truth finally come to light?
You should raise them to be free. If not, they might rebel.
You are not an educator, you bringing me down like an elevator. Better yet, an escalator. You keep gumming my shoes so that I never make it. I'ma put you down like you a tire levitator. Speaking of the elevation, the black swan, why is the horizon 10 times further than the geometry you predicated? Probably cause you never did it. Never did, never will. Now global, tell me how you really feel. This is not a globe, this is the appeal. This is not a globe, this is just for real. This is for your soul, something you can feel. Saying you won't change, but I know you will. Here's your Dr. Bill. Which one of you guys can fight? Which one of you thinks you're right? Step up to the mic and see what the people them decide. Who will see his demise when the truth finally come to light?
They fucked it up a little bit.
If you know how they race you in the system, stunt your growth, blunt the get the gist then. On your own when you're grown, never learned at school or home, paying off the student loan, got you working to the bone. Do you know how they race you in the system? Tell you lies, hypnotize, tell you listen. Praise the thief, give you grief, feed you nothing but belief, till you're crying for relief and you listen to the chief.
If you know how they raise you in the system, broken men, yo girls, you need to listen. Save your children, turn your boys into good men, and the future will be good then.
If you know how they race you in the system, must conform to the norm, you don't resist them. Be a slave till you cave, cause they dangle what you crave. Make you think that you're unsafe, make you think that you're not brave. If you know how they race you in the system, got you stressed, never rest, you get the short end. Working hard, pay with card, backs have gotten through our God. Young children being scarred, fat cats packing lard.
Do you know how to even tell the difference? Live a lie till you die with indifference. Bound by chains, cannot see, still you miss them. Take the reins, it's your life or be their bitch, man. If you know how they keep you in the system, flashing pictures, glow past scriptures. Take your money, oh you're funny, it's a reset. Pay their debt, that's a threat, don't forget you're a pet.
They race you in a system, so you trust to your dust, no resistance. Young or old till you're cold, better stick within the mold. Best believe the story told, better get your kids enrolled. Now you know why they race you in the system. Full control of your soul if you let them. Open eyes, see the skies, but you look beyond their lies. See the devil in disguise, and the truth it mystifies.
If you know that the globe is inconsistent, in your mind cannot find non-existent. Cannot trust, truth's a must, globes a bust, no cosmic dust, just free of wanderlust.
Do you know how they race you in the system? Of the fear, lose what's dear, open prison. Broken mind, hard to find, so it scares you to be kind. So you choose to wear the blinds, and it leaves you in a bind. Now you know why they race you in the system. Kill your god, raise the rod, you don't need shit then. Stars align, it's a sign, there's no bendy space and time. There's a getting all their dime, but their content is a crime.
If you know the truths, you can list them. Draw the line, genuine, FE baseline. Grow a spine, get online, and meet me and mine in the new paradigm. If you know about the rulers of the system, it's a bloodline, foul, clandestine. World decline, not divine. Makers of the storyline from long before Byzantine.
Do you know how they keep you in the system? Kept in debt, under threat, so hard to leave them. Stand up strong, you belong, that's the purpose of the song. Doesn't hurt you to be wrong. Now you know why we should change the system. Free your mind, meet your kind, let it disco. Ocho Choco, cracking crypto, Bambi, Lulu, QA, Mickey, Sonny, such a wig if you acting funny.
Now you know why you should join the disco. Get informed, break the norm, it's time to let it go.
Is anybody there?
Yo.
I'm here. What's up? I got a quick question. Probably can't answer. Go ahead. So I'm talking to a guy. He's a globe earther. I'm a flat earther, right? And he brings up this Haver sign argument. Has anybody ever heard of Haver sign?
No, what is that?
I looked it up right now. Are you talking about the canal? Haversian Canal?
Hold on. Well, let me type it real quick.
No, that's for blood and cortical bone. I have no idea what it is. Never heard of Haversine.
That's what I got. This is what this person is talking about. And I've never heard of it either, so I thought I'd bring it up.
Can you describe it? I'm driving. I can't say.
Now, give me 1 second.
Whatever it is, it's not Earth curvature. Or there'd be 0 black swans.
So essentially, it's a transform equation to transform linear straight line distances into some idea of a distance over a spherical surface.
You're saying that the distance between any 2 points on Earth always match Haversine, which is this like standardized thing that he's talking about. Never heard of it before. Kind of interesting.
Sounds like something the geodesy guys do, but I could be wrong. Go ahead,
He says
Solar.
it's
You know
based
more
off
about
of
it.
geometry.
What was
Solar,
the point
you
that they were
still?
trying to make? Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off, Dave.
It's okay. I was just seeing if Solar was still there. It sounded like he knew something about it.
So I asked him for proof of a sphere or a globe, and he gave me this Haversine formula, and I had never heard of it before. So I'm just like educating myself or whatever.
He didn't even try to explain it to you? He
No,
just said,
I've
"Let's prove
tried
it."
to get these people to talk to me like via voice, but they're on the YouTube comments. They're just typing to me. They don't want to talk to me. But regardless, I think it's pretty interesting that they brought up something.
They're talking about navigating using latitude and longitude, but that's not even how it's done. They use planar coordinates, right?
Yeah, this is like great circle stuff, right? The shortest distance between 2 points on a
It's
sphere.
assuming like there's a globe, first of all.
Well, yeah,
That's all based off of.
I was chatting about this on another server just now, so I thought I was talking in here. So that's why I just said that it's a transform equation. If you guys have ever done that mathematical game where someone says pick any number and then you times it by 7 and then you add the two numbers together and then you divide that by 7 and then you get back to a number and then they tell you the whole story and then they tell you the number that you chose, or they tell you what answer you're on at that point. That's effectively transformed anyone's number. You could start with any number from 1 to 10. And by going through this transform equation, you get to the answer which they want you to be at. So
Yeah,
when you go and look, when you look at the spherical calculations, they'll say, what's the distance between 2 points? And you measure the distance. Then you have to assume a radius of 3959. Then place those two objects on the said radius, which gives them a slightly differing angle. So then whatever you really measured in real life, you now have to adjust by this transform equation to get the angle as it would be on a sphere. So that when you get the answer output, you get a spherical answer output. The same way that that little mathematical test or game sort of leads the listener down a journey and takes them to the answer which the instructor wanted them to arrive at. It was never about their own free choice. So looking at this Haversian formula, again, they say there's these two distances. It's a known distance, but now we have to assume a radius. We have to assume that those two distance points are existing on different latitudes and different longitudes. Then it also assumes that it's an oblate spheroid. So that's why they claim importance of looking at the latitude and longitude, because they're saying it's slightly bulged here, and therefore you need to fudge the number a little bit here to make it fit. And in this example, you have to fudge it a little bit the other way to make it fit. But hey, presto, I type in two distances or two locations on two different latitudes, and it outputs a value which, when you go and look at it, would be very similar to the straight line linear distance. But yet it's used the Earth assumption and done all of these transform equations to output the desired answer. So it's like a back engineering of. So it's a very convenient formula for them when you
That
go
makes
and
a lot of
assume that
sense.
there's a radius.
That makes a lot of sense because earlier on in our conversation, he asked me the most loaded question I've ever heard in my entire life, and I called him out on it. And then he gives me this, which is yet another, what seems to be another loaded question, right?
Yeah, but you need an R for that. Black Swan disproved their R. So if that thing works off of the assumption of R, just break down their R. And then hopefully they'll be honest enough to realize that if one part of the equation is false, cannot continue to use that equation as true.
Yeah, I know what you're saying.
It's magical. Like I've watched people, you do that little mathematics trick, pick any number from 1 to 10, and then times it by this and add this and take away this much, and then, add those two together, and once you get a single digit. And
Yeah,
everyone arrives at the same single digit. Doesn't matter which number you started with, you will always arrive at the same. I think it's times 9 or something. They use the 9 often because 9 and 81, 8 and the 1 is a 9, and a 7 and a 2 is a 9. So they often use the 9 in their equation. So, but the outcome has been determined. They know where they want to get you. And then they just have to figure out the in-between bit to take whatever answer you found and make you arrive at the answer they want you to be looking at. And they even call them transform equations. Why transform? Because I'm transforming it into the sphere model, transforming it from Euclidean into non-Euclidean. And it's so it's such a logical inconsistency, but yet talking to a normie about something like this, they won't understand what you're talking about.
Do you
So
want
if
to
he
hear
was just
what he
gunning you, yeah. What do you say?
Hold on a second. Let me snap, because I'm on my phone. Hold on. Let me snapshot it real quick and pull it up.
I was just going to say that's shocking that a Glober would respond with math formulas and assumptions. They never do that, do they? Anything but direct physicality proof of what they're talking about, they'll talk about it, right?
But yet, the outcome of the transform equation, they jump around and do a victory lap. They don't realize that they have transformed the data into what they want it to show. It's really peculiar.
Hang on, let me figure out how to do this real quick. But I'm gonna give you what he said. I just know how to do it on my phone because I can't like have two screens showing up on my phone. Hold on.
Because what really makes this ludicrous is that we should all understand that GPS coordinates are pretty recent. And GPS coordinates are simply our conception of some territory that we have assigned little coordinate points to, and certain parts don't have GPS coordinates, especially in the southern oceans. And that's been demonstrated by ships that seem to go off of radar and have no GPS location in the south. Same with the flights like MH270 that went missing in the south. There's multiple anomalies in the south whereby there's territory, there's simply not a GPS coordinate for that territory. The GPS coordinate is an overlay. So anyone saying, here, plug in my overlay, it means, here, let me use my model to prove my model. It's like saying to a criminal to prove the criminal's innocence. If a criminal could go in and pick the judge and the jury, pick all the people that are going to rule on whether he's guilty or not, what kind of outcome do you think is going to be achieved? But yet, using their paradigm, their GPS coordinate system, to go through a transform equation and come out that there is a spherical answer, that's a no-brainer. That's what the coordinate system was intended for. So this Haversan formula is proof of nothing. It's effectively a circular reasoning. I use the model to input numbers into the model, and therefore the model spits out an answer of model, and therefore model proves model.
All right, I actually had to write it down, but I'll tell you what he told me.
Did you catch what I said there?
Partly I was writing, so I didn't catch all of it.
Or just in summary, that you can't use a model to input numbers from the model into the model and then expect any answer but it to support the model. So the GPS coordinates are recent, and the GPS coordinates are assumed on a sphere. So they're using recent GPS coordinates from a sphere, inputted into a model, and the answer comes out with model, and they think it's proven something.
But with what he's saying, he's not proving anything. He's not doing anything.
It's begging the question.
I think I don't know if it's that. It's something different. It's kind of interesting what he says because he uses the assumed radius of the Earth as well, but he uses it in kilometers.
Begging the question.
Well, maybe you're right.
Okay, tell us what he said. Tell us what he said, John.
All right, so I wrote it down. So just give me 1 second. Okay, so so I asked them what's your best proof of the globe? Give it to me right now. And this is what he said. The distance between any 2 points on Earth always match Haver sign, using 6,371 kilometer radius of a sphere, with at most 0.3% of an error. There's your proof. For any 2 points on Earth, it's also why Flat Earth doesn't have a working map as well.
Is that true?
That's all nonsense, presumed curvature, sphere radius, all that stuff. It's absolute nonsense. This is all rigmarole. It means nothing.
But if you read the post that someone put in the live stream voice text about the Haversine formula, it shows you the code and it shows you the mathematics that's being implemented. And there's essentially like a little input-output machine, and you place these two locations, and then it measures the distance between. And because the distance between is said to be accurate, they presume sphere, which they haven't actually shown sphere. They've just shown the distance between these two coordinate points is this distance. And like I would contend, the flat line distance would be exactly what it's calculating, but yet the information it's starting with is set in a GPS coordinate system on a latitude, longitude. But latitude and longitude, if you go and look at plain sailing assumes the Earth is flat and thereby puts all latitudes and longitudes perpendicular to one another. So all longitudes are parallel and all latitudes are parallel. And that's the premise for plain sailing when ships go out to sea. Now, if those distances are measured according to a parallel grid system, then only in their minds do they think it pinches towards the North Pole and the South Pole, and that you've got diverging and converging lines of latitude and longitude, and that it has to fit perfectly on a sphere. They've just said 2 points on this GPS coordinate system, which we've overlaid on this place, comes out with this distance. And because we started, and somewhere in the equation you use the radius of 6,000 kilometers or whatever, 6,700, then look, it gave us the right answer. And that's like any formula that you do on an Excel sheet. You know what output you want, and you generate a formula that when you put in an input, you get the output that you're looking for. And that's where the transform equations come in, is that it takes the input, transforms it, gives you an output that matches, and then they tell you a different story. They tell you a just so story about, no, this is proof of a sphere. Whereas all they've done is taken this location and given you an output of distance. Nothing about it was spherical, except the assumption of radius.
It seems to me like they're saying the distance according to the model matches the distance according to our model.
Exactly. The model proved the model. That's what they're saying.
Like, these even the real world distance, like these are these distances we're talking about. It's just comparing model to model, right?
He even used 6,371 kilometer radius, you know?
Yeah.
You're exactly right. He's proving his own reasoning.
It sounds like
kind of the same. Go ahead.
I'm sorry. I didn't mean to interrupt. I was going to say it sounds like the same kind of begging the question that Aristophanes, if he even existed, because he apparently he had pi with him that day or whatever it was that happened, And he just goes, well, I have pi here, so I'm just going to go find some numbers that I can put into this pi equation. It's like the same thing. I have GPS. Now let's go find some numbers here. We'll get some data that we can put into our GPS coordinate system. So yeah, begging the question.
And circular reasoning, in that it's kind of like when you ask the Globers to prove gas pressure without a container and they say step outside. And that's what we're asking them to prove, is that outside is gas pressure without a container. But yet they say, go step outside. It's like using the question as the proof of the question. It's completely circular, that they are using their assumption of a sphere, input it into a calculation, then doing transform equations through either dividing by the original starting input to try and cancel out the starting input, or dividing radius out by radius on two sides of the equation to get the radius away. But they're effectively manipulating the mathematics to get to an answer of distance. Distance is typically linear because we measure in Euclidean. So that 5,000 miles is a flat 5,000 mile distance. Their assumption that that means it's over a curved surface is just by having, it's kind of like in the magic trick, there's the hot assistant, the sexy assistant that's there to distract you. It's like we put this assumption saying radius of 6,000, there's the sexy assistant, and then the output gives you a number. So therefore, whatever story we tell you is what happened. We sawed the person in half and put them on two sides of the stage because you were focusing on the sexy assistant.
I absolutely know what you're talking about. It makes a lot of sense. I read that and I just immediately, I mean, I didn't know anything about it and I knew where to turn to. That's why I came here to ask you guys that question. I don't come here very often and listen anymore, but if I ever need any, insight on things, I like to ask you guys these types of questions because, that just makes all too much sense. For having him giving me a loaded question to begin with, he just keeps on giving me more and more loaded,
As soon as they're using as soon as they're using an equation with r in it to prove their radius, their whole argument is circular.
Yeah. Should be thrown out with the dishwater. So it seems to me there's something that's going on. Sorry if there's a little extra noise here. I won't be long. They have such a narrowing of their whole idea. Like, for instance, whenever they're showing like coordinate system or anything like that, where they have a point A, point B, they're leaving out all the other pertinent information. So if you're traveling in a straight line, they're saying, oh, this distance, and then they're just sticking to this distance thing. They're not talking about elevation changes from point A to B. They're leaving out all this crucial information that would actually make it something valuable. But they seem to just narrow all that stuff out and stick with just one little basic elementary idea, as if that's all that they can handle at one time.
That's so true, because point A to point B.
Like traveling over water. They don't want to discuss the point that if you're on a ball, if water was curving, then every single centimeter that you moved across that water, feet, miles, yards, whatever, hundreds of yards, thousands of yards, whatever it is, it's going to include an angular change in the surface. There's no question about that. How could you ever navigate like that? You would all be there's no way you could ever get a standard of reference for anything that you're doing out there. And just sailors know. I think some of these Glovers, they need to go talk to a ship's captain or something. Get it straight, folks.
Standard of reference is exactly what I was thinking, because they never framed any of their question due to any, they never, they never gave any frame of reference at all. They just asked that open-ended question and then used this haver sign, argument to just
Right. It's so funny. It's a parlor trick, man. It's just like it's like the shell game. No, not in this hand. What shell is it
But
in?
I'm
it's
not even
exactly
sure
like,
how to reply to them. I think I'm just gonna straight up not reply to them.
but I think it's like how
It just,
Central described it. Anything that starts with R and then supposedly proves an R, that's false. If I take water and I add it to something, and then at the end I tell you it proved that there was water in the thing to start with, and I've added the water to the thing I was testing to see if I could find water, that's not very logical. So to add
so what are you
R
guys
and then
talking about?
come up and think you found R, it's false.
What are you talking about when you talk about R?
Radius.
Okay, the pre-assumed radius, right? In miles, it's
The
359,
unproven.
right?
No, the unproven one. Because what
That's
is your
why I said it's
radius?
the supposed radius, the assumed radius, right?
Yeah,
It's
and the
not proven.
undemonstrable. Because if you go down to 1 foot observer, your edge of your sphere should be no more than 1.2 miles. But from 1 foot observer height, we've got the black swan where you can see the horizon at well beyond 10 miles.
Over water, yes.
Over water, but that's 10 times the radius value. And if you use the calculation from the black swan, you end up with a radius value closer to 200,000 miles versus the 3,900 miles that it's supposed to be.
Yep, I
Which
understand
means
that, but the thing that I didn't understand, and I'm sorry to cut you off, I just want to ask a quick question.
Yeah.
You said that they're using R to something R. What is that about? Like, why does that make them wrong? I didn't understand.
You understand the water analogy that I explained?
Yes, I do. And I've done this myself too as well.
Okay, so it's exactly like the water example I just said. If you're going to use something to try and prove that that something exists. So, for example, I want to prove that Narnia exists. So then I start with the assumption that Narnia exists, and then inside of Narnia, I have to light the little street lights with like this torch. So because I have to light the street lights like this, I've proven Narnia exists. Because in my assumption, I started that Narnia exists. In the same way, starting with the assumption of R, that you can now end up with an answer showing that R exists, is like adding water to an experiment and then saying you proved that water was in the experiment before you added the water to the experiment. How could you prove that water was in your experiment before you added the water to the experiment? And then at the end of the experiment, getting excited because you discovered water, but you added the water in the beginning. So if you add the R in the beginning, don't get excited when you find the R at the end. If you add the water in the beginning, don't get excited when you find the water at the end result. Do you understand that?
Yeah, I understand that. I know what you're talking about. Yep. I kind of get it now. I think that, yeah, using R to prove that R is, but R doesn't
Real.
exist.
R doesn't exist. R has never been measured. So when you ask them who measured the radius and what method did they use to measure it, And I'm saying measure very specifically because measure is different to calculate.
Right. Yep. I know that. Yep.
So
Eratosthenes.
no one has ever measured.
It works on both
Eratosthenes
flat and earth.
and Al-Biruni both calculated. So they assumed the earth was flat, took angle measurements with a flat base, and then assumed a radius to get a radius value, which is retarded. But both of them calculated it. They never measured it. So you can ask them who measured the radius. Now, we went out to try and measure the radius. We've got distance observations. We've shot a laser. FE Core shot a laser from 3 feet, so 1 meter above a frozen lake. And they shot the laser over 30 miles, and it hit the other side at 3 feet high. Yes, the laser was diverging a bit, but the center of the laser beam was virtually at the same height as the starting point. So we can shoot things horizontal for many, many miles. There's no bulge, there's no curve, there's nothing interfering. When we try and get very low, you can't see.
To me, long distance observations are actually some of the most proof.
Most proof of?
The most proof positive things that the Earth is not a globe.
Well, it doesn't have the radius value they said it does. And that's been disproven.
We're testing the given that they've given us this radius, and I don't know why I keep getting cut off. I'm sorry.
Are you on push to talk?
Yeah, I'm on push to talk.
Maybe you're letting it go too soon. But, this is the way that they've sort of tricked the world, is by doing these little magic tricks and making the world so excited when the outcome of the magic trick is what the magician designed it to be. And when you show someone the magic trick, like that there was 2 birds and the one bird died, and then the other bird was always in the magician's pocket to start with, but yet you just saw a bird literally jump from a cage across the stage into the magician's hand. When you show someone how that magic trick is done, they can never watch that magic trick in the same way, but yet these ballers cling on to the magic trick. So you've just explained to them that there's 2 birds. One got killed, one was in the guy's pocket the whole time, and they'll still go and book tickets for the next magician show and sit there clapping their hands as that bird obviously, went through the air and landed up in the magician's hand. So it's really peculiar that sometimes they can't snap out of it, but using something to then try and prove that same something, I can't believe that we never noticed this before, how the scientism, pseudoscience that's gripped the world has sort of just made claims without proof, and everyone just agreed.
I can see how it happened.
I hear you, Solar. It's like they added so many layers of complicatedness or whatever the word is to it that the average people just assumed that they knew what they were talking about without checking anything, right? Nobody went back to the base assumptions on it.
Hello, Dave Hinkle.
Yeah. And to me, Dave, you're right, and it's so peculiar how, like, I've heard a couple of people in time say, if you were in Nazi Germany, what would you have done? And everyone would like to believe that they would have fought this oppressive regime and would have stood up for human rights and all this stuff. But the vast majority would have been going along with the narrative because they were steered toward that narrative.
That's propaganda. You're talking about propaganda.
I'm talking about steering a population in a way. Now, why that makes sense is watching what's happened over the last 2 years with this whole medical emergency, where the whole world has just gone along with what the powers that be say, has shown me how few people would have stood up for the rights in that Nazi time, and how easy it is to corral or herd the masses towards your eventual goal, in the same way that the mathematics trick, when you pick any number and then times it by 9 and then add them together and all the stuff, you get back to the answer I wanted you to get
Let
to.
me get back to what you were talking about before, because you brought up a really great point, but like prior to the internet being like in your hand on a cell phone and stuff like that, man, like it was so much easier to convince these people through the you know, through the methods that they use through the media, right? But as soon as these things came about, these smartphones and everything like that, man, it's all propaganda at the end of the day, right? You know, it's just
Well,
more widely available now. That's what I'm
well,
saying,
this is what's
right?
truly. You have to go seek out a documentary called "The Dead Internet Theory." The
Why
dead
dead?
internet, the dead internet theory shows you how most links are now deactivated. Most videos that
Right.
were
Like
around,
let me just
but
interrupt
this,
you real quick. Can I interrupt you?
go ahead. You already did.
Listen, I'm 30 years old. How old are you?
I'm 37.
Okay. So we can both agree on the fact that we remember the old internet, right? And the difference that I'm trying to display right now is the fact that the old internet is like the Wild West. Whatever went, went. But now we're facing severe censorship. There's a serious divide in between, 20 years ago and now. You know what I mean? And only just now does flat Earth become an important topic for a lot of people. I've talked to people, and I've met convenience store fucking workers in my neighborhood who acknowledge that the Earth is flat, and I'm just, casually, coolly, fucking calmly acknowledging the fact that yes, it is flat. You know what I mean? But I mean, the psyop the psyop to end all psyops is flat Earth, because it's not. It's what's true, and that's what really screws me up about all this stuff. You know what I mean? I don't know how to relate to people anymore, but I can, and I do.
Yeah. Well, exactly what you're saying now. There's a bit of an echo.
Sorry, I went on a rant.
No, it's cool. It was relevant. It was what I was basically going to say with this dead internet theory. When you go and look back at the origins of the internet, the idea was that there was going to be this repository. It was going to be the largest library of accessible information that mankind had ever amassed combined. And in the beginning, it was difficult to find the information, like you needed the very precise URL or link to be able to arrive at your destination. But once you did, all the information was available to you. Then what started to happen was the powers that be started to realize how they could control narratives. What is really interesting is when you realize that the quote unquote internet on your phone is different to the internet on your PC. If you type the same search on your phone, you'll often find very different search outcomes than what you find when searching that same phrase on your PC. And how searching from different browsers gives you access to different information. So if there was truly the central repository, then these efficiency engines like Google and DuckDuckGo and Bing and all of these, they would be bringing up very similar content. Then what is even more mind-blowing and probably quite sad is the fallaciousness of these search engines. If you type a search term like pizza into Google, you're going to get a response like 1 point something billion search results. If you start clicking next page, next page, next page, at about page 49, you run out of searches. Generally around search item 400 to 800. And at that point, it says you've reached search 400 of 400. Whereas the page prior said you were on search 300 of 1.9 billion. And I urge everyone to go test this out themselves also. Take any search like aliens. Aliens only has about 600 search terms. It's about 80 pages.
Controlled
click. Now, where are the other 1.9 billion search results for pizza? Like, shit. If you type pizza, you should get every country across the earth, anyone who's ever written an article about pizza, any news article that's ever referenced a Pizza Hut. You should get so much results from this term pizza. But Google pretends to be something they're not. And they're a $1 trillion company. And what they're doing is steering a narrative because everyone uses their browser. So the internet that Google shares with us is not the internet as its real self. And when you go and look now, half the links are deactivated. YouTube videos are you can't find them any longer. Entire websites have been removed. Literally, they've stripped. I think that the official number was 40 to 50% of the internet was already dead. That the links were all dead by 2014, 2015. And now we had the culling, that massive censorship from 2017. So I'd probably project that number at least close to 60% by now. So the 40% that they're still willing to share with us, we used to point at China and say, the Chinese government controls the Google that their people are allowed to search by. Can't believe how oppressed they are. Then you go and look, and every country's Google is different for that country based on the narrative that's being told in that country. And this dead internet theory shows how literally, where's the $1 trillion in Google? If they've only got 400 search results for pizza, what is their supreme algorithm which they have? It is mind-blowing how deep this all goes. As I start to scratch the next little question mark, the rabbit hole just gets deeper and deeper and deeper. The dead internet theory.
Just to be clear, Solar, you were saying pizza like a pepperoni pizza, right?
Correct.
Okay. There should be billions of results for pizza.
On the first page. And that's the attractive assistant in the magic trick. And you look up there, and the average consumer will look at page 1, maybe go on to page 2, maybe on to page 3. If you haven't found what you're looking for, say after page 6 or 7, generally you'll change your search term. But keep pressing next page and see eventually when it runs out. Then on that page where it now says that it's reached its end result at a couple of hundred results, right at the bottom of the page, it says certain pieces of information have been omitted to try and improve the accuracy of your search term. And then there's a blue link that says, click here if you'd like to see the omitted results included. When you click that blue link, suddenly Google tells you there's actually 2.9 billion results for pizza. And then you start clicking next page, next page, next page, next page. And then they might go up 20 pages or 30 pages. You might get to 600 results the second time. But you'll get to a page where it says result 600 of 600. What has this $1 trillion company done with the remaining 1.9 billion results? Or is the 1.9 billion results simply a number?
Yep, that's a valid question. Probably never get an answer.
Or you create your own search engine that just gets 1,000 results and you've instantly doubled what Google can do. You've just got to put there like 10 quadrillion results when they type any search term, and people will think that yours is better.
Can you hear me?
Yep.
Hello?
Yep.
Hello?
Loud and clear. Yes.
Oh, okay. So basically what you're talking about is censorship. You know, I actually had a YouTube channel that I made when I was like 12 years old. That YouTube channel was older than hell, man. You know, and they banned it. You know why they banned it? Because in the comment section, I was dropping all these truth bombs and stuff like that, and all these people decided to gang up on me and report me for all this stuff that I never ever did or ever talked about and stuff. You know, and they're telling me that I'm a extremist and all this type of stuff for talking about flat Earth. And I'm like, okay. My 16-year-old YouTube account got deleted. Well, guess what? I created one the next day, and I've decided to start actually uploading flat Earth content into the fucking medium. You know what I mean? You know. But before that, all I ever did, I never uploaded a single YouTube video in my life until yesterday. And all I've done since then is just talk in the comments with people, and that's how I got deleted. That's how I got banned for just spreading truth among others. You know, it's total censorship. That's what you were talking about. It's all censorship. You know, people who are critical thinkers or are eating healthy and spreading nonsense, what they call nonsense, spreading information that they consider on nonsense about your health and stuff like that. That's the biggest target right now. The biggest target right now is to be a flat earther who actually takes care of themselves, you know, actually takes care of their body. You know what I mean? Like, you don't need a vaccine to support your immune system. You need a healthy diet, you know, and exercise and an active lifestyle and stuff like that. Well, the system doesn't, they don't want people like us. They don't need people like us. It's very strange when you start to look at it. Everything becomes inverted. And that's when I started to turn to God. And I started to read the Bible and I got sober. And I realized that there's a lot more to be gained than there is to lose, you know? And that's really what turned myself around. And that's why I'll die on this flat earth mountain. You know?
I really appreciate your hearing your story. Actually, very, very, very cool. I would just say, like, as far as speech here on the live stream, try not to use the actual V word. That's all. We don't, yeah. But I appreciate your story. That's amazing. I've had a YouTube channel, Flat Earth YouTube channel, since 2017, and why they haven't taken it down. Now it seems like it's been pushed off into a dark, dusty corner somewhere, because the subscribers just are barely trickle in. I mean, it's been increasing, but it's obviously been cut off in one of those dead ends that Solar was talking about. Anyway, I'll drop a link for my channel. You might enjoy the content.
Yeah, so like I had a YouTube channel for a really long time, and I'm trying to slowly rebuild that back up. And so, yeah, if you are doing like flat Earth content, I would like to.
Oh yeah. Plus, the title on my channel is got Flat Earth. So, who was to know? Like, I didn't know. I was so excited. Wow. Earth is like actually like I sense it and experience it. I was so stoked, but I thought everybody was going to want to hear this. Wow. Now here we are 5 years later almost. Yeah, 5 years later.
So you've always been controlled opposition, hey, Sonny? That's why your channel got taken down, huh? Huh?
That is the funniest thing to say about me. If you knew who I am.
Do you want to hear a fun fact about me? No? All right, I'll shut up.
Wait a minute, I just missed. I got distracted. What did you say?
Do you want to hear a fun fact about me?
Well,
that's meant to be rhetorical, and then you're meant to launch into the fun fact about you.
There you go. I'll stick with what Solar says.
So I live, like from where I live to where I work, and that's my career. I live, less than a mile and a half away. It's about a mile and a quarter or something like that. So more often than not, when like the weather's good, I walk to work. I'm a cheapskate. I save money and stuff like that, and I walk to work, and and I walk home as well, and I know the phases of the moon. You know what I mean? I've been doing this for 3 years now. I know where the sun rises and I know where the sun sets. But I also know where the moon rises and I know where the moon sets. And tomorrow morning, when I go walk to work, I don't have to do that, but I choose to. I know where the moon's going to be. And it's going to be right on the horizon. It's not going to be quite rising yet. If you're in the mountain time zone, hit me up.
Supposed to have a let's see, waning crescent tonight in my area, 35.8% currently, and 7 degrees negative of the horizon. Wow, they got this distance to the moon all wrong. I think they have several decimal point error. Oh boy.
It's really interesting. We've been watching the sun and the moon and the stars above for such a
I
long period of time.
actually, I wanted
You begin to create a frame of reference for how it all, propagates. And
I
everything
just
like
wanted
that.
to break. I just wanted to break in since we talked about the moon real quickly. I saw the most amazing thing a couple of weeks ago with the moon. It was the smallest crescent that I've ever seen. Tiny little sliver, and I saw it setting beyond western hills towards the ocean. It would look like a saber coming up out of the hill and receding down. This orange, sparkling, glowing, little tiny sliver of the moon. I never saw the moon that close to the horizon ever in my life, let alone setting like that. And I've lived on the West Coast most of my life. Just
It
thought I'd share
showed
that.
up. I didn't mean to interrupt someone.
Yeah, it's incredible once you start to look up and actually
Yeah.
observe what's going on. What to me I've been thinking about recently is that on that website you were just describing the amount of illumination of the moon's surface, but yet they never describe the intensity of the illumination. And what I've started to observe now is how every night the moon has a different glow. Some nights it's brighter, some nights it's more yellowish or more reddish. Some nights it's just very faint, doesn't even look like it's giving off much light at all. And that intensity, if it was just a rock reflecting the sun, the only way to account for that intensity change would be dimming or brightening of the sun. You know what I mean? The moon is just reflecting light always. And that light
Why do you
coming
think
from the
it's
moon is
reflecting
always
light?
changing. If in their model, if the light intensity is always changing, it means the light source needs to be changing.
Okay, in their model. Okay, I got you now.
And the moon is waning or waxing. If it's either gaining illumination or losing illumination, it's got different intensity. What explains or what tracks the intensity of the moonlight? Some evenings you can read by the moonlight, and then other evenings you can't. Now, they normally just describe that to the percentage of the moon that is illuminated, that when you have 100% illuminated, it's brighter, versus if you have one little sliver. But sometimes that sliver is super bright, and a three-quarter moon can be dull. And to Sunny, that little moon that you caught, that little sliver,
Yeah.
On day 3, or I think it's either day 2 or day 3, is the first time you can see the moon after the new moon.
Right.
And that's when it occurs, that little sliver, and it occurs as the sun sets for you. So
Right.
the moon is
Yeah.
right next to the sun. The sun has to set, and then you've got a couple of minutes till that moon sets also. So it really is like this tiny little window of opportunity, and you caught it exactly right.
You actually, it was quite a while after sunset. I tell you, it was maybe up to hours after, maybe 2 hours after. It was dark out. So it wasn't just after sunset. Very interesting. The angles that I see being here on the West Coast, I guess we all have our own unique perspective on that. I'm sure your perspective there, if you're close to the coast, solar is like quite astonishing as well. Just like, yeah, I don't know. I wish I could go see more of Earth now that I know it's, what it is. Go see like all those sites that I used to be so fascinated about, the megalithic sites, all these things that these ancient people built, whoever they were, like however they did that. I'd love to go see all of that. I don't know why I had to go there, but my wanderlust coming out there.
You don't have to travel very far. I want to go see the Georgia Guidestones.
Right.
I live in Wyoming, and it's probably I don't know, 8 hour drive maybe or something like that. But you know what? That'd be worth it to kind of see that, right?
Yeah, we often forget about the gems that are right on our doorstep.
That's true.
Dreaming about a commercialized little island, which is actually just due to propaganda that we want to go there in the first place.
Yeah.
To me, I always wanted to discover more islands or go island hopping and discover or investigate different species that I've never seen before. Or to me, that was always like my big passion. And then now the present medical interventions then kind of shut the door on that kind of travel.
Yeah, think of what
Hopefully,
what we could do and what we could go see if we weren't all divided up. All these restrictions now, and obviously more forthcoming, or maybe not. We'll see. I think some chinks in the armor are starting to show.
or else we must just believe them that virtual reality is even better than the real thing, and that you
Yeah.
guys spend an hour traveling the world in your VR, and you don't need to go and travel it yourself and discover that you're on a flat, level surface.
Well, let me tell you this. Um, Living in a landlocked state in the United States, like Nebraska or Kansas or Wyoming or one of these others, right? You kind of are, you're kind of forced to, expand your horizons to make these observations. You know what I mean? Because
Yeah, I
there's
could see
not a
that.
lot of flat level plain to kind of, reference off of in the first place. So, it's a catch 22, depending on where you're at. Like, you kind of don't have a choice but to travel to kind of make these types of observations because, the ideal conditions don't exist in your state or in your area. And so that's why I really advocate that. You know what I mean? It's like get outside your comfort zone and learn. Do you understand that? Is putting yourself outside of your comfort zone. That's how you learn.
Yeah, exactly. I actually try to do that every day. I feel like I'm a pilot. I'm out two wheels. Like I'm a two-wheel expert. Cyclist. Like I consider myself that's what I go do. I go explore, and I've been having a great time lately. Riding much further than I think I can, and being able to see beautiful places where like, how did I get this far this easily? I think it's important to have fun like that.
Yeah, I definitely agree with that. Yeah, I've definitely went through that phase where I went through the wanderlust, and I was actually like driving around, and I was sleeping in my truck, and I was climbing all these peaks and hiking all these trails and stuff like that. But nowadays it's not really the case anymore. But when I was younger, I definitely did fulfill myself with that type of adventure and that like wanderlust.
Yeah, you have an awesome opportunity out there. You have so much expansive places out there. Many more miles, from place to place where you are. I've been up in Montana, over there, Idaho. Yeah, amazing area. Washington State, Oregon, all of that.
That was actually where I did a lot of those types
Oh
of
yeah.
things.
Like, how far are you from like the Columbia where it comes out in the Pacific? Are you closer to that, or are you closer to well, I can't think of any other place. A large lake somewhere?
No. I'm closer to the Continental Divide now than I ever was.
Yeah, that's what I kind of. Yeah.
I used to live along. I used to actually work and drive truck along the Columbia River. The border of all that kind of stuff. Highway 14 in Washington was it
Right.
Interstate
See,
84
yeah.
north.
See, that's an
When I
awesome
was living there, I
drive.
was working there. I used to go and I used to do all that kind of stuff, all the hiking you could imagine.
That's an awesome drive. Like, if anybody has a chance to drive, like, from, I guess, anywhere, Montana, Idaho, somewhere, and go up, find Columbia and follow it all the way to the coast, all the way along the Columbia is an amazing drive. That's incredible.
Yeah, uh, yeah. Like I said, I was a truck driver. I had I had a load of genies. We call them genies.
Mm.
I call them scissor lifts. They're skyjacks, whatever you want to call them. I left Moses Lake, Washington, and I left there, and I made the same day, and I delivered at two places in Spokane, Washington. One of them was a PAPE, one of those rental areas, and then they routed me up through Idaho and through northwestern Montana on I think it's Highway 2 through what is it called? Glacier National Park. Is that what that's called? Is anyone there from Montana that can confirm that? I think it's Highway 2 through Glacier National Park through Montana, and then I had another delivery there in Kalispell, Montana. I dropped a couple more off there, and then I'm not sure where I crossed the border, but I had a passport, and so I would haul stuff, in between the United States and Canada, and I ended up landing in Winnipeg, Manitoba, Canada, and that's where I offloaded my last stop. So I've been all over the country. I never hauled into Mexico, but I've been in and out of Canada, United States, all over the states. I've been everywhere. You know what I mean? Driving truck, I can assure you that all I've ever done is drive over this flat plain that we live on. I can assure you that.
Yeah, once you know it's flat, how incredible is the open road? And have you ever tried to calculate how much bulge you should have driven over on one of your long distance hauls? A couple of 1,000 kilometers or miles, and you should have been going over hundreds of miles of bulge. And you know that stayed virtually flat for the duration of the trip. Obviously, with mountain passes here and there.
Right. I think that's probably one of the more important things to focus on is those flat plains. They literally call them plains, right? When you're going across North Dakota, South Dakota, and then when you're up on the Canadian highway, Highway 1, across that same area of the country, Saskatchewan, moving into what is it called? Manitoba. It's all the same. They're high plains, thousands of feet in elevation, but it's all just pretty much flat. There's no mountains, there's no valleys. I mean, you get valleys and all kind of stuff, but there's not a lot of geographic change between that area, right? And if you just travel through it, it's like Nebraska or Kansas. It's all the same. The middle of the country, American country, it's all pretty fucking flat. You know what I mean? It gets really interesting once you get east of the Rockies. It's flat. That's all just, especially I look at Iowa. Iowa is flat as hell. Probably, I think that Iowa might be the flattest state in the country, and it's all just cornfields. It's nothing. There's nothing out there. It's amazing. You know.
The one thing that bothers me about being from the Midwest is all the trees. Like I went out west, and you can see so much, but here there's so many trees that like block your view. You can't really see that far. So even though like Iowa may be flat, I'm imagining there's probably lots of trees as well. You can't see crap.
Yeah, in certain parts. I actually grew up in Massachusetts. We used to go deer hunting every year. I've gone deer hunting every year since I was a little kid. But it's different when you're in the Midwest, for example, or if you're in the Northeast, New England, kind of sitting in a tree stand, set out some bait, wait for a deer to come along, right? Well, it's different when you don't have woods out here, you know what I mean? It's different. It's quite different. You're right.
I think I jumped in when Solar was trying to get a word in too, so sorry about that, Solar, if you were trying to say something.
Yeah, no worries, bud. Um, it was a relevant point. I often think about how to explain this to someone who doesn't understand that they live on a flat plane and how to get them to understand. And it's sort of like if you're traveling in one direction away from your house, and then you go into a building and you walk out of that building, you like instinctively know where home is. Like you could kind of point in the direction of where you need to go. And it's the same sort of intuition that when you're driving, you can go over little bumps and hills, you can descend a pass, and you can go up into the mountains and come back down on the other side. But intuition, like inside of you, you know that you've gone level. You know that distance is pretty planar and that there's just a couple of bumps in between.
Can you explain the bumps?
Sorry?
Yeah, you should be sorry.
No, what did you say, D&D? That was rude, but what did you say?
Hold on. My mic is like 5 feet away from me. Hold on. Hello?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Flat Earth Solar.
Yeah. I didn't hear what you said. You said explain the bumps. And we had done, because those are the hills and the valleys that you drive either into or over while going on your relatively flat or level journey to somewhere else.
I have a question for you. You believe the Earth is flat, right? I'm gonna ask you a question. It's not attacking you or anything. Just a simple question, and anybody else can answer as well. On a flat Earth, is there such thing as tectonic plates? Hello?
What do you think?
Tell us, are there tectonic plates on a globe, and how would you verify that first? Since we've only dug down 7.8 miles, that's the deepest we've ever gone. How would you know anything else beyond that?
Right.
So how does that work on a globe?
The phenomena happens. There's hot spots, right? But how do you know that these hot spots for earthquakes and volcanoes and stuff like that, why are they dependent on tectonic plates?
Tom, wait, he said plates. So we're talking about plates. How would they know the sizes of these plates and the locations of where the plates intersect, let alone what the plates are doing underneath the surface of the sea?
On a global Earth, how deep is the tectonic plates? Does it say?
Well, on either, regardless of what you think the Earth is, the Kola super deep borehole seems to be the deepest anyone's ever gone. So who's gonna tell you what's below that?
Dude, I'm not. Dude, did you hear what I said? I didn't say that there is tectonic plates. I just asked what they said about how deep the tectonic plates go.
Okay, so the mainstream narrative is that the crust submerges or subverts underneath the other layer of the crust.
How much feet?
Shifting the crust into the upper mantle. When you go and look,
when we dug the Super Bova hole, it was like 7 miles deep, correct?
Yeah, less than 8 miles. It's saying here that the plates begin between 8 and 120 miles below the surface. So
that's bullshit.
This goes on to say that, in other words, you're closer to the edge of space than you are to the bottom of the continental plates. But it also says that this part of the story is that they've been slowly moving for 3.4 billion years. So I don't know if I buy that.
That's big cap.
Sounds like checkmate. Did you hear that, D&D?
He's saying cap.
Flat Earth.
That
Why'd you
means
say?
he thinks you're
Cap?
lying.
No, I said cap to the what the mainstream said about the tectonic plates moving, slowly moving. That's cap.
Oh,
All
my
right,
bad.
Super cat.
so
Wait,
let's just
did you guys think I
take
was a
us back to
globe
reality.
earther? I'm a flat earther.
Let's
That was
take
my
us
bad.
back to reality. Okay, what's your best proof that the Earth's flat, D&D?
Dude, don't try to question me.
He's gonna help you out, D&D. Don't worry.
I'm sincere. I'm asking you what your best proof is if you claim to have understood the magnitude of
Well, I could
that.
really start with anything. It just depends on what you want me to talk about.
It's up to you. Pick something good, something that you can lean on as proof.
To me, the Earth being flat is a level of wokeness, a level of being awoke from the stuff that people in the world are trying to brainwash you. And flat Earth is a type of level that noticing, a type of woke level noticing what's going on. But I'm not much of a person that just preaches flat Earth. But I know it's true. It just is truth. But it goes beyond flat Earth. It's not just flat Earth that we should worry about. You understand?
Okay, just for clarity, the question on the table is, what are some proofs, or what is a proof that you could lean on that that that
It's
lets you
not
know?
really. I don't really have solid proof, right? But the thing is, there's a lot of things that contradict themselves. Globe Earth contradicts itself. Like, for example, the atmosphere. There is no container on Earth, right? There's no type of container on a globe Earth. The only thing that separates us from space is the so-called atmosphere. And space is a low pressure environment. If you know how the laws of physics works, you would realize that gases take the shape of a container. Once you open the container, it will instantly go to a lower pressure environment, which is the same case as the globe Earth. What is stopping these gases from going into space right now? And the main
It's gravity,
argument is gravity, right?
Well said.
But gravity isn't really what pulls everything down. Nothing is pulling you down. You fall because you fall. Do you really feel a pull? Or do you feel a swimming pool?
That's a very solid one that you're mentioning right now, and there you're talking about a good job.
Yeah, it's just, but the thing is, most globe earthers, when you explain that to them, they can't comprehend it because they don't even know about they don't even know the laws of physics. They're just blindly believing in globe Earth. They don't even go out to do their own research about it. They're like, oh, the Earth is globe. Somebody told me that. It must be true. People are really sheep nowadays. It's a sheep mentality.
Well, there's lots of people here that can teach you some things that you could lean on as proof. Like, are you familiar with the black swan?
Yes, actually. Actually, no. Can you inform me about that, the black swan?
What have you heard?
I said no. I haven't heard. Can you inform me about it?
Yeah, I'll post something for you.
Oh yeah, that's pretty funny. They practice space. The astronauts practice space shuttle repairments in water. It's pretty funny. It's actually hilarious.
So you see that that what you just described there, the container that is a necessary requirement for gas pressure in the first place, is scientific evidence that would really put a big question mark against their religion. And most newcomers that we talk to, that come into the room, we ask them that question precisely, almost verbatim, the way that you described it. So really well done. There's two other questions that we ask, and it's about measuring curvature. Before you came in here, we were just talking about how when you go on long distance road trips, how level the terrain feels. That you drive for mile after mile after mile, and it feels like you're just driving down the same road, especially if you've ever driven in the United States. So, first question would be in what way has curvature ever been measured, and who measured the curvature?
There's never been a measure.
Correct. So the people that come in here and claim a radius value and a circumference value, those are calculations on paper, pen and paper, but they're never actually measurements where you take out a tape measure or a laser measure and measure how much the earth curves. The second question we ask people is axial rotation. So for this ball to be a ball, firstly, it must curve, and secondly, it must spin. For day and night to occur, they think it's because we're spinning that we see the sun move east to west, but yet the moon also moves east to west, and that's fine, that rotates around us. But it's crazy to think that the sun could also rotate around us, even though it also rises east and sets west. But we're told that we're rotating. How could we ever determine that the earth is spinning underneath us?
Hey, flat or solar?
Yeah.
How does a GPS work on a flat Earth model?
So a GPS is a they call it global positioning system, but effectively it's a ground positioning system to position where you are on the ground.
How?
When you go and look into it, it is an overlay. So think about the earth is the earth, and we want to put imagine little pins in the ground so we can start to measure distances between these pins. So I'm going to call this pin 26.1, and I'm going to call that pin 26.2. And then I measure those two distances, and I build this whole system where 26.1 to 26.2 is this distance. Did it change the actual world? No, it didn't. It's the way that I'm creating a reference system to describe the real world. So, ground positioning system, GPS, positions where you are on the ground. What's peculiar is that GPS starts to struggle once you go off the coast. Now, they tell us that it's satellites. Now, satellites wouldn't have blind spots when you go into the ocean. They'd be able to beam down whatever it is that you need. You wouldn't lose line of sight. But if you're moving away from ground-based towers on the land, where most of GPS is necessary, then it'll work. Then when you do go onto certain shipping lanes, they have buoys in the ocean set with anchors, and those buoys effectively leapfrog the Wi-Fi along that channel so that the ground positioning system can continue for the Northern Hemisphere. So there's often accounts where you're in a valley and suddenly you can't get GPS. You understand, satellites are above you. So a valley could not block the signal from a satellite above your head if you're in a valley or you're on a mountain. But if you're blocked from another land-based tower, then yes, typography or the variations in the land could cause you to lose signal, like we've all experienced. You drive through the mountains and suddenly you've got no cell phone reception. Why? Because it's land-based towers. So GPS is just an overlay. Like I say, the three main questions: curvature, never been; axial rotation, never been shown; gas pressure next to the vacuum of space that the gas we breathe would want to fill that available space, and we would all be dead. And that hasn't occurred, so therefore it cannot be an available space for our high pressure gas to go and fill. So with those 3 points, you can actually say with certainty, you know it's flat, no longer that you believe it's flat. And then these other questions are conceptual. So GPS is something humans have invented in the 1900s, the late 1900s, with the advent of war and the rise of radio tower transceivers. So as soon as we got more ground-based systems, we could start doing ground positioning systems. And how they do that is via triangulation. They bounce 3 signals of 3 towers. Where the first 2 towers intersect with you, they give you 2 plot points. Where the third tower bounces off, it isolates which one of those 2 plot points you're at, and they give you your perfect triangulation between these 3 towers. And that's how your cell phone works. That's how GPS works. It's all of the same infrastructure, the same backbone.
Thank you for explaining that to me.
Only a pleasure, brother. In this room, we are here to share wisdom and learn from one another. So I'm glad that you told us a bit about your understanding, because it says you're a newcomer, but it sounds like you know your way around this discussion.
Yes, thank you.
What other questions have you heard that you find difficult to answer?
The questions I'm asking you is just questions that I get from arguing with, debating with some globe earthers. And these are some of the questions that sometimes gets me stuttering. So I just want a better understanding. Another one. I don't know. I think that's about it.
What do you say if someone says that you can just see curvature in an airplane? Like, just go in a plane, bro. What do you say back to that?
I say they're bullshitting, because I've really been on a plane before. There's so many videos of people going on planes looking out.
A lot of people come in confident with that one.
They think curvature is the supposed curved line where everything dips, but nothing actually dips. There's no type of dip. If anybody, well, I've never had that. I've never had somebody say that to me, where they say I can see the curve on a plane, because I feel like they all agree. The people that I argue with, they all agree to an extent that when you're on a plane, there is no type of curve. Like, that's the main point I bring up. I'm like, how you prove the Earth is flat? I'm like, use your eyes. Go on a plane right now. Look out the window. Does it look curved to you?
What about ships disappearing at the ocean?
That's just it's really all about perspective. It's a perception. They don't really disappear over the ocean. It's just your eyes. Your eyes can't see forever, obviously. Your eyes are not infinite things that can see infinitely across the things. There's many different factors, including clouds, fog, everything else. But the main factor is perspective. It's where an object is far away from you that it starts to, aka, disappear. But if you were to use a zooming device, any device that is able to zoom in, they never disappear. You can use your camera. If a ship disappears to your eye, you can use a camera or anything, zoom in, and it will still be there.
Forever? Can you
Depends on
always bring the object back into view?
yeah, depending on what device is able to zoom in. I mean,
That's very interesting. In a side note about Discord outage, interesting. I just got a DM from someone else that said he can't get in. What's that noise? Do we have some
Dandy's bored.
flatulence in the room?
sorry, I
D&D's
ate
noise.
Chipotle yesterday.
It's not supposed to come out of your mouth, bro.
Is it a new trick that you learned?
Yeah.
I'm just letting you, I'm letting you guys hear the flatulence coming out of my butt.
Are you trolling?
Are you drunk?
It's a pretty sharp, actually. You kept it going a while.
Dude, it's a little joke, man. You guys can't have a laugh in a
I
while.
think he's just bored.
I feel
Maybe
like flat earthers are like, I feel like flat earthers have to carry the burden of knowing the earth is flat while everyone else doesn't. So I feel like you guys need to have like, a type of laugh in a while.
Yeah, we do. Believe me, we sure do.
But it sounds to me like you don't carry that burden.
I do. It actually hurts. It's the most frustrating thing ever. That wasn't me. That was rookie 1973. That rhyme.
Rookie, are you okay?
Yeah, baby.
What's going on, man?
Can you hear them though?
Gee whiz.
Are they loud or what?
What an entrance.
Sorry. Drink your milkshake. I got thousands of them now. This is gonna be fun.
Is that a voice changer you're using?
No, it's just my microphone on my computer sucks. And yeah, that's all it is.
I thought it was some fancy effect you were using.
Well, no, I've got a soundboard up, but I didn't know it was sounding crappy though.
Maybe level down and try it again. I don't know.
Yeah, baby.
That was pretty good. So I like that globe presupposition system. I like that. You saw it here first, folks.
Yeah. No kidding, man. Don't make me kill the channel. Come on now. You were talking just fine without me.
Yeah, though, Discord definitely seems to be having some issues right now. Can't log in on mobile.
I don't have any issues.
I'll be back. I'm gonna go get my kid.
Yeah, don't log off. I would just stay logged in if you're logged in. Otherwise, you might not.
Lock in.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen.
Why?
Hello, Glad.
Hi.
Glad Flobe, how are you this afternoon? Good to hear you.
I am well. How are you this afternoon?
Doing better. I was ill for a little while, but now I'm recovering. And I've been riding my bike like more than 10 miles for the last few days.
Nice.
Every day. It's been great.
What did you have? What were the symptoms?
Well, you sort of know what I have, but yeah, I got like food poisoning, and I really got super sick.
Ah, it sucks.
I couldn't keep anything down for like 3 or 4 days, and my stomach was just it was horrible. Lost a bunch of weight. So now I'm back. The energy's back. My appetite's back. Sleep's a little better. Doing well. Thanks.
All right, good. Yeah, for sure. I'm glad you came out of that. You got some abs rocking now though, because you lost all that weight.
Holy crap! Yeah, man. I'm like
you could do dishes on your stomach now, couldn't you? Or do laundry?
No, actually, I've never seen. You know the Adonis belt?
Yeah.
I don't remember seeing that. I could see the entire thing now.
Yeah, right. It actually it's like, oh, okay. Well, that looks kind of good.
So yeah, and you know what? When I first got on the bike, I was so light. I'm like, holy crap! I feel like I definitely feel the difference. Like I fly along now, you know. But
yeah.
Anyway, it's been fun. It's been cool, very cool here. Like in the low 60s, or mid 60s. Now it's getting up to about mid 60s. But
nice.
I kind of like it cooler because I can ride longer. I can just put double pants on, like put some thermals and a pair of jeans and ride like that and don't get cold. So it's good. Here, everybody else is like, if it gets below 65, they're like, ooh, it's freezing.
Sorry, I had a phone call real quick there, Sonny. I didn't catch the last part of that.
No, Sonny, that's funny. No, go ahead. Sorry.
I just said when it gets below 65 degrees here, everybody's like, "Oh, it's freezing." but I grew up in the Midwest, so I know how to bundle up, like, and not be cold and still travel around. It's great.
I totally noticed that when I was out there. Once it dropped down below like the nice 70s or whatever, I was like, oh man. But then I came back to the Midwest here, and now it's like 20 degrees. Right when I got back from California, though, I was like, oh, 50 is cold. But yeah, no, I'm back used to the Midwest weather now.
Yeah, you live in a wet.
The Midwest, yeah, Midwest.
I live in Michigan, dude. Too cold.
Yeah, I'm right under you, bro.
Indiana.
Close.
Indianapolis.
That's in Indiana.
Ohio.
There you go.
There's some Globers in the YouTube chat questioning the Guinness Book of World Records shot, the 273 mile shot.
Oh yeah.
They're saying, "Oh, when did you measure that?" It's like, yeah, you're right. Guinness Book of World Records just lies about all that shit. You're right.
I just had an argument with someone about.
Wait,
the
what does it
research
say about the
behind
Guinness World Records? What did it say?
Well, okay, so the Guinness Book of World Records has a long distance photography photo of 273 miles, impossible on a globe. But then one of these YouTube Globers says, "When did you measure that 273 miles?" You don't have to. Guinness did. You know what I mean? Like, they know the distance from one spot to another. You don't have to measure that. You can fucking see it.
What is it?
I don't know. It's mountain to mountain. I don't know where it is.
Well,
I think it's in France.
I think they're getting off on saying, like, because you know how we always challenge them. Well, where are the measurements? So they're just trying to say what we say as if that's a gotcha or something. You know?
Exactly. It's a globe, 25,000 mile circumference. Really? Is it? Then how can we see 300 miles? You're cheating.
Refraction.
Whoa, it says
It's only 10
225
miles.
It says 275 miles.
Yep.
They're gonna make that excuse. Well, the Earth is big.
Yeah, exactly. Is it big or is it 25,000 miles in circumference? Make up your mind, guys.
Right. You can't have it both ways.
Wait. How much miles is Earth in circumference?
But Tolan has
6.5 miles of curvature is missing out of that photo. 6.5 miles.
Tolan has even 1,000 miles, and it's not in Guinness.
Yeah, they drank the Guinness.
It says 24,901 miles.
Yep, you're good, Josh.
Right on. Somebody else made another observation.
How does that photograph prove it, though?
How? That mountain should be like 3 miles under the curvature.
That the whole mountain should be not seen, because that's not a 6 mile tall mountain.
Oh yeah. They say it disappears under the curve. Oh yeah.
Well, it should. Especially at that distance.
I just posted a video.
Why doesn't it disappear under the horizon?
Exactly. What's that, Josh?
I just posted a video. I want the guy that's asking about things not disappearing over the ball to watch that, because this guy is doing lights on the ice.
Is water level?
Yes.
What about tides?
What about
tides?
Not
curving water.
There's no tides on a pond.
What about tides, though? What does that have to do with the ground measuring flat?
Still not an Earth curve drop-off. Tides aren't a spherical curvature, you know.
The claim is the moon makes the tides. Where was your scientific experiment with your independent, dependent control variables?
Oh yeah, that's bullshit. Nobody turned the moon off and back on again.
Exactly.
Dude, the moon does not create tides. That is the
No shit.
Biggest bullshit.
No shit. The moon does not create tides.
Saturn, big man.
Oh right, it's Saturn's fault. Yeah.
But I can make equation.
You sure can.
and it will work.
Yeah.
Especially, I can prove that Saturn rings doing that. Not Saturn.
Is there
Of course,
a
of course,
reasonable
with my
explanation for that? Like, why do
yeah,
the
with the
tides
word,
happen now that I think about
I
it?
can do with the words, but I don't know. I cannot prove with
Oh, I
anything
know
else.
sometimes there's 4 tides a day in some places because they're at the end of a fjord.
It depends how
Um,
much of gravity is in the ring. If is
I know
if is
the amount of
yeah.
light that is being shown, like the greater the light, there's a correlation with the king tide or the extreme high tide. How that works, I don't
Really?
know. So how does light affect the tides, D&D?
The
You said
color
how
of
does
light.
you said how
How
does the
does
light?
light, how does the amount of light that the moon is showcasing affect the tides?
It doesn't.
Very good, because the moon has nothing to do with the tides. Correlation is not causation. So water is flat, right? We use spirit levels, right? We use these sticks with these little bubbles inside of it, right? Yeah, sure, it's not water, but it's a liquid, right? It's a fucking property of water, right? A property of water has a property of liquids has a definite volume, takes the shape of its container, and will find its level at rest.
Really?
Yeah, you didn't know that? You didn't know that all liquids find their level at rest?
Yes.
Problem is because some people saying that that is not true.
How is it not true?
But they are saying that it's curvy.
Well, watch a Dave Explains video and he shows you a bubble inside of a level and says, "See, it's not always level. See the
See,
bubble."
water finds its curve at rest.
In bubble.
Dude, how does the leveling machine even work if we're on a globe?
What leveling machine? What machine levels?
The leveling thing, the bubble,
Huh?
A
that
level?
wouldn't work. That wouldn't work on a globe because because we're always tilted. So there's
Oh, you're talking about the spirit level.
yes.
Oh, he's talking about a steamroller.
No, I thought he was talking about a machine that makes like levels things out, like a excavator or some shit. No,
Oh,
he was
yeah,
just
I'm
talking
talking
about
about
the
the
simple
wall,
machine, the
like
level.
you put it on a wall or something to see if it's
Yeah.
level. Yeah.
Well, we can also use something called a water level, which doesn't really use water. It uses like a glycol, something that won't evaporate, right? And something with a low viscosity. So you take the height of the vessel, that's one datum. So the height, the water level, or the top of the level in the container in the bucket is going to be the same at the end of the hose. So if you can adjust that datum to be like, say, where you want the height of the house to be, and then you take that tube underneath the house and you jack up the house until it's all level. And the only way you can tell it's level is using that water level, which is just a plastic tube with a liquid inside of it.
Wow.
Yeah, that's what fucking really got me on, because I'm sitting there going, yeah, but wait a minute, I just don't understand, how does this water level work? And then my foreman said, well, maybe the world's flat. You ever thought of that?
Well, why do waterfalls curve?
Why do globers deny hydrodynamics, thermodynamics, and fluid dynamics?
Dude, my physicist teacher in school
Gravity.
said the Earth is round.
Now, see, earlier I couldn't get in, so I jumped on the YouTube, and then I heard D&D talking shit.
I know it's been a while since you guys went to school. Knowing you guys are,
So you're gonna
adults.
deny that you were talking shit?
So we have to go to school to know everything?
Dude, you didn't let me finish.
I'm just saying, do we have to go to a public school to actually know everything?
Dude, I'm not making fun of you. Why do you guys
I'm
always...
asking you a question.
No, I'm trying to tell you
Okay,
something.
then. Please
Why do you
keep
think I'm always
education
attacking
out
you?
of this because we're all educated here. Okay? You do
Dude, I
not need to
didn't say
go
you
that
were
level.
miseducated. I'm telling you right.
You
No,
are
let me
going
finish.
to a low level that we do not need to go to. So stop.
What's the highest grade you completed D&D?
Dude, why do you guys think I'm attacking you guys? Let me
It's the fact
finish.
that you always go to education. No one here
Education
needs
is
to know about anyone else's education when they're speaking fucking clearly.
No, I'm telling you guys right here. I know it's been a while since you
education is
guys...
not intelligence.
Listen, I know it's been a while because you guys are adults. But right now, I go to school, and it's crazy how they try to force the globe theory on everybody. I was at school, and I go in a classroom, I instantly see a poster of a globe.
I
Yeah,
know.
it's been going on for ages. The point is that they teach you things in school that are contradicting the globe, but they don't teach you logical thinking at school because then you would see the contradictions.
And you know, in public school, if you speak out against evolution, you say evolution's bullshit, you're gonna fail that grade.
No, I'm
You
not.
know that,
I'm
right?
about to disprove my teacher. Watch. I have a physics teacher. I'm gonna see if he...
Not supposed to be teaching you evolution or religion, yet they're teaching you the religion of evolution. They're teaching you the religion of secularism, right?
Dude, I have a chemistry teacher.
That son of a
In
bitch was
chemistry
married
class,
to E. Rockefeller.
she brought up radiometric dating. And I was like, that's false. Radiometric dating has never been accurate.
Just go to your physics and chemistry teachers and ask them, what is the surface expression of large bodies of fluid with large surface areas under air pressure, normal conditions at sea level? Just ask them.
Can you put that in simple terms so I can remember it?
These are the simple terms.
Okay.
Surface of a body of water, right? Any body of water. Cup, a sink, bathtub, pool, a pond, a lake, even an ocean. What is the surface doing? Is it curving or no?
Because if they say it's flat and level, as written in various laws, then they are admitting the Earth has to be generally flat for at least 72%. 72% is water surface on the globe model. Then, you know, if water is flat and level at sea level under air pressure, you cannot have a globe.
No shit, Sherlock.
No, but you can give it to them, and then you can say, what's it going to be? Are you going to deny the sciences, or are you going to deny the globe? A or B?
I'm just going to deny it because
But they cannot deny it because there is no. Then they fail their own class.
No, they're
That's
gonna
the
deny
point.
it because they think that because they're teachers, they're smarter than me because I
No,
am.
they fail their own class because if they say it has to curve, then they go against their own teachings. And if they say no, it doesn't curve, then they have to realize the Earth cannot be a globe.
I'm literally the only person in my school who thinks the Earth is flat.
Yeah, but you don't have to use let's say,
It do be like that.
flat Earth as an argument. What you're gonna do is go to your teacher and ask, what does large bodies of water at the surface do? And they will always say it's flat and level because it's written in their own laws. That's the science of water or fluids. So they have to agree with flat and level surfaces of water in large bodies. They cannot retract that. And they have
I'm trying to think of an excuse to try to come up with.
Yeah, they will bring up gravity. But that doesn't matter because then when they use gravity, they nullify their own laws. Because there is no gravity in those laws.
In the laws of physics?
No, in the hydrodynamic, fluid dynamic, and thermodynamic.
Yeah, how does gravity keep water flat level? Makes no sense.
It doesn't.
No, air pressure.
And they're saying it keeps it curved, not flat level, but they have no experimental evidence for gravity, so much for that.
They're gonna drop something in front of me and be like, "This is gravity."
Yeah, it's the same as dropping something and saying, "See, invisible leprechauns pulled it to the ground."
And when they drop something in front of your eyes, you say, "Hey, are you testing the buoyancy of this object in the medium of air?"
Can you explain buoyancy to me because I need to learn it too. I need to understand it.
If something is buoyant, it will float or rise and float on the surface.
Is buoyancy determined on the density?
It can be on the density, but it can be on the shape. It can be on the mixture. It depends the object, depends on the situation, depends on the fluid, depends on the gas. Because gas. Are you okay?
Sorry, I had to cough. But you know those videos of them dropping a feather and a bowling ball next to each other in a vacuum, right?
Yeah, and that's not a vacuum. And that actual test was messed up because they don't fall.
The whole video.
They don't fall at the same time.
Gravity.
Yeah, you
They
didn't attach to that that feather either. So they could have attached something to the feather. So
And
I'm not saying anything about that.
you have a bowling ball.
Can you even make a vacuum?
No, you cannot make a perfect vacuum.
They were not in a vacuum at all.
What is even a vacuum? The absence of air or the absence of gravity?
Absence of matter.
Neither.
That's impossible.
Yeah, we know.
Not the absence of anything. It's just less air. No one has ever created an absolute vacuum, which would be an absence.
Lack of gas pressure. Any form of gas pressure.
Air. What is that force called? The air. The thing that's the air turbulence. Air. What is the thing that when you drop the air?
You're talking about air resistance. You lower the air resistance by taking the quantity of air out, so there's much less air inside the chamber, but you don't remove all the air. And the thing, what really happens when you remove the resistance is you're creating a confounding variable. Is that you now need a much larger drop to show any difference. I posted a video from the largest vacuum drop tower in the world. It's in Europe. It got recently, after this guy did this test, it got decommissioned, but his tests showed that there was a difference when you drop things in a vacuum. It just needed a longer drop.
Trace, does that work also with a different shape objects in a vacuum.
No.
No,
I
of
don't.
course.
I don't know. He just used different types of metals
Yeah,
of the, I
but
think, same density.
He should have used a
Yeah.
feather.
Well, that
but if you
doesn't change
use
anything.
yeah,
Well,
but what shape? A shape.
they're cylinders inside bigger cylinders in his test, and what the feather does actually is we can use it as an experiment, but they cannot because they can't formulate it into an experiment. We can though. And it goes like this. A natural phenomenon is when observing objects in the air like feathers, helium, and apples, some rise, some float, and some fall. The hypothesis is the medium in which they exist must be the cause of their various behavior. So the experiment we set up is we remove the influence of the medium of the atmospheric gases by placing all the objects in a vacuum chamber. So the prediction, null, if the medium of the air is removed and there's zero effect on the behavior of the objects, we know that the hypothesis is wrong. So the other prediction, if we validated it, if all objects fall to the ground, then the cause of their behaviors was the density of the medium. We confirmed the hypothesis then. So when we try this, when the air was removed, the objects fell to the ground. Therefore, the cause of their various behavior was the medium in which they were suspended. So we can prove this using by lowering the density of the medium and showing that things start falling that didn't fall before. Or we can increase the density of the medium, showing that things that used to fall now rise. And we can do this with hot air balloons. We can do this with anvils in mercury or apples in water or whatever. We can experimentally validate the cause of things going up and down. They cannot. They can only use sophistry to lie about the things they're seeing.
Andres, about apples, I want to ask, listen to this logic. Apple is growing on the tree, you know. And it's when it's growing, it's going through the medium, how to say, through the how that grows and it's becoming bigger. But all the time they are saying that gravity it's pulling down. That means that all the time and when apple it's growing, that gravity it's pulling down that apple, but apple it's growing in that medium in air. You know, it will be bigger. How it's possible that it's growing if that you know that gravity force it's pulling down, and then you have energy when that I don't know in English, when that little thing what is connected with the tree and apple, it's not anymore how to say it's not anymore it cannot anymore to take the apple because the apple it's fresh and or it will fall down, of course, because that energy has no anymore how to cannot anymore take the apple in the air, and because of that apple like with the more dense it's falling down to medium what is less dense.
Yep. Part of the reason that's even possible is because the tree is defying gravity on its own with capillary action, pulling the water up from the ground and into the air and up, so it grows up against gravity.
Yeah.
That's why we have the apples falling. The tree itself is picking up the stuff from the ground and creating stuff and dropping it. It's the tree that's the cause.
Yeah.
By the way, Sasha, the English word you were looking for was the stem of the apple.
Okay.
Stem.
Stem.
STEM. Yes, sir.
Thank you. And that thinks about dropping things. You need to move something to drop, and you are moving that things through that medium in that from the first moment, and because of that it will fall because you move that from equilibrium, and you're moving that you are not moving through the water, you're not moving through metal, you know, you're moving that through air, And if you're moving that through air, of course, that will fall down because it's less dense than apple.
Yeah, I have a more natural phenomenon, and that would be water, because water can rain down and that falls from the sky. But that's due to the natural water cycle as we understand it. And water is more dense than air, so it falls through air.
Yeah.
Best part about it as well is that the water itself it evaporates and it rises up into the air against gravity, and as the air gets colder and colder as it rises, it recondenses back into clouds and then just falls again, so creating the cycle.
And you have winds, and any winds will kill gravity because it will move object because of wind, not because of gravity. They are saying that it's not going aside. It's going aside if some energy, reacting on the object.
Yeah, wind just destroys the Coriolis madness. Like, you can't have winds going in all different directions while at the same time believing there's some mystical, magical force holding all those winds going in all those different directions and moving them in a one direction. That's crazy.
Or to have rotational atmosphere and you inside have the different winds direction. And you have one directional rotation. That's cool. It sounds cool. The question is where, when they are claiming that there is a rotating atmosphere together with the air, where is the edge? Now I'm asking of that atmosphere.
Somewhere beyond the moon, according to them. I don't know. It's crazy.
Because Andres, you understand, somewhere where is the edge? You go above that rotation of the atmosphere. That means is that outer space, and then you see all atmosphere how it's. You can measure that. You can do experiment from ISS can do experiment how atmosphere is rotating air on the border.
Yeah, it would need, if it were real, it would have a lot more data with it. The big issue for me is, like, if you're gonna say that it's been rotating for so long that all the gas is just rotating with it, that means it cannot have higher velocity on the outside of that rotation than at the surface of the object that's causing that rotation. But they're claiming that we see no effects of rotation, so that means it's the opposite. They're claiming that the gas is accelerated faster and faster the higher it goes to maintain the appearance of no rotation. That's crazy.
And all these gradients, they also need to move.
Yeah, that's the other crazy part. How all this wind is moving in and out of these systems and going from the equator to the north and north to or south to the equator. That's traveling and increasing its speed or decreasing its speed at an insane amounts. So you'd either end up with really, really high winds at some points, just devastating everything. It just doesn't work. We're not seeing 1,000-mile-per-hour winds coming in.
There is also gravity affecting also that. Gravity is doing like a more it's a container pulling things down, bending of space-time, controlling centrifugal force, keeping water. Yeah, the same thing. Centrifugal force.
Yeah,
What else?
yeah, that's what I really like about it. Is when they really painted themselves into a corner because they claim gravity is making things go down and things go up. And now with the rotation, they also need to claim that it's making things go to the sides, either to increase the acceleration to match the rotation, or to decelerate it as it's coming down to match the rotation again to make it appear non-rotating. In other words, gravity is omnidirectional in all directions, whatever direction you need to explain away whatever you need.
Sounds like you guys have just don't understand gravity. We just need a smart scientist to come in here and explain it to you. Okay.
Yeah, the smart scientist will say that, oh no, it's not gravity. Gravity is not pulling anything to the side. It's pulling it down, and that's holding it as it's going to the side. So they'll use sophistry to lie to themselves as well as others.
Yep, it's their magic go-to word when they don't know the answer. It's gravity. It takes care of everything, don't it?
Answer is bending of space-time doing somehow this thing, but we cannot perceive that. But they astrophysicists, or I don't know who, they can perceive that, and they with that story, other people also can perceive it because they cannot perceive what that could be. That story is like a more logical than anything else. Even if you give them the story about density and buoyancy, what is so logical that and so simple.
I got a question. Have y'all tried to talk to Little Buffalo Chick's cheesesteak? BC verified. Hello, Buffalo. Are you there?
Yeah, can you hear us, Little Buffalo?
Yes, I don't want to talk right now. Y'all continue.
I'll address his. He says he's seen a slight curve in the horizon. I can understand that.
Hi.
When you have a very strong belief in something that can cause visual phenomenons, it's called wishful seeing, and it's the same principle that's used in hypnosis. So if you have a strong belief that the Earth is a globe, you might even be able to see Earth curve at sea level. That's a hallucination.
Interesting. Well, hi, all. My name is Buffalo. I'm currently driving, so I apologize if it's loud. If it is, I'll mute my mic.
No problem. Sounds good, man. And again, we're glad to have you.
Yeah, what
Thank you. I'm
brings
glad
you
to
to
be
the
here.
server today? What brings you by?
I explained in the check-in process that I'm honestly just here to learn. I grew up with the quote-unquote modern scientific understanding of everything, and I'm at this point where I would just like to learn as much as I can to make my own informed decisions based on everything, so that way I'm not living the life that someone else wanted for me. I'm living my own. And that's why I've just been idling in the chat for the past couple days, just trying to learn as much as I can.
Very cool.
Sounds like you're starting in the right place, man. We just want you to think for yourself. We're just here to give you information. What you do with it's up to you. So go ahead, Drace, or whoever.
Thank you.
Yeah, to back up what I was just saying, I would like to call upon the hostile witness, Neil deGrasse Tyson, both on his recent talking about Bezos and the other guy, I forget what he's called, Branson, I think, and their forays, and then the Red Bull near space jump, or one of the highest jumps from a weather balloon. both of those, he admits, just couldn't have shown a curved Earth unless they had a fisheye lens, because they just, according to the math, weren't high enough from the surface to be able to see that. Yeah, I know you saw it through your eyes, but I've also seen people who don't see people because they think they've disappeared, and they see them as celebrities or whatever they want. It's pretty easy with hypnosis, and if you believe something strong enough, your mind can play tricks on you.
So I mean this comment to be absolutely non-disrespectful, because obviously I'm here to learn, but that's a very, very dangerous comment to make. Saying you'll walk into whatever circumstance you expect to walk into can be used, obviously, against the entire flat Earth theory. Because if you continue digging the hole with that intention,
No. You're projecting your position onto us.
no.
We're
I
not in
I
that
mean this.
position. No.
I mean this in the nicest way
No,
possible.
no,
That is a
no,
dangerous statement to
no,
make, regardless on what the subject is.
no. There's having a blind faith in something can cause hallucination. This is well documented.
No. I don't mean the hallucination. I don't mean that. I simply mean with the entire, if you walk into something expecting to see something, you are going to see it.
I never said that.
I could not be saying it verbatim, in which I do apologize. Like I said, I'm driving, but I sound like someone just made the comment saying something close enough to, if you walk into something expecting to see something, you're very likely going to see something to support it with the entire horizon picture.
Really?
No, you heard reading between the
I very well
lines.
could have
drawing your
misheard.
own
I very well
conclusions.
could have
That's
misheard, in which
fine.
I apologize.
I'll just clarify again to help you better understand.
Please, thank you.
It's when you have a really strong belief in something, when you're really 100% convinced of something, which is basically what hypnosis does. It hijacks that part of you that confirms it. So you just believe it completely, and therefore you see it. And so the education system is designed to make us believe this completely. The entertainment we watch, the news and everything, all of it's primed to reinforce this belief. So
yes,
it's not uncommon for people to even come in and say, I see Earth curve at sea level. And do you see the horizon curving at sea level?
I've never been out to sea before, so I apologize. I can't make that call for myself.
Okay, just let me explain this one thing to you.
Sure.
If you turn in a circle and you can see the horizon, and let's say you're out at sea, for instance, when you're turning in the circle, the horizon eventually connects up to itself. If it's curving down, what happens?
If I turn in a circle and look at the horizon, can you repeat that second part?
Yeah. When you look at the horizon, it's a line in front of your eyes. If it were curving down, you would not be seeing a line in front of your eyes behind you.
I am unfortunately lost by that second part of the statement, but
Sasha, for instance, posted a GIF of someone standing on the top of Mount Everest. He pans his camera in a circle, showing the horizon flat all around him because it is a circle all around him. That means it cannot be curving down, because otherwise it wouldn't be a circle around him.
Okay, I think I understand now. Thank you for taking the time to reiterate that for me. I really appreciate it.
No problem.
My mind is playing tricks on me.
This was fast. But Il Buffalo is not only that; it's more about dimension of the Earth and where is that rate, where is that drop for sure. It must be there, but it isn't there in reality because people made observations and
Yeah, the globe priests tell us that even if we go up to the height of the ISS, we would still not see the horizon curving because it's not high enough. Paul Larson, a planetarium director, did the math and showed how that's just not possible. So the globers have to claim that the Earth curves away from them and not in the horizon. So that's where they're stuck at. And when we killed it with the black swan, so if you want to go over that, we can do that.
I actually was doing some research on the black swan theory, but it's all still very, very new to me. If you could explain what that is, I'd be really, really appreciative.
It's not a black swan theory. That's something completely different. The black swan is the name of this logical argument named by Quantum Eraser based off of what's it called again? It's
modest tolerance.
Modest tolerance.
No, it's Karl Popper's principle of falsification, and he gave an example, which is if someone says all swans are white, you can disprove that claim by simply finding a black swan. And as soon as you find a black swan, you can see here's a black swan. Your claim is not true. And that's the principle of falsification upon which science rests. It's what verification or falsification is what gives science its validity. So using that principle, QE took modus tollens, which is a logical framework or an argument, and destroyed the globe. And so he called this argument and this picture the black swan in remembrance of Karl Popper's principle of falsification. So if you look at the picture of the black swan, where do you see the horizon?
In that picture of the black swan, you don't. You see the black swan and you see water.
At the top of the hour that Justin posted?
Yeah, that was a picture of two real black swans. What I meant was our black swan.
Oh.
It's a picture
that's
of oil rigs.
That's one with oil rigs.
I'm assuming you're referring, to the picture that Drace or Draki, whatever his name is, and then Joshua just reposted. I would assume the horizon line would be the straight figure you see in the background.
Yeah, is it before the oil rigs, in between them, or behind them?
It would be behind them.
Yeah. According to the geometric limitations of the sphere, once you go 1 foot off the surface, the horizon should only be 1.22 miles away. So we're seeing way over 10 times further than we should be.
Now, at that point, and again, I don't mean any disrespect. This is me just trying to learn. Wouldn't elevation also play an effect on how much of the horizon you would see?
Yeah, that's why we went 1 foot off the surface, which is really close to the surface. So the horizon would be really close, or 1.22 miles away.
Wow, this is a lot.
So we tested this many times all over the place, and consistently it just doesn't work out. It doesn't fit with what they claimed. So that's kind of the basis of where all this starts, is just their claims just don't work.
Bomb has been planted.
I like that was a funny noise.
That was Counter-Strike.
Yes, I'm a big CS nerd.
Planted the bomb.
We just planted a bomb in your head, and it's about to explode.
The globe is about to blow.
I'm just curious, little Buffalo, how long you been looking at this subject?
Tell him now about.
I've been in the server for about 3 days, so I haven't started looking seriously or in depth, not seriously, about the entire flat Earth theory for about 3 days now.
So you're brand new. Okay, go ahead, guys.
That's fresh.
Yeah, that word theory is kind of misused because you have scientific theory and then you have a colloquial theory, right? Which is just,
Well,
a common theory that, like they say conspiracy theories are these theories because theories are something that's derived from experimentation and hypotheses and observing natural phenomenon,
yes.
right? So it's like one of those things, like our language has been destroyed and it's continuing to be destroyed today. I mean, I'm pretty sure you've called yourself a kid.
I'm 22, but I would still say I'm very, very childlike.
Yeah, but well, what I mean is like, it's not a knock on you. It's just the way that the world is right now, especially with the English language. A lot of people will say, "Oh, well, my kid's this," and "Well, I'm just a kid." And well, when I was a kid, I could tell you one thing: I was never a goat, because that's what kid means is a goat. It's a small baby goat, right?
Okay.
So we are children, right? We're small humans. We're children, not kids. That's a beast. And then now they have people saying, "Oh, I'm the goat," right? The greatest of all times.
Yes.
So you went from a baby goat to an adult goat, right? They're going to lead you to the slaughter.
Yes.
Right. So at least you understand that part. That's good. But yeah, what I find a big problem is the language, the lexicon itself. A lot of people will use slang and say, "Well, it's semantics, and this is what it can mean." Well, no, that's just a colloquial meaning, and that's slang. So it is vandalism of the lexicon. This is how we get words like love that means so many different things that we don't even know the true definition of the word love, and we cannot define the emotion of love. It's very difficult to do.
Yes. Love is unfortunately different for a lot of people.
Yep. And that has to do with this destruction of the language so that we forget who we are. And it gets to a point to where they go, I think we've progressed so much that we can tell people that we live on a ball, right? And there's no evidence of the ball, only through their shady esoteric dealings back in antiquity. Right? Every heliocentric believer was an occultist back in the day. And now it's mainstream. In fact, the church went from persecuting and killing and burning these heliocentrists to becoming heliocentrists. And it's not even heliocentrism anymore. They call it the helical theory, or not helical theory, they call it the helical model, right? And a lot of globers don't understand, a lot of people through school don't know what the name of that model is. They don't know that the whole paradigm has changed. Like a lot of people don't know that Einstein debunked Newton, and the problem with Einstein and the problem with quantum physics is quantum mechanics and Einstein's theories don't match. You know why?
Why?
Because Einstein's, all his calculations and all that shit, all his work he did was all due to perspective, all relative to where you are perceiving the observation. So it's proving the flat earth and it's proving the globe. So it proves nothing. It has to, because it's all relative to perspective. Crazy, huh? But the main thing is the radius, right? not the radii. I mean, it would be nice to find the datum for the radii, but I don't think that's ever going to happen because it's flat. There's no curved radii on a flat datum. I'm pretty sure You know, once you try to figure out how was the radius measured, you will never find that anyone has ever measured the radius of Earth, yet they have a value for it because of a calculation based on how long it takes the sun to move through the sky per hour. I mean, we had these like anti-Catherium mechanism type things, these computers, these machines way back in the day that could not only like build things for you, like come up with designs and auto draw things to where you could take that to plan. They had machines that could do all sorts of things. They had talking statues. They had robots back in the day. That was way more advanced than what we were told. I mean, they literally had statues that could talk. We don't have that today. Is the technology lost?
I wouldn't say lost. I would probably say closer to has not been used and needs to be rediscovered.
Well, does it need to be rediscovered, or have they moved on past the gods' deception, the pagan gods' deception? So they don't need that technology anymore. Now they're moving on to something that's ethereal, right? They're about ready to put everybody behind visors and watch the Mars landing, and that's the only way you're going to be able to watch it is through these visors, or not the moon landing, Mars landing.
We destroyed that technology.
Yeah, you can't go back to the moon, right? We never went to the moon to begin with.
The problem is we don't have the technology to do that anymore.
They say it's a painful process to build it back. I mean, even, and then you go, okay, well, if it's something this historic and something this significant, you would think that they would have taken all of that data that they gotten and put it to a hard code, like something on steel tape instead of magnetic tape, or some other kind of form of storage. Not something that could be recorded over and lost, and all the telemetry data, all the punch cards from the mainframe, all that data is gone, burned, destroyed.
Much of a clue as to where this data ended up and whether it still exists or not.
NASA admitted that it had lost the original footage of man's first steps on the moon.
Did they lose it like under a rug, or did they throw it to a trash can and forgot about it, or what happened?
Who knows?
What I understand, it was left. Some of it was left in an old abandoned McDonald's, and some of it was discovered, and some of those tapes were used during a funny thing happened on the way to the moon, where they showed how they faked the only picture they claim is a real picture.
The most heralded, most famous accomplishment of mankind, of humans, the landing on the moon. NASA lost everything. They're claiming there's nothing in their archives, nothing in storage, nothing in a cardboard box someplace that has anything to do with the Apollo missions. It's all gone.
You know, at first I thought that was the mystery box. Now I'm starting to think it's Harry Potter.
I literally just watched Harry Potter for the first time. I don't think that's Harry Potter.
I just call it the super spooky investigator music.
Yeah, it might be the those dancing like music box things like in Anastasia. You remember that?
Like the Nutcracker almost, yeah.
Yeah.
I haven't seen anything that indicates the telemetry data is even in existence, and as I said, even if we had it, we don't have the machines to play it back.
We don't have the machines to play back. Okay.
Yeah, we destroyed it
Okay.
all.
So why would they store it on that medium to begin with? I mean, come on, guys. It doesn't make sense.
That part, and I'm going to start off the conversation with, I don't have any way of validating the moon landing, so as far as I'm concerned, it may as well have been fake. But with my knowledge of just computers, technology, that is a very, very believable thing to understand. Going from 2 different punch card systems to storing on tape, magnetic discs, just the different variations of magnetic discs, all within the past 40 years alone, and that only includes the things that have caught on. They very well could have been beta testing some new storage medium that is going to catch on and then never did. Kind of like how Sony had its own, I guess, memory stick for the PlayStation, if anyone remembers that. It's just called Memory Stick.
Yeah, but
But at
they're
this
the
point in time,
national. They are
Yeah.
the National Aeronautics and Science Administration.
government run
They
means
can't,
absolutely nothing.
so they can't preserve the technology to be able to go back to this data that they collected from the most historic of all time.
Yeah, no,
Even
they,
though there's
Government
still
run,
master tapes, you
unfortunately,
can bring
means
up the Beatles
absolutely
master
nothing.
tapes still, even though that technology is all out of date. Nobody uses tapes and recording studios really that much anymore. It's all digital, but all those masters are still there. All the technology to go back and bring up that stuff is still there.
Yes,
But
because you
this,
have
no.
third-party companies that are reliable and responsible for doing this. I'm not saying our government's irresponsible,
Well, yeah, you
but
are.
that's obviously a
kind of are. That's the
conversation to
inference
be.
there.
That's obviously a
Right,
different
we've been unable.
conversation to be had.
Yeah, and
However, the government's main responsibility is to try and obviously do more, and especially with the entire moon landing being so prevalent to the Russian space race during the Cold War, it would not shock me if they decided to either cut a couple corners or try and take a couple risks to make sure
yeah, cut
everything
a
is
couple
fine.
corners, like cut action.
Exactly.
Right, we've been unable to track it down. I mean, we don't know where this telemetry data ended up, and we don't know what path it may have taken. So, unfortunately, I'm afraid I can't really give you much of a clue as to where this data ended up and whether it still exists or not.
Yeah, so not only do they not have the telemetry data, they don't have the original videotape that they recorded it on either. They recorded over that, they say.
Yeah, or lost.
Yeah,
A bunch of them. Also, if you watch this video from NASA.gov, trial by fire video on Orion's first flight, they admit that they cannot send humans through the Van Allen radiation belts, so there's no possible way for them to have gone to the moon. So that's just a moot point.
Yeah, they can't go to Narnia, and they admit it themselves.
Look, they still have that technology for real-to-real storage on modern-day computers. You can store modern data on a reel-to-reel computer system or a reel-to-reel tape system. That's the exact same from the Apollo days. So them claiming that they couldn't read it if they had the data is bullshit.
Yeah, I would have to agree.
The big point is that they're claiming that they went to Narnia and spoke to Aslan and the witch, and came back out of the wardrobe and told you the story. But you can't go.
And they
and
even
do it
brought some of
yourself.
the cake back to share it with the rest of the world leaders. And then when they went to discover that the cakes weren't not actually biscuits at all, they were petrified rocks, petrified wood from Arizona.
Yeah. Yeah, we went to Narnia and grabbed some rocks here. Oh.
Well, wasn't there like these honey cakes or something like that in that book? Something that was wrapped in leaves that they would eat. Anyways, it's all symbolism, guys.
Bro, someone mentioned, I think it was Drace. You mentioned a funny thing happened on the way to the moon, right? And that footage where they are adjusting the light so it looks like they are very far away from the Earth. They're kind of like making the room dark. But where are they in? Because I remember the astronauts, multiple of them, saying that they were passengers on a flight or something like that. Have you remember hearing that? So were they like in high altitude balloons or something like that? Because I don't get it. Where were they? Inside what?
Well, that's a good question. It could have been inside of one of those high altitude balloons, similar to how the Red Bull jump guy jumped out of one, and Bezos shot himself up in one of those capsules. But like, that's all you need. You just need to send someone up in one of those capsules, and then make it look like the camera is pressed up against the window, but it's actually on the back side of the cabin. The cabin is all darkened out, and the porthole looks like the Earth then. So it looks like they're just looking at the Earth from a distance, but they're not. They're just looking at a darkened chamber and a whole window.
Yeah. I remember an astronaut saying, "We were just passengers." He said something like that. We're just passengers.
These two are pretty good, and they have pretty good admissions by Buzz.
Talk about this because this is fascinating. I remember very clearly, I think anybody who was alive at the time does. I remember my parents waking me up and we went down and we watched you guys land on the moon.
No,
which
you
was
didn't. No, you didn't.
What?
Because there wasn't any television. There wasn't anybody taking a picture. You watched animation.
Why has nobody been to the moon in such a long time?
It's not an 8-year-old's question. That's my question. I want to know, but I think I know. Because we didn't go there, and that's the way it happened.
What'd you say, Buzz? We didn't go there? Huh?
That's the way it happened. It's an impossible vacuum to begin with, and even if it exists, they say that there's no magnetosphere or exosphere or any of that to shield you from the deadly heat and radiation that's out there, so anybody who tried to go there would get fried long before they made it anywhere.
And if it didn't happen, it's nice to know why it didn't happen. So in the future, if we want to keep doing something, we need to know why something stopped in the past that we wanted to keep it going.
That's a weird point. Is he losing it?
It makes no sense at all, Buzz.
Bro, what are you talking about, man?
If something didn't happen, we need to know why it didn't happen.
But I thought it did happen. But it didn't happen. And we gotta find out why it didn't happen. Maybe because it can't happen? People can't not go to the moon?
Buzz didn't know that. He thought he went to the moon. But that's just not the way it happened.
Cannot leave the Earth.
Yeah, I love the face expression on that speech. Priceless.
Don't you love it when you show proof to these fucking zealots and they go, it just doesn't look real to me?
But somehow black holes and all that other stuff looks, totally real.
Voyager pics of Saturn, yeah, totally legit. Not a cartoon at all. Definitely not CGI. No computers involved.
It is Photoshop, but it's has to be.
Look kind of flat.
I wonder if these globe heads are starting to figure out that they are, in fact, thespian, profane individuals. They are just actors. If they say the world is a stage, because they say it globe, that means they're just a thespian and actor. Very bad at it, too.
I always say I'll be impressed if they can figure out their shoelaces.
Do you figure that's why they invented the smartphone and TikTok? To prevent these idiots from learning to tie their shoelaces?
I don't think they need to invent anything to prevent them. They can't learn to tie their shoelaces.
Like you'll post something on Facebook, and then they're like, "Oh, well, you're just stupid, huh?" It's like, really? Do you know what research is? You ever done any research? You want me to break it down and provide the links and just feed you the information so you cannot second guess it or question it like I'm some sort of an authoritarian figure? Is that what to do? They'll believe anything that authority says. Oh, that's not real. None of that is real. If it was real, we would see it on TV. Yeah, what are you seeing on TV right now, guys? Something about Russia scare war. We're gonna get nuked. Ain't never gonna happen. We ain't never gonna get nuked because nukes ain't real. Not the way you think.
But how are we gonna have a global war on terror if there's no globe?
This is a problem.
I think that's why they changed it to climate change.
You actually misquoted Bush Jr. there. It's war on terror.
That's Abraham's father, by the way, Tara. Yeah, Bush Sr., his nickname, code name was Magog. And Bush Jr.'s name was Gog in the Skull and Bones. So when Bush Jr. said Gog and Magog are at work in the Middle East, he was not lying.
What is GOG? Go ahead.
It's King of the North. Kings of the North. And the United States owns Thule, right? Thule Air Force Base. It's the northernmost Air Force base. It's in Greenland. In Kukanon, Greenland. And if you want to learn more about it, check out Project Iceworm. It's about them building the base and installing these reactors there to
I never
generate
heard of
electricity.
Iceworm.
You haven't?
No, surprisingly.
I think it was done like in the 60s or 70s.
So, did they build something in? Was it like
Yeah,
a tech?
they built something under the ice. They built a nuclear power plant under the ice and under the glacier in Greenland.
I see how they
So
have
that they
like
could power. They had to have a base there for quick response.
quick response for. I'm sorry, I just
Yeah,
entered a couple minutes ago.
for the Russia-America conflict called the Cold War, which never existed.
Okay, I see. So they built something to kind of use during the war if they had to.
Well, they had to have a source of electricity, and it's a very remote area.
Gotcha. Yeah. Well, that's smart.
Yeah.
They just built a nuclear plant in the underneath the ice.
Well, that's what was claimed, but I think they built an entire huge underground city underneath there. And
I bet, dude.
Recent radar scans of the glacier indicates geometric patterns and 90-degree angles, which nature does not make.
So that's like like an artifact of them doing something, perhaps.
Perhaps that's where Rome is under the ice. Did you know that Washington, D.C., before it was changed to Washington, D.C., was called Rome?
No. Fucking
You
no.
did not know that?
No.
Did you also know that there's a Rome in Georgia?
No. That's crazy. So there's a Rome in Georgia, Washington, D.C. When was Washington,
And
D.C.
New York.
Rome? Was this like when America came to be, or was it before?
And a Memphis in
It's
Tennessee, a Zion in Illinois.
There's Rome, Maryland, right?
yes, Rome, Maryland. And then you even have Rome, New York, right? New York is called the Empire State. What empire?
The Roman Empire.
No, at least you understand that much. So
We're certainly
see that
falling just like Rome is in every way possible.
By chance,
well, I
do you
don't think
remember
Rome
the
ever fell.
gentleman who owned Maryland, Rome? Do you remember his name?
No,
It was named after a pope, or a pope was
I can't.
named after him.
I can't remember his name. Was it Assisi or something like that?
I'm not remembering. That's why I asked.
Yeah, I can't remember, man.
I have a question. It's a little, well, it's not off topic because it has to do with flat Earth. But is anybody familiar with, like, in detail, Newton, like how he conducted his science? Because I was trying to put together, like logically, I'm relatively new to flat Earth. How can Newton, prove gravity using an experiment using the scientific method? Because somebody in here pointed out you can't observe gravity, so
We
you
don't
can't.
use we don't
He
use
never.
Newtonian gravity anymore.
Well, he
That's
never,
how.
yeah, he never proved it, right? Because it's
Well, he
Well,
never.
I mean, they switched
He
it
never
in
wanted.
1914. They switched it to relativity anyway to get away from it because there was never any proof for it. So it was never proved, and it was never actually used.
And
Wow.
Newton never wanted his work on gravity attributed to his name. Never wanted to publish it.
So I was reading last night that he used something called theory-mediated evidence to basically turn data into evidence, but it's like they try to paint it as like much more convincing evidence that could be understood through I'll have to read the definition, but basically he turned data into evidence, and that's how I'm assuming he got through the nuances of the scientific method, like following. But it just makes it makes the model just seem like it was built on complete bullshit. Like we're talking about secret societies. He was a Jesuit. So was I don't know if Einstein was, but the guy who invented Big Bang was. He was a Jesuit Catholic priest.
He was in the Thelma or whatever it is theoscopy, like Crowley. He was the Crowleyist.
Yeah, I just want to say that Newton never produced like anything scientific method that was like viable. He did do quite a bit of work on like studying prophecy and stuff like that, but I would say both are equally as scientific.
Yeah, he was
Actually,
also an
not
alchemist too.
scientific.
Like that's occult shit. Like he's like an occult scientist.
Yeah, the thing is, Newton never postulated a theory for gravity. It was actually Michel Cavendish and C.V. Boyce that pushed gravity using the Cavendish so-called experiment, which wasn't an experiment, and got it through because of the Royal Society and the rest of the corruption within so-called peer review.
So Newton invented a sect of mathematics, didn't he? Did he invent calculus, or was it something else? I'm trying to read what it was, because what that tells me is if he like justified his experiment using his own like mathematical framework that he invented, that's bullshit. Like it just seems like it just it just seems like a way to
He
just
didn't invent it. He stole it from Leibniz.
really.
Yeah. Newton was a plagiarist, yes, but
Was Einstein right?
there is a
Yes.
hardcore
to the patent office.
censorship on this. Yeah.
So from what I'm getting is all of these propped up, the scientists were basically they all repurpose other people's theories, but they're the ones who took credit, and they were all affiliated with pretty much secret societies in some way or another. That's weird to me.
Yeah,
Well, they
they
don't want
stole,
you knowing the truth. Sorry, go ahead, Drees.
yeah, I was just gonna say, yeah, they stole the credit of the people who did the work and gave that credit to
Yeah.
specific people to prop them up, so they would be people or idols to believe in.
Yes.
For the scientism.
Yes. Exactly.
That's why Newton, when the academicians asked him, how did you found this theory of gravity, this calculus? How did you come to this formula, equation? And he wasn't capable to explain. So what he did, he said, well, I was sitting on a tree and an apple fall on my head. So then I theorized there has to be a force. He gave the silly example with the apple. It's just like Neil deGrasse Tyson showing the microphone dropping, you know.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's a similar thing with Newtonian gravity. We can and do, and we must think of Newtonian gravity as a force. That doesn't mean it really is, but we don't necessarily need to work at the really is level in this case.
Right. So why is it that, the world actually works in the framework and they use gravity and equations and physics, and it works even though it doesn't exist? Is there a reason why it works?
See, that formula equation, the problem is we cannot call gravity a force, but actually from the equation you are calculating the force, actually, the F. And yeah, it's mass 1 times mass 2,
Do they actually use it for any practical purpose here on Earth, or is it all just theoretical? Because standard model omits it. It doesn't work at all with quantum.
Right.
Yeah, but when you look at Newton's formula equation, you will see that that is a one vector formula. It's a univectorial formula. So there is only attraction force. You do not have charges. You have no polarities. Nothing. Just attraction, which is actually contradicting these all other forces of nature, like electricity, magnetism, electrostatics, temperature, caloric, energy. Electricity has two charges, positive, negative. Magnetism has two poles, north, south. So according to these charges or polarities, you have either a force of attraction or a repulsion. But in the case of gravity, you don't have such a thing. So by default, it does not meet the requirements to establish a field, because forces require a field to manifest in. And the construct of the field is this binary construct, opposite charges or polarities, or temperature, positive, negative. Yeah.
Gravity can do work, though.
Yeah, but it's not a force by default. And actually, it's not even detectable. By manipulating magnetism, we can actually affect the downwards acceleration rate by manipulating the temperature. We can affect something is going to fall down or is going to float in the air or it will rise. By manipulating also electrostatic charges, yeah, we can also achieve these things. And even manipulating sound,
Right.
having a special speaker and reflector, setup, we can create create sonic levitation, ultrasound, sound levitation.
Are you just overcoming, though?
Sorry?
Are you just overcoming the downward force, though?
What downward force? What happens when you drop a helium balloon?
Yeah.
Is that overcoming? I mean, what is that?
What
no,
downward
I'm saying that manipulating these forces that we already know, we can see.
The question is malformed. Sorry, you said, is it overcoming what?
Yeah.
You haven't proven what the downward force is.
Yeah, because I'm pretty sure Creation Bear just played a clip from some astrophysicist who says that we don't deal with the really is, right? And then right before that, he said, we must think of gravity as a force, but it's not a force.
Yeah.
Right? So what we're asking you is if you're disagreeing with, them, just go ahead and say it. They don't know what they're talking about. That's perfectly socially acceptable, but we need to know what force you're talking about.
Well, there was a force there before you put the levitation field, that force.
Well, what if it's the lack of force? Have you ever considered that?
Well, I never heard of a levitation.
I know this sounds. Hold on, let me ask him real
Go
fast.
ahead.
The lack of buoyant force, wouldn't that make things fall down?
Yeah. It cannot sustain.
So we can make things go up and down by manipulating relative density, right? Proving cause and effect. If you understand the scientific method, if not, you let me know. Do you understand the scientific method? How it's a cause and effect relationship hypothesis test?
Me, yeah.
Okay, good. So we can manipulate relative density, right? We do it all the time. Apple falls in the water, it floats. You let out the water, it goes down. What caused the apple to go down? In the pail of water, when you let the water out, you drain the water. What caused the apple to go down to the bottom of the pail?
The drainage.
The manipulation of the relative density of the object in the medium. The lack of buoyant force is the actual cause.
Can you talk about things in a vacuum? Or?
Well, is that what you see in nature? Where do you see a vacuum in nature? We can talk about things in a vacuum, but let's try to stay on point, right?
I'm sorry. I'm just trying to isolate the gravity.
Okay, so you want to isolate the gravity. So I bet whatever you put in there, except for gas, is going to go down to the bottom. Do you know why? Because it's the densest thing in the vacuum.
You've removed any medium for the objects to resist or act against, so it's just going to go to the bottom of the vacuum.
Just like everything else that doesn't have buoyant force. Except birds. But they got hollow bones, so that's, So yeah, to me, if you look up specific gravity,
what is the force?
Listen, what we're saying here is if you look up specific gravity, right, it'll give you the answer.
Dude, wait. So you believe in gravity?
No, we don't believe. Because gravity requires belief. That is why it is not science.
I'm just trying to figure out what type of point Hank Hill is trying to make.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry if I
He's
wasn't
talking
clear. Yeah,
about
I got a lot of family
specific
stuff
gravity.
going on. So, yeah. So basically, what it boils down to is if you understand the scientific method, then you understand cause and effect relationships. You with me so far? Now look up specific gravity, right? Read the definition and listen to what I'm saying. When you manipulate the medium that an object is in, you're manipulating the relative density to the object in the medium. You with me so far?
Yeah.
Okay, so when you do that, you can cause things to go down, right? Like an apple in a pail of water. You drain the water. What caused it to go down? Mass attracting mass, the bending and warping of space-time, or the fact that I just manipulated the cause, which is the relative density. Which one do you want to
Manipulating.
believe in? Right. So we believe in science around here. So you can believe whatever you like. We don't care. But that was my point. I'm sorry if I didn't make it clear enough the first time.
The point is that the medium affects what happens to objects, not gravity. You're assuming that a force called gravity, because we've all been trained or taught from a very young age that gravity exists and it's affecting everything.
Dude, the medium is
So
ether.
right. So think of it like this, right? If you have a swimming pool, right, with no water in it, and you've tried to, put a beach ball in there, it's going to go down to the bottom of the pool because the beach ball is denser than the air. If you put water in that pool, it's going to float to the top because it's less dense than the water. If you remove all the water again and put a vacuum over and create the pool as a vacuum, taking all the air out, the most dense object in the vacuum is going to be ball, which is going to go to the bottom of the pool. The only thing that changed is the medium all three times. The ball stayed the same, and it's affected by whatever's surrounding it. It's pretty straightforward.
If it ball, yeah, because if it was a beach ball in a vacuum, it will just explode and fill.
Well,
The gas would
you know
fill
what I
the
mean.
available.
Yeah.
Well, it
Yeah,
was a 3-inch
I know,
thick steel beach ball with a hollow core.
But you know what I mean. Like, what? Let's use a
Yeah,
piece of wood.
I know.
Right? A piece of wood
Yeah,
that'll float.
yeah,
Right? Yeah.
exactly. Yeah. There's
But it's
nothing
really
to
that simple.
support it.
They've complicated it to where they've introduced all this stuff that you are assuming that's not there. It's just we're always going to be in a medium of some kind, and that medium is going to determine what happens to an object. It's just most of the time we're in air, and so when you drop objects, most of the time they fall down, but not all the time because balloons and
Yeah.
Why are there more air molecules near the surface?
What do you mean? Well, that is also where gas is created at the surface level, like a tea kettle. There's going to be more steam at the nozzle of the tea kettle than there is going to be, 9 feet away from it, right?
Yeah.
Why is there less oxygen the more you go up?
I don't know. I didn't determine the density of oxygen based on all the other gases around it. This is how it works.
Because of temperature drop, the O2 molecule requires this special state. The temperature between -60 up to, I don't know, 60 Celsius or 80.
It's cold up there?
Yeah, the higher you go up, the colder it gets.
Wow.
They say NASA is saying that in space, in shadow of sunlight, yeah, there is like below -200 Celsius. I'm not sure, 250 or 260.
Oh shit!
At that temperature, oxygen will condensate and will precipitate. So you can't have it in a gaseous state.
Exactly.
Yeah. So it explains why um, you don't have oxygen. But yeah, you do have other noble gases and helium and hydrogen. These rare gases.
We're a
What do
little far
you
into the
what do
weeds
you
because
guys
your initial
Yeah.
question was isn't it overcoming? And I guess our question is
Yeah.
overcoming what? You've yet to prove that gravity is such a thing because you can't even isolate. When you said
Yeah.
before you wanted to isolate gravity, well, you're never going to isolate gravity because there's always going to be a medium that's going to affect the object that's stronger or more effective than gravity.
So is it like electrical or magnetic or something?
All of the
No.
above.
Okay. All right. Yeah.
Well,
Well,
I
here's the
want
point,
to
though.
say something.
We
Yeah.
don't want to make claims that we
Oh,
can't prove per se.
Understood.
What we're trying to say,
yeah.
the main point is that what the world governments claim the world to be is a little bit of bullshit.
Yep. So to do
Yeah.
anything with gravity, you would have to isolate away the effects of relative density. You would also have to isolate away any of the electromechanical properties that are existing in the medium. You would
Right.
have to remove or
Yeah.
be able to manipulate the medium. So, okay, fine. But you would also have to remove electromagnetics and electrostatic properties to
Every force
isolate.
possible,
Yeah.
right?
All the
So,
fields. Yeah.
But how do you know? Like, what if there's forces that we don't know? And that's one of the criticisms of the experiment that Newton conducted. What is it? The Cavendish?
Well, we
Well,
have
but
no
that's
technological
not
instruments.
that's
our
not
problem.
that's
That's
not
the
a
people trying
measurement.
to
Yeah.
prove. Yeah, that's their
Right.
problem. You know,
That is their. You're right.
This is not a
like I don't
measurement.
have to. Just
Anything
like
they don't even know. They don't even know what they're trying to what it was trying to do if when asked.
You see, we build technology, all sort of technologies, based on all these governing forces and fields: magnetism, electricity, electrostatics, sound, temperature. Yeah, we have all these. We have heaters, we have air conditioners, we have photo cameras. Yeah, we use light sensors. We can record images. Yeah.
Okay, can you guys give me a comeback to this? I posted last night. I just said interesting point because you cannot observe gravity, you cannot test gravity using the scientific method. All right, so somebody posted, just create a vacuum chamber large
Yeah.
enough so that the gravitational attraction between the mass inside of it and any mass outside of it are by the inverse square law in the margin of error. It's not hard because gravity is an extremely weak force. So what do I say to that? Like, you still have to isolate the other forces, right? Because even if you created
beyond
a
that,
vacuum,
no, you create. Well,
No,
now the
I get.
vacuum is your medium.
Let me talk to you on this one. So, in a scientific experiment, what are the two things? What do you have to manipulate?
an object, right?
Well, you have to manipulate what your presumed cause is, right?
Right.
Independent.
Okay.
Right. So if you create a vacuum chamber instantly, if you're putting that into the context of a scientific experiment, what's the only thing you can manipulate?
The chamber itself? Well,
Well,
nothing if it's just a chamber,
the
right?
medium. The medium.
Ah,
You
right.
can remove air. You can remove air. You can add air. So you can remove and add gas pressure. So just by using a vacuum chamber, it proves that the cause of the behavior of these things in the medium that they exist in is actually the medium that they exist in and nothing else.
Fuck. He's gonna know. Like, if I put that back, I don't know if he's gonna know that I said that because that's, dude. I mean, you know way more about science than me.
Yeah, but it's not. Gravity's not science. You can't manipulate gravity, so you're never going to do science on it.
Right. Yeah, so that's not even an argument. Just create a vacuum chamber. It's not an argument.
Exactly. Well, because it's the medium, right? You can take the same object, can do different things in one medium and the same thing in another. The only thing that changed is the medium that those objects are in.
Yeah,
Or
all
the
it does
environment
is
it's part of.
all it does is support us and specific gravity or relative density. It doesn't actually prove them right in any way.
Yeah, I would also say it's a classic begging the question fallacy, because they're saying that gravity exists because gravity exists. And
Well, no. They're saying that create a vacuum because space exists. That's why they're saying that.
No.
Because they assume space.
But you're saying, no, because the question is whether gravity exists.
Right.
Right? So that's the question itself, is whether gravity exists. And so they're saying, well, all you have to do is assume gravity exists, and then gravity exists. He's not saying it in those words.
Well, right. Yeah.
Philosophical.
Yeah.
But you haven't proven it in the first place, right? That's the point.
Right.
Yeah, exactly. And then when they say to prove it, they say, well, we'll beg the question of space in order to prove and beg the question of gravity.
Right.
Sure.
Of which none of us can actually go to space to manipulate it, so we're back to square one. I guess to answer your question, you respond to that one guy.
Yeah.
Ask him what the independent variable was in the scientific experiment for gravity. Let's see what he says.
It's supposed to be G, right?
Yeah.
Well, gravity can't be the thing you're manipulating in order to prove the thing you're manipulating.
And tell him that it absolutely must come from the paper that was released on November 25th, 1915. It has to come from that paper.
It's very interesting how a lot of even smart people assume space, and that's how we're going to solve the problem. Just create a vacuum because we're assuming something that we can't test, and that's exactly what gravity is based on, right?
Yeah. It's a tooth fairy.
Okay, I would like to interject right now with my speculation is that Einstein was trotted out only because the Michelson-Morley, I forgot the other one.
Sagnac? Or
Michelson-Morley, Michelson, and another name. But also, the Sagnac, those things that were created that were showing Earth is not in motion. Ares failure is another one. He was tried out because of these guys. Those 5 famous scientists we have the video of.
Yeah.
Nicholson Gale is who you couldn't think of.
Thank you. That was it. Michelson Gale. Yep.
Yeah, they built and used interferometers, which are even today the most used and the most precise tools for measurements. In metalworking, we use interferometers for ultra precision measurements, like the 1,000th part of a micron. That's nanometers. We can measure nanometer precision using laser interferometry. And the funny thing about these instruments, if you put them on a table which is mobile, it will affect your measurement if that instrument is not standing still. I would say this downwards vector is the easiest way to explain it is specific gravity. And what this is actually a very complex construct assembly of systems of forces and fields. We have all the nature's elements with their properties. All of them have magnetic, electric, electrostatic properties and certain behavior according to the temperature that they have. They are the temperature they are at.
So to answer his question, I'm thinking I'm going to start off with thinking that we would have to be able to go to space to know that space exists, and we would have to manipulate space to know that it's a vacuum, right? I mean, that's prior to even doing an experiment about gravity relating it to a vacuum. We would have to know that space is a vacuum, or I'm assuming so.
What?
Well,
no, think of it like Narnia. Narnia would have to be real in order for you to make any kind of time dilation tests on its time spent inside the wardrobe.
Yeah.
Right? It's all nonsense. I mean, it's all, it have to all be real, and then it's all I mean,
right.
cool.
You would have to get beyond the second law of thermodynamics first, so you would have to show a gas pressure without a container first. That's the veil of that one, that natural law, for you to do anything else.
Hey, this new guy, what's your name, please?
Who, me?
Yeah.
Joe Mama.
Oh, my real name or my name on here?
Name here, yeah.
Oh, it's I'm not feeling good.
You're not feeling good?
Sorry, I didn't hear that. Could you say it again?
I'm not feeling good. Well, that's how it's spelled.
Okay. Okay. What do you like me to call you?
My feelings are
No, my
not
feelings are hurt. So
good.
stop right now. My feelings.
Glow bars hurts my feelings.
Feelings. Okay.
Oh.
I'm sorry,
Yeah.
flatters. Yeah.
Did you know that it's shameful for a man to take offense because that's a female's thing to do, is to take an offense?
Imagine being offended by the flat Earth. I mean, it's God's flat Earth. It's beautiful, the way He intended, or whatever.
Oh, so you are a flat earther?
Yeah, of course. That's why I'm here, guys.
I thought you were the guy.
Well, you thought wrong, Gappy.
Asking questions about gravity.
Oh yeah, no, I'm just looking for arguments, so I know what to say to people that argue.
Oh,
against.
okay, yeah.
I just want to know what people who have argued this way more than I have, have to say about it.
Then I want to ask you something in regards to Einstein and relative gravity, relativistic.
Yeah.
So, the question I like to ask these people who believe in Einstein is, do you believe that your feet are older than your head?
That's a good question. I mean, I don't believe in I think all of these.
Yes, because they came out of the womb first.
Oh my God! Yeah, but what if you came head first? Because it's
but
the same question.
That's a miscarriage.
Miscarriage. So yeah, they say according to the speed velocity, because when you're on a ball spinning, your feet are actually moving at a slower speed, tangential speed than your head. So your head is traveling faster, and the time dilates, so your head will be younger than your feet.
Some crazy
it's
shit,
so
hey?
crazy. Yeah.
They actually do believe that.
Yeah. So when you ask them their age, hey, how old are you? Well, my feet are 20 and my head is 21.
You need centimeters?
No, like years, age. Yeah.
Oh, well, they say that you get like new skin cells. So many body parts have different ages, but yeah, like after a few months, you get like new skin. I see.
Yeah.
So your skin's only a few months old.
Yeah, and the skin cells of your head, they turn over quicker than that of your feet.
Don't be giving Glovers any ideas. Gonna have to do 2 birthdays every year for everyone now. It's ridiculous.
Oh my god.
How small is 10 to the minus 17 torr?
It's like a hydrogen, like atoms, or is it molecules? I can't remember. That makes a big difference, that last part there.
Nah, well, one hydrogen atom, we are talking about picometers. Yeah. So a few picometers. And
Not to be
that's
confused with
just
orange pico.
it's a very small size, but yeah, it's technologically
That's what she
measured.
said.
In fact, what does pic mean when it comes to divisions? Because I know micron means 1 million divisions, right?
Yeah, it's a billion. One pico, it's 1 billionth of a millimeter.
Wow. That's fine frog hair.
Yeah.
So would you say if we had like a sample of this, like a good sample, we could barely get it to measure at all?
Well,
Like,
in picometers, yeah, we can measure with laser interferometers, but further than that, they say they have some sort of 10 to the minus 6. But how did they measure 10 to the minus 17? What device did they use?
It's not possible.
Like that sensor.
They use gravity.
They use theory mediated evidence to make data evidence. That's how they do it.
You use gravity and refraction. You fuse those together and get something new.
Okay, imagine a membrane like a piezoelectric device, like a piezoelectric encoder, yeah, which is a very precise positioning tool. It's nanometer precision, you know. And yeah, according to how that membrane bulges upwards, yeah, it does every 1 nanometer, you know, one step at a time. How? What the heck? I can't explain because we are going at sizes which are a billion times smaller than an atom.
Can't fucking measure it. It's impossible. But because they can still measure, the data is what it is, guys. And
Yeah.
that's what it is.
Gravity knows everything. Yeah, I say it's purely theoretical.
It's they calculate it. They don't measure anything.
Yeah,
They calculate all
exactly.
kinds of shit, and then say,
Calculate.
well,
Yeah.
calculates, and then most people just see a bunch of zeros and
Bunch of
ones
bullshit.
and times and boy, like I don't know.
Yeah.
I'm not a nerd. Nerds must have figured it out, so y'all trust what they say.
Oh my god. Yeah, I think there's definitely a mathematician circle jerk kind of thing in society. Like everybody looks up to the guys writing shit on chalkboards. Yeah, like these dudes are creating your simulation, guys.
Well, it's not that their calculations are wrong per se, right? It's just that they don't represent reality. So, like, if someone's going to calculate the shape of Earth and all this kind of stuff, and they need the R value, and they just plug in 3959 because someone measured it somewhere, and Google says the radius is that, and I'm going to base my measurements off of that, and they do all the all the math, and all the math is correct, sure, but that doesn't. It doesn't mean that the radius is actually 3959. It doesn't represent reality, even though the math could be correct. Someone had to plug in those data points for those for that calculation, and that's what we're asking for.
It doesn't
we know the
represent
math
reality.
is correct. Yeah, the math
Yeah,
can be backwards engineered to
mathematics.
work.
Yeah.
We're not arguing the math. We're arguing where the data for the math, for the calculations, were actually measured.
Yeah.
It's assumed and theoretical. And it says so on Google. They just try to it as like, oh, it's even better than real evidence. Oh, it's fucking fake. It's data.
You use your kitchen table as an example, right? So it's so simple, right? If I have to measure my table and I have all the math that accurately gives all the angles and the proportions and the length and all that math about my kitchen table is absolutely correct because I took a tape measure and measured the length of it and the width of it so that I can physically, now I have those measurements, now I can do all kinds of math. But unless someone lays tape to somewhere or physically measures something, the numbers are just made up by somebody who figured that someone before them figured it out. Before them, they figured it out, and it's just passed on because we're standing on the shoulders of giants who came before us. And how dare you question them?
Yeah. You see, the word data is very funny how it is used. If you take books which predate the internet era, like scientific books, you will see that people used the term collection of facts. And actually, in those times, the word data, and even today, it means that data is a quantity of information which can be gained from all sorts of measurements, but also using data generate. Like random number generator, which, also randomness doesn't actually exist. There's always a pattern, Yeah. But because it's very advanced, complex, it looks for us like it's chaotic, But actually, such thing, chaos, doesn't really exist.
If you don't look at it like through the mathematical model. Like
Well, I know. For example, I used these programs to generate random combinations of letters and numbers, like for cracking passwords, and I know what I'm talking about. They are not random. You always use a certain algorithm.
Right. There's always
Yeah.
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 So you're saying things aren't completely random. Like there's an algorithm
Yeah.
in the randomness, and
Yeah.
it's an
I'm
interesting way
sorry
to
for
look at it.
interrupting. Are you talking about like sacred geometry, like Pythagoras or maybe pi, or some other pattern that's always repeating, is always there to get the average of what you need, right? Isn't that what you're talking about? Like there's a code written into the code in nature. Is that what you're talking about, bro?
It's very similar. Yeah.
Yeah,
But
yep. It's like
this,
intelligent design, kind of like in
yeah,
the randomness.
you find that there is no chaos and like random. There's always a structure, organized. Something comes after this, Yeah.
What about quantum?
Well, I looked into these quantum number generators, and yeah, they are very good. I mean, um, I wish I had access to a quantum computer so I can create some data, because yeah, those will be very good tools for
Yeah.
hacking and cracking everyone
Blockchain.
in this world. Yeah.
I was hoping you'd say take over the world, but I guess I'm glad you didn't.
Yeah. No, we can't take over. I mean, those quantum computers, they own this world, literally.
Yeah, they do.
Yeah.
The future financial systems, dude, they're worried about quantum computers.
Yeah.
They'll take out the miners, the crypto miners. Will get pwned by the quantum.
Yeah.
51%
Those
attack.
are jokes. Yeah, it's just giving us like a silly game, which they make it. They give this physicality. Oh, these special codes represent this valuable money, which you can mine if you make a computer. Yeah. Okay. Nice game, but in the end, actually, this Google NASA AI created Bitcoin, and he
NASA
own
AI?
they own the Bitcoin. Yeah.
Really? NASA
Yeah.
AI? Are you serious?
Yeah. Oh my
Is
God.
that Satoshi? Is
I
that
mean,
Satoshi Nakamoto?
Oh, what?
yeah.
No.
You see,
What?
in 1989,
Bro.
when they supposedly launched the World Wide Web, the internet. Actually, that was a worldwide network which represented the neural network for NASA's AI. And in 2000,
Holy
Google
shit.
bought the first quantum computer and made it a gift to NASA and installed it at NASA, and they allied. They made an alliance together, and they have this Google NASA quantum computing, D-Wave quantum computing, and
D-Wave? Bro,
AI
I know D-Wave.
laboratory. Yeah.
That was some scary shit. I forget what it's. I remember reading about it like 15 years ago. Let me
Well,
So that's the beast that created the New World Directive.
yeah.
Thanks.
Yeah.
It's all done through DARPA.
Yeah.
Oh.
It's the
Okay, so they're
supreme
practical quantum
commander.
computing.
Yeah.
D-Wave.
You see, this NASA AI in the 90s, as soon as they launch it, its first move was taking over the world's stock market and finances. It made wonders into stock markets. So it became the invisible god of Wall Street. Everyone who was using a computer, yeah, all those stock agents, if they were using computers with this software, yeah, they were thriving a lot by using it. If you were not using computers, then you were not doing well in the stock market.
That's right.
Yeah. And yeah, it has been adopted quickly because it did wonders like reduce the waste of natural resources, managing at war the whole world's natural resources, which no man would have been capable of such a thing, you know.
No. You know, they say, oh, we have, there's gold in space. There's finite amounts of gold on Earth, but there's gold in space. Space isn't real. There's not fucking
Yeah.
gold in space, guys. I mean, there's probably more gold on the undiscovered parts of, the world that we haven't seen and other stuff, but definitely not in space.
Yeah. If you buy land on the moon, that's the biggest scam.
Yeah. Land on the moon is a huge
Yeah.
scam, dude. The moon's not
Yeah.
fucking. I gotta stop cursing. I'm sorry.
Forget about the moon. I'll sell you some land in Mars.
Yeah, Venus and Jupiter.
Give me some
Yeah.
Bitcoin. I'll give you some land. I'll sell you some land in Mars.
Yeah.
So, what do you think the moon is, guys? Like, from your personal beliefs, doesn't have to be. It's more subjective, right?
It's a light in the
I
sky, bro.
I would speculate it's a light source which is quantum locked above the world in a circular path, which is called orbit. The word orbit predates the space era, and in those times, the word orbit meant to travel in a circular path around a center. So that's what orbit means. It has nothing to do with what NASA says it means now, like flying so fast that you are actually falling around the curvature of the Earth. Yeah. They call orbit.
Somebody had made a good point yesterday, saying that like the ocean, like hurricanes and really powerful storms should throw the Earth, not throw it off its orbit, but like make it wobble or something, right? So there's like tons of stuff that should theoretically happen that would disrupt other things because there's little
Yeah, when you have earthquakes and, for example, giant tsunamis, moving around this supposed ball, you have a quick change of mass, and it's quite a large quantity of water is moving from one place to another, so it makes that new place much heavier. There's more matter over there, and it's not rotating slow. The tangential speed at the equator is 1,000 miles an hour, a little bit above. It's supersonic speed. So something spinning with this kind of speed.
Yeah, that should totally help the spin too, right?
Yeah, it will be off balance, unbalanced thing spinning, rotating. So it
So you
will
not only have the
vibrate like
billions of
crazy.
pounds of water being displaced, you
Yeah.
have the actual spinning hurricane that
Yeah.
should affect the spinning ball. in some way.
You know, I have a nice, funny GIF, which shows a car tire spinning at 10,400 RPM. And that means a tangential speed of 1,332 kilometers an hour, the speed of sound. When it reaches that speed, the car tire explodes. And the car tire has been engineered to resist at spinning. You know, it was designed to spin, to last.
So your theory on the moon is something that I saw in one of these videos recently. That the way they describe it, I'm not nearly as good at describing it. They said the way the moon was formed at the North Pole or at the center. I guess that's where it is, right? The North Pole. There was tons of, I guess, radiation from something in the center that shoots straight up, and they're saying that bounces off the top of the dome structure, which then somehow creates a sort of X-ray superimposed image. Now there's like, they take the moon and they kind of layer it so you see like, what looks like the map of the Earth. You see like all the terrain that looks exactly like how the Earth is mapped, plus other stuff we haven't, potentially discovered yet. But it looks like it
That's a
works.
lot of speculation.
Yeah.
That's a lot of speculation, but please continue in your speculation.
Sure. And when they layer, they take that, and then they take what looks like the artifacts of what it would look like if radiation bounced off the top of a dome in a certain angle. You see, like, these artifacts that make it very interesting. And if my friend pointed out last night, I mean, I don't really want to get into like the spiritual and religious symbolism aspect of it, but that is a polar, it's like a polar opposite, which is associated with like the opposing evil. The you're taking something and you're reversing it.
Yeah, mirror image.
Yeah. But if that's what the moon is, the other explanation is that it's cosmic plasma as a result of that. And the only thing about that I think makes sense is that the moon's light is cold light, and plasma isn't always cold, but it can be. It can have that effect. And for whatever reason, the moon does do that, which I guess you would expect. Like if the sunlight was bouncing off the moon, you're assuming it wouldn't be cold light, right? So right away, it's
Well,
something.
if the sunlight is bouncing off the moon, then, I have a picture with 48 different colors of the moon. So the sun has to be a multicolor changing disco ball, then, right?
Right.
According to Globers.
Exactly.
I like to say that.
Yeah, I think that's an interesting theory of the moon, and if it is true, it just makes creation more obvious because you walk outside, you get this map of the Earth like at night. Like what if you're like lost at sea? You get a big map up there. I mean, I think that's kind of interesting just to think about.
I suggest you look into liquid helium.
Liquid helium. I've never heard about it.
Yeah. Well, it's
Does it float?
The liquid helium has 4 states.
So speculation is over, right? This is legit.
Yeah.
4 states of helium.
Yeah.
Sorry, bro.
Yeah. So helium gas. You know it with the example of balloons which rise when they are filled with helium. This gas becomes liquid at 5 degrees Kelvin. It's the only element in nature, the last actually element in nature which condensates at 5 Kelvin. You know, it's the coldest temperature, and helium is the last one, which condensates at this temperature. Below 5 Kelvin, down to 2.17, you have two states, helium 1 and 2. And below the lambda point, this 2.17 Kelvin is called the lambda point. Below the lambda point, all the way down to 0 Kelvin, which is absolute, we have another two states, and helium becomes superfluid. We are in the quantum realm now. It shows, it changes all its characteristics, properties, behavior. Everything is unlike anything that we experience in our reality. This liquid has a upwards flow. It will climb the walls of its container and it will leak out from the container. Yeah. It
Do you
has
think it's
frictionless flow in opposite directions in the same time. So that's like, you have two destinations you want to go to, A and B. You are in between A and and they are also in opposite directions. And you take the choice to go towards all these two directions in the same time, and you're actually doing it. For us, physically, it's impossible, but not for helium. This relates to that quantum effect in quantum computing, like the third kind of bit, which is the qubit, which is, in the binary we have 0 and 1. Like a light switch is on and off. So when it's on, you have light in the room. When it's off, the light bulb is off, so there is no light. But in the quantum, you can have this switch on and off in the same time. So in your room, you have light and you see, and you also do not have light and you do not see in the same time. Yeah.
Do you think that the fact that materials have multiple properties is like something that, they can be used to just trick you with science in certain circumstances?
Yeah, for example, the best example for this, where they use the properties of metals to deceive us, is like in the Cavendish experiment.
Okay, this is what
They
I wanted to
used,
know. This is what I wanted to know. Please explain.
yeah, they used lead ball weights, and the lead metal has the lead atom is diamagnetic. His magnetic property is diamagnetism. But when you have two atoms of lead together, now you have metal. When you have more atoms of lead together, it's a metal, and it's not diamagnetic, but it is paramagnetic. It has a different magnetic property, but it has, you see, because the metal is made of those atoms, which individually they are diamagnetic, but all together, when they are all together, they are paramagnetic, and they have opposite kind of magnetic properties. And because of this anomaly, it makes lead to be slightly attracted to itself. So if you place two lead metals like
Dude, they
a
tried to.
pendulum close together, they attract each other and they come close together. Yeah.
There was like a newer proof of gravity or something. I don't know what it is, but apparently they took like a huge ball of lead and some other object or something, and they were like, yeah, we can prove. But it looks like no. It looks like perhaps no, because lead has multiple properties, and they could fool you because it could be magnetic, paramagnetic.
Yes.
Also, gold and copper, like
Yeah.
gold can't hold copper, but like a magnet can't. But if you take a copper ball and you put it on a surface of gold, it slows down. It does have an effect on it. It slows down that ball falling off.
Yeah.
Excuse me. So, do you think this is kind of why society doesn't like want you to know about magnets, because secretly magnets are like the reason for a lot of things that we think are because of something else?
Yeah,
Like
probably
gravity.
because of the link
No.
between magnetism and electricity and the electromagnet. The difference between the oppositional pole thing of generating, or like magnet can create electricity, or electricity can create a magnet. That interchange, yeah, they don't want you knowing about the intricacies of that.
Yeah,
To the
definitely
extent,
not.
like Tesla has
Secret forces at play. Secret forces and properties of metals.
for
Someone has to sell you electricity. Someone has to sell you electricity and make a profit. Come on, bro.
That's
Pay
right.
your bill.
You know, there is a very famous YouTuber. I am not sure, Veritasium or I forgot his name. It's so important that I forgot him. But it was one argument I was bringing and telling to Globers and also in Gempanda, which is where I suspect that this guy actually heard my argument, being in that server. And he actually did this experiment, but in a very stupid manner. I was telling to these globers, which come and they invoke gravity, you know. I saw a documentary about a guy who worked for Martin Lockheed, this American company which makes military jet fighters, super technologies and stuff like that. And this was an engineer there. His name it was Boyd Bushman. And this guy discovered in 1970s, and he has a patent, US registered patent for his discovery. He discovered that if you glue together two opposing magnets, and then you take another two of the same dimensions, but you put them together the way they attract each other, and you drop these two objects from a building or whatever heights. And when you drop them, you will see that the magnets which are actually repelling each other, they will always fall at a slower rate, slightly slower rate. And this means that magnetic fields by manipulating magnetic fields, you are directly affecting the downwards acceleration rate.
So you could alter what they believe is gravity.
Yeah, and this discovery itself demolishes gravity, like horribly, you know?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Another example of I wouldn't call it a
Sorry, is
force.
that big G and little G? It destroys gravity. Big G, little G, both? What?
All of them. Yeah.
Another example of another secret force, but I don't want to call it a force. World War II project, no, Operation Paperclip. There is a Nazi scientist, Hermann P. Schwann. He was brought over to the United States. He studied the biological effects of non-ionizing radiation. So he he could tell you, he could Google and look at his research. He outlines this is what can happen to a cell when exposed to this frequency, and it's you can produce all kinds of things to happen inside people's bodies through what they presume to be safe, something that doesn't do that. They say non-ionizing radiation doesn't have that effect. Only ionizing radiation does, because it goes through your, breaches your cells or whatever. But knowing this, it's it opens up a lot of doors of what's actually happening to people, and the standards that we use, that the telecom companies have to follow were based off of this guy's research. I don't want to say it was like him, but it was based off of his research.
Interesting. Yeah.
Yeah, but there's a lot of interesting stuff because he, it's. I'm surprised you can even find it on Google, but there's let me see if I can find. But yeah, his name is Hermann P. Schwann. If anybody wants to remember.
Good one. Yeah, I feel actually frequency-wise, I feel like I'm being assaulted. So I don't know how about the rest of you feel. I know that's only
yeah, no, totally, dude.
My own subjective sensations that I seem to hear them and I'm perceiving them changing, like they're changing, they're modulating. That doesn't happen if it's a tonitis. So
yeah,
I hear something similar when I'm out in nature, but it's a different kind of frequency.
Yeah, there is something that I've seen a lot of anecdotal accounts of people going into big cities and then saying they hear tinnitus and they don't when they leave the cities. I don't know what that could be. I do know that you can modulate your tinnitus. A lot of people don't realize that a lot of tinnitus is your jaw. It has to do with clenching a lot and your TM muscles. Because if you can jut your jaw forward and hear your tinnitus get louder, there's a good chance you grind your teeth, and that's literally the issue. But there is tinnitus people get when they're like around things, which is interesting.
Well, I will tell you something. Do you have a car?
Yes.
And do you have this car alarm on your key? Like, can you open the car and?
No. I have an old car.
Oh, so you don't have an alarm?
No.
Oh, yeah. Well, if you have a friend that has one, you can take that little alarm and from 5 meters far away from the car, you click the button and the alarm, the car close and the alarm on.
It shoots a little electromagnetic bloop, right?
It should arm. You can see that the car is arming. Yeah. So then you move like 10 meters far away. You test it. You see it's still going. You move 25 meters away. And when you click, nothing happens. You're too far away from the car. And you are out of range. But what I suggest you to do is go another 5 meters further, try it again, and you will see no result, no chance to open or close the car. But if you put the remote next to your head and you click, the car will arm and disarm.
Why do you think that is?
What do you think? What? Yeah. What will be your guess?
Does that mean you like metal?
You are the antenna.
No.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, so your skull is basically or something, right? Your body is becoming the antenna for the signal, and you're amplifying it. And this could easily be happening like all the time. And the big difference between the types of cell phones we have now versus like old school Nokia GSM phones. These use pulse radiation, so they're constantly
Yeah.
bleep looping all the
Well,
time, all the time.
you
Like,
were you were you were pretty close, not far from the real answer. What happens is that your brain has a high content of water, and water is a amplifier for a lot of these radio waves, and somehow also an absorber, you know. But what happens is that it really amplifies that signal, you know, and yeah, that's why it will.
I mean, I already have the. I know this is my own personal beliefs. Like, I think like there's shit inside our bodies, like nano materials that are being, I guess, attenuated by these frequencies and stuff. I just think there's like a whole system already in place. Honestly,
Yeah.
it's kind of scary because they've talked about it for decades, but now we're already seeing examples of it in the real world. So we know it's out there,
Well,
and we can only assume it's in our
yeah,
bodies. So
most it's known fact that human brain emits alpha and beta waves, and yeah, this is a spectrum which we don't have technologies,
right.
and if you wanted to do anything into this field, I think you would be like, searching for antennas, transmitter,
Yeah.
receiver
Yeah.
in this kind of domain. You will find yourself straight away in the military technologies, and
Oh yeah, totally.
yeah,
Yeah. Well, that's
you need a
the
special license. Yeah,
5G is military technology, right? That's where the
yeah,
I guess
yeah,
the band that specific band they're using originates from.
yeah.
Um. Yeah, I mean, I think most people can agree that they shouldn't be putting. Oh, go ahead. I'm sorry.
Yeah, sorry. I was just going to say that I don't think they had to give us this band. I think they could have gave us a better band, right, and not use the pulse technology the way that they are.
Yeah.
Because the
No.
pulse technology is what's deadly.
It is. That's the whole concern, right? That's the distinction between old phones and those are safe, and they sneak this shit in. Don't tell anybody. Hey, it's like completely different, and the antennas are bleep blooping like way more all the fucking time, and the signal is they shouldn't even be in your pocket. For one, it says in the phone's legal section for any phone.
Yeah.
But that if you one thing I've noticed, it's potentially a way out for the whole industry. There's a lot of legal kind of success in exposing the telecom companies and the stuff that has been going on. But if you go to Li-Fi, they're trying to build a whole new infrastructure surrounding transmitting data through LED light. I'm not sure if part of it is normalizing like putting LED lights everywhere, like street lights and highway lights, and getting rid of Edison bulbs and all that stuff. But they justify it by saying, hey, 5G can't penetrate through concrete walls, so in order to get to certain places, we're going to have to need like another way. So if the 5G is going to work in conjunction with basically LED lights, so but it's going to be a whole system, and you figure like, dude, I can only imagine how bad that could be, but at the same time, LED light is a lot less harmful for you. So if you're not carrying a phone in
Oh,
your
you
pocket,
think it's less harmful? You think?
yeah, I don't know. I don't know. Yeah, I don't
Yeah.
know.
You see, if you stay, if you change your light bulbs in your home with LED light is very cold. It's not
Yeah.
natural and it's
No.
not pleasing. It's a stressful kind of light. Even if you
It
keep
is.
your eyes closed, it is stressful for the body.
Oh, it blinks.
Yeah.
They say blue light's really bad for you too.
Yeah. But yeah, with LED lights, there are some LEDs which there are some certain spectrum of light which are actually very warm and pleasing. But still, I mean, they are warm as your eyes perceive them. It's easy. It helps you see very well. Or they have a bright white, which is like going a little bit into violet nuance, and it makes things look a little bit brighter, like when you go in a club and there are those black lights and what the white glows, yeah. Those are good light for eyes when you read and this kind of stuff. But the other ones, they are toxic. And even these ones, they are also cold. They are literally cold.
I can tell you one
Despite...
interesting. Oh, I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
I can tell you an interesting anecdotal account of testing, like just going to sleep. I live on the third floor of a building now. Nobody lives below me. My landlord lives on the first floor, and the Wi-Fi is in the basement. So I'm not around any antennas other than my phone, and I'm wired into the wall for internet. I don't like Wi-Fi. So when I actually put my phone off on airplane mode and go to sleep, I literally sleep better every time I do it. And I'm not sure if it's like whatever effect, placebo or not, but I do, and it's like you can't really sleep because I feel better in the morning, and that's something. I mean, it's the difference between feeling like shit and not, and it's like I can't fake that. I really can't. I don't do it every night, but
I know. I somehow call it like a buzz in your head, which you do not hear it. Even if I put my phone down, but yeah, it's still connected, it's still online, even if it's in standby or whatever. There is always communication between my phone and the cell towers.
Totally.
So,
there's
those cell towers, they actually, you see, when my phone is on, is transmitting a signal, and those cell towers triangulate the position, and they are actually directing information through the window, and through the walls, directly where it's required, where it's being requested. If I switch off my phone, then those cell towers, they do not signal like focused in my
Right.
room. Yeah.
It's not good to have a huge antenna right outside your window, like how they put these shit on streetlights now that are like
Yeah.
in places they shouldn't be. That's not good. I if that were me, I would literally move because it's very dangerous. And there's a sushi place that just opened up down a couple blocks away from where I am. And literally, there's a huge multi-array 5G tower attached to the building, and it's a small building. It's like a
Yeah.
walk-up sushi place that has a huge ass fucking 5G tower attached to it. It's insane.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yes. Yes.
You guys with those sounds is getting better and better. I mean, I almost busted up there. Glad I wasn't drinking anything.
Well, GBG get said to the windows and the walls. I almost did it, man. I almost played it. If you know.
Yeah, but when you have your devices on, then those cell towers, they are focusing the signal to your location. And yeah, you have
There's another thing that I saw. There's a different kind of technology that are in the new streetlights they put up, the smart streetlights. It's like they're relatively small, but they use 420 volt capacitors, which is a regular streetlight will use 5. So to actually power these new streetlights, they use what are called dielectric lens phased array antennas. So these are antennas that actually point in any direction they want, and they can also they can essentially link up with other streetlights. And
yeah,
what they can do is the purpose of these really is that they can they operate within the spectrum to 3D map the surroundings. So you have I don't know if this is what they're doing yet, but what they can do with it is they instead of using a camera, you can 3D map with radiation using the infrastructure of the streetlights, basically. So you can produce, like high resolution images. I think, it works best supposedly at 12 gigahertz, which is when you get like the clear images.
It sounds like a mix between LiDAR and photo cameras. Yeah.
So that's why they may be digging up the same corners like 6 times in a year. Might be part of the clue.
Yeah. There's places that have argued like little communities to have them taken down, but they always replace them. And technically the technology isn't supposed to be there. It's technically illegal to be in there, but they just sneak it in. And legally, it's really hard to beat that with the way it's set up. So people don't really, you can't take, it's just impossible, basically.
Oh, have you seen Don Petit's famous pictures?
No.
Yeah, the NASA astronauts. Well, his pictures look like this planet is already having the Li-Fi technology. Like it shows the globe at night.
Yeah. But like obviously it's fake, right?
It's all full of lights, everywhere. More than a Christmas tree has.
Oh, so you're saying it's trying to be real, but he did a really bad job with the lights, so it looks like complete bullshit.
Yeah, he did something similar, like when you have these, when you make how is it called, the star trails. When you make that photo and you follow um, long exposure
Right.
photo. Yeah.
Yeah.
And you see the stars like circles of lights, you know.
Hmm.
Yeah, and he did something similar with the globe, you know, and these continents with city lights and stuff. They look like lines of lights, you know, on the ball. Yeah. It's pure CGI. Those images are pure CGI, but they say they are real photographs. Yeah.
It's interesting thinking about how much because I watched a video the other day of I'm sorry of the NASA CGI artists actually talking about their jobs on the news, and this was something that was aired like
Yeah.
years ago. And they're propping them up and they're talking about jobs, and they're like, yeah, we work with the astrophysicists to make sure that our images are consistent with the science, this, that, and the third. And they're like, they're talking about it as if what you see, what they produce, is what we see as reality, not like, hey, these are mock-up images of what we think space looks like.
Yeah.
I'm
Yeah.
100% sure this is what we're seeing, and they're fucking, this is how they're doing it. Because but the whole thing is that they've been faking it essentially from the start. Every image of every planet, everything, and they've just gotten really good at it.
It is Photoshop, but it.
Yeah. And the other reason we know this is true is because if the Earth is pear-shaped, like Neil deGrasse Tyson says,
Yeah.
then the Earth's curvature is wrong. Then other planets should also be different shapes, and we don't see that through NASA. So, using their own logic, right? They're not consistent with their own logic of how things work. So we know that the universe isn't the way they're saying it is.
Yeah.
A little chubbier. A little chubbier. Yeah. Chubby's a good word. It's like pear-shaped. Yeah.
Thank you.
Nice.
Let's see if we can ask NASA's Robert Simmons why it's photoshopped. I butchered that question, but go ahead, CB.
It is photoshopped, but it's has to be.
There you go.
But why? There's 3,000 satellites circling the Earth right now. Can't you give us a good old snapshot? You heard of cameras, right? They've been taking pictures since the 1800s. You think you can get that as like part of your tech up there?
Yeah.
All
because
the
you
time.
can see, because you can see the stars.
Oh yeah.
And pretty much all the time you can see the stars.
It's not
which
a
is
black
cool thing.
void. I mean, it's black, but there's all kinds of little polka dots.
There's all
polka dots.
I think NASA needs more money for better budget to add some iPhones or Androids to the satellites because they don't have good enough cameras to take snapshots, or how do you say
But first, let me take a selfie.
You can, and there's more than stars. You can see planets. You can see moons.
You see the gas Magellan clouds of the
Yeah,
Milky
you
Way
see
galaxy.
the Magellanic Clouds.
Magellanics, I just wanted the
Well,
Magellan
there's a large
clouds.
small, right?
Yeah.
And then you can see the zodiacal light.
Whoa.
And you can tell he's definitely lying.
I can tell by his voice that he's a retard.
Sure.
Don Pettit here from NASA. I'm at home due to the COVID-19 virus.
And he's
That's one of America's best and brightest. Y'all don't slight him now.
He's top of the line scientist. It's like the best of the best.
Yeah. But
We've got a toilet.
practitioner scientist or applied scientist.
So, Don, how do y'all make coffee on ISS? I'm just curious.
That we've got a toilet that you use, and then a machine that goes chug a chug a chug a chug, and then you go to the galley and you make yourself a cup of coffee. And that's exactly what you are thinking it is.
What? Bro, what are you talking about, man?
He doesn't know.
Coming soon to a Dunkin' Donuts and Starbucks near you. Space coffee. Chugga chugga chugga.
Astronaut
Top
coffee.
stream for free.
They say it's the shit.
Shit.
I bet we could get real creative.
I'm just going to read this meme out loud. Newton made up gravity. Later, he realized the calculations all led to a giant singularity where all of the universe gets squished into oblivion. To counter that, they made up dark energy, which is basically anti-gravity. But then calculations now showed everything will move away from each other until dark energy rips the very fabric of outer space. So to balance both, they made up dark matter to hold the gravitations and dark energies together. It is one imaginary justification after another after another. One big imaginary psyop. It's true.
It's actually partially correct what they said, but gravity, right, is not. Sorry, dark matter is not anti-gravity, right? Dark matter, like dark gravity, is a gravitational pull that they need to be there that isn't actually there because there's not enough matter. So they invented this dark matter that creates this extra gravity because the galaxies spin 10 times too fast, according to Michio Kaku.
So it's a
And they need
justification.
to. It's a justification for their failure at the galactic level.
Yeah.
Thanks.
That's so funny. That's how they fix their problems. They invent another theory, right? Hey, our math doesn't make sense. Fuck. They figured it out. What do we do? Just invent another theory and circle jerk the mathematicians like they're gods, basically.
Yeah, so don't use that again. In the future,
Sorry.
go to. Yeah, it's okay. No worries, man. To the Principal movie, and you can hear him talking about it.
Oh, I thought you were saying because he's. I think I cursed. Or was it about gravity?
No, it's about saying that dark matter was anti-gravity. I've never actually heard that before.
Yeah. So it's not anti-gravity. It's just like a justification for the fact that gravity would imply like something horrible, so they have to fix it.
Well, I guess if you were going by the Greek meaning, it could be in place of gravity. So I guess it could be correct, like in the Greek sense. So I guess maybe I could be speaking out of turn. But I know for sure that they say it's like in place of gravity, kind of like the black hole. The black hole is another explanation for why doesn't the galaxies fly apart. So there's like that really big, gravitational pull in the center, and even in the outer arms. I think that's what the dark matter was for, because the outer arms should completely fly apart, because they say that the solar system, the closest body, is the shortest year, and like Pluto would be the longest, right? Mercury would be the shortest. Well, at the galaxy level, at the very far out, those are the fastest turning ones, and the closer you get to the center, have the longest year, oddly enough.
And they've invented a whole way to Newton, a whole way to make the data look like basically convincing. And I guess in the community, that's how they did it. And obviously it is theory, but maybe that's why it's presented as fact, because as far as they're concerned, it is, like, basically. Ugh. I mean, it's kind of crazy realizing the Big Bang is something that, I was taught. I literally thought it half my life, probably, and realizing it was just a theory was like a new thing. I'm like, what? You fucking serious? That's a theory?
Yeah, there's a lot of things that you used to assume were facts. You're gonna find out they're not. So
Yeah,
that's just
Yeah, like what is a theory, right? What happens to theories that check out that work? And how can we have all these non-working theories, like the non-working theory of gravity? I mean, if theory is proven, it becomes principle,
yeah.
property, or
It's like it's kind of like they can convince the general public that gravity exists. That's one thing, and then they have the model for the scientists where like they can use the math and have it still work in their in their physics or whatever they need to use gravity in the equation for. Like it'll still work somehow. But maybe that's what they figured out. Just like, okay, we figured out a way to make the math like work, even though this thing doesn't exist. And like, the people will believe it and the
yep.
scientists will believe it. Basically, right?
That's exactly. See, the thing is these different fields of study have to come up with different equations that come up with the solution on what they're finding. So the problem lies with the grand unification theory, right? With trying to bring about, a TOE, a theory of everything that contradicts scripture, contradicts any religious text, right? The problem with that is each step they go to unify every field, they have to invent a theory to unify it.
Right. Right.
And that theory cannot be proven, like Planck's theory, Planck's constant, string theory. None of that's
Right.
true. It's all bullshit. Quantum physics. You can't have quantum physics because all
Yeah.
quantum physics is trying to do is correlate Einstein with quantum mechanics. And
So
that's just the simple fact that, observation of an electron changes it, collapses the wave potential.
that's so true, dude. That's like it's like an offset branch that's, not as popular as some of the other bullshit that we're told, but it's there because it needs to be for their fail to make sense, but people still think it's cool. Like, haven't you ever thought of string theory? I've heard that growing up. I'm like, what the hell is string theory? Or, I'm like looking into it. I'm just like, okay, it just seems just so out there and based off of math, and like it didn't make sense, and it still just seems like something that's not based on reality at all. It's
Well, they forget the meaning of the word atom, right? The word atom means the smallest division that anything can possibly get. So there is no subatomic anything because atom is as small as you can get.
right.
So what they've essentially done is they made a baseless claim on their cosmology, and in doing so, they've conjured this, matrix like cosmology where it's like a simulation, but they're simulating it all mathematically, but it doesn't work
Yeah,
out
yeah,
mathematically. But they
right,
don't care because they're having so
right.
much fun with their tax dollars.
Yes, and that is how it is. Definitely how the simulation makes sense. Even for me, it was realizing, oh shit, the Earth is flat, and now the simulation is even more apparent because I mean, look at how globe Earth is so apparent to everybody else, and it's a completely different. That's your grounding in reality is basically like what you think like is the realm you're in. Is it a planet like in infinite space? Is it this enclosed terrarium system?
For the most part, we don't know what it is. We can tell that these people are just habitual liars and tax collectors,
Yeah,
and they're just
it's not a
riding
globe.
off of our energy, right? And then giving us this story, giving us like a little bit of hope, like for what? That we're going to get to go to heaven one day and live with the Martians, right?
Yeah,
What is this
I
all for? Why do they spend so much time and money and effort
yeah, they're giving
that's
us a
not
lot of
theirs,
hope.
that's ours?
They're giving us a lot of hope with the Mars stuff, and it's very odd that they're doing that. Like, Elon is the headlining kind of person. He's
The
getting
beast.
everybody excited for to leave Earth because shit's getting so horrible here. Might as well go to Mars. Like, and Mars isn't even real. This is all fake. And well, I don't want to say it's not real. It's not a planet in outer space. And just that whole idea is diverting people, to thinking like, oh, this is so cool. Like it's just another
Well, I
false
think it looks
reality.
so ridiculous and impossible.
The
We'll get
Lucifer,
this, right? A lot of people are worshiping Elon, the man.
yeah, they do worship
And
Elon.
his name loosely translates to a feminine name in Hebrew meaning great oak, like Yah. It's Elaine. His name is Elaine. It's a female,
Yeah,
an old female.
he has a weird history too.
Yep.
But the technocrats get propped up, Elon, and like a lot of the other guys, Bill Gates, like they're all the technocrats that everybody for some reason has to listen to, and
What's
those are
Ellen? Come on.
yeah, they're not the people who should be directing society. Like none of them are credentialed, and they're LARPing as like Elon's the genius. He's not obviously he's smart, but he's not like the brains behind every company he has. Like I'm pretty sure DARPA, like something SpaceX and or I'm sorry, Starlink and DARPA are heavily connected because they're going to be using the infrastructure part of it, just like just like the internet. Like the military takes advantage of new technology. Well, Elon's putting a shitload of 5G, maybe balloons. I don't know what they are, but putting something up there, right?
They're already decaying, right? They're already raining down.
Really?
Yeah.
maybe they are balloons because isn't stuff in outer space not supposed to fall back to Earth? What other
Yep.
satellite has ever fallen back to
Especially
Earth?
not being intact, but they're able to steer it to where it crashes into water, so that we don't
Oh
discover the
no
balloon.
way! To damage control the fact that they're not in space. Okay, makes sense. What a fake! What a fake guy. Jeez.
Yeah, the latest one was 3 days
It's real
ago,
because
right
it
off
looks
the
so
coast of
fake.
Brazil.
Sorry, Josh. My bad. Go ahead.
It's like 3 days ago, right off the coast of Brazil. It almost made landfall, but it splashed into the waters north of Brazil.
Because obviously the car in space is fake, that was the fakest video ever. And then he laughs about it and says, you can tell it's real because it looks so fake. Then
You
the
can tell
satellites are
it's real
steered.
because it looks so fake.
It's the art
We'd
of absurdity.
have way better CGI if it was fake.
Oh my god! So why do they make it look so apparent then? Is it like a mockery? Because he's
Well,
admitting the
remember,
truth.
you guys know that new technology that came out, Unreal Engine 5?
Yeah. Yep.
Well, if they released Unreal Engine 5, that means that they are already developing and in development of the next generation of that, which would
Yeah.
be Oculus type thing.
Yeah, I'm
Headset
sure. Yeah.
tech, right?
Yeah.
Which is the next realm. Then they can get it as realistic as they can with augmented reality, a layering of
I don't
reality with
I don't
things that
think
aren't there.
I don't think
Huh?
they'll ever be able to affect people though, because you can clearly tell that it's not a real human.
Oh, I know that, but what they're doing is they're making video games right now seem like just real life. So when they finally plug everyone in for the augmented reality, so you
Yeah.
see the real world plus other things that aren't really there, like you used to be able or you can do on your phone with Pokemon Go. It's like an augmented reality. You move around with your phone and you see little Pokemons and you capture them and shit. It's funny. Weird. And I guess you
Yeah.
can actually make money with it by trading them.
There's just a retarded amount of money that's going into the metaverse stuff, and there's like banks saying, "Oh, it's going to be like a $7 trillion industry." Like one of the big banks just said this, and like we're seeing it being this valuation. That's a lot of money, for something that's not even really there yet.
Well, just think about it. Sorry.
Doesn't it kind
What
of
was
bring
that?
them closer to like a one currency kind of thing? Because if everyone's investing in fake money, then they can just be like, oh, well, now it's all going into one pot, as opposed to having all these different kind of currencies.
Well, I think Godrock invested in some digital property. It was like an apartment, a penthouse, right? And I think it tripled in value since November.
Yeah, digital property, even in the virtual worlds, is a really good idea. I mean, I would say it's probably better in the virtual fake world than it is in real life right now. There was
Well, it's easier to turn over, but then you have taxes to worry about because then it would be in a different domain based on what server and country and whatever they're using.
capital gains tax is bad. If you hold for over a year, it's like less than 20%, but it's like 40% now, isn't it?
I don't know. I don't invest. I don't do money. I want to see it all crumble. I want to see it all give way. I want to see people take their wheelbarrows full of, $100 Benjamin Bluebacks that they sweated so hard for just to afford a loaf of bread. Because it's coming. Just like it happened in Belarus.
I just don't know what's going to happen.
Some say the end is near. Some say we'll see recession soon.
Yeah.
Certainly hope we will.
I sure could use a vacation from this stupid shit. Earning shit. Sweating and bleeding for no one.
Learn to farm. Learn to farm.
Me. God damn it, Bobby.
Oh, shit. Oh, shit. What was that? How long you been working on that track? Let's hear.
I keep that thing on me. God damn it, Bobby. They see me selling propane and now they trying to copy. Pretend to be broke, but I got hella cash. If you use charcoal, I'ma kick your ass.
That was just for you, Hank.
But charcoal's so good, though, bro.
Yeah.
Thanks, bro. That was awesome.
Yeah, especially when you take like a pecan log and you burn that thing, do it natural smoke style, and then use the coal. Because you can't really smoke with propane.
You might get the fire started a little easier.
But I mean, it'll be a dirty smoke. It won't be a clean blue smoke. It'll be a white smoke.
Oh yeah,
Smoke.
you don't put the meat in until you're done lighting it with the propane. Yeah, you let it air out for a minute.
Like with mesquite, I think the best thing with mesquite is not the wood, but even with propane, you take it off onto the side where you don't have the meat, so it's like an indirect smoke, just to flavor it a little bit, and you take the mesquite beans. You know what I'm talking about? The little bean pods that drop out of the tree, and you throw that like down there on a pan, and you just let the smoke rise, and it'll flavor it.
Oh, I know what you're talking about. So we don't have those trees over here in East Texas. So I've seen them before, right? But I usually just get the logs and try to chop off the bark. But so with those things, what I do, I don't have the things you're talking about that come on the trees, but I put all kinds of other spices like in there with the fire. So I'll throw like some garlic, cayenne, just throw it into the fire like oregano.
Yeah.
Let it like cook, and I guess get in there too.
If you
Some
like,
of that smoke too. Paprika.
if
that
you
sort
like
of thing.
garlic, and you're grilling meat, throw some garlic on the grill before you start grilling the meat, and wrap it with foil. So like, you know, you don't lose any of them things all on the inside and make a mess and have to clean it up. And shit, it'll flavor the garlic with a little bit of flavor of the seasoning put on the meat, and then flavor the meat with the garlic as well. And then it's just like soft. You could just like squeeze it out on a piece of bread, like soft white bread, and just spread it. Oh, it's good. Yeah, learn to grow. Fuck all these mega structure supermarkets. They're only about it for their bottom line. False profit making agendas. This is what they're all about.
Is there any new people on here? We haven't checked. Oh, if you're new, talk now.
Yeah, the only people I see that are VC verified so far are Penman, 01, and we have a Motionless who's got some nice tags there as well. Maybe not as new.
Who wants to learn? You got to answer questions. Because, you know, I think about like how much time people are like spending in my DMs, right, telling me that I'm a reasonable guy. How come I can't understand, you know, the graveyard for the satellites? It's like, I can't see any fucking satellite graveyard. What am I to stand under a thing I can't see? That doesn't make any sense. So, no, I don't understand or outerstand or understand any of that bullshit. So I need, you know, you to be a reasonable guy and stop following my DMs and like bothering the fuck out of me. What are you doing watching this show all day long? And every time I say something you don't like, you go nuh-uh in my DMs. Fuck, bro.
Yeah, I know that phenomenon. It's weird that they want to hide in the DMs. Like, you know, you can come here, right?
Yeah, I know what you mean. Even I get random DMs like that sometimes. It's weird.
So let us invite our DM army to the stage. All you lurkers and people sliding up and slathering all over our DMs. Why don't you come in here? Open the mic up. Why don't we talk about some of these issues that you have about things that we're saying? We'll go over them one to one. We'll post images of what you said, and you know, we'll talk it out. Oh, are you afraid to talk? Oh, these cowards.
Welcome to the rice fields, motherfucker.
I'm a lead farmer.
What movie is that from, CB?
Actually, don't know. I think it's from like a Vine, like an old, just funny video somewhere.
Oh,
Mine was Tropic Thunder.
that's what I thought it was. Tropic Thunder. Never go full retard.
Yeah, I had to look it up, but it looks like it's just like some random funny video. I think it's funny.
So they created this mathematical simulation with baseless claims, and then they wonder why we don't be reasonable and just accept their affirmation. You know, these people would probably be the type of people to like swear in a court that it's true, even though it's never been verified. In fact, didn't that one guy go up against what's his name? Garcia? That was his last
Zen
name?
Garcia.
Yeah, Zen. How can I forget Zen? Anyway, yeah, they went up against him in court and lost. So your move, Globers.
Correct.
What are you gonna do? Are you guys just gonna hang out in our DMs for the rest of your fucking lives? Is that all you got left?
Yep, that guy could not prove the globe in the court of law. What would it think? Hmm.
No one ever says I want to be an anti-flat earther when I grow up. Any questions? So these guys are in place of flat earthers, anti-flat earthers, according to the Greek meaning. Hey guys, remember when you could like look at the moon and see the moon and there wasn't all that space junk up there blocking the moonlight? When we was kids, oh wait a minute, you could see the moon clear as day. There's no space junk.
Oh, you mean chemtrails?
I remember in 2011, like, you know, that Fukushima thing was going on, right? And Japan, like, released, you know, from their media that they were worried about space junk. Like, you have a meltdown, bro. You're worried about space junk? So what does that tell us about their little meltdown? Apparently they weren't worried about it. They were worried about space trash.
Hey, somebody made a interesting point the other day. Um, it wasn't on here. It was on a Facebook. They were sitting there saying, "Has anybody ever thought that lava may just be molten salt, silica salt? Because it is. I mean, that's what glass is. It's salt, the soda lime glass, right?"
That's another self-admitted weakness on my part. I don't know very much about chemistry.
Well, there's been natural glass found like everywhere. Different types of obsidian. They call it volcanic glass, right? So when you analyze it, this volcanic glass, it's got like a bunch of different chemicals mixed in with it, but it's got a lot of silica and salt. So perhaps there's some kind of a reaction that occurs that's ignited with a lightning strike that causes this chemical reaction to occur and causes the salt to thermally run away, possibly because there's thorium in there. And I've never seen a volcano that erupts rock, right? It's always this obsidian or basalt, right? And basalt is where they get that mineral bauxite from, which is where aluminum comes from. So it's like an alumina salt. Makes sense to me, man. Also, when you take the waste rock from like a smelting process, you actually turn it into glass in the form of flux with different salts, right? So it's actually a salt that's dissolving the rock and bringing it into suspension, creating a glass. It's crazy.
Sounds like a good theory, Josh. You gotta figure out an experiment to make see if you're right.
Well, I'm just saying, based off of like smelting minerals in the assay process, when you're smelting down to get the gold and silver and you're using a collector metal, you want to make sure you have no matte in the flux. You want to make sure the flux is nice and glassy. If it's nice and glassy, that means that all of the metals have been removed from the rock and the rock has been dissolved through the acidic or basic process. It's usually basic.
Okay. We do have a new.
Basic.
We got a new VC verified in here, Pennyman01. Hello, welcome to the server. Pennyman. Did you say something? I didn't hear.
I have not yet.
He opened his mic, but I didn't hear anything. Anybody else hear him?
No, Pennyman, don't be shy. Feel free to just say hello. But also, congrats on the Globe Skeptic role. Maybe you could tell us what leads you to be on the fence.
Yeah, your mic's not working, Vitamin. Perhaps you're are you using the application or are you using the Discord app or are you using the website? Because if you're using the website, you might have to allow the permissions. It's a pain in the ass. It's usually right click at the top of the address bar to the left where the secure thing is. And it has site permissions there.
Sorry about that. I pressed a mic cancel button. Thanks for the welcomes, by the way. Thank you.
Yeah, no problem.
Glad to have you.
Welcome.
Yeah, we're not going to make you talk. We just try to greet everybody that comes in here. So welcome. If you got any questions, feel free to pipe up.
So how have you been, Dave?
I still exist in whatever this is.
I mean, is it like snowing there real bad?
No, it's been cold, but we're supposed to get another 1 to 2 inches like tomorrow night, but it hasn't been a lot of snow.
No,
The
that's
main
good.
thing I think concerning me, you know, I like grocery shop for people for a living, part time or whatever, but I'm seeing a lot of empty shelving, and that's concerning. If I'm seeing that in a rural area here in Kentucky, I wonder what's going on in the cities. You know, I'm seeing a lot more gaps in the shelves. Like
I think
one Kroger. one Kroger literally had no beef at all today. Not any beef at all.
I've been noticing coffee, right? They have like Starbucks, but I'll never use Starbucks. Fuck Starbucks. They don't support military.
You gotta get the chugga bucks. Space coffee.
Oh, the Star Clumps? I need to trademark that shit so if they come out with it, I'll be like, "Suing."
That's
Make
super.
royalty on that. Literally make royalty on that shit.
Yeah, I heard that space coffee tastes like shit anyway. So.
But then again, I have heard the astronauts say it is literally the shit.
It's an acquired taste.
Like Austin Powers says, nutty. When he drank the stool sample. He goes, this coffee tastes like shit.
I think it
You
would
need to
be
get,
more like,
you need to
instead of
get that
nutty, I think
one.
it would be corny.
Well, no, I mean, CB needs to add that little sound bit of Austin Powers says, this coffee tastes like shit.
Oh, this coffee smells like shit.
Yeah. Oh, shit.
It is shit, Austin.
CB, I gotta say, you increased the production value by at least like 15 to 20%, bro.
I'm glad I can make a little bit of a splash and contribute.
He could be the engineer of the broadcast.
That's a pretty big splash. You know, and Helio, props to all you fuckers out there. How about that?
Props to you, Hank, for being so patient. Always.
Not always. Sometimes I get excited. I'm just really hiding it. It's just my personality type.
Well, you know,
Yeah, I
like,
noticed
hey,
like you were still calm after you got hit by the drunk driver. Like it
Oh
seemed
yeah, I
like
only
you were
freaked
calm.
out for a second. Yeah, I only
Yeah.
freaked out for a second. But I did scream on air. Ah!
You know,
Hopefully
Hank,
it didn't come through.
I know it probably doesn't exist, but from the old flat Earth debate days, there had to be one of those guys that triggered you. So there has to be a recording somewhere of you getting pissed.
Oh yeah, it is. There is. I promise there is. Yeah, it was Rumpus telling me I don't understand all the time.
Yeah, I know there
And
was at least
go
one
through and
time.
explain the damn thing we're talking about, like to the nth degree. And it's like, okay, I just explained to you that I know what I'm talking about. Now tell me how I don't know what I'm talking about. He's like, it's an argument from incredulity. I'd be like, you son of a bitch. That's because I knew he was being dishonest because that's all he had.
Well, I mean, even when you're
So it's
like talking with Lysurge or freaking Ronan back in the day, you're still like calm, cool, and collected.
not always. Like I said, I'm good at hiding it. I'm good at hiding my emotions. Yeah, I don't know if that came through. Yeah, I'm good at hiding my emotions. Because think about it. Like, do you want to see a 300-pound angry redheaded man? Like, well, I guess if the sun's glowing, I'm pretty red-haired. But yeah, you want to see a calm guy. Looks like he's got himself under control at all times, right? I guess, is that a persona? I guess.
I call that Sandy Brown. It's like
I
mine
was
is
talking about
like
my
brown
face.
Sandy Brown. Oh yeah, beard's red, but
Yeah. Captain Redbeard's on your ship and he's pissed. What are you going to do about it? Run.
Wah, wah, wow.
No, I really, and when people are
Hank, you matrixed out there for a second.
Last couple sentences glitched out, Hank. Say it again.
Crickets? This many people in here? No one's talking, or am I not connected?
Well, no, Hank kind of glitched out there for a second, trying to get him to reconnect.
Oh, what's up?
We were trying to rest our voices. That's
What's that?
I was just going back and
Some of
listening.
y'all sound like you need it.
I need sleep.
Nah, you just came in when everybody was quiet.
That's what I always do. Come in here to make some damn noise.
We're having a moment of silence, vigilance for the globe.
and the Globers.
What the hell for?
Hey, Hank, the last things you were saying before and the Globers, we didn't hear.
Yeah, I was just saying that I'm pretty good at hiding my emotions. I don't know if it came through this time. So even when I am excited, you usually can't tell. And if I get really pissed, like I'll go outside. But what really makes me angry, really stupid people, like really dumb, like really dumb. And it's
You roboting for everybody else or just me?
Nah, he's roboting.
He's roboting. Again. Samuel robot them.
He's the man.
Us Texans apparently represent the robot community.
It's that damn sudden
Only
link.
two things come out of Texas. Anyway.
What?
With that weirds and steers crap, that's just a rumor.
I don't see no horns on you, boy.
I think that means transplants like Californians coming in. I mean, after all, look at George Bush, right? He came in from New Hampshire.
Brokeback Mountain was not recorded in Texas, that's all I'm saying.
Wasn't that in Montana? Or was it Colorado?
I don't even know because I've never watched it. I didn't even know what it was, and I go to a family reunion, and one of my cousins, she's a female, but her name's Chris. She's got a son. He thinks he's badass, and she told him, she goes, "Tell him he looks like one of those guys from Brokeback Mountain." I'm like, "What is that?" Like, just tell him. I'm like, all right. Like, what's up, man? I ain't seen you in a while. You look like one of those guys from Brokeback Mountain. He goes, "I'll kick your ass," and I took him to the floor like as soon as he said it, right there in the middle of the family reunion. Everybody freaking out. I pinned him down.
Damn, hit him with a double
And,
leg.
his mom loved it though. It was funny. And later she told me what it meant. And I was like, yeah, dude, apologies. Your mom's the one that told me to say that. You got any better service yet, Hank?
Yeah, I guess in Texas we're free from communication towers.
So really dumb people, something. That's all we got out of it, man.
Yeah, really. Some people piss me off. I don't know why. Maybe it's their actions. Maybe it's not them. But that and dishonest people. So I had some really heated conversations with Mark Taylor back in the day, and also Rumpus. So there's stupid and liar right there. Come through that time?
Yes,
Hopefully. Yeah. So I do get emotional. I just hide it really well. So Josh, you said that Josh, you said that you heard the other day I almost got in that wreck. That dude was going like 40 miles an hour. I was going about 40. He was in my lane and not in the turning lane. Was it that the one you heard, or did you hear the one where the guy parked in the middle of the road and I was going 50 and his trailer was in the road, but his truck was in the ditch?
No, it was some guy. You said that you were delivering something and collided with him or something like that.
Oh yeah, I think we barely traded paint. I couldn't even find the spot, but yeah, he was in my lane, and that did scare the you know what out of me.
It got slow quick, didn't it? Everybody's getting burned out.
Too much hankathon. Get back in
Aw,
here.
where's Glat? Thought he was around too. Don't see him all day.
Yeah, say hi, Blaze.
What's up?
Hey, yo.
Sup, dog?
Hola.
¿Qué pasó, amigo?
I've been doing well. How have y'all been doing over here?
Pretty good, I guess. I can't complain, really.
That's
I will, but I don't
good
need
to
to.
hear. Here I just jumped on, and I was hoping to just catch up with you guys, and I was hoping all was well over here.
Yeah, we're doing good, I guess. I'm speaking for myself, of
Well,
course.
I was gonna just drop this artwork here in the live stream voice text chat that my significant other made. That was the thought process, at least. So it should be there now. Boom.
Nice. Nice. Nice.
Nice. Nice.
Nice. Nice.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Aight.
Yeah. So what's the argument today?
Argument? What do you mean? We don't argue, do we?
Somebody's got to be something.
We don't argue. Nah.
I guess if you desire drama, you'll have to stir it up yourself.
Ooh, stir the pot. I don't know. That's usually not the best duty to be the one that stirs the pot. I don't know. What do I
Yeah,
have?
but you get to lick the spoon.
Come again?
I said, yeah, but you get to lick the spoon.
Ooh. Wait, what were they spooning with it?
The pot, remember?
Oh yeah, well it really matters what pot it is that they're stirring.
Green kind.
Yeah. So no, but really what's the current prognosis? We got anything new here? Is NASA putting out more pictures of supposed celestial bodies or something this week? Like what's the lowdown? We got Elon Musk trying to be a superhero this week or something. Like, what's the NASA, SpaceX, Globe Earth tabloid news of today? Like, where are we at?
Dumb people piss Hank off.
Yeah, I saw Elon's going on with Rogan and the guy Jordan, the psychologist Jordan, going on with Rogan. This is they're all coming together. Something's happening.
Why does everybody keep going to Joe Rogan after he willingly told everybody that the moon
Lie to
that he
my grandma.
this guy
I
told
lied to my
everybody the
grandma.
moon landing's fake. I can't believe anybody believed that. That's such ridiculous crap. And then, like 2 weeks later, he's grabbing his ankles for Neil deGrasse Tyson, and he's like, "Oh, I can't believe I said that. It was obviously true. How could I have ever thought any different?" And I'm like, "Wow." After that, I didn't waste any time. So me,
And
he's
then
a
he chased
popular
off a Bravo.
Don't
popular
let me forget
propagandist. So what they do
Ben.
is whenever the general population is coming up to speed on something, they launder it through Joe Rogan to make him look like some hero figure, so they can steer somewhat of the narrative.
Don't forget Neil deGrasse Tyson was just on with Ben Shapiro also. Something's
Oh
coming together.
yeah, that guy,
That's funny.
dude. That's like what happens when what's that little kid from the Munsters with the pointy ears? He like grew up.
Eddie.
Zany goat.
His name was Eddie. Well, I don't know what his real name was, but his name was Eddie in the show.
No, his name's Ben Shapiro in real life, apparently.
Oh, is it? Really? That's funny. That's
Yeah, so Ben Shapiro, who's like hardcore into God, and he was looking to Neil deGrasse Tyson and scientism for the true answers. Yep. On yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah, I'm just
Somehow,
sorry.
so
When
whenever
you
I
say
see
Ben
Ben
Shapiro,
Shapiro's, something like pops up in my mind, and I'm like Michael Aquino for some reason, and I'm like, why do these two always like? For some reason, it's like crosswired there.
he said, hey, he said, hey, Mr. Tyson, you're an objective scientist. This is what we need: the truth and nothing but the truth. How are boys girls and girls boys? And when he didn't get the answer, that he was blown away. How could a scientist not agree?
Well, the only Tyson that I go to is, Mike Tyson. And
Sorry.
if you guys watch his episode of Hot Boxing, where he clearly laughed at the globe model and laughed at the heliocentric stuff and mocked it, I mean, they kind of scrubbed it a bit from the internet, but it's still there. In fact, maybe I have that. I could probably just post that to the voice chat too.
Yeah, Shaquille O'Neal and Tyson, I don't know if they're like the best to be having your corner. No pun intended.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm not sticking up for the guy. I'm just saying he really burnt it down on his podcast. It was only a little short clip of them laughing at it, but he was totally mocking the whole subject. And it's very apparent. Where's my playlist here? Let's see.
I don't know, sir.
Do they mix the videos? Oh no, it mixes the videos and that was easy to find. I was gonna say it mixes the videos with the pictures, so compressing video. And let's see. Oh wow, that's going fast. Is there a way we can play the audio from this the into the live stream? Who's got that? Who's the admin that knows how to click it so it plays in here?
I got a second device I can play it for you. I'm right above you.
Ooh. Anybody? Anybody know how to
Yeah, I
do
got
that?
you. Here we go. It's only 30
Okay.
seconds. Here we go.
Thank you.
Imagine we live on a flat fucking world. All this time we thought we lived on a round planet, huh? We have no fucking evidence to believe that we're on a round planet, only by people telling us. But we really don't know who we are,
11.
where we came from, who the fuck is
I'm
our
not.
purpose here.
I'm
huh?
not gonna go
Say
for
that
that. You're
again?
not gonna tell me you're not on a round planet, though.
How do you know that? You never been out of space, nigga. Go ahead. What you say? What do you say? What do you say?
Over 1,118 miles per hour.
The wind?
Yeah.
So that would tear us apart.
Yeah.
There you go.
That's so true. Oh man, yeah. So I think Tyson, he didn't like the misuse of the Tyson thing. He was like, "Yeah, well, I'll just shut it down. They can box it. They can box over it. I'll watch. I'll pay for that pay-per-view."
Somebody should make a meme, instead of so easy a caveman can do it.
I should
So
make a
simple. Mike Tyson fucking gets it.
Oh, they're not going to spend a lot of time on it because he's got a lot of promotional stuff that he does, but he's pretty independent about a lot of the things he's doing. And, participating in the cannabis culture with his Tyson Ranch brand or whatever, I mean, I'm sure he's making a good amount of money on the side where he's not really worried about losing like, what do you do? You're old retired boxer. Like, you're going to lose a Wheaties commercial or something? Like, you already have a weed company. So you're like, oh, what are you talking about here? Oh, that NASA shit? That's hilarious. Like, yeah. Burn it down. I don't know. I don't watch all of his hotboxing things. Only the ones that people send me because they're like, "Hey, check this out." I've seen a bunch of good ones that he's done, so I assume there's more content like that in the amount that he's done there. But I'm not one to comb over it. But this is a great clip. I love to share that around. I think I did one with subtitles, but the social media pulls this type of stuff down. Like if you put this up on, say you take that clip right now and you put it up on maybe Instagram or TikTok, you're going to find that they'll pull like the audio off of it, or they'll pull the clip. Like they'll pull it. They're not going to leave that clip up there. Like they're going to take it down. Like it's been ripped down a couple times from when I put it up in various places. I don't know how they do that. Maybe there's like it's like a sound thing where they can track back on these platforms like different. I mean, like, because how do they know when you're using copyrighted music to pull it down? It's obviously some algorithm that picks the sound out, and then why would they just take the sound down? Like only block the sound.
Frickin' grabblers.
Yeah, well, I mean, hey, if it makes money, they're probably gonna, let you do it. But other than that, I've lost a bunch of my work over the years, just them deleting different various channels on various platforms. So, it's comforting to know that you guys all populate here, and I'm glad you guys have a place to talk about this topic because it gets shut down, on these other social media platforms.
I don't really see how, an old boxer giving his opinion on cosmology is really something to pull down, right? These people must be like terrified, right? That, somebody who says something like that, you could just say, oh, he's got brain damage, right? It's easy to dismiss an old boxer when it comes to cosmology. So the fact that they would pull something like that down, it's pathetically ridiculous.
I agree. I didn't really expect it to get pulled down. I went out of my way to do the captioning on it, and they pulled the audio off the captioned one. And I'm like, well, at least you can read the captions? Like, what?
Yeah, the captions are probably what triggered their algorithm, man.
I mean, they eventually pulled the whole video off. So, I mean, everybody's going to have, different results depending on if they're actively censoring you or whatever. and what what various platforms are on. But I'm telling you, I had this thing censored a couple times, and I wouldn't be surprised if one of you put it up and then it was pulled down, or they did the same thing with the audio. Because, like I'm saying, maybe they have an algorithm where the computer just runs known audio from certain things, and if they find like known copyrighted audio, they're like notify the people, hey, look, somebody's using your music or your whatever on this platform. Like media rights stuff, I don't know much about it, but I do know it's a huge commercial business for the media rights for everything and all the track back on all the advertisement and all the royalties and everything.
It almost sounds like you're trying to troll the server, get the stream in trouble. Not saying you are.
With what's like sensitive, like I don't know. They told me not to talk. They told me kind of trying.
No. I'm just joking, sort of, but because you're saying that video got pulled down, right? And then you're saying it because
well, it wouldn't be
they were
on
blocking the
not
audio. Then you got them to play the audio of it on the server.
No, not on here. Not on here. No, I don't know anything about the censorship on here. I'd hope that since you guys are on your own channel and you can, I don't know how it works. This is streamed out over various services, I think. So I don't know how the agreement works, but I know that that's a publicly broadcasted, like it's like a podcast, isn't it? Hotbox and podcast, or I'm sure he has a bunch of ways he was disseminating it, but he was doing like a radio show. It's not like anything hidden about this, so I don't know how it could be. It's arguably we're talking about this subject. Like this is if there was any place for this media to be posted as fair use, then I couldn't think of a more relevant for that. Like they would be definitely violating whatever fair use because we're discussing that we didn't just post it. We're like, oh, we're trying to get something back from posting this. I just could happen to pull it out of my folder real quick. What if I couldn't find it? Then we would have moved on.
Yeah, I just want to be clear about what I said earlier, right? What I'm saying is their hypervigilance is like amusing because who cares what a sports person says about theoretical astrophysics, and they could just play it off like, ha ha ha, yeah, that's a good one, Mike. And I'm not in no way saying he's got brain damage and he doesn't know what he's talking about. What I'm saying is their hypervigilance is like it's telling a lot, right? Because why would they care? Who cares what people think? It's none of your business. It was his podcast, right? He can say whatever he wants on his podcast. But if you put his
And it was
podcast
like a fringe. I
on
think it was a fringe thing. That's not even what they were talking about. They just said something off the point for a second, and somebody sent it to me, and I was like, "No way! He really said that." I had to watch it a couple times to soak up all of the different. What they were implying there was so much in that just like minute. It's not even a minute. It's like 30 seconds. And then to piece it with the video where they're all laughing and like rocking back and forth in their chairs, like, oh man, it's just so telling. Yeah, I don't know. I think he's still doing that hotboxing thing. I think he still does that, if I'm not mistaken. He probably really relevant if you watch like boxing type of sports stuff and boxing type MMA stuff, then probably following him would probably keep, I mean, I would assume would keep you current on that world of stuff. I don't really follow along with that too much. And if I did, I could call, I mean, I have a bunch of buddies that follow that, so I could call them and they would just give me the rundown like I do with sports. Everybody wants to bet on the Super Bowl or whatever. Like, how am I going to follow all the statistics to know what the spread is on the Super Bowl? I'm just going to call somebody who does that, like a bartender or something that does the little sports spread at the bar or whatever, like I just can't. I'm not going to spend my time on that. But if you do, I would assume that guy's like he's probably real deep in that MMA boxing type of stuff. And if you guys didn't see it, he did like a lightweight boxing match like a couple months ago, I think, where they did like, I wouldn't say it was like full on boxing. They were kind of more just going more soft at it, but they were landing some hit. Like they weren't going all the way out. He's old. I don't think he could take good hits. Like you don't want to get hit by some person who can. You're Mike Tyson. Somebody can match a punch. And you're gonna take one of those punches at that age. That ain't it. Your neck ain't never gonna be straight again at that age. What are you gonna do to prepare for that? They just want to make him look invincible. It's an image he has to maintain. Everybody gets old. I mean, oh, you know what the best example of that is? They're putting all of this old pro wrestling stuff. They're telling all the backstory to the pro wrestling stuff and making it like reality TV and getting a bunch of promo out of it. So if you really want to know what boxing and fighting and whatever does to your body, you could just go look at all of these old pro wrestlers that just beat each other up over and over again. Play wrestling and then go look at all the compounded injuries they have where they've had multiple surgeries and spinal fusions and broken bones and like all sorts of torn stuff and people like it's ridiculous what they would go through to pursue the money in that for the
Well, yeah, but
contract.
that's how it is with any extreme sport. Skateboarding, fucking dirt BMXing, same shit. Only the ones that become superstars can afford to do that to their body.
Oh, I don't even think they can afford it. They just do it because
Yeah,
they're chasing.
look, The Rock did it. John Cena did it. They got injuries too, but they can afford to have them fixed, and they don't have to deal with the aftermath because like they'll have the money, right? Look at people like Tony Hawk. You know what I'm saying? Same difference. You know what I'm saying? So like at least they are the pinnacle of that sport, so they can afford to deal with the injuries. But a lot of people, like you're saying, can't. Like you know how many football players that are fucking broke now because of the injuries and the doctor bills because the league's not going to pay for it. You know,
Yep.
the insurance isn't going to cover it. You know, so I mean, if you get involved in that stuff, you have to know the risks, man.
Funny you mention Tony Hawk. Tony Hawk actually got injured right near where I grew up at Thrasher Park in San Leandro. They had some bolts sticking out that they had never gone and grinded off after they built the park, and it was pretty dangerous. And he was ripping a trick, and I think he just lost it a little bit. He fell, and the bolt went into his head.
Oh shit! When did that happen?
That was the last time he was injured.
Dude, that sucks.
I know, and then he wasn't even like a big event. It was just he was like, "Oh, Thrasher Park is a pretty sick skate park. I don't really do skating stuff, but a bunch of my buddies do, so I know exactly where it is. It's on the Davis Street exit in San Leandro, and they just did. It's just a freak accident, and it's a shame. And then, and you were talking about these other professional sports where they get knocked out. Like, yeah, there's some things you can't fix. You went in thinking, oh, I'm going to have all this money and do all this thing, and then you broke your body, and now it's whatever you got out of it. And on the back end, it's not worth it to trade your agility for money or anything. Like that's not it. You want to maintain your viability and try and protect your body, not trade it out for $1 million because they can slam you through tables for a year or two until they until they retire you out as some superstar, The Rock, whatever. They pull that they keep that guy on contract. He constantly gets paid to be on contract because at some point they're going to need him for the storyline. They'll bring him back and prop him up, and they'll have him interface with whatever their narrative is to prop up their entertainment industry. So they're all very well paid, and in order to keep going, they have to service these athletes with a bunch of training and physical therapy and sometimes surgery because there's things that block you from being like they have to be medically cleared to go and do like any sport where you're participating in something where you could be physically injured, like football, MMA, all these things, even snowboarding. Sometimes they have to medically clear you to participate in this. So sometimes it's even hard for them to get cleared to go back and do this activity because they're like, no, like you could ruin yourself worse and then they'll go and do it anyway. They'll be like, well, for this contract, for this money, it's worth it to take the risk.
Go find him. Hey, do a kickflip!
Right. Hold my beer. But actually, it's funny we're talking about this because I just got back from the ski resort. I'm teaching my daughter how to ski, and let me tell you, it's frustrating to learn how to, well, snowboard, I should say, not ski. But it's frustrating when you're first learning, and I remember that. So, I mean, but you're gonna, you got, what are you gonna do? You're not gonna commit. If you want to do something, you're gonna commit, and you're just gonna do it. You got to suck it up. So, I mean, it is what it is. Everybody's free to do their thing, but I don't think it's worth it to take a risk like that. And you can see the people over the years in these aggressive sports how it's taken a toll on their bodies, and a lot of them trying to play it off and be like, "Oh no, I have this big, strong character or whatever." Especially with like pro wrestling and stuff, where they project themselves as this monster of a man, when really they're crippled from all the stuff that they've done to their body over the years, and they're playing it off. Sensationalism.
Yeah.
You know, it's a good example of that. Sorry, I got a food in my mouth. But
shoot.
It was Chuck Liddell and Tito Ortiz. You see them back? Maybe it was a year ago or something like that. A couple years ago.
Oh my God, Liddell hits like a freaking. His hands are like he got those heavy hands. I can't imagine anybody how much money they got to pay you to take a couple of those in any like no matter how good a fighter you are, Liddell's gonna hit you in the face as hard as he can. Like I don't know, you're not gonna. I'm not taking the money.
The point was he was so slow. It's exactly like you say. He's beat up. He's super slow. And it was sad to even watch.
Well, sometimes they're trying to promote another wrestler, another fighter, another boxer, another MMA person, and it's like a pecking order. And sometimes if you're coming up, like you'll be sponsored by somebody, or they'll work with you. They'll see the talent in you. They're already in the industry, and then they'll go there and they'll set up a fight. They could even set up a fight like, oh well, I'm not going to train for this or whatever. Just to get back in, to get a little, like take some money, be like, oh well, who cares if I lose a fight, or who cares how bad it looks here or there, or how do you know how much of it they actually broadcast? What if he's had a bunch of other fights and nobody knows about it because it's on the back circuit and they only show you this one? Oh, he hasn't fought in this long. It's like he hasn't officially fought in that long, but that's not. I mean, like that's only what they show you. There's MMA and all this fighting goes all the way into the back channels. There's private channels of that for private fighting and private betting on that stuff that goes on that they don't tell the public about at all. It's almost only sensationalism when they go and they put people on the news and say, hey, this fight's coming up and blah, blah, blah. Look at this. It's going to be the big match of the night. And they have a bunch of other matchups. Almost argue that that's all it is sensationalism. It has nothing to do with actual fighting because they don't allow anybody other than their narrative and their candidates to ascend or whatever and to be visible. So there could be other excellent fighters out there or other excellent positions and fighting things and stuff, but they're only going to promote what is monetized for them. So that's really all you see. It's misleading. It makes people think, oh, well, it's this, and this guy's the top boxer in the world. This guy's the top MMA fighter in the world, but they only showed you a handful of their people for their competition, the way they monetized it with all the ad revenue and everything. It's really deceptive, actually.
I hear you. Zach Hubbard was saying the bigger fights. I don't know about all of them, but the bigger fights got the the numbers involved, and pretty much they already have a winner. I don't know how they pull that stuff off, but I guess it's happening.
Well, I mean, look at the what was it, Mayweather and Logan Paul or whatever? Isn't that what I was?
I was just gonna say something about looking at the boxing fights. Mayweather's one of them too.
Yeah, because Mayweather and what was that? I think it's Logan Paul, where he clips Logan and Logan's for sure going to go down on the mat, and he holds him up for a second. Why would you
I
do
saw
that? Like, why would you? Your opponent's going to drop. That looks good for you in the score or to get a knockout. Why would you like bear hug dude as he's falling over a little bit? Like, it's okay, bro. Just lean on me for a second. It's all because it's all for the cameras. It was about promoting this guy. In that tier of people. He was being promoted. This guy's not a technical boxer on the level of Mayweather, who's been in that industry his whole life. Is a YouTube guy, like, oh, YouTuber. So how did he end up like that? It's all sensationalism. It's all about the marketing and the ad revenue and everything, and nothing to do with the fight.
So when you look at Ronda Rousey's career, she was like the starlight, right, of women's MMA. Moving into the UFC, she was like the star. And you could tell by her opponents that she was given like easy opponents. And then as soon as I heard that she was fighting, what was it, Kate Holmes or whatever her name is? I can't remember her name. And that was the head kick knockout reel that everyone likes so much.
Holly Holm.
Holly Holm, thank you. So as soon as I heard, I was like, oh shit, she's fighting Holly Holmes. Like as soon as I heard that announced, I was like immediately like, yeah, if she tries to take her down, she'll win. But if she tries to stand with this girl, she's gonna get knocked out with a head kick. And then sure enough, like exactly like I said it, like because she could have beat her. All she had to do was take her down.
I was thinking of her more like a wrestling figure that they were propping up in the MMA world. She's just way too animated and like way too intense. It's like her ego is almost like a female. What's that guy? The little one with the tattoos on him? Conor McGregor always runs around and like beats his chest like he's huge. He's a little tiny guy. He's like a featherweight. It's funny. It's like a female him like going around beating his chest. Oh, I'm the greatest or whatever. I don't think she would. I don't think she would hold up in the proper with the proper like people to challenge her. I think they structured to create more of like a. It's more like a hero narrative they're running with the character. So they're going to structure the matches to follow along with their narrative because the way their fight schedules are and everything, they're always building. It's like almost the same as pro wrestling where it's completely fake. The whole narrative's fake and everything, except for some of these times, like, it's not fake at all, the fighting. They're like, nope, I'm going to win. And they're knocking each other out. Like, that can't possibly be fake. You just took a kick to the head and it knocked you unconscious. Like, there's no way you can fake that. Here, fake practice kicking me in the head and knocking me unconscious. Like, no, that's not it. So, like, you have a prize fighting, pride fighting. You have a bunch of different types of fighting scenarios all mixed into this MMA circuit where they can exploit all of this for entertainment value and a bunch of advertising. So you're not getting like a real fighting circuit. You're getting like the same type of structured, long drawn out narrative as like pro wrestling where it's completely fake, but they're building characters over time. They're building the people up to have these big rivals and stuff. Even though it's completely fake, they build these characters. They're doing the same exact thing in the MMA circuit. It's just a little more real than pro wrestling because they're
The
actually.
beef between them is real, bro.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. The beef is real, but they still do the whole back circuit character building, narrating, agenda, the fight tickets and everything, the sensationalism, the advertising, exactly the same as pro wrestling. It's just the actual fight is real. So
Well,
it's like,
they've been doing that a long time ago since Ali was fighting, bro.
well, I mean, think about how much. I mean,
Because
you don't
Ali
think.
was shit talking in the very beginning. That's why they called him Louis Lip.
I mean, you don't think that that these people that are into these that are already established things like pro wrestling aren't branching out into MMA and all the other sports? Because I'm telling you, they are. Look at McMahon tried to branch out and make the XFL and make a whole nother league of football, and it only didn't work out because
If that was the case, bro, then what's that big white heavyweight fighter?
Brock Lesnar.
Yes, Brock Lesnar.
That dude's huge.
Yeah, that dude's real too, man. Like there's a reason why
Yeah,
he
but I'm
switched.
sure he's got a bunch of injuries too, just from doing that pro wrestling stuff. And they're like, "Oh, it's fake, it's fake." Yeah, if you're that fucking huge and you guys hit each other like that, how fake really? Like that's gonna take a toll on you. How much can you really fake? Like you weigh
Oh
three
yeah, no,
hundred and
them
something
getting hit by
pounds.
the chairs and the
Yeah.
fall damage, like that. Don't get me wrong. That's all real. But but as far as like the emotions and the narrative of wrestling, I totally agree with you. But as far as when it comes to boxing and UFC, nah, bro, that beef is real, and then they instigate it. And then
Hey man, I feel it.
it
I
takes a
feel
hard
it.
time for the fighter to get out of that beef, bro. Like you don't understand. Like sometimes fighters they'll try to get like it's the fight and then the fight's over and then it's whatever beef is squashed. You know what I mean? But there's people that keep on egging the fight to keep happening, bro. And like those fights like with Pacquiao and Eric Morales, how that kept going on, like. I
I
don't
don't
know,
know, man. I
man.
usually go off
People put their
of
own emotions into the fights when the beef wasn't even real. I
I
mean, the
usually
fight's
go off a
real,
real,
but the
like
beef
I like
isn't.
the real beef, like where people are really calling people out. Like they're like, "Oh, you're in this fighting circuit. I'll go into this fighting circuit just to fight you and call people out." I forget who that fighter was that called out Joe Rogan and was like stalking him, saying, "Fight me, fight me." Even though I don't know why you'd want to fight Joe Rogan when that fool's been in fight, like he's been in fighting his whole life, like that. I could pick a bunch of other
It's not that
people to
he's been
fight
fighting
before
all his
somebody
life.
that really
It's his back kick. You seen his
yeah,
back
this
kick,
fool's got some
bro?
hard kicks,
This
and he's
dude
been in
will
fighting his
fucking
whole
give
life,
you
and you're
a.
like gonna try and call that dude out. I'm like, well, okay, but Rogan didn't meet the challenge. He never went to try and
Dude,
actually fight this dude, and
I've
this
been
dude got
fighting
all
my whole
over him.
life too. I've been fighting my whole life. So Joe Rogan ain't shit. He's just Taekwondo. He ain't got shit
That
on Kento.
Hey,
He's
no,
just
I
yeah, like
understand what
for
you're
me.
saying, but I'm saying when it comes to a beef and to watch a fight, for me, I love that real call out where they're like, "Oh, this fool's really like chasing you around, being like, hey, fight me, like a really on a reel in the ring, fight me," and then you're running around like wimping out. I'm like, no, I want to see that fight. I want to see the fight where it's a real, where you can see their emotion, and you're like, that's where it's at. Like that's the only way it's entertaining for me. All this ticket stuff and they build up characters, it just doesn't do anything for me.
But if
You
you
look at
actually
Khabib
understood the
Nurmagomedov.
way of fighting, bro, like it's not even trying to go in there and trying to hurt your opponent. It's trying to stop your opponent. The whole point of fighting is to score on your opponent without getting hit. And that's what the people don't understand about fighting these days. Who do you think is scoring? The people who make a connection when you make a hit. And then when you try to end it during the fight is by choking them out. Yeah, you can do that. But then when you go in there trying to fucking break their arm, break their leg, motherfucker, you got me in the wrong way. I'm sorry, bro. I'm over here getting triggered. But anyway, like, it's the whole point is to score against your opponent without getting hit. The moment you start getting hit, in the brain, bro, the moment you start getting, that's damage to your brain cells. That's damage. That's you're not gonna come out okay. Whoever thinks they're gonna be coming out okay, you're wrong. You get hit in the head many times, bro. You are messing yourself up.
So I want to point out a couple of fights that Khabib Nurmagomedov had. The first one against the Irishman that we were just talking about earlier, right? He
McGregor,
hated
yeah,
that guy. He hated McGregor. So what
yeah.
he did, and I know all men know what I'm talking about when I say this, he broke that dude. He broke his spirit. He was breaking his body, and he made him say uncle. That's the most humiliating thing you could do to another man. Like, he just broke him. Now, when he fought Justin Gaethje, Gaethje was kicking his ass.
He took a
Wait,
really
Like,
he broke
savage, much
McGregor or
bigger
McGregor
person,
broke
and
him?
no, he broke
Khabib
McGregor.
broke McGregor. He broke him
McGregor's
like
Oh,
super
war.
broke.
Habib.
He just
Habib? Oh, don't get me started on Habib, bro. I'm
McGregor's not
sorry,
coming
King.
back from breaking his leg, and Khabib is much bigger than McGregor, so I don't know how McGregor thought he was going into that on equal footing because this dude is bigger. And
Khabib wrestles with fucking bears. There's no fucking way
that's
he's gonna fucking win against
come on,
Khabib.
man. The promo video is a promo video. I'm just saying, on a real level, this dude's much more intense and bigger. And McGregor's a featherweight that just talks way too much shit. Like, it was only a matter of time before he got clobbered.
Yeah, wrong weight class.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. You're not arguing about technical anything. You're arguing completely different weight classes. It's like me trying to go up against Goliath. I'm like, lucky I get this sling. They're like, no, you're in an MMA cage with padded hands. I'm like, well, looks like you got me. I'll try though. And you're not going to get somebody who's a like a champion fighter or is projected as a champion fighter to back down off a challenge, especially if it's out of his weight class. It's like, all right, I'll take that guy. I don't care what weight class it is, but you're gonna have a Tyson hit freaking McGregor, and then he's never gonna knock him into the next. Like, the dude's bigger. He's much bigger. And McGregor's just a small guy, and they put him on.
The fact that he wrestles with bears is intimidating.
I don't know, man. I think that's just a marketing thing.
Nah, like even if those were circus bears, it doesn't matter. Those bears are fucking strong. You feel me? Like that's animal strength versus man strength. You know?
Man, they're sensationalizing some shit. I don't know whether to believe. Like, look like some promo shit. Like, oh, a guy wrestles with bears. I don't know. I watched some of his actual fighting stuff, and I was like, oh, he's a pretty good fighter. Like, that wrestling with a bear doesn't tell me anything about whether you can fight or not. Like, I can fight very well, so like, I want to look at especially like if you're considering an opponent, I want to see how they fight. What does this guy do? Oh man, I want to fight him. Like, look what he's doing right there. McGregor, I would fight that dude. You literally could say, hey, there's this guy on the Flat Earth Discord that said he'd fight you. I will beat that motherfucker. Like, it won't take very, very long to get into shape at his featherweight. Like, come on now. I don't have to meet up or anything. You just do a little endurance training. And then what it is whoever's got the right angle at the right time. Like, may the best man win. They project him to be some lion. He's a featherweight. I'm bigger than a featherweight. At my current weight, if I trim down and
I will say
and
this: he's
like,
getting a lot of flack, but he's no featherweight anymore. That's for sure. He was cutting.
Yeah,
He was cutting a solid chunk to make 145, but there's no way he can make 145 anymore.
He weighs how much?
He's walking around right now at like 180, from what I've seen. But
yeah, when I was in the military and I was in my best shape, I was like 210 solid muscle. So he's not even close to, like, I'm bigger than him without putting weight on. So he's like, I probably weigh 170 something right now, and I'm not in shape. So if I cut, I could get down to like probably 160. If I put on weight, I could get up to 180 real quick. So depending on what you're going to do, he's just a smaller person. So if you're saying he bulked up to be my weight, he's still a featherweight. Like, that doesn't, it's just, he's a featherweight. And if he puts on more weight as a featherweight to bulk up, it's going to slow him down. And with the featherweight thing, speed is a lot of it.
I'm 6 foot at 132. I think my speed is pretty quick.
That's your natural body weight there? Enoch, natural
What's
body
that?
weight, or is that your natural? Is that your walk around weight?
Yeah, I'm walking around late right now like that.
Yeah, Enoch, you're so fast that I would not be able to fight unless I caught you.
Not at all.
You're so fast, I couldn't catch you, bro.
Any and all costs. Like,
I would literally have to get my hands on you and sit on you.
But when we're talking about we're talking about monetized fighting here, and in the real world, you try and de-escalate a fight, and fighting style is to protect you as a defensive thing that you use in your life. If somebody's going to assault you, you're like, well, I just crippled you, and it didn't even wind me, and now you have to deal with that while the police are coming, but you're not getting away because you're seriously injured from you acted maliciously towards me and didn't know that I'm super well trained to immediately defuse that and render you in a way that's not going to allow you to continue doing that. And that's what it's for, really. When we're talking about this This other fighting here that's monetized, they don't do that. They're not there to kill their opponent. Like, that's not what you're going in there. They're going in there to flex on each other, and there's a bunch of rules that they know for their fighting style and the competition they're in. What they can't hit each other in the back of the head, and they can't do a bunch of stuff that's going to seriously hurt your opponent. It's about the fighting style and who's the bigger aggressor for the thing, and it's all monetized. So you don't want to cripple the person in there. That could be an unintended consequence. You're hitting each other desperately to win whatever this prize thing is out of the competition and get better positioning in your life. So,
I don't know, man. I disagree. When I look at Khabib on Connor's neck, he wasn't trying to tap the guy. He was trying to break. That's just from
I
what I
seen
know,
they
right?
were
This guy
very
was like a
angry with each
master
other.
wrestler.
Yeah. Well, I
Yeah,
mean,
he was trying to like rip that dude's head off.
Connor talks a lot of shit and he knows absolutely no boundary. And if you watched any of the buildups to any of his fights, like that's a lot of the way he's generated interest. And so he's just gone with it. Like it's like a character thing or whatever now.
Oh yeah, no,
And so he's not going to abandon that thing. And some people that don't work with, you're talking about a real fighter and you're just going to walk around with your chin all out like that, talking hella shit. That's going to make somebody who's a real fighter like mad. They're going to be completely mad from watching you do that. Like they're going to, in their mind is going to be all sorts of things going on. Like, how could he be so arrogant? He can't possibly be that much of a better fighter than me. All these things churning in your mind. If you're a fighter, you want to fight and see if why is he so arrogant? How could he be that arrogant? Usually when you're a fighter, you're not arrogant like that because you get knocked right off your high horse. So this guy's MO is to be hella arrogant like that. You're really setting yourself up poorly for if something doesn't go your way, it looks really bad for you because you were super arrogant about it and then you just got your ass handed to you.
Yeah,
You just
a lot of
described
people
exactly what
underestimate
happened.
speed. Yeah, a lot of people underestimate speed. But when you look at his name is Blessed. I can't remember his name from Hawaii. Max Holloway. Yeah.
Holloway.
So
Max Holloway.
when you look at how fast that dude is, and like how precise he is, like he's so much fun to watch, because he can put so much volume. So when you put him up against the tank, like what's that Mexican guy in the beer commercial? He like set a record for hitting him so many times.
Brian Ortega?
Ortega, thank you. So when he fought Ortega, he set records, but it took two people to set the records, right? Because Ortega didn't fall down or tap out or get the towel or anything. And just allowed dude to keep
Had to
hitting
get
him.
pummeled and pummeled over and over again to beat the record. Ouch.
Yeah, so it's like, it's not always power and dominance. Sometimes it's just dominance through speed, and that's how Max Holloway and the Diaz brothers fight. Like, it's really amazing to watch them fight because they put, like, so much out. And the only person I ever seen outdo the Diaz brothers was Carlos Condit. He, like, way out-energied that guy. He put so much energy into that fight. He was just everywhere, all over the damn place. And he was doing what you're saying, scoring points, not getting hit. And you could see, like, Diaz getting, like, frustrated because he couldn't get his hands on him.
Yeah, I saw that Holloway versus Diaz.
I didn't see that one. That's probably something I need to look up.
Holloway, man.
This is great. I'm gonna go look up later and watch that because I think that's gonna be entertaining for me. Thank you for you guys. You, like I don't really watch a lot of this. So you're kind of painting in a bunch of the edges there that I didn't. It's like I don't spend a lot of time on this, but I like to watch real fights. Like I like that because I was in the military, so it's appealing to me. But I don't know. I'm not gonna spend all the time to follow everybody, but key fights like that, like man, I'll go back and watch that. If you guys are saying that's a good one, then that's in the bucket list now.
Yeah, me and my cousin, cause I started boxing in my boxing career since 2012, and so I've been watching these fighters for a while. My cousin's been updating me on Max Holloway because that's one of his favorite fighters.
Yeah, I wish I just don't spend a lot of time. I spend so much time on my activism that I don't get a lot of time put aside for like this type of entertainment stuff. But now that we have the internet, it's easy to go back and pull these types of things up. Everything's archived and super easy to access. And
I know you
then
mentioned earlier. Sorry to interrupt you. You mentioned earlier about the female fighters. I think one of my favorite fighters, female fighters, is Rose. She
that
is.
sounds pretty. That
Yes,
sounds.
all the way, all the way.
I'm saying that sounds super
She's
familiar.
one
I
of my
think I
most
like that.
favorite, bruh. Oh my goodness. Yeah, bro. She goes hard, bro.
What's her last name?
Nama Yunus. Nama June with an S at the end.
Yeah, just mad respect to women that fight. Like in the military, like watching some of these women warriors, I'm like, wow, you outperform a lot of these men. Like super high speed. Just it was just amazing. And then like these women that fight, some of them are just like animalistic watching them fight. And hey, whatever you're gonna do, that's what you feel like you need to do for you, then do it. Uh, So, like, mad respect to the people that want to participate in that sport because they didn't even let women participate in this sport. Like, that wasn't even a thing. Women in MMA, the MMA brought the women into the situation. Super super hardcore. I mean, more share of women based content for MMA than any other type of fighting, like for sure.
So a real fight is disable or kill the person as quickly as possible instead of making it last long.
Yeah, so like I'm not like I wouldn't do the whole um like rules fighting thing. Like that's not the style that I train for in the military. So I'm not really that's not what I was trained for. But I know other people that participated in that. I did some of my training with people that did mixed martial arts and different types of martial art forms, and I picked up a lot of that stuff along the way. But my training is particularly very specifically just to disable somebody. So that it's like you try and de-escalate, but if you can't, then you have to physically forcefully de-escalate the situation, and so you don't want to do more damage than you have to do, so you have to properly escalate the use of force to de-escalate the situation. Is use of force is a part of the de-escalation of the situation, and it's unfortunate that it has to go that way sometimes. But for my training specifically was only military, so it was always to disable your opponent, and it wasn't considering any rules or the after effects on your opponent. It's a really brutal thing you're doing to somebody, and that's not what they're showing you on TV for MMA or wrestling or something. They're showing you it's fighting with rules, and they did just open up. I mean, they opened up MMA with the open hand slap for a lot of these martial arts where it was unrealistic because you leave yourself open and defenseless in certain positions for grappling and wrestling, and where it's just unrealistic. You would be taking face strikes. So for them to add open hand strikes where you can just slap the crap out of your opponent so that it changes it speeds, that's an acceleration of the fighting because in real life you wouldn't be leaving it open like that. So once you get struck once, it generates the desire to move and facilitates more movement with the fighting than to leave yourselves wide open where it's not realistic. In real life there would be more blows being thrown. So to simulate those blows with an open hand slap is a rational thing to add to the fighting. And the first time I saw that, I thought, man, that is brutal as hell. Instead of just grappling with somebody, whenever you leave yourself open where your face is open and it's unrealistic, you just get a mean slap. And it teaches you not to leave yourself open in these different positions. And it facilitates a whole different type of contact in that sport that they hadn't allowed before. So, I mean, it did in the last couple of years, the progression of mixed martial arts incorporating all these different styles and stuff is pretty fantastic, I have to say.
So when you say
So there's a
disabling,
part of me.
that's breaking arms or breaking in weight or like or pressure points or just for me like when in a street fight
Everything.
is well
You're
in a street
looking
fight,
for,
no rules, no honor,
yeah,
nothing. It
you're
just
just
you
looking
can
for
use
your
the
opportunity to deal damage, and even weapons of like whatever's in your local environment is now a weapon of opportunity, because to get close enough to strike somebody, you're vulnerable yourself. So to use something as a weapon right off the bat is in your favor to win the whatever conflict. And when you train like that, you're not training in a way where you want to protect your opponent. And so, for example, the Marine Corps, when they train you to do grappling, they teach you to toe stomp instead of heel stomp first. And they do that very specifically because if you're training intensively, you might accidentally heel stomp somebody in training and it will break them. Like you could kill somebody accidentally or break a bone. It'll break them, the heel stomp. But the toe stomp, you can simulate that. It's not going to do as much damage. And mindlessly, if you do the toe stomp, there's less of a chance of you doing gravest damage to somebody than a heel stomp. So they do that on purpose. That way you're learning proper escalation for your training. But it would be in the benefit of everybody for combat to train you to do the heel stomp right off the bat. But it's just too dangerous with the uniform combat training where they have a bunch of people lined up doing the same thing, simulating the same thing to teach somebody something dangerous like that, where it could create a situation in the training that an unintended injury in the training. So everything's structured for a reason, especially with like like real actual combat training is not the same as mixed martial art training, grappling, and these various things. They use that when you go further with your combat training. They're going to use that to branch out and have more versatility. But training for combat is completely different than all other types of training. Usually, what happens is people that have trained for combat branch out into these mixed martial art branches to whatever their specialty was, and they end up doing that after they get out of the military. So training SWAT or having some type of martial arts studio or going to an MMA studio or being involved in the gaming, the fighting industry. A lot of people scout talent for fights. What do you guys know about Eddie Bravo?
Tenth Planet
Just gotta look
Jiu-Jitsu
into it, man.
Planet.
Eddie Bravo is a badass
Yeah.
about everything.
When Tony Ferguson
Hank,
and Coach wasn't
Hank, you gotta disconnect and reconnect, Hank.
Domo arigato, Mr. Roboto, domo.
Is that like a commercial?
You've heard that song before, haven't you, Mr. Roboto?
Oh yeah, I got that on vinyl. I also have Blinded Me with Science by Thomas Dolby. Yeah,
That's hilarious. I actually have that too.
Thomas Dolby also made a song about flat Earth. Yeah, just You can look up
It's a whole album, Flat Earth. It's Thomas Dolby. That's a whole album, an entire album from like 1987 or something.
fantastic.
Thomas Dolby was the schnizznack, man.
As far as you could go with keyboard simulation and that type of stuff, he really pioneered right into the electronic industry, like a lot of his stuff directly right into the electronic music we make today.
That sounds interesting. I'll have to look into that a little bit more.
Super interesting. And I love that Blinded Me with Science. Didn't they use that for a movie or something? It was like the theme song to some movie. So I was kind of associated with that until I started looking into this subject of comparative cosmology and seeing how they were perpetrating fraudulent science on people in a lot of different sectors. And then I heard this song again, and I was like, oh, no. And it was after I'd already listened to that Flat Earth album, and I was like, no. It all came back together, and I was like, I didn't realize it was the same person that had made both of these things.
Yeah, the movie is Weird. I'm pretty sure if someone could correct me if I'm wrong, but Weird Science. I think that's the name of the movie.
I'm not going back and watching that.
That's a different song, though. She Blinded Me with Science is different.
Oh, Weird Science, yeah. That movie was weird, and I'm not. It reminds me of.
And that was Oingo Boingo, by the way.
Was it?
Saying that.
I thought Dolby wrote the music.
I know, because I bought the album when I was a kid. I had the cassette.
Oh.
So didn't Dolby write the music for that movie, though?
I'm not sure about that. I'm not sure if that's the same Dolby or not, or any of that. Not really sure. I don't know whether those singers are related or not. Did I say that twice?
Okay, somebody posted the Illuminati playing cards here in the live stream chat, and
nice.
today somebody told me that there is an Illuminati playing card for the truckers thing.
I saw that.
I haven't seen the card though. I've seen all the cards before because I've looked them all up. I want to buy a deck of them at some point, but I can't remember the trucker card, and I'd really love to see that.
You know how rare that is? I looked for one for a long time, and I ended up settling for a newer game with a different artwork, but it's still got the same cards.
No, they sell them on eBay for a couple $100 all the time. You just want the one with
that's what I'm saying. But a couple $100 is a lot of money, bro, for just a game
I'm going to use them all the time. I'm going to constantly pull those cards.
So would I, but I'm saying my wife would kill me if she knew I spent $200 on a damn.
Okay, but now listen. Now hear me out. Okay, people invest in a lot of things, and look at how much Pokemon cards are worth. They're never going to produce those Illuminati cards again, and someday those are going to be worth more than whatever your investment in other. They're going to appreciate at a greater value than many other investments, and you got to consider all these other gaming cards, how well they're doing over time.
Maybe, but when they start censoring everything instead of just the stuff they're doing now, think about how that's going to change, though.
Just imagine the dollar goes bust and your Illuminati playing cards are way better than dollar bills at that point.
It's a funny thought.
You're like, oh no, the dollar's bust. I can't feed my family. At least I have these Pokemon cards.
I've got baseball cards, I've got comic books, and I do have Pokemon cards. I have, what is that other game? That, Hyokum or whatever the hell, the Dragon Ball Z. I got Pogs. I got a whole bunch of collections of stuff that people have given me over the years. You know, like they're getting rid of. They're like, hey, you want these, Ryan? You always collect stuff. Be like, yeah. I've got like probably $10,000 worth of all kinds of stuff.
The actual game of Pogs is awesome.
Yeah, I never really played it much when I was young, but I heard it was really, really popular. I just don't know why it wasn't popular where I lived. Not sure why. A whole bunch of them. I mean, a whole bunch. I got this like big old Ziploc bag just crammed full of them.
So Pogs is an old game from back in the day, and
yeah,
during the Depression.
I'm an old man, by the way. I'm 48 years old, so yeah, I know what you mean.
During the Depression, there wasn't a lot to go around. So, but everybody still bought milk. And so they would take the little cap thing off the milk, and it had a pog underneath it, and that's what sealed the milk on. And you'd throw the pog away and put the little cap ring back on the bottle or whatever, or however it was done. But the pog was the seal on the milk. So you'd take those and rinse them off, and you keep all of them, and they play a game with them. So the revitalization of pogs had nothing to do with the little milk containers any longer. So it was just a fad that came and go because they were just making wafers that were that original size of those milk container pogs. The pog is a little thing on the top of a glass, square glass, like quart of milk, and it has a little tab with a staple where you peel it open and you can pour it like you bought your cream in a glass jar. Or you take the top off and take the pog all the way off. You would destroy the pog and you wouldn't be able to play the game if you used the pog and pulled the little tab. So you have to take the pogs that are whole in order to stack them up to play the game.
Interesting.
What year was this? Because I'm not familiar with this at all.
Pogs is a game for the milk tops. That's what a pog is the little milk top.
Depends on where you're at.
They
In
still make.
California,
They still
it started earlier, right? So maybe late 80s,
Yeah,
early
that's what I
90s.
have.
they
By the time I
still
got to
make
I
those
live in
exact
Texas, it was
jars.
like
In certain parts of the country, they still use those exact milk jars and the little baskets they used to come for distributing milk, and they still use pogs. Like this is still. There are places where you can go where they still have the actual exact same thing. They're still doing that.
They do that in Pog Stack originated in Hawaii, I believe, through the Army brats, Navy brats, whatever they were.
Well, I liked the game.
I did too.
Yeah, it
I
started with
started
U.S.
out with like
military.
next to nothing. My parents like bought me like one set, and then I got really good at the game and started taking everybody's shit because they didn't know how to slam it right. And I had like a huge collection at the end, and I don't remember what I did with it. I think I gave it away.
I mean,
Yeah, that was like,
there's some antique pogs that are worth a ton of money.
yeah, I used to have like a King Tut hologram slammer because I would just take people's shit and they would just bet against me, and I would be like, "You guys don't even know how to play."
That's why you put in all the pogs that you don't want, and then you put like whatever one they're looking at that they like the most. You're like, all right, I'll put this in there too, and get rid of all your crappy pogs. And let them. You got. I mean, like you can't just go. I mean, if you're good at pogs and you go hard on everybody, you're just gonna take everybody's pogs, and nobody's gonna want to play with you.
Well, they were rich kids. Their parents could buy them more. I'll take everything they got. I don't gamble anymore, but back in those days, I didn't know it was wrong.
Well, see, with all of those games, right, all of those card games and stuff like that, at least there's an objective to it besides just collecting. I mean, sports card collecting, that's just stupid. That's retarded. Fucking nonsense. Idiotic. Like, there's no value besides just monetary value. There's no entertainment value.
There's 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 the worship value. Worshipping the sports star god, right? Idolatry.
Speaking of idolatry, do you think my Hallmark ornaments are ever going to be worth anything?
It's a culture, cult or culture. Now, probably, yeah, probably worth
Right.
something. Yeah, someone somewhere.
Juicy couture? What'd you say?
It's funny how words mean things, huh?
You know, people put value on the weirdest shit because people are weird. You know, so value comes from people. You know what I mean? And the culture and whatever that generation is going through.
You're absolutely right, bro.
Culture.
It might be, rated as valued at this much, but unless you can find someone to buy it from you for that price, it's not worth it. You see what I'm saying? So there's a fine line. You know what I mean?
I mean, have you guys looked into the NFT craze that's happening? I don't know. I don't know what to think. I'm trying to figure it out, and it's like, what is this? It's just a word.
Virtual
Somebody.
property. It's
Yeah.
just like
Non-fungible token.
Yeah. You could write something like bullshit on a piece of paper and sell it for like 60 grand, maybe 6 million. Who knows what weirdo is gonna buy it, right?
Have you
so
had
it's
any
virtual
experience with
property.
that?
It's the
I
same thing
mean,
as
that
lunar
thing?
real estate. Isn't it the same thing as Martian real estate? Like it's just a virtual property. You don't really
Right?
own it tangibly. You own it virtually. So it's like
We
virtual
could
gold.
share the ownership.
Like invest in us and my company, and we'll invest it in gold, and then you're not going to actually have any gold, but trust us, right?
I own Globies. It's kind of a virtual ownership.
Bro, they got globes with
Yeah, but
babies.
QE,
Glow
but
baby.
my boy Quantum Eraser, hold on, my boy Quantum Eraser, he actually owns global real estate, right? Because he is always running through their minds. They are always talking about him. So he takes up so much real estate in their minds, like they basically, need to charge him rent.
They're called collectors, right? Collectors. Like, say somebody who was born in the 80s, he would be collecting stuff from that time that he grew up. And, like somebody who's born in the 2000s would be collecting, the things they grew up around. You know what I mean? I think that's where the value comes from. And of course, the artists, the propagandist.
So I was born in the 80s, and I wish that I would have kept some of the stuff that I had because I used to have a robot that you could plug up to the Nintendo, Rob the Robot, and we could play video games together. This is like mid 80s, and I think I was playing with Rob outside, and I left him outside, and he
Yeah.
got wet. And I was like, damn, I'm a dumbass. That thing was cool, man.
It
I
would be
wonder how
worth
much.
a it would be worth a pretty penny now.
Yeah.
Who cares about pennies, man? That was a cool robot to play games with.
When I used to watch Sesame Street, I used to watch Ernie and Bert, right? And Bert had this bottle collection, right? And I used to be like, why the hell do people collect weird stuff? Bottle collection, bottle cap collect, like bottle caps. Like it's weird. But now I guess it would be worth something to someone somewhere.
You guys know that Bert and Ernie were taking like baths together. You guys
I
know
never
it was
noticed as a child.
unspoken. What?
Yeah. As a child, I never noticed that shit. When I just yeah, you shower with your brother when you're little. It's fucking normal. Like, but now looking back, like grown ass men living in an apartment.
Rubber
Yeah,
ducky.
yep.
You guys seen that Sesame Street episode where they have the bookshelf and they have the globe and the rocket and a big ass sign that says fiction, and the girl like goes over and is like talking about fiction or whatever, and like points right at it like the globe and the rocket are.
Wait, how do I?
It's ridiculous.
How do I be? What app is this?
This is on Discord. I don't think you have that. You have to
It's
make.
brilliant.
I'm gonna
It's
download
brilliant because you make movies, right? You make science fiction movies out of the globe, right? And now you can just throw it around. Like this is reality, and of course we make fiction from reality. So it's almost like that is brilliant, man. It's like some kind of master behind it, like choreographing it, making sure everything is. It's almost like there's a kingdom behind the kingdom.
Yeah, you're gonna play. Oh, you have it.
Why do you want it?
Yeah, I'm gonna send it right now.
Oh my goodness.
It's so good.
I think he's talking to somebody.
Oh no, I was trying to put this clip on. It doesn't pick up correctly.
It's so good.
Here,
Who
You
knows
would
how to
have
put
to
this
use
on?
your stereo mixer.
I'm gonna to.
Put it in the thing.
Yeah. Okay. Here you go.
Here I go.
The way they sprinkle the globe everywhere, oh man. I remember looking at the globes in some of these scenes in movies, videos, MTV video, and you don't even think anything about it, right? And they're telling you this is fake, but you don't really, you're like, yeah, like in the movie Aliens, right? It would be fake there, but I mean, it's children that are, you know what I mean? It's the children that they're targeting with this, you know what I mean?
All right, so I've realized something today, Bong, and I know you're going to agree with me. At least I hope so. So when people come in here and they start saying that it's a simulation, right? You need to point out to them, well, you think the astrophysicists simulated all this? Like, because if you believe what they're saying, then they're the simulators. So it's like when people are, and this is really important to understand, when people are at the verge of admitting that it's a simulation, they're either sidestepping God and the Creator, or they're catching on to the fact that it's created, right? And they don't want to outright say that it's God, right? Because maybe in the place where they're from, that would be like against their culture or whatever, right? Or maybe they're like in college and that's their culture, right? So I think it's really important to take those people a little more seriously, because it's very easily to like dismiss them people because it's like, oh, you figured it out, but you fucked up and said it was a simulation. Like, it is kind of a simulation, right? But it was meant to simulate reality, right? So it's like, okay, what they're doing is they're stepping into the really is. Like, okay, this place was created, right? But they don't want to plunge in all the way. So they
Yeah.
use like colloquial words that are acceptable, like, oh, I think it's a simulation, it's a matrix. Go ahead, Bob.
Simulation theory actually originated in Silicon Valley, and a bunch of people microdosing and making video games. And actually, that's Mark Sargent's claim to fame. He was promoting simulation theory before he was promoting flat Earth theory, and his version of flat Earth theory is actually simulation theory with flat Earth theory.
Well, the thing is, it's not a theory, but yeah, well, Hank, yeah, 100%. I think it's the perfect. It's the second best thing to evolution because evolution must fall, right? Evolution must fall, right? And then you replace it with an intelligent design, and then boom, simulation, right? But the idea of simulation is as old as Hinduism. The idea is a spiritual idea, yeah, like you said. But yeah, they don't want to really go to the creator, that there's a creator. But then the idea of simulation, it's perfect. I mean, think about it. You leave this simulated globe just to go into another simulated reality. But then there's the question, who is simulating the simulator that's simulating the simulator that's simulating the simulator that simulates and now we're back to the infinite, regression, the cause of the cause, the cause, the cause, the cause, the cause, again, just like the globe earth,
Yeah,
and
and
we're just going to
that's
go on.
Richard Dawkins that brought us there, right? Sorry for interrupting, but it was Richard
Yeah,
Dawkins that said that it was directed panspermia, right? Maybe from another planet. And then that begs the question, well, who started that planet? Right? And like you
exactly.
said,
Go ahead, Eric.
yeah, like you said, it's the infinite regress fallacy. And it's not us making that fallacy. It's Richard Dawkins, their smart guy. He's the one doing the begging the question, infinite regress, positive feedback loop that never ends.
Yeah. And I never liked the idea of simulation or reincarnation or that because there can be no other reality. this is the only reality that you will be able to simulate other realities. So you can't you can't talk about simulation without knowing the real thing. You know, this is, as far as we know, the real thing. You know what I mean? The only thing. I mean, think about it. If we weren't alive, there would be no thing to think about. Senses and all, you know, like, I mean, it isn't a simulation. The way people talk about simulation, isn't that something you understand from math, from numbers, from concept, from an idea? It's not even well, what is an example of a simulation? What, an algorithm? Really? Don't you need data for that? You know what I mean? See, like, who made the code that does everything? Like, put the code in the plant, in the seed? Who created that code? I mean, you know, what's it simulating? Like, we know we are this physical thing that is. You know, does Mario know he's a simulation? And if he does, can Mario know any other reality than the 2D reality he lives in? Doing, doing, you know, up and down. You know? He doesn't. He can't fathom
No, like,
outside of his world.
Mario has no consciousness whatsoever. It's a fucking game. He's on the screen. The only conscious he has is conscious of the person running him. That's all. It's the conscious of the person running him, doing him, making him jump, making him drive his car, whatever. He has no conscious of his own.
No intelligence there. Yeah.
None. Period. He's all
Mario's world is flat with no curvature.
Yeah, I mean, if
It's
they
still a
weren't for
world that lacks
computers,
intelligence.
if it weren't for computers being invented, would
Flying
people even
squids? Come on.
like what? If it were not for computers, what do you think a simulation is? Like, how would you understand a simulation except a math, you know, some algorithm written down, like, you know, based on data? Like, how would you understand what a simulation is if you didn't understand computers?
we live in an organic living
yeah, you would,
situation.
because someone, you know, you've been in simulations, you've been in like haunted houses, and you've been in like places where they dress up and they really convince you that it's really like you went back in time or something. You know what I'm talking about?
You've been to the
Right?
movies, right? You've seen movies, right? Yeah. Predictive programming is not. Is it a model?
Am I wrong though?
It's not
Is
a
it a model?
simulation. It's just an act. It's just a show. It's actors putting on a show. There's no simulation there.
No, but they have models in them usually.
Simulation theory is completely separate from the model.
I was kidding when you said movies.
Live in a
I was making fun of it.
it's living, has living organisms, got living matter that grows and lives. It's life. Computers, there is no life inside of a computer. It's all comes from commands from the outside, from the mouse, from you telling the program what to do. There's no life there.
I mean, to simulate anything, you have to kind of know all the different factors and all pretty much everything about everything that you're simulating. And people don't even know that. Like, people barely learned what glands do. I mean, they think they can simulate stuff. You know what I mean? Like,
It's retarded.
right. When I see people putting fertilizer.
What's
Yeah,
even
here's a big thing.
what's
When I
even
see
more
people,
retarded
go ahead.
is the simulation theory, right? Remember, the simulation theory is supported by the lamestream science, which is wrong on a huge magnitude. So why would you listen to any fucking thing you read on Popular Mechanics?
Yes.
It's mechanics. It's not science.
Putting fertilizer into the ground for your plants is a very, very, very stupid opposite way. It's not even proper. Like, you're not
No,
simulating
that's
it.
a proper.
It's almost like they're
That
trying
is
to
a
simulate.
proper. That is called a proper experiment.
Because it's like, for example, the plant knows exactly what it needs, right? So it'll release these things into the ground and tell the ground, the bacteria and stuff, what to make for it. When you give it fertilizer, it's like you're trying to simulate what the plant is trying to do and all the life in the ground is trying to do. But all you're doing is killing everything in the ground and giving this plant only what you think it needs, right? So it grows and it's big. You think it's got everything that you've given it that it needs. It doesn't. It's all fucked up. And then you smoke it and you get sick. And then you're like, oh my gosh, something's wrong with my dabs. So it's like, maybe it's because you tried simulating what the plant needs and fucked it all up and now you're sick. Maybe if you just
go
let
all organic.
Right.
I have a buddy that does that, and he makes sure that he's feeding the plants with these teas and fermentations, and he grows the mycelium out in the natural soil, so that you can reuse the soil over and over again.
See, that guy knows what he's doing. See, he's letting the thing, right? Like, he's not trying to simulate it. He's like, do your thing, real
No, he
life.
creates an environment where all of the natural things are symbiotic with each other, and they all digest each other's byproducts.
You cannot.
And when you amend it, you have to make sure you amend it with like river bottom or something like that, some sort of rich organic silt.
Yeah. So it's like, hey, until you figure out what the plant is doing and simulate it exactly, don't cut me with that thing. I don't want you touching my body. You rude.
Like, see, what I do is I have a layer of silt in the bottom of my large planters, and then I have potting soil inside of that, and I've grown out mycelium inside of it. I didn't inoculate it; it's just natural stuff that
is it good,
around in the
mycelium?
environment,
If
and
you
it
have too much
allows
water,
the plants. It allows the plants that I grow to survive the summer.
yeah.
Without it, it wouldn't be able to survive the summer or die. They'd all die. It's fucking
So,
120 degrees. Cannabis
so
can't
basically,
survive.
yeah, and if you cannot simulate life, right? Like, then what are you doing? Messing it up, killing it, like just all these experiments we do. We take a gene out of a fish that lives in the cold waters, and we put it in a tomato. Like, what the hell? Tomatoes aren't supposed to be growing in winter, dumbass. Like, why would you do that? Profits, of
No,
course.
not a tomato or a strawberry.
But
They
the
wanted
tomato,
strawberries year round. They did
right?
just, yeah, they have genetically modified strawberries for the winter here, so that you can get strawberries year round.
Yeah. Is that greed? And is that corruption, or is that just capitalism?
That's perversion.
All the above. So the simulation theory, yeah, what? What are you gonna simulate, Mike? You gonna simulate life? Huh? How do you do that? How do you create life? Oh, you gotta use your own material, by the way. You can't just pick up that soil.
I created life once.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Was it a comfortable bed though?
All
I
life,
don't remember the bed too much.
all life comes from the all spark.
If that's what you kids call it these days.
No, it's Transformers. It's like some Unicron, Metatron shit.
Yeah.
First, you gotta make a bed out of a tree, right? Out of a big tree, and then you build a house around it, and then you can make life in your bed. Sorry. Odysseus. You guys remember Odysseus's bed? Yeah.
Technically, if you go according to the Transformers saga, Earth is a globe because when Metatron blew up, or whatever their planet was called, that Unicron was hurtling through space, and all of this stuff that is Earth formed around. No, listen. Actually, this is the delineation of the Transformers saga. Unicron was blown out into space out of the war for whatever Metatron. Where was their home planet? Whatever their home planet was for whatever it is. Unicron was blown out from this war and was just hurtling through space randomly, and all of this material gathered around this sleeping giant Unicron and formed into what is now Earth. And if you watch the Transformers saga, there's a part where they battle Unicron to go back to sleep because he was going to wake up and just shake off what is we consider the Earth, because he's like, you were all parasites living on me or whatever, and they had to fight him to put him back to sleep so that he wouldn't just shake everything off, because it's basically his body hurtling through space, and the energy that they're harvesting, that they're always fighting over to find these sources of the energy, is actually the lifeblood of Unicron, which is the world that we live on. So it's all face propaganda, but that's the actual
Yeah,
story.
it is. So public service announcement, Lola, I think. Yeah. Lola is VC verified. Has anybody tried to talk to Lola?
What's up, Lola? Lola? I think Lola means grandma in Filipino. In Tagalog. Lola.
I really like that name. There was a girl named Lola in my soccer team. We had a co-ed team, and she could kick the ball like a girl. And one time I went neener neener Lola, and she kicked the ball and hit me in the face, and I did nearly a backflip and just landed flat. That was the last time I made fun of her.
Yeah, have you ever been hit with a soccer ball in the face? Like, like two things. Like, it really stings, and everybody like wants you to be goalie after that. Like, make him goalie.
I was goalie, and she was a mean forward, and I didn't think that the ball just came to her right as I said that, and her instinct was to kick the ball as hard as she could towards my face, and it all lined up where I couldn't get my hands up fast enough, and I literally did a backflip and landed on my face.
I thought you were just being a good goalie, just blocking with everything you have.
That's what the coach said. He thought it was hilarious. I didn't think it was that funny though.
Make this guy goalie. He uses his face to block balls, coach.
I'm a great goalie.
I used to throw myself in front of the ball for sure. Then when our best star forward would get tired, they would move him back as goalie so he could rest because he could kick further than me, and they would just move me up in front of him, and the ball's still not getting past me. So I just let it roll back to him if he wanted to kick it. It was a pretty good setup we had, and it was co-ed. We were killing it with girls on our team, just absolutely killing it.
I guess you could say. I had my eye on the ball for too long.
Just don't say neener neener to a girl thinking you got the upper hand. That might not be the case.
I had my eye on the wrong ball for too long.
Yeah, a lot of people, they like to stand on the fact that, men have like 2/3 more upper body strength than women, but that doesn't mean that they don't got legs. And if they're trained properly and they kick you in the face or kick something and it hits you in the face, it's going to be devastating. So women are like really good at Taekwondo. Like, I don't know if you guys noticed that, but it's like they're natural at it. They'll just like stick the heel of their foot in like your chin throat area and like kick you, and before you ever see it coming.
Yes, I like to say it's 90% skill and 10%, strength.
Genetic advantage.
10% strength and 90% skill, because it only takes a little bit of force. I mean, pressure to like say knock a man out. If you hit him in the jaw in the right place, or to knock a person, to shake the brain and render them unconscious. Right? It only takes a certain amount of force, but the skill to deliver it is from practice. You know what I mean? Like where you start to throw your punches more efficiently, and you start to throw your weight into them more efficiently, and then you get faster. And then every punch you throw becomes a knockout punch. You know what I mean? 90% skill though, because very strong guys can throw very weak punches. Certain punches, they're very powerful if they, you know what I mean, like some people accidentally get into the right positions and naturally throw that powerful punch you don't want to get hit with. But
The thing I learned is where you hit somebody more important than how hard you hit them. So like there's a spot, like if someone's trying to grab you, like if you got real fit arms, you can see like right there at where your elbow is, like right below your elbow, on the front of your arm where those two muscles meet, it makes like a triangle right there. Like if you hit somebody right there, it's like a soft spot. And if you like hit your arm right there, you're gonna notice like, oh God, you hit my bone. You're like, oh, it hurts so bad. And it's just, you do not have to hit hard right there. So if someone grabs you, you just press that button, hammer fist that button, and they'll let go. Promise.
Yeah. Yeah, the idea of Sun Tzu is never attack strong points, always attack the weak points. You know, if you think about things like that, you're you're never going to be fighting uphill battles, and you're always going to be picking your battles, the ones that you know you will win, you know, type of thing. I mean, the targets you know you can, like you say, putting the throat punches, you know, stuff like that. Knee to the groin type of. I mean, if you do a knee to the groin, make sure you hit right. It's a bit close. But any woman, you know, give me 6 months with her, and she can probably kick your butt, Hank. I think I can put some money on that.
Yeah, I know that I can be defeated. I mean, I knocked myself out playing football, right? And then I got beat by a counterpuncher when I was in like the 8th grade. So I know that I can be beaten, right?
Yeah,
And the number one thing is that, okay, I got a lot of health points. I'm
yeah.
not very fast, but I'm deceptively fast. So
Because it's
that's the, what's that?
because it comes down to the person, you know. Especially I've seen some females that I know, like, you know, that have skills that I know if I teach them Wing Chun can really, you know, like really good. You know, because it comes down to the person. You know, like whether you're male or female, it doesn't matter. You know, in my opinion, of course, males are naturally stronger than females, but a talented female can whoop a non-untalented male. You know what I mean? Or a skilled female can whoop a unskilled male. We have a warrior princess in some, you know, in our legends, but I heard she was a demigod, so I don't know if that counts. A demigod, right? Like a warrior princess demigod. I was like, nah, that doesn't count. Nah, she's
She
still a
probably
god.
got anthropomorphized into a demigod, and she was just a warrior princess.
Not the story is she is a demigod. She's half man, half something else. Isse means like something different. It means goat spirits. You know, like Samoans are like Native Americans. You know, very steeped in their witchcraft. You know, they think they worship they think they go to church, but so do the
I,
Catholics.
I, I would say, come on, bro. So my grandmother, on my dad's side, she's like half Irish and half Cherokee, and like she's one of the most devout Christians I've ever met. So I would say that there was 5 civilized tribes here that accepted Christianity. You
Does
can look into
she
that.
does she look at the Native Americans' culture as witchcraft? Does she separate herself from
Yeah,
that
she
and
sided
follow?
with the white culture. Yeah.
Well, not the white culture. I'm talking about Jesus.
Well, oh, okay. Well, I'm
Hey,
saying she sided with Christ like
guys,
100%.
Okay. She sounds legit.
But
Hey, hey.
somebody's roboting. Somebody's roboting.
jet. I just debate.
I think
Just
it's
want to
Corporal Major.
thank all you guys for the great debate this evening. I got a jet.
All right,
All right,
Corporal
bro.
Major. Yeah.
Be safe,
I'll
bro.
have a
God
good
bless.
one. Yeah. God bless.
That's all you.
So I would say there were tribes that had all this stuff, but if you look, there's a group of Cherokee who think that they're the descendants of um,
The
the Jews
tribes.
or
Really?
the tribes of Israel, right?
Yeah.
And they say that when you compare their writings to, the Bible, it like makes perfect sense. Like it fits together so perfectly, the language and the fact that when they first came over, there was no, John Smith and Pocahontas trying to figure out the language, right? They had interpreters because the Portuguese and the people from the Iberian Peninsula, they spoke like a form of Hebrew and they could communicate with the natives here.
Yeah. Wow. Yeah.
And it stays in the books and in their
Yeah.
journals that
Yeah.
people wrote.
Even the I think the Russian language is like that, right? It's It was created from the some interpretation of the Bible. It's a connection to the Jews, yeah. But as long as they're practicing that whole spirits, worship. I mean, calling on the spirits thing. I think that part of it is witchcraft. It's probably why the Native Americans are suffering so much. And then there are the Amazons. Have you guys heard of the Amazon women? You reckon those are real women or demi?
The Californians, man, the Caliphate. The Caliphate is, man. The Caliphate. Caliphate.
Yeah.
California.
I was telling my son about that swimmer, that trans swimmer that dominated women. I was like, yeah, looks like there's nothing left for women to do. Guess it's back to the kitchen, eh, son? He laughed. He's like, yes, no, Dad. I was like, oh, yeah, what are you gonna do?
If I were a feminist, I would be super pissed about that. You know why?
No.
Because that just proves that men are superior to women when it comes to certain competition things.
Right. Well, yeah.
Just
I'd be
having a
like,
testicle means you have a little bit more greater superior strength.
there's
Right?
absolutely nothing you could say, right? There's like absolutely nothing you could say about it. Why? Why? Because that means feminism doesn't exist.
Well, here's the thing. They also bitch about, no chivalry. I'm a woman. I deserve special treatment. No, you don't, right? You're a feminist. You don't deserve special treatment. You deserve to get punched in the face like men do, right? There's no difference
It's funny
between
you
men
say
and
that.
women.
Man,
So if you want to go pick out and go out there in the workforce and make the same amount of money, cool. That's fine. You want to earn the same? That's fine too. I don't
do
see a
not
problem
punch
with that.
men in the face, as therefore we do also not punch women in the face. I'm just saying, yeah. We don't walk around.
Yeah, but that's an anti-feminist thing, right? Because there's no difference between men
Yeah,
and
but
women in the feminist eyes.
it would be a bad thing.
It's like one of those oxymoron things, right? Almost like, well, how come you don't open the door for me anymore? You can open the door yourself. You're a feminist, right? So you can open the
I
door
got a funny
yourself.
story. So I'm at work and my boss tells me that when I use the restroom, I need to put the lid back down. I said, "Are you a feminist?" She said, "No, I want somebody to take care of me when I get older." I said, "Okay, I'll put the lid back down." The feminist overheard this, right? Wasn't even talking to her. And she was like, "You better put that fucking toilet lid down or I'll bust you in your face." And I was like, "You must be crazy. If you're a feminist, I'm not putting the lid down for you. You want equal rights? You got to have equal responsibility."
Yep.
I don't bother lifting the seat, guys, anymore. Here, so check it out. You pee, and if you hit the seat, right, grab some toilet paper and you wipe it. See, and then you leave. You can wash it with water if you want,
I don't
but
have that problem. I sit down when I pee.
then and there's that. You can sit down when you pee. All right, like why do you care what guys say about you
Hey, can I ask a
standing?
quick question?
Probably
Somebody said, why does the anvil and the beach ball fall at the same rate in a vacuum? Is there a way I can explain this?
Oh, I want to
There's
see.
no air resistance. There's no medium for it to be buoyant against.
Only for a short distance do they fall at the same rate.
Only for a short distance?
Yep.
Why don't they fall? Why
Baseball
do they
wouldn't be
fall
able
at?
to survive in a vacuum, by the way. It's full of air.
Why do they fall at different rates?
Because of the medium of air, man.
You see how you just accepted what I said without even asking me to demonstrate it and to show you that things are falling at different rates in a vacuum? That's why I was like, can I see that? Can I see a feather and an anvil fall at the same rate in a vacuum? I would love it. It's so
Oh,
freaking
what's
Yeah,
cool.
heavier, a ton of feathers or a ton of anvils?
I posted a
Show
thread
me.
on
So
4chan.
that's
It's just analyze gravity, and this dude, like, you know, there's debates going on. So this is one I wanted to just have something to say.
well, hang on. This is one major flaw, right? The whatever you have to compare it, they have to have the same weight, right? They have to weigh the same, have the same amount of mass, so to say, right? The same. So when you put that in there, like, you know, if you put something in there, like say, wool or a cotton ball, that cotton ball has to be pretty low to equal the same weight as that anvil.
Right.
And then if there's no air inside the chamber at all, there
It's
would
not
be no
true. That's
resistance.
not true. They cannot make a vacuum that has no air in it.
I
They
know.
can only get it down to a certain level. So there's going to be some resistance no matter what.
Exactly.
We cannot create a
I
perfect
know.
vacuum.
You
So,
have
in
off
other words,
gassing too.
the taller the vacuum, right? The taller the vacuum, the
The
more
more
the
the
distance it
differential
would
is
have
going to
to
be.
start gathering that
Yep,
No.
drag.
that's right.
See, this is one of these thought experiments. It's never been done because they've never been able
To
to
create a
create
perfect
a
vacuum.
seal that doesn't off gas. And the only way that they can create a high vacuum is by baking everything under heat. And, you know, that just drives up the thermal energy enough to cause the molecules to bounce around so they can bounce out of the container. But it's very difficult for them to get even close to a near perfect vacuum.
They don't
Well,
even
I
get
think
close.
the number actually came from Galileo. You know, at the Tower of Pisa, he wrote these balls down, and then he calculated the speeds of them, and then he said, if I could, he said, hypothetically speaking, if I could drop this ball in a vacuum, it would fall. I'm calculating it to fall at 9.8 meters per second squared. I mean, per second. That's where that number comes from. And ever since then, I've been looking for an experiment that demonstrates this. That's why we're asking, like, what kind of vacuum chamber? How big is it? Tall is it? And what kind of vacuum is it? Is it really a vacuum? And blah 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 blah. Let's get this number right, right?
No, I think what Galileo was talking about was terminal velocity, 9.8 meters
Right,
squared per
right,
second,
right. So I think, yeah,
or
that's what.
per
But
second
I don't think
squared.
it had
Yep.
anything to do with gravity. You know, it was more to determine, because you can do this in water, and it seems that it was that the density of the medium is
Well,
what was
it's
affecting
divided.
velocity.
It's
Relative
divided by
density.
the resistance.
It's relative density.
I mean, if you guys can find more information on the internet about it, that'd be great. That's all I found. And something about the CIA, and then it was like, what the fuck?
So the answer is that what they have manipulated is the medium. So if they're manipulating the medium to show that things fall differently when you do that, that's actually evidence for our side, not theirs.
Exactly. And, if you try to think about what the sun, moon, and stars are, and what kind of medium they exist in, and operate in, function in, I don't know. You can't say it's a perfect vacuum. I mean, that's in another model, right? I mean, in this world,
There's no
seems to be.
perfect vacuum inside of a container.
Well, there are lights.
Not inside this container, anyway. They've
Wait,
tried
what?
to create a container, and they got it down to, I can't remember what the Torah was, something like 6 something, whatever. And when it got to that point, then the molecules started seeping through the concrete, and air and particles started coming through this 8-foot walls to keep it at that constant vacuum. They couldn't go below. So
the material around the vacuum wasn't dense enough, or it wasn't sealed perfectly. And so they could only pump the vacuum down to a certain degree, and stuff started leaking into it. And so, I mean, there's a lot of quagmires about this whole vacuum scenario. So there is no perfect vacuum, not that we know of. And to create one seems impossible, because the stuff seeps through the walls when the vacuum gets strong enough, and it stays at a certain level. You can't get below that. So
yeah. So
Fuck,
what's up with
helium will
the
seep
IECs,
through
right?
vacuum.
So how the hell did that lunar lander go to the moon?
Oh, because they use a special tweaker tape.
They're talking about concrete walls here, man, and not even
I'm
half
sorry. I meant duct tape.
the
Duct tape.
the
the
it's not
human
even
body
half the strength.
human body is a pressurized system. You put a pressurized system of any kind, even in a mild vacuum, and it starts to expand. Your blood starts to boil, and there's just absolutely no possible way that man could go anywhere if the barometric pressure was too low, because
Yeah.
the body would start to expand. Your blood would want to boil. It's like water boils when you remove the barometric pressure. Your body's full of water, dude. It's going to boil. It's going to leave your body if you get under it. If you take the pressure off the body, it's going to leave, and you're going to
Yep.
die.
In fact,
Period.
ice in a low pressure environment will sublimate like dry ice does on Earth. So freeze drying happens, right?
Yep.
So some people think we're in a we're stuck in a cage or some kind of prison. I think we're home, right? I mean, doesn't it feel like home? I mean, where do you guys want to go? Like out to where?
Yeah, to where? How do you know what's there? I mean, where you going to go to some place you're not even prepared to? I mean, if you could open the container, are you going to be prepared for all scenarios?
Have you
Are
guys
you
noticed
serious?
how Have you guys noticed how awesome the soil is and the life and the things you can get? I'm still learning about stuff, man. Like, where are you guys trying to go to Mars? What's nothing? What are you talking about?
No shit. They don't even understand how an earthworm's life cycle affects crop production.
Yeah, you want to go live on the desert, on ice desert? Why? Oh, you don't like the beach? Oh man, what's the problem? Did God not make a home good enough for us? Is that it? Are are these trees not enough? Do we need more trees? Let's pray for some.
He obviously made this to sustain life, and without it, there
Right?
wouldn't be
I
any.
mean, it's awesome. It's beautiful. Have you guys been looking at flowers? I've been looking at flowers. Even the dandelion flower. You know, dandelions here, right? Yeah, man. So it's medicine.
You have
You
medically
can see
perfect,
it, to eat it,
right? You
and
got
they
that
make your
geometry
soil.
spiral and all those flowers.
They make your soil healthy. It's so cool. The dandelion. So I'm growing dandelions now, just like in this bed, just dandelions, and making
Um,
compost. Like, where are we going to Mars?
Save the roots. Save the dandelion roots. Dry them out. Make dandelion coffee.
Yeah, yeah.
Dandelion tea.
They're not going to Mars. You know that, Bong. That's all a big joke.
Yeah, I was like, when I was a globe earther, I was like, why the hell would anybody want to go to Mars for? Why, dude? You know how scared I get
Potato.
when I'm too far out in the ocean, and I look back and I'm like, oh no! And you want to go to? Oh, I was like,
Because Martian potatoes are the shiznit. Dude, look
Yeah.
how it sustained Mark Watney. Didn't you read that Bible? I mean, that fantasy novel?
yeah. I mean, if you want to go out, why don't you just go live in the desert? Try that first. You know, if you survive that, maybe you'll survive Mars. Then go live in Antarctica or in an ice place. You know, and if you survive
That's why they
that,
got to take the best of the best.
yeah, only the hardened, right? Only the hard.
What did they say in that movie? Don't look up. Yeah, you're gonna be eaten by a hippogator. We don't know what that means.
Don't know what it means yet. Oh man. You know what's funny that she forgot her son and then she finally remembered on the plane she forgot her son. She's like I'm like All that for nothing, you lady.
Well, there is no leaving this realm. There is no mankind is not capable of leaving this
They
realm.
need to accept that they're imprisoned.
Oh, you gotta
They're-
figure it out.
They need to accept they're at home.
Well,
Let's put it this
death.
way: the sin that we're born with prevents us from leaving.
Well, death is.
That's what I was gonna say. It
So,
was also was Hank, or I mean, name.
you know, when people die and we say goodbye to them, I mean, they're leaving. See, that's how you leave. You live and you die. Gamatse, gamatse, kaora, kaora. I
No one
live.
leaves until it's time.
Yeah, I live and I die. But what did you do in between them? I think that's what matters, right?
A bunch of drugs, a bunch of sex,
A
a bunch of fucking real nasty ass fucking rotten shit is what most people do.
I did
A
that
bunch of
good.
drugs, a bunch of loose women, a bunch of scoundrelish shit, a bunch of thieving.
Yep. Yeah, that's fucking Real
Bunch
proud
of
of myself.
killing.
Yep, I'm real proud of myself. Let me tell you.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's what matters. You know, not the afterlife or what's out there, but what's here now. Like, you know the saying, you don't know what you have until it's you lose it until it's gone. Yeah, that's what I mean. You know, it's like look around you. You know, what do you have? People. I'm talking about people though. I'm not talking about stuff.
What you have is you have everything you need. Is what you have.
I'm talking about friends. You know, I'm talking about
Yeah,
family.
friends, food, air,
And
everything you
you
need is
can
here.
depend on friends.
You remember when the asteroid was coming? Those guys had dinner in that movie. Don't Look Up. They just made dinner and just
Well, you can look the word up again and again, but the dictionary doesn't know the meaning of friend.
friends.
Hey, friends.
How many of us have them?
Because some friends will make you fry in the end.
Some are okay and they treat you real cool. Some will take your time just for being a fool. We like to be with some because they're funny. Others come around when they need that money.
It's the ship that sinks, never
Houdini.
floats.
Oh, the people
Shit
that
always floats. What are you talking? Shit floats, man. That's why you don't have to paddle when you go out in the water, you know?
No, I was talking about friendship. It's the only ship that sinks,
Oh.
that doesn't float.
He totally missed that jab at him, didn't he?
Yeah, he did.
and shit happens. Oh,
It
and
does.
shit hits the fan.
Shit also washes off.
I think we were talking about ships.
Ships and shit, it's all the same thing.
They float.
Just a different kind of shit.
Well, ships don't always float, but maritime law.
That's
Right?
just the shit that floats, though.
We all float down here.
They
Oh,
all float down here, Eddie.
we're all
Mm.
mad down here, right? The cat, like Alice.
Eddie, let me eat him.
What? This bottle makes you big. This bottle makes you, I forget, small. This bottle does nothing at all. The mommy's does
I always thought it
nothing.
was pills that did all that.
Yeah. One pill makes you taller, and one pill to make you small. And this one makes you feel nothing at all.
And the
Oh,
one that
just ask
mother
those
gives
And the
you.
one that
gut-smoking
mother gives
caterpillars.
you.
Mommy's little helper.
We're all mad down here.
Yeah, we are. And I include myself in that.
We're all
Definitely.
mothers against drunk driving.
Yes, yes, we are. Steve Grant has a song. Is it Steve Grant?
No, Mad, Master of Arcane Delusions.
At the end of his song, he says, "Say hi to my friends. They're all domestic terrorists. we're all mad down here." You know, it's like you can throw those in. They all float down here, Georgie. You know, talking about trauma. You're all trauma. We've all been traumatized by the TV. You guys know that?
And the thing that caused me some PTSD is sitting in the bathroom, right, loading up a bowl, and I drop the nug, and it lands in the toilet. That gave me PTSD.
I feel you.
I'm all, no, man down, man down.
I know how that feels. Shit.
Medic!
Try it out.
Medic!
That's when you just flush the toilet and grab another nug and move on your way.
Like you see here.
You don't fret shit like that.
I only brought
I know, but you're just like, I bet you tasted good, my friend.
No.
I'm with God Rockin'. You got to learn to move on.
That's right.
No
The rats
man.
in the sewer are feeling lucky today.
I'd be like, no man left behind.
Not the septic.
Except this one. Because it filled on the
Drop the nug and you go, oh, well, there goes that one. Cuckoosh.
Yeah, I threw a couple papers down there too for the cockroaches.
Yeah. For the homies.
Don't know where the fuck they're gonna get paper or the fire from. But.
Ah, man, it's in the water.
They could just eat it.
It's in the whip.
Hey, if deer and goats can get high from eating it, why can't the rat?
Well, you know what? I think I've broke the donkeys from eating leaves. Because
All they got to do is go in the oven and light it on the pilot light.
You know, it's a good trip, man. If we can make a video, that shows Alice getting bigger, right? And the Earth, the horizon, never drops down, right? You know how they say, "Oh, you gotta go all the way out into space." You know, fuck the radius, right? We are now at like, I don't know, 500,000 feet,
Miles.
1 million feet. Oh goddamn! When is this horizon? And then all of a sudden, boop! It just pops down into a little ball, or boop! Just goes from flat to boop. Is this science? Nah, man. This is a trip. This is a trip, right? Like, and then you play that song, you know, "When Pale May Taller, 11 pound," and you play that song. You know, something.
what the fuck is going on?
I'll be like, this is what you are saying. That this is how it works, because you don't care about the radius of the ball, right? That magically is gonna boop pop down into that ball with that radius.
I'm concerned. What's in your pipe?
This is in my pipe.
I'm
This
wondering
argument-
if you guys even know the name of the song you keep referencing. Or
I
who
know,
sang
man.
it. Who sang it?
Yeah, I don't know.
Jefferson Airplane.
Yeah, Jefferson Airplane, and it's called
Air-
White Rabbit.
Yeah.
There you
Before
go.
it was Jefferson Starship. Why they changed it to Jefferson Starship, I have no idea.
White Rabbit. Yeah, I was playing it the other day. It was in the YouTube playlist, and I was like,
They
hey.
changed it to Jefferson Starship because they got a male singer and they were moving on from airplanes to like evolving to the higher
Ships.
technology, like airplanes, Jefferson airplane to now Jefferson Starship. They also took on a male singer at that same time. So who knows why, but those are the things that took place. Gracie Slick was the singer when it was Jefferson Airplane, and the male singer, I can't remember his name, but that's when they became Jefferson Starship.
You can make NFT music, right? It's called programming.
You're mumbling, Bong.
You're mumbling.
Shit. Sorry, I was playing the music in the background. There's this thing called NFT music.
Really?
Well, programmable art, right? Programmable art where you have these layers. Those are all NFTs. Then you have this master track or master, all those layers combined. That's another NFT. And when people buy these things, they can change the states of each thing, and that affects it's called living art. And they're trying to do it with music as well, where I'm then thinking of, how we have all these different arguments, like one beat, right? You can have different variants of a beat and different variants of the lyrics, and you know how we have different arguments, right? For different, we can set something up like that. I mean, it's just an idea, but I thought because I don't want to
I
forget
wasn't
to.
laughing at you, Bong. I was laughing at what Mike just saying.
What? Oh yeah, it's called programmable digital art. Right. So
Yeah, I heard something about that. Yeah,
Isn't
yeah,
all
I heard
digital art
something about
program?
that.
yeah,
There
async
was
art.
something like also the NFTs, like there was like this drop, and it was a hoax. They never dropped the NFTs.
Hey, I got an idea. My mom has a bunch of
scammed,
paintings, and I'm thinking I'm going to
and they
set those up
scammed
as
like
NFTs.
they scammed
Shut
like
up.
they got like
Go ahead.
$1.3 million.
Oh yeah, yeah.
They scammed $1.3 million from these people who wanted to buy the NFTs. So you gotta be
Well,
careful.
the money aspect, I think money will come if you ever. But what I'm talking about is us taking advantage of this idea of living art, because we're making music. Everybody's making music, but then if we can create living art, you know, and just play with it, who cares about the money, but it's about getting the message and taking advantage of the NFT platform to see what happens. I don't know. It's just something I think we should look into as well, as far as
Look, I got
because
an
who
idea.
knows? If
Coaster.
Microsoft buys Discord.
Hey,
I mean,
coaster.
how long
We
this
could
is
do
gonna last? What's up?
we could do resin-filled coasters, like either out of aluminum or like anodized aluminum or something like that, or even wood, and like leaf inside of there, and have it set up like a dome under like resin with waters above.
Boom. So Elon Musk's wife, Grimes and Mac, on OpenSea platform, right? So she's got a globe and an angel baby, bing, poking it, right? And that's like a big, sold for a lot of money. But you know what I mean? Like they're proper. If they can use that platform to push their propaganda, of Ball Earth, like why can't we use it, right? I mean, it's art. I mean, in the art world, you know, nobody cares. It's fucking the blockchain, so we could pretty much do whatever the hell we want. Well, so you know what I mean. It depends on the platform. We can build our own platform. Do you know what I'm saying? We can build our own website where we, create our own NFT, with the music, with everything, so that you control, so that people would support it or collect it. Anyways, it's just an idea I'm throwing out there for because the thing is changing media, how people consume media. But the idea of living art, async art, I think we can take advantage of that because of all the different ways, different arguments.
So, Bong, are
Hey,
you
you can grab a beat.
saying? So, what you're saying is, right? And I'm just going to ask you this, even though I haven't heard about. So, what you're saying is that we should do flat Earth NFTs.
Something like that. Yes.
That's what I'm saying.
Specifically,
100% do I do it.
specifically the programmable art, because of the different things that we want to say.
Welcome, baby. Welcome, everybody.
Naughty boy.
Just have a look at it, man. I think you guys will love it. I'll grab a link. Some links.
Man, Honey
Wait,
Badger don't give a
can we
shit. He just
unmute that guy?
yeah.
He was kind of funny.
Yeah, that's a bannable offense. What you did just there. I
Yeah,
only
don't
muted
use
him
it. Go
because
to him.
he's trying to get the channel
He
taken
does that.
down. But
Wait, he's
yeah,
trying to what?
read the rules, bro. He was trying to get the channel shut down, and you think we should, go ahead and unban him so that YouTube's algorithms can shut down the channel? Is that your?
What was he doing that was going to shut down the channel? He was just playing a song.
Well, what you're doing right now is concern trolling, Sasha.
Yeah, you're also against the
Oh,
rules.
damn it! You beat me to it.
So there's
I
that
just
one.
thought he was funny. That's all I'm saying.
I'm sorry.
Silence.
Where do we get these rules from? Are they based on the Constitution, the Bill of Rights, or
No.
So
are they?
Well, hold
this
on.
is a dictatorship, not a democracy.
You're in a private server. You're not on a public platform. Your constitutional rights don't apply here. You're here by invite that can be revoked at any moment for any reason.
What if I'm a VIP?
My freedom of speech has just been taken away from me. I feel so vulnerable.
Are you fucking stupid?
What
Did you
amendment
not
is
hear
freedom
what
of
I
speech?
said? Hold on. You're on a private platform. We got rules.
So
You're here by invite. We can retract that invite at any moment for any reason.
I understand. I just wanted to make sure
Yeah,
it wasn't
freedom
like
of speech
communism.
is limited
I don't
anyway.
vibe with communism.
Well,
right?
I'm mostly wondering if there's a
Freedom
Discord.
of speech isn't free. I don't know what you mean. Here, threaten to kill me, and we'll see how free your speech is.
For instance, what I was saying, I don't
These
vibe
are
with
the type of
communism.
people
It's
I
not very
fucking
cash
defended
money.
the nation for. What the fuck?
Communism is not very cash money.
Any officially head of state individual or senator and find out what happens to you.
Wait, Baba, are you an atheist by chance? Are you an atheist?
And communism. I don't think neither
This
exists.
this channel is not
Yeah,
about
I just
religion.
want to say, I really appreciate your service, man, because you're like my dad, bro. My dad was a Navy SEAL.
Oh shit! What?
Hoorah.
Yeah,
Really?
he was a SEAL. He even knew SEAL Team 6.
I bet.
How many push-ups can you do?
How many
Me?
can you do, Bong? I can go through.
I can
The
do
deck
over
as-
1,000.
I can go through the deck as many times as you can shuffle it, bro, and never get tired.
Guys.
Let's go. Me and Battle Model. You guys got to keep up with us.
Guys.
Thor's hammer. You're not worthy, bro.
Dang, man.
He says he wants to rep.
Baba, you ain't modulating loud enough, bro. You can't contend in here.
I was just saying.
You're too quiet. You're like a little girl.
I was just saying that Honey
Princess.
Badger DM'd, right? And
Cupcake.
he
Hey,
DM'd
Cupcake.
me. He keeps DMing me. He wants you
We
to
don't police
he
direct
wants
messages.
he wants to be represent like the council, right?
Would
Give
you
him a
like to go
trial.
with him?
Give him a trial, at least.
No, we don't. We
Prove
don't
that
do
you're not a
trials.
communist. Prove you're
Stop
not a
talking.
communist. Give him a trial, please.
Would you like to join him?
Please, would you give him a trial?
No.
Some communism right there. I don't like it. I don't like it.
Well, have fun. Go hang out with your boy.
Obviously, you have no idea what communism is and what corporatism is.
Right. Act like there's.
Yeah, it's not to make money, but to
Sasha, your mic sounds like
I want
dog
to go
shit.
with that.
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't know I
I want
was
to go
on
with that real
Fucking
fast.
feedback.
See, I want to go over that real fast. So you have private rights, right? That's where your rights come from. So, for example, not only you got the right to freedom of speech, you got the right to remain silent. So that one is privacy. So is the Fourth Amendment, right? So is the Sixth Amendment. Like these are, you can have a private club, right, where you make the rules. That's the Constitution where it says you can basically you have the right to contract unlimited. So this guy is very uneducated.
Well, you also have the Second Amendment where you can bear a gun.
Well, yeah, what's your point?
Well, what if I brought a gun to the server?
Well, you couldn't do a damn thing with it though. So
What are you
you
gonna
want
do?
to
Shoot
hear?
your phone?
Listen,
When,
bro.
when in
I got
Rome,
the 1911-45 government issue ACP sitting right next to me. What? Who cares?
Hoorah! Hoorah!
when not in Rome, go
And I'm
fishing.
trained to be highly deadly with it.
Hoorah!
Do you shoot to kill?
No, he just shoots people for
Act like,
fun.
listen, act like there's not circumstance to every situation, son. Act like that.
That's
I don't
exactly
know.
how he's
Every
acting.
time he shoots the
Hey,
bayonet,
well,
it's effective.
I'll tell
I
you what,
like shooting
when I'm in the
people.
woods and I pull the trigger, I'm bringing home dinner. Whether it's running, leaping, skipping, hopping, or laying, it's getting a
I
bullet in
like
the frying pan.
Dynamite. He's one of those guys you don't want to go hunting with because if you're wearing an orange jacket, he's gonna shoot. He's gonna hit it.
Yeah,
Yeah,
he's
he doesn't know that
Dick
we're on the
Cheney.
same team, right? He's going to pass the ball
I'm
to
not going to
everyone, right?
shoot nobody.
No,
No, I'm
not
saying
you,
this
Beth.
guy,
Not you.
the
Sasha.
other
Not you,
guy.
Dynamite.
Sasha's a
I'm talking about
Cheney.
him.
Wait, you're gonna do what to
He's
me?
obviously that dumb because he doesn't
No, we're
understand
not going to shoot
situations.
nobody.
I'm not
This
dumb,
is
dude.
Hello?
this is a server for conversation, no shooting.
All right. Listen up, guys.
No.
Light joke, you know. That's it. Very
Not
simple.
dumb.
So who believes
You know
they
what's
live
crazy?
on a sphere? Who's on a sphere in
Where's the
here?
curve?
Who?
I think I'm on a sphere.
You
Who?
think you're
Well, I think, but I don't know.
okay? So what makes you think that? Do you have any primary knowledge?
My senses.
Where's the curve?
Your senses.
Okay, his senses.
Which one of your? You want to take this over, gentlemen?
No, go, Hank.
Okay, so which one of your senses?
Sight.
Discovery Channel.
So where did you see this curvature?
Actually, no. Feeling, because I feel gravity.
You feel the Earth spin? You feel the
Yeah.
Earth spin?
How does feeling gravity prove you're on a sphere? I'm lost, bro. That's so obtuse. It's hurting my head.
All right, baby. Second time around.
Oh my God, you are banned now, you motherfucker.
Come on, brothers.
Dun, dun, dun. Another one bites the dust.
Did he get banned?
Not yet.
Another one bites the dust.
I got to put my reason in there.
What about your
Another
sense
one's gone, and another
Wait,
one's gone. Honey badger bites the dust.
of
I
trust?
think it's worth pointing out
can you
that that
feel
guy
the
was a
gravity?
troll, but he was describing it properly. You know, like, oh, another time around with Sasha.
Yeah.
Yeah. So Sasha, is gravity in the room with you right now?
Yeah.
Is it
Yeah.
talking to you?
No.
So describe it so that I can look at it. Because then gravity
It's not
has
really
to be in the
something
room
you
with
can
me.
see. It's more like a feeling.
Is it very menacing to you?
It's kind of threatening because if you fall, then you can die. If you fall too hard.
So feel a
Can
maleficent.
you show us on the dial where gravity touched you?
What is Whoopi Goldberg's name on Ghost? Oda May something, right?
Wait, but
So
what
you
I
said
was
it-
wondering is, you guys should ask every Glober if they're atheist and then see the correlation.
Yeah,
The what?
we're
We don't care if they're
this
atheists.
isn't a religious lobby.
Correlation between.
Right. So you said you could feel gravity. How does it make you feel? Does it make you suicidal?
I was suicidal way before gravity came.
Okay, we're
Did
not going to talk
gravity
about
make
that.
it
I
worse?
apologize for joking around. So,
Yeah, I was gonna say
what do
something
you
about
mean
that.
you can feel gravity? Yeah, sorry, bro. I didn't know. So I don't always know if it's going to be offensive or not. So, yeah. So you feel gravity? How do you feel it?
He's so weak it
Well, when I
struggles him
jump, I
to
can
lift his
feel
fat
it up
ass
and
out
down.
of a chair.
Nothing. He's got nothing.
When I
Do you feel
jump, I can
gravity
feel
mainly
myself
in the
landing
morning
on
when
the
it's
floor.
Isn't that called weight?
Do
Can
you
we
feel the
prove
gravity of
gravity
the
causes
blanket?
weight?
My sixth sense.
Yeah, Sixth Sense.
Yeah, I feel the weight.
Yeah, I like that. That was a
You
good
feel the
movie.
weight when it's cold, right?
Yeah, weight. Listen, weight isn't gravity unless you can prove that gravity creates weight or is the cause of weight.
The weight of my
Well, it
word.
is. Weight is just mass and then combined with gravity of the earth. That's how you get weight.
Yeah, that's
Word.
called an assertion. Now I'm going to need a citation of the experiment that actually proved that, or it's not a scientific anything.
Well, that's literally the definition of weight. Like it's
You can
true by
define it
definition.
all you want. If you can't demonstrate it, then it's just ass. You're throwing shit at the side of a barn
That's
and hoping
literally
it
the
sticks.
definition of weight.
No, weight to me.
Listen,
weight
dude.
is
Hold on, Bong. I don't care how you define it. If you can't demonstrate by manipulating the cause that gravity is the cause of weight, then it's just words written on paper. It can be dismissed.
and money, gold, weight, money, gravitas, influence, the weight of words. That's what it means.
Look, we finally got him on a positive stance. Let's keep it here, okay? So, can you demonstrate that gravity, this force, this unseen force you're talking about, causes weight?
Yeah.
Really? Get ready for your Nobel Prize. Let's see this. Give us your citation. What's the experiment that proved it?
Okay, give me 1 sec. I gotta look it up.
Yeah, he thinks he's going to find something that nobody's brought here before, but you're not actually going to find it, guy.
Oh, forget it.
We were talking about densities earlier. Were you listening, Sasha?
Let me get my answers from Google.
Yeah, I'm listening.
Earlier we were talking about 9.8, Galileo, the densities and the vacuums, and how vacuums, you need you can't create a vacuum even half the strength of space because it has stuff in, it pushes out. It's, you know what I mean? So that should have, and you've heard us talk about balloons going up,
Can we have
falling.
a moment of silence for a honey badger who was recently dead to this server?
Okay, that's enough.
Don't describe the man's on a mission to get himself a Nobel Prize.
Yeah,
That's another thing.
it won't be done with Google's help, I'll tell you that.
Yeah, so
A real
weight.
simple search. Who proved weight is caused by gravity? No one. Someone asserted it though, but they never demonstrated it. Shit, just ask.
Well, that's the difference between weight and mass. Mass is like objective.
Listen, you know how many definitions there are of mass and matter? Which one are you using? You give me the definition that you prefer to use for mass.
Mass is like the resistance to movement when you apply acceleration.
Oh, it's not the amount of matter in a thing?
You could also look at it like that.
Let's see, because it's not properly defined, so we don't really even know what mass is. It's just a label we give and change the meaning of under every different circumstance so that we can apply it where we want to.
So let's go by his definition, right? What was it again?
Resistance.
Resistance to
inertia.
movement. One acceleration.
To movement. So resistance to movement attracts resistance to movement. Is that your claim?
Yeah,
Pretty much.
How much does a kilogram? There's these balls they call a kilo, right? And they move. They made a bunch of them and they put them in different places in the world. And over time, they stopped being kilogram. The mass changed. So what is mass?
Well, you can
How
do
do
an
you know?
experiment and you can jump and you'll see that you'll always be attracted to other
Jumping.
That's an experiment.
Jumping is not it's not an experiment, and it doesn't prove an attractive force.
You're talking about magnets. That's what
Shugay.
do. That's what electricity does.
Guys.
That's what you're talking about.
Listen, guys.
Mass.
Can we let Hank finish this? You guys just pissed all over it, man. You're dirty up the sandbox. Come on. Hank.
But I was wondering if you guys saw the conversation I had in text chat earlier.
I totally ignored it.
absurdism.
What if we take our kilogram ball and put it in the water? gravity is not working anymore?
It works, but do you guys believe in absurdism?
No,
No.
I don't have beliefs.
So why is you know about buoyancy and all that, right?
Yeah.
Density of the water and displacement of it, and yeah.
Yeah.
Where's gravity?
I don't know.
So look, what if I take a basketball and I push it down into the water, right? And now the basketball, I have to hold it down. It's like it's resisting me. Is this gravity wanting to pull the ball up? Because if I let it go, it's gonna fall up to the top of the
Well,
water.
it's relative
No gravity.
density because there's oxygen inside, or there's air inside the ball.
Well,
Yeah.
what are you saying then? That the densities is causing the difference in densities is causing the ball to fall up? Is that what you're saying? Between the medium and the ball?
Yeah, I think so.
Therefore, it must also hold true, right, that it is the differences between the ball and the air, the medium, the densities, that causes the ball to fall when you let it go. As you're holding the ball, it's like you're trying to resist it from falling, right? That's what you're
Yeah, I
saying,
agree
right?
with that.
And that's not gravity. Therefore, that effect is not because mass attracts mass, but because of the differences between the object and the density of the medium and the object.
So is it density attracts density?
It's
No.
equilibrium. It's entropy. It's things seeking its rest, a place to rest.
Equilibrium in the medium that they're in.
Yeah, everything wants to rest until something acts on it. Yeah. So if you move something from the ground to up, you're moving it from its resting place, and now it's resting in your hands. And when you let it go in the medium of air that is less denser, it will seek rest on the medium that is denser or as dense as the object, which is the ground.
Unless you can isolate me some gravity.
Right. So you're agreeing
Tell things.
gravity is not the cause or the effect of things when you see something fall. You're agreeing. It makes sense to you.
Well, what is the cause then, though?
You picking it up is the cause it wanting to seek rest when you let it go. You holding on to the helium balloon and letting it go is what's causing it to seek.
But why does it seek rest? Like, why does it fall? Why doesn't it
Because
just like stay where you left it?
Because you picked it up.
I'll explain it if you want me to, Bond.
Go ahead.
Okay, so you want me to explain why it falls. First, do you understand the scientific method?
Yes, sir.
What are the three things that you need for a hypothesis test, also known as an experiment?
Is it the three variables?
Right. So
Nice, he's
you have
catching
to
up.
observe natural phenomena, right? Then
Yeah.
the cause of that, right? So if you wiggle the cause, you see the effect. Are we clear?
Right. Yeah. I was just wondering why it falls.
Okay. So yeah, I'm going there. So Newton had an apple fall on his head. What if it would have fallen in a pail of water? Well, the water's full because it's raining. What
Wait,
would
what
happen to
if
the
it?
apple in the pail? What happens to the apple in the pail?
Sorry, what? The Eiffel and the Pell?
The apple in a pail of water. What happens to an apple in a pail of water?
It floats.
Right. So what happens if it stops raining and the water leaks out? What happens to the apple when all the water's gone?
Right. Okay. We know what happens. Like, I just wanted to know your guys' explanation for why things fall.
Well, I'm going over the hypothesis test. I'm going over the hypothesis right now with you. So you can do this in your own house, right? So you got an apple. It's a fresh apple. It floats. You take the water out. What did you manipulate when you took the water out? You manipulated what?
The medium.
Right. You can also say the specific gravity. Can you look that up? What is specific
Um,
gravity?
is that Archimedes' principle?
It's not exactly what I'm looking for. Do you see relative density? You don't see relative density under specific gravity?
Oh yeah, I see it.
Okay, so when you take the water out, you're manipulating the medium, and the medium has a relative density to the object, does it not?
Yeah, it does.
So when you manipulate the relative density or the specific gravity or the medium, all three being the same thing, right? The effect is it went down due to buoyancy. Is that directly observable or is that indirectly observable?
Directly.
Right. So you can see that when you change the water, at that very second, the height of the apple in the container begins to change right along with it until it's at the very bottom. And then it's a direct causation, not a correlation. Would you agree?
Yeah, I think I would.
Okay. So that's why things go down, except for birds in nature. Because this is natural science. We made a natural observation.
So things go
Right?
down if they're more dense, basically.
Right. So what happens if you drop a hot air balloon? Sorry, if you drop a helium balloon?
It goes up.
Right. What happens if you drop an anvil?
Down.
What happens if you drop it in a vat or pool of mercury, liquid mercury?
Up.
It floats.
Yeah.
Like ice and water, right? And so this apparently to me is a natural law, right? I guess you could lump it in with entropy, where the three things that we observe in entropy, right? They all seem to be seeking equilibrium.
But I'm
Right? So
mostly
it's
wondering.
heat. Hold on, almost done. I'm trying to explain to you why we think this. So heat goes hot to cold every time, no matter what. High charge goes to low charge every time, no matter what. And high pressure gas goes to low pressure gas and fills the volume until it reaches equilibrium every time, no matter what. And every time you put an object in a medium, it's going to rise or fall due to its relative density every time, no matter what. So if the thing is out of equilibrium, it's going to seek its equilibrium again. The object in the medium. Thanks. Go ahead, bro. You got the.
I just wanted to add that the question is like a trick question because on the globe, the reason why things are moving in the sky, the sun, moon, and stars, is because of gravity, is because something is pulling it. But in the real world, the question is not the same question. The question, it has to do with the motion of the sun, moon, and stars. The question why things fall down is we already know why things fall down, but that is only a question that applies on a globe model. Okay, it doesn't apply here because we know why things fall down. On the globe model, there is no such thing as up and down because that would imply a plane where everyone's direction is up is the same, and it would be in and out because of gravity. See, so it doesn't apply on here in the real world because we don't live on a ball. You see, so the question is already understood. We already know why things are falling. Things aren't falling until you pick it up and drop it. We know what potential kinetic energy is. We know how to harness the electromagnetic, you know, force and manipulate it. And we barely know anything about it. And I mean, us layman people, and yet gravity does not interact with any of these forces, fundamental forces, like especially electromagnetism. So when you ask
Real world, there is no gravity.
things are attracting, the only thing in my mind that a mass that attracts other mass is a magnet or some kind of a electric field or you know.
Well, I don't believe in mass attracting mass. I believe in the curvature of space.
Well, let me. Yeah, I just want to give him an example. Word gravity. When I think of the word gravity, it's just a word they use to try and shut the conversation, shut down the debate. I'll give you an example. Um, say a liberal is arguing with a conservative, right? And they're sharing each other's views, and all of a sudden, he says something. The conservative says something, and the liberal calls him a racist or an anti-Semite. That's the same kind of thing. It's a way of shutting down the conversation or the debate. That's the word they use. That's the word they use to say, well, the Earth is a sphere because of gravity and the force that's
But
in
then,
the
yeah, and again, look,
I'm saying.
Copernicus took the Earth from the center and made it revolve and put the sun in the center because it was good logic that the lesser should revolve around the greater. This is why he changed the whole thing, right? So what are we talking about now?
Wait,
Philosophy.
are you saying the Earth is lesser than the sun?
Or
Well,
the sun is
Luciferian sun worshippers are saying that.
missing the point here. Okay, the Earth used to be geocentric. It used to be in the center, and everything revolved around it until Copernicus came along and said, "That doesn't make any sense. That's not logical. It's more logical, right? That small bodies, the lesser, should revolve around the greater body, the sun, and change the whole thing, the whole model." See, and this is now a philosophy. This is not science. When you ask gravity, you're not asking for science. You're asking about the philosophy. Because the poor should revolve around the rich, because the lesser revolves around the greater, because the students revolve around the teacher. You get it? Because we revolve around
Hmm.
science. See how that works?
Yeah,
It's a
How much?
philosophy.
that makes
Go ahead.
sense.
How much do you understand about the bending warping of space time? Have you read Einstein's papers?
No.
You know that he said that it was merely a mind experiment. It's something he thought up in his mind, and that it was just an idea. No
I
proof
mean,
to it.
flat Earth was an idea. I
No,
mean,
flat Earth
everything starts off as an idea.
no, flat Earth is measurable. It's provable.
It's empirical.
It's empirical. It's totally different. It's physical. You can go out and measure it. It's obvious.
They tried to prove that the Earth wasn't flat.
Dude, they knew it was flat back in the biblical days, bro. Except, why do you think they changed the Bible so many times? Because they replaced the word flat.
We knew that the Earth was flat from the very beginning, bro.
The beginning.
Before California or United States was even founded. Come on, dude. That's why people don't understand like the story about Christopher Columbus, why he was sent out. You know that he was sent out because don't quote me on this, but he was sent with people that were thieves and killers. These were unfortunates, and they were sent out with Christopher Columbus to go to and they were gonna kill Christopher Columbus because they thought they were gonna go over the edge. That's the whole reason why globalists think that there's an edge is because they always go back to that story about thinking about that they went over the edge.
And that's why I think Christopher Columbus is a fake character. Just a made up character. That's why. I could be wrong. I
Why do
don't
you
know.
think that, dude? That's kind of silly.
Oh,
Listen,
it's
history is fake.
Columbia, right? The
What's silly
district
is
of
to think
Columbia.
all of history is 100% certain.
Columbia,
fake.
some kind of like Columbia Pictures, Book of Columbia.
It could just be a character used to explain a narrative.
Listen,
NPC.
they tell you this guy, Christopher Columbus, right, discovered the earth was round. All right, right. Okay, so we know that's not true. So
I
what does
thought
that
he
mean?
was supposed to have discovered / invaded America.
Well, they brainwashed us when we were
Who
little.
said he
They
discovered the Earth was round?
they,
They're moron.
they tell this to 8-year-olds, man. Like, why are we allowing them to corrupt our children minds, our
Because
minds, that's right.
Do you know who Columbus brought over here?
I
He
mean,
brought Freemasons.
if you caught someone teaching lies to your child, like grabbing your child and teaching them lies, like how would you feel? It's like, hey, get away from my child. You know, you'd feel.
Well, didn't they think the Earth was flat back then? So I thought they only brought the thieves and stuff like that.
And yet we willingly send our children there, and they're like, "Well, you have to juice him up first." I was like, "But what?"
Well, hold on. So a lot of people did think the Earth was flat, right?
Yeah.
But there was a minority of who didn't, right? And it mostly started after the Protestant Revolution, right? Because what Martin Luther did is he challenged the church to a debate over these 95 topics. So he gave them the topics so it wouldn't be an ambush debate. So he gave them time to study. But the thing is that nobody could defeat him on one topic because it was all true what the church was doing, taking money, right, for all this, we're going to get your dead family members into heaven BS, right? Well, when they couldn't defeat him like that, so there was this guy who wanted to defeat, right, the enemies of the Pope, right, Ignatius of Loyola, right, and he's the one that started the Counter-Reformation, right? So he was injured in warfare and could no longer physically fight, but wanted to continue to fight because of his religious fervor. So what he did is he came up with all these different people who were like, and this is, the guy Pope, right? He came up with all these different ways to counter the Reformationists. That's why it was called the Counter-Reformation. It's kind of like what's going on now with the so-called fact checkers, right? They're kind of the Counter-Reformationists because there's a lot of people out there trying to put out the truth right now, and they keep getting straw manned, and then fact checker against the straw man, and it turns out the straw man is incorrect. Imagine that. So that's what's going on right now. You're right in the middle of another Reformation and Counter-Reformation. You're participating in it right now, every single one of us. And basically, what's going on is we're trying to reform back to natural science, and we're trying to dethrone pseudoscience.
Whatever it takes. Long live the resistance.
Listen, dude. All right,
We
listen. All right. We're the ball. If the ball is a ball, right? So that means we're standing up right now, right? So what does that mean? The people in China are standing upside down. That's basically what it means.
I think it's whack-a-mole. I think we're just sticking our heads out.
Down right now. That's what it means. It's the most ridiculous thing ever. When they hammer it into your head since you're 3 years old, of course it's you're gonna believe it. That's the thing.
Well, it's probably more like, okay, I guess I will.
I gotta look for. I'm gonna find the picture. Hold on.
It doesn't become zealotry until Hollywood.
If it gets into your head before you're capable of thinking critically about it, then you probably never will. Unless you're us. Us few weirdos here.
You can't find something to live for. Find something to die for. Right?
That's a good point. Yeah.
I think it's the other way around.
I found my hill. Ready to die on it.
Something to die for, find something to live for. You can switch it around. Yeah, it still works depending on your message. Yeah.
You gonna protect the kids from the juice?
Exactly.
For?
Did somebody spill a glass? Oh gosh, watch out for those little pieces, man. They really, really will cause some damage. Nobody move.
Remember William Wallace? Bonita.
Well,
Burrito.
You guys realize that Bitcoin is going to be the currency of the future, right?
Cool.
World currency of the New World Order?
What?
No, it's the opposite. It frees you from the New World Order.
Are you talking about crypto? Bitcoin?
Wouldn't that be nice?
Yeah.
I don't see why Bitcoin would, since everything on it is public, right? The blockchain is publicly accessible.
Yeah, it frees you from the New World Order.
They can see anything that anybody's done on it.
So what?
Well, there's no privacy.
Yeah, it's monitoring for the New World Order, and they have half of the total quantity of bitcoins, or Satoshi Nakamoto's half, ready to be dumped into the system at any point.
No.
Then they can just totally manipulate it.
I'm pretty sure Satoshi Nakamoto died.
You gotta know who he is first, right?
Yeah, that's just some kind of alias anyway. Who is he?
Well, I have a theory that
You
his
have a
name is Hal.
theory that has no legs.
His name is Hal Finney.
Maybe people can't hack it, right? But maybe an AI could hack it. You get it?
No,
Which
you
is
can't hack it, bro. You can't.
a machine can hack a machine, man.
I just
Like
put the
machines do
Wikipedia page
things that
of the
people
guy who I
can't
think
do.
is Satoshi Nakamoto.
Can you draw 10,000? Can you make 10,000 digital paintings in like I don't know, an hour? No, you can't. Oh, that's too bad. Machines can do it perfectly.
Well, if you want to make NFTs, you should like
I'm
crypto.
not talking about NFTs. I'm talking about automation. I'm talking about what a machine can do, right? And maybe you can't hack. All I'm saying is you can get a machine to hack a machine. That's all I'm saying.
So this blockchain thing seems to be the infrastructure of Skynet going up. Would you agree, Sasha? What do you think?
What do you mean by Skynet? I don't know what that means.
Well, the nodes of a blockchain, they kind of resemble those of like a neural network. So I'm just speculating from that this is Skynet becoming self-aware.
Have you seen Terminator? That's what he's talking about.
Yeah, but it's a good thing.
Welcome to the machines.
Is Skynet good?
This machine.
I think technology is good. It frees you from the government's control.
Well, they just leverage technology to control you, though.
Why it's cool because
No.
tower. Because
Fix
God
the
said,
money, fix the world.
He said, man, if man comes together,
Wait a minute. He just said
You might have a little bit of a point there.
Money's the root of all evil.
Too many at a time.
If we were together, nothing is
Hey,
impossible.
Nick wants to follow up on something. I want to hear.
So if
Okay, what's
if
going
man
on here?
man were to
Everyone is
do it,
just talking over each other, man. That's what's going on.
if man comes together, if we come together with one language and one
You guys
mind,
reading a story over here. What book is that, Bob? What book are you fucking reading, man?
I stuck with the subject.
Dude.
Go ahead. Oh wait, sorry guys.
Those are some sick subs, Mike.
Imagine.
That's the new, bro. I want them to hear my flat Earth rap 4 blocks away instead of 2. Dude said if I can blow them speakers, he'll replace them with 4 more of the exact same thing instead of 2.
Oh wow.
Oh, they can handle some power. They look like it.
No. Let's get to the point. Let's roll another joint.
Oh, I'm not gonna
Now
be
you're
bud.
talking.
Oh,
And turn the rain down the road
Right.
loud. I'm too long to be proud. You don't know what feels.
Okay, so there's hope. You want there to be hope in crypto,
Wheat,
but
not wheat.
Everything is controlled, you know.
Yeah, everything's controlled. But the picture I posted, as you could see, these kids holding hands all around the ball. They want us to believe that we live on a ball where people, let's say in New York, right, are on the top, and people in China are on the bottom. right? And while this ball is spinning thousands of miles an hour, okay, in the middle of space, right? It's just ridiculous. I mean, it's just nonsense.
I'm right there with you.
But and also, if space, they say space is a vacuum. Why aren't we? How come we're not being sucked into this vacuum right now? What's going on? If it's a vacuum, how come that it's not, sucking us into space?
Because the vacuum loves us.
Nonsense.
You just made an amateur mistake, bro. You said vacuums suck. Okay, so vacuums don't suck. So have
It's
you ever
called
driven all the
specific
gas?
gravity, dude.
You ever driven all the gas out of your car? Right? And then when you open up the gas tank, you hear the right. It's not the gas sucking, right, from the pump and the tank, right? It's the gas pressure from the outside pressing in and filling the available volume.
Right, but the fact that but if people think we live on a ball that's spinning right now, like as we speak, we're spinning thousands of miles an hour. Do you feel like you're spinning at all? I don't feel like I'm spinning. I'm
Well,
sitting down.
we've evolved because we have evolved to not feel. And plus, the power and the love of gravity protects us from the vacuum, from the evils of
See,
that.
there's the gravity word again.
Backwards and upside down letters.
See, that's the word they use when they try to fool you.
It's like saying only because gravity holds everything together, like God does, right?
Gravity's a bullshit term, dude. It's called weight. Okay, you ever step on a scale? You weigh 160 pounds, whatever. It's called weight. Pounds. It's not.
But you weigh different on the moon.
Thing
Bitch, you weigh
is,
different on the pole.
if Neil deGrasse Tyson doesn't know what gravity is,
I weighed
who are
different
we
yesterday.
to try to explain it? We just know it's magical and it's God. That's all we know.
Well, there's God, but that there's nothing to do with the ball,
Oh, this is how people think about it, right? If an astronomer and an astrophysicist can't explain gravity, then who am I, right? I just need to accept that gravity, like God, holds everything together and protects us.
Okay.
Yeah. Big G replaces God, right?
And the electromagnetic field is also God because it also protects us. And the other two forces, the small and the greater nuclear force, strong nuclear force, and the weak nuclear force.
I
Yeah.
mean, dude.
These four gods are the forces, the four fundamental forces that protect us from the evils of that vacuum that sucks.
Oh, okay.
You're
What's
talking
about
about
Update. Update. Another newbie mistake made. Sorry, gravity's not a force. You can think of it as a force, but it's not a force.
Yeah.
Wow.
Davey, you're hot micing, man. You got feedback from your end.
Sorry. What I mean, Hank. That's
No.
what I mean. You know what I mean. Wink, wink. Right?
Yeah, I get it. You were doing their side of the story with the four forces, but I don't even think that's the correct pseudoscience.
Well, I
They
mean,
don't care if they're
acquired
right
faith.
pseudoscience. That's not your fault.
That's okay. I mean, I was just trying to say there's faith. Yeah, I might have screwed that up. It's been a while. Go ahead, Hank.
Well, you're good, bro.
Go
Just make sure we got our shit down packed, right?
Yeah.
I've
I mean,
been
there's so many
prepping before
models, different
live.
models. Yeah.
All right, listen. Gravity. You say it's a magnetic force, right? When you see a magnet?
No.
No, nobody says that.
Oh, he just said it's a magnetic force.
You just said it's a pseudo force.
Oh, he said
I said that there are four fundamental forces, one of them being a fictitious force, like Hank explained.
A non-force.
The other three is the electromagnetic force, and then the two nuclear forces, weak and strong. And those four make up this pantheon of gods that protect us from the evil vacuum.
If you can do anything useful IRL, just disregard the pseudo force.
You're talking about gravity, right?
Yeah, I disregard all the pseudo forces.
Never underestimate the power of the pseudo force of the dark side.
I just
I don't know if
pseudo
you've heard
force
this,
four main
but
forces. There are four main
I like
forces. One of them's a non-force. Disregard that one.
Delay my
I think
last.
you got to get your headphones fixed.
Me?
Somebody's feeding back.
Is it me?
I don't know.
How about now? Am I feeding back?
No, it's
Nope.
Davey. I already
Oh,
told.
okay.
Is it me
Oh.
for real?
Yep. You're listening to like. I'm sure that you're listening to us on like speakers or something.
Go into voice and video and turn on noise cancellation.
Voice video. Okay, hold on. Let me see.
And echo cancellation.
Yeah,
Noise
you know how to
reduction.
spark it.
With
Noise
headphones?
reduction and echo cancellation. It's in user
No, don't click.
settings in voice and video.
Or the easy way, if you're not talking, just mute your mic.
It's easier to do it the other way. Then you just say open mic and you don't fuck with anything.
Yeah, if it works.
It's like you said though, it depends. If he's got open his internal speakers plus his internal mic on his device, it's hard to not hear back feedback.
Right, because it picks it up as voice and.
Where's the user settings, bro?
User settings for me is down at the bottom of the voice lobbies. It's a cog wheel, but I'm on laptop. On a user phone, you gotta click on your profile picture.
No, I'm on a laptop too. So
See the microphone and the headset down there by your name? See that cog wheel?
I just click user settings. Okay.
Now go to voice and video. All those settings are in voice and video.
Voice and video. Let's see.
You'll have to keep scrolling down until you find echo cancellation and noise reduction.
Oh, voice and video. All right, clicked on that. Okay.
Echo cancellation, noise reduction.
Voice reduction. I see video settings. I don't see noise reduction.
Have you scrolled
And
all the
audio.
way to the bottom of the section? You can scroll down in that section.
It's under voice processing.
Reset voice settings. Should I click on that? Oh, noise reduction. Here it is. Okay.
Yeah, voice processing, noise reduction, and echo cancellation are the first two in the section of voice processing.
Okay, and right now my echo cancellation is checked. It's on.
So do noise reduction. Makes it to where it picks up less background noise.
So turn off both?
Turn them both on.
Oh, well, echo was on, reduction was off. Okay,
Yeah,
now they're both on. Okay. Is that better?
It doesn't sound
Check
bad.
1, 2.
Yeah.
I don't hear no feedback.
I think it's better.
Yeah, that reduces the level of background noise.
Maybe, is it the input, maybe? Input sensitivity?
No, I'd leave it where it is now. You don't sound bad at all.
Yep.
Okay. All right, cool.
I turned my auto gain off. I didn't know it was on, so I'm not sure. It should be better this way.
Okay.
You're coming in kind of quiet.
Well, I'm pretty quiet right now. Am I still quiet?
A little bit.
A little bit? Oh, okay. I can crank the gain.
Stop being so quiet.
Yeah, maybe I just talk too loud. I don't know.
How about now? Am I better?
It's a little better.
little better. I mean, I can
hear you well enough. Just stay close to the mic. That's.
Well, I don't want to, man. All right, let's do this.
I mean, it's good enough. We can hear you.
It's vibing.
It's plenty good, man.
Oh yeah, that's good. Now we can really
Yeah,
hear
well,
you.
it's starting to clip though. I can see my. No, let me turn it down a bit.
So I got a question for the guy who said he felt like you could feel gravity. Now that I've explained gravity to you correctly, and you agreed to it, why do you feel like you're on the Earth that's round and spinning and flying through space?
I mean, I don't know. I don't really want to like debate right now.
Because he's been taught that his whole life, bro.
He's
that's
pretty
that's
scared. That's
he's
why.
been
Okay,
making his
well,
brain
I'm
hurt
not trying. I'm
since
not
he
trying
was.
to have a debate.
I
He's
mean,
been.
I just think it's a ball because that makes the most sense to me. Like the sun and the moon, like it seems like it's a ball.
Dude, that made the most sense for me a few years ago because it was embedded. It was embedded in my head. But after doing research, now I did a complete 180. I feel the opposite. So I felt a few years ago. I felt the same way you feel now.
But Sasha, if the Earth's measuring flat, how does it make the most sense to you that it's a ball?
Well, that's the thing. I don't really think it's measuring flat.
You're wrong, sir.
You
It looks flat, but when do you ever see it as a sphere?
On TV?
I mean, I don't need to see it as a sphere for it to I don't like look at it and say, "Oh, like it looks flat. It
When
must
you're
be
born
flat."
in this world, if you didn't have an education, you'd look at the world and you'd say, we live on a flat plain with hills and valleys. This would be your base axiom, your self-evident truth. So why wouldn't you need evidence to go away from that base axiom?
I mean, I'm not just gonna assume it's flat because it looks flat. That's kind of silly.
Well, I'm not going to assume it's round, even though I can't see it's round. That's pretty fucking stupid.
Well, what if it's What if the Earth is so
I think
big
that might be
that
his
it looks
intent.
And
flat,
it's
even
not
though it's
silly
round?
to say you see things as they appear.
And not only that, but it makes more sense to say the Earth is flat than the Earth is a ball. I mean, does it not? Like, how do you?
I don't think so, dude.
It doesn't make sense. You know?
Well, come on.
I don't think you think.
It's like,
You
people
disagree.
It's just your anchor bias, bro. You were born in a
Stuck in
place to where
space.
they taught you. Right, you're just like a Muslim living in Saudi Arabia or a Christian living in like Texas, Oklahoma area.
Maybe
Right?
I'm stuck in the Matrix.
You're like a surfer who lives in California. Well, why do you surf? I don't know, bro. It's waves. We're out
Everybody
there.
surfs down here, brah. Like
Yeah.
you know.
It's kind of like living in North
He's
Korea.
just sheep, bruh. He follows the herd.
I'm gonna be honest with you guys. The most convincing flat Earth proof is the Bible proof.
I eat sheep.
What about the Earth itself? Isn't that pretty
The Bible
convincing?
proof isn't really. Hold on. The Bible proof isn't really proof to anybody except for those who accept the Bible as their foundation. If you hand the Bible to an atheist and you say, "Look, bro, it says that there's a firmament," he's gonna be like, "I piss on this stuff. I roll my marijuana out of this. Like, what are you
Can
doing,
you
bro?"
prove this book is true?
Yeah, I wouldn't really use the Bible. Yeah, I wouldn't. It's an example, but I wouldn't use it
But the
because
same atheists would accept the story of a guy thousands of years ago, 2 sticks and some shadows, and think that's intelligent.
Well, that's called faith.
That's a different
Even
religion.
atheists have faith, Bottom.
They do.
Sometimes they have a great deal of faith.
Takes
Yeah.
more faith to believe in that than it does to believe in a God.
you know what the problem is? People are watching too many of these sci-fi channels, and these movies. You know, like Armageddon. That's a problem. Like we grew up.
100%.
like we grew up on these type of movies. Armageddon with Ben Affleck, Fenoik. What else would fucking
I I grew up on the A-Team, Dukes of Hazzard, and the X-Files,
all that
Twilight
stuff.
Zone.
Star Wars. That's what programmed us.
The Twilight Zone, the aliens come down here. We were sending our people back with them. And the dude said, "Don't get on their spaceship. It's a cookbook." The alien walked around with this book the whole show. It was a cookbook. How to cook humans.
Yeah, dude, like Mars Attacks, like all types of movies. Like that's what we were raised on. Those movies. That's why people are stupid. I mean, there's no other way to say it. People are dumb.
Well, they heard it, right? They heard it on the radio, and usually everything they heard on the radio would be pretty correct. Like "Good morning, 6 a.m., sunshine outside." And then they hear like Mars are attacking, right? So they believed it because they heard it on the radio. Except for this generation, they hear it and see it on the TV, on their smartwatch or smartphone or whatever they're watching, right?
Right.
So these people are literally brainwashed because they heard it so many times in a row that this sphere that you live on, the globe Earth, the global initiative, global warming, right?
Dude,
It's like shoved down your throat so much. It's all they can regurgitate because that's all they got in there.
it's like the gay and transgender thing, that's shoving it down your throat. Dude, I can't talk to anybody anymore. I can't. I have fights with my own mother sometimes over it. It's like ridiculous. You know what I mean? I'm about to just like I don't know, but it's fucking annoying, man. I think that's what they want. They want people. They want families divided. They want people divided. Divide and conquer. You can control them easy. Listen, some people can see it, some people can't. It is what it is. You know what I mean? What are you gonna do? Some people are smart enough. Some people are open-minded. Other people, they're just retarded. They're gonna believe whatever the news tells them. It is what it is. It is what it is. But I would feel guilty. I honestly would if I didn't try to, if I at least didn't try to convince people, listen, you've been duped. You've been fooled your whole life.
Slave is upon us.
I just would.
I see his mic lighting up.
Hey.
Hey, how's it going?
I don't know if you remember me. I was D&D. I just changed my name.
Oh, D&D is back as slave. Sick.
Do you DM D&D?
Excuse me?
Do you DM D&D?
Yeah, I think I have my DMs on.
No, I mean Dungeon Master.
I guess he does.
He's asking if you play.
Huh?
Dungeons and Dragons.
I play, bro.
No, D&D as in do not disturb.
But your name is... Oh, yeah, okay.
Enoch, you play D&D.
Yeah.
Do you DM D&D?
I haven't done that.
Why
I haven't
not?
done that before. I haven't done that before. I've only played in out of college.
Who played Baldur's Gate?
Gotta break out, man. Move to the next higher level of experience.
Who plays Baldur's Gate?
I'm a elf monk.
Yo, Hank, let me ask you a question, Hank. Have you ever had arguments with your family because of this nonsense?
Indirectly, yeah, because I would be greedy with my time and spend too much time on here. But I've found a balance after a while.
What do you mean? What do you mean indirectly? What do you mean by that?
So like my whole family knows that, you know, I believe in like biblical cosmology, right? Well, when I say biblical, it says test everything and keep that which is true, right? So the Bible instructs me to test everything and disregard the untrue things and keep the true things. So we're compiling truth right now, is what we're doing. All of us together, we're trying to get piles and piles and piles of things that are true that we can verify, right? So when I say cosmology, the other half of that is like you can't really like cosmology is like prophecy. Like you can't be like I'm the guy who figured it all out, right? It's a lot like philosophy, right? It's like you're in search of knowledge, but do you really ever gain any? So when I say biblical cosmology, it's more of a way of thinking about cosmology in a very strict what's the word I'm looking for?
Hank, he's asking,
Zatanic?
do you fight with your family about flat Earth?
Well, the answer would be no. Not really, no.
Lucky you.
I just kind of remind them,
Well,
you know, here and there.
It happens to me all the time.
well, I mean, my son and I debate about things.
Yeah,
Like
I gave
a
up.
lot.
You know, I gave up on my. You know, I don't even bring it up. You know, it's just so
What
like
do you
I'll give
say?
you.
Go ahead, Norm.
They're just gonna fight you if you try to pull them out of the matrix.
Right, like I'll give you a big example. Like I'm on the couch. I'm on the couch with my mother. Right, we're watching PBS, whatever, and the show comes on or some program, and they all of a sudden they say the word planet, and they show the sphere. I want to say so bad, hey mom, you see that? That's bullshit.
You really gotta be.
I do it.
But I know if I say that, it's gonna cause a whole fucking argument. Man,
That's their problem.
get the fuck out of the house. You know, I don't want that. So I gotta sit there like a fucking mute. You know what I mean? So that's what it's like for me. It's crazy. You know what I mean? Like
Yeah, I do know what you mean.
that's what the elites, whatever you want to call them, the Illuminati, whatever the fuck.
Right, the division.
They
They want
want
the division between people among households and all that.
Yes, they want all of us divided. All of us.
You know, I bet even more they want to know why you're not following along.
Yeah.
I don't know if they even care so long as you're divided from the people next to you.
Yeah, I agree with that. The elites try to divide us so that we can't rise up. Divide and conquer.
Yeah, you just can't get together, can't cooperate, can't organize.
The thing is, you can't force somebody away from their beliefs.
Well, the problem is our leaders, like Ben Shapiro, is really a Zionist, right? And he doesn't have any problem
Oh
giving
yeah.
away every last American tax dollar to, you know,
Israel.
another state, right? So
Yeah.
that's one of our leaders of the conservative party, the voices of the conservative party.
For the interests of the USA.
Well, yeah, they make us fight all of our wars for Israel.
Sure do.
Yeah, man. You know, Ben Shapiro is a scumbag. You know.
Well, to be more specific, it's the American petrodollar system, right? And I think that it's obviously easy to see anyone who's done research on the petrodollar being the world's reserve currency, the connection between Saudi Arabia and Israel, the United States.
Yeah, yeah. They're definitely defending some regional interests there.
Are you kidding me?
Yeah, man. Just you know, I even got into a fight multiple times with my neighbor, who is also a friend, but she's a teacher. She teaches fourth grade, and I told her, listen, the Earth is flat, and forgetting that she teaches fourth grade, you know, she teaches her kids that we live on a spinning ball, and I'm like, oh shit, I shouldn't have said that. and she starts yelling at me. So this is what I go through.
Bro, don't you live in New York?
Yeah, I do. But just to
Can't you
show you,
take her? Can't you take her to the ocean somewhere and be like, hey, come out with me, it'll be great. Go to the ocean and be like, you see that thing over there? And like when she lays eyes on it, right? Give her the math and tell her to be sober like a judge, non-biased and honest,
The
and
thing
look at
is,
the math
teachers
like a
are
teacher.
teachers are just told to do their job. They don't even know what they're what they're learning about. They don't question it.
even though I know
Just
I was right, I still kind of felt bad because she's my neighbor. I see her all the time. You know what I mean? It's like kind of
You gonna
awkward.
feel bad for telling her the truth, bro?
Yeah,
She
because
can
it's like,
verify it.
yeah,
The thing about her being a teacher is she's not going to be able to swallow that she's actually telling the kids wrong or lying to the kids. So that's especially hard for her to swallow.
well, I don't know, Hank. What would you tell if your neighbor was a fourth grade teacher? Would you say what I said to her?
I probably wouldn't talk to my neighbors very much, but that's just me. But yeah, I wouldn't be afraid to tell anybody anything, especially if they ask and they want to know, right? Or if it comes up in casual conversation.
Exactly.
As far as me shoving things down people's throats, that's not really my idea of, it's not very fruitful teaching, right? So my thing is that I drop seeds everywhere I go, plant seeds, say words that people aren't used to hearing, Maybe they'll look it up after like the third or fourth time people hear something like, okay, what's up with this thing? Why does it keep coming up? I'm gonna look into it. And that's what I find, right? It's not up to you to make sure the seed grows. And a lot of people think that's their job. But it's clear that if you're operating in biblical teaching, that you just plant the seed, like Yeshua said, right? Some of it lands on good soil and some of it doesn't. I don't front you none. You just knock the dust off your sandals and go to the next town.
Right, plant the seed. Plant the seed. It may grow, it may not. You never know.
Yeah, it's not up for you to water it.
But yeah, I don't know. She probably still thinks I'm a dick for that, but I don't care. Who gives a shit?
I think you're way over analyzing that. She probably hasn't thought about it in like 10 months.
I don't know. I pretty much insulted her career. I mean, I basically told her, listen, you're lying to me.
Just tell her, listen, you tell these kids that
Yeah, but they're not lying. That's what she believes. I'm sorry. You go ahead, bro. Godric.
you show them like, whoa,
damn.
but with what evidence? Where's evidence of that? Right? How about that? Okay.
Yeah, just if you say anything rude, apologize to her and be like, hey, I'm sorry. Forgive me for the way that I acted. No excuse. Right? Won't happen again. I think that would be appropriate.
Yeah.
Oh, but it will happen again.
That's the problem. That was my point when I said it's so hard to talk to people today, even your own neighbors. You know, you speak because I don't like passive aggressive people. I can't stand passive. I speak my mind. So it's just hard. It really is. God forbid you disagree with somebody.
My nigga.
They want to choke you.
Have you ever flat smacked like on a public area with like a table, set up a table, a little flat map? You like, Earth is flat. Prove me wrong.
Nah, not really. I just no.
Yeah, let's see that curve. Come on, bring it.
Tell a teacher, hey, the teacher, if it was really curving, You gotta show me where it's curving outside of NASA. Where is it curving? You gotta be able to, you know.
Yeah, don't show me where that cartoon curves. Show me where the Earth curves.
Yeah, exactly. I listen. I've been in an airplane a couple times in my life, and I remember looking out the window, looking down. I never saw one curve, ever. Just a flat plane of land.
No one ever did.
Just flat.
Okay, but there's another argument. How about planes don't dip down going over a sphere that's going down all the time?
Oh, that's just to simplify the calculations.
Going from point A to point B.
That's just to simplify.
When planes have to dip?
I really don't think that's a good argument.
Reorientate their wings.
They do have to maintain
because they're gonna say the Earth is too big, so you
No.
wouldn't notice a dip.
They just say
Hang
you
on.
maintain elevation.
Battle mod. Take a plane and put it on top of a globe, okay?
Yeah,
now go to the bottom.
Maintain 1,000 feet from the surface at all times. Will you follow the globe?
Trying to give you an example. If you
That's
go
why
from
it's
the
a
top of the
crappy
globe,
argument. I just gave
to
you
the
an
bottom.
example. Answer that. If you maintain the same altitude, will you follow the shape of the land beneath you?
No, you will not.
Yes, you will.
No,
if
you
you're
will not.
1,000 foot off the
No, you will
fucking
not.
surface, really,
No, you
are
will
you
not.
this obtuse? If you're
Pay
1,000
attention.
foot off the surface, that always
Pay
fine.
attention. You have to reorientate your plane continually. Reorientate.
They
stay
do
with a
adjust for
circular sphere.
elevation. Oh my
Elevation
God,
does
dude,
not
are you?
reorientate.
Listen,
Elevation is
that's
flat.
a shitty argument that any third grader can debunk.
Right, you're just making us look bad, dude.
They have to adjust for elevation. It maintains a certain distance from the floor, and as long as they maintain that same distance, whether it's a small dip or a large dip. Look, dude,
there
don't
is a dip.
interrupt me. We're not globers. We're flat earthers. If your point is right, then you don't have any problem with me being heard, right? 'Cause I'm a little tired of the over talking. So all you have to do is maintain the same distance from the surface, and you'll follow the shape of the surface. That means if the surface drops 200 foot, you're going to adjust for elevation. It's common sense.
Wait, why did I get muted?
How about when you fly over the mountains? Do you adjust for that?
Hey, can I get unmuted in chat? I accidentally said a swear word. Shit.
Yeah, you'll be back in a couple minutes.
So you come in here and just pop off with it, huh? Sounds good.
Yeah, the bot will get you. You can't come in here.
Yeah,
and
you
start
can't
listening
sneak
to
one
things.
past the bot.
But we really shouldn't put that on there anyway. I mean, I do it once in a while, and I usually pull it down afterwards, after I get a joke.
So what'd you say that made the bot go haywire on you?
He said that sheep.
Shake my hand.
It was just a normal swear word.
Hank, I was gonna ask you another question. What do you think about I know they don't exist, but what do you think about satellites? The idea that there's satellites floating around the Earth. That's how we communicate, all that nonsense. What do you think about satellites?
Well, number one, you know, you can't make a negative claim something doesn't exist, right? Right. So it's like I think there is something up there. Right now, what it is, I'm not really sure, but I know that there could possibly be like planes, blimps, right?
There's like
Riding up
drones
there.
out there, but they're not actually in
Yes.
space.
I think they're just
Right.
They're
They're
just
not
cell
in deep space, right? They're
If you
just
want to
in
hear what he
high
thinks,
altitude.
then you got to be quiet for.
Yeah, so there could be objects in the sky, man-made. There could be natural objects in the sky, but I doubt they would be like the type of object that a man makes. So I'm not saying there's not stuff up there, that's for sure. My understanding would be that there is most likely stuff up there this day and age with technology and whatnot. So are they balloons? Most likely. could there possibly be aircraft that are running off of some sort of not free energy, but like
Yeah, but
nuclear
balloons don't
powered
last
aircraft?
forever.
Yeah, but Hank was just getting to that, man. Hold on.
Yeah, so neither do planes. Planes don't last forever either. So I think there would be some sort of cycle of balloons going up and coming down and planes going up and coming down. And there's so much air traffic these days and so much military occupation all over the world that who knows what is. And most people see UFOs and report it and never get reported back what that was. Do I think it's something coming from quintillion of miles away and the aliens want to investigate Uranus? No. I think it's all from here. It's all like man-made. Possibly some natural stuff up there too. Like the sun, the moon, the stars.
Well, every quote unquote satellite that seems to crash has a balloon attached to it.
Yeah.
They're just modified planes.
Yeah, this is all CGI,
Well, I'm
man.
pretty sure the reason they have
Not
balloons is so they
CGI.
can catch the solar winds.
Oh, this
I think it's so they can get them off the ground in the first place.
No, it's for the wind, the solar wind, so they can adjust the position and stuff like that.
The thing is, one
Well,
of
do you think that they're in orbit? Do you think they're in orbit around the Earth using
the
gravity?
thing is, there are videos
Yes,
of
sir. I do.
But Sasha thinks they're in orbit. Okay, you're gonna need R for that. Where'd you get R?
I guessed, and it was correct.
You just guessed,
there's
and you got
there's
orbital
two types
mechanics.
there's two types of international space stations in orbit. There's one is a CGI version made in a computer. The one that NASA describes in their live feeds is the one being in orbit, which is scientifically impossible to observe at night because of its altitude. And the other one is the International Space Station that you can watch at night, the one that has an app that shows you when it'll be traveling over you. And it's just a modified plane that resembles it with solar panels on it.
Wait, can I have the
A thing that just kind of resembles the thing that they say is up there. Yeah, I got you.
Because satellites are actually kind of beautiful. Like, it's kind of a marvel of human ingenuity, the fact that we're able to create satellites that are so technologically advanced. And then
Wait, how'd you do that without R?
Like Sputnik was so awesome that Sputnik took a picture of itself without the arm showing. So they had this cloaking ability for the arm. And then Sputnik, the first satellite ever, took a picture of itself. But we can't get a picture from space like in the past, like, I don't know,
You
like
know,
60, 70 years.
You know, when they did Echo 1, the first sat only stayed up for 10 years. And that was, shit, 70 years ago? 80?
I don't know.
By now, they could have balloons that stay up for, 40 years, 50 years.
I mean, I would just Google the ISS and then just look at all the technology that's on it, guys. Like,
Yeah, but wait, so you're
We know
Wait a minute,
you would.
Look at all the technology that's on it from Google.
Look at all
yeah,
the
look at
technology that's on it, like the chugga shit.
Here, I want to cover this as an engineer.
Boom,
As an engineer,
shakalaka.
from an engineering prospect, if I wanted to look at the technology on there, I'd do diagrams. Can I get some of the diagrams, the blueprints?
Any video of
I'm
it
not
being
sure. I'm
built?
sure it's probably private because they don't want other countries to get it because they're competing.
Why not? They all work together.
Right, but they're also
Wait, how do they make the
Hey,
water
Sasha, did you
bend?
just forget
How
that
did
it's
they
an
how do they make
international
the
space
water
station?
bend?
Okay, guys, you can't talk over each other.
Sasha,
How did
did you just forget that it's an international space station?
Right. They already
I don't
know if
know. I
they're
would
up there.
Google it. There could be a blueprint. I don't know.
How do they make the water bend though?
You think I'd be asking for
Come
that
on,
if I
dude. How do
hadn't
you make the
already?
water bend? That's
Do
silly.
you
Come
think
on,
I'd
man.
ask for the diagrams if I hadn't already looked?
water bend. Exactly. How does water bend? There's another fucking example.
That's
Yeah.
another
Now,
one. Or
Is that
No, that's a
CGI?
bad question.
Yeah, don't answer that kid. He's just clowning.
I'm not
it's
clowning.
around the same
I'm really asking
size
a question.
as the 747.
Yeah, but it's supposed to be 250 miles away.
And moving how fast?
I never claimed that, sir.
Dude, if gravity
17,500 miles per hour, according to the surface of the Earth. So here's the thing. How come we can't ever see motion blur if it's traveling that fast?
You can literally see satellites through a telescope.
You can't.
Yeah,
Yes, you
with
can. What are you talking about?
they're not the
Which
real
one?
satellites.
You
What?
cannot see satellites through telescopes, Sasha. You're delusional.
Yes, you can. There's
I have a
videos
question,
of this.
Sasha.
You're
Sasha,
fucking delusional.
Dude, I
I have
know
a
which
question.
one he's talking about. He's talking about the International Space Station. I already explained it to you, dude. It's a modified plane.
That's not even like when you're talking about satellites. So when the GoPro rocket went up and it did that clinking sound or whatever, and we saw the moon, and people are claiming, oh yeah, we could still see it through the globe, even though it should be on the opposite side. Where were all the satellites? How come we didn't see a single satellite, but we could see the moon where we shouldn't be able to see the moon?
Wait, what do you
Dude,
mean? What? How
if the
can we see
gravity
the?
theory and the relativity theory was actually real, then the satellite should be crashing into Earth right now.
Can we let
You
him
realize
answer?
you understand how orbits work, right?
Yeah,
Well, do you? We still
Like
haven't
it's a
figured out how
mixture
you
of
got there.
gravity and then traveling like at a tangent to the Earth, so they cancel
Yeah,
each other
but
out, and then it orbits.
Sasha,
It's like they're saying
Yes, I
gravity
know, but
works, but sometimes it doesn't work.
man,
Like
can we stop
either
with
it
the
works
five
or it
people at
doesn't work,
once?
buddy.
Hold on, guys. The lady asked the gentleman a question. Can we get you to answer that question? Do you need to hear it again, sir?
Right.
Yeah, can I hear it again? I was kind of confused.
Yeah. So the GoPro rocket, and if we need to show that video, we can. There was a rocket that went up and it made this plunking sound. And when that happened, as the rocket was spinning, you could see the moon. This rocket was launched, I think it was over Arizona, and we could see the moon that should have been like way over next to New Zealand. There's no way we could have seen the moon. Where were all the satellites? There was not a single satellite in view, but we could see the moon. How do you answer that?
So a rocket was launched, and you could see the moon, but not another satellite. Is that the
Yeah,
question?
and yes, and we shouldn't have been able to see the moon based on where the moon's position was. The Earth should have been hiding the moon, but yet we could see the moon from that height, but there was not a single satellite to be seen whatsoever. So where were they all?
Well, it's possible that the rocket was past the satellites, so it was like couldn't see them.
But it had to pass them, so why didn't you ever
Bro,
see
we're
any?
talking about the moon, right? On the other side
Okay,
of the
so is
globe.
this rocket like going
It can
into
be
orbit, or
seen.
is it going to the moon, or
Hold
where's
on,
this
bro.
rocket headed?
Up. Okay. So it actually went up instead of on an arc trajectory. But listen to the question. You could see the moon, right, in the footage, even though it was on the other side of the Earth. So if you could see all the way around to the other side of the Earth, how come there wasn't no satellites or anything like that in front of the moon, right? Because you're looking at refracted, you can see around the Earth, right? So there's your good refraction. You love it. So you can see around the Earth all the way to the moon. Where were the satellites in between the Earth and the moon, or in between the rocket and the moon?
I don't know, dude. Maybe you couldn't see it because like there's a void of space in the background and it's black. I don't know.
Well, I'm guessing they're just cartoons like what you see when you type them into Google. So you won't actually see them if you go up there because, they're just cartoons. I mean, you can see lights moving around in the sky and stuff like that, but...
Okay, the fact remains is you can literally see satellites in your telescope. So, like...
All right, we'll grab us a pick of one. We'll assess. Go get your telescope, grab a shot, bring it back. We'll see.
Do you mean like flies in your telescope? What are you talking about? You can see them in your telescope. You mean you can see them in real life above our heads?
Yeah.
Show us. I've never seen that. I've been looking up most of my life. Like ever since I was a child. You know that song, Twinkle, Twinkle, Little Star? It always made me think about the stars.
Why
And I
can't
would
you
always
see
be looking up
stars
at the
under
planets.
a street light?
Why can't you see stars under a street light?
Because light pollution makes it so you can't see
Exposure?
stars.
Which is why you can't see stars in space, correct?
Yeah, I mean light pollution makes it so they hide.
You know what I think? I think the stars are just God's decoration. That's what I think. No,
It is.
that's
Yeah, me too.
It wasn't just decoration though. It was used as a map.
Okay, yeah, cool stories. Decorations.
Not a story, lady.
Yeah, that is a cool story.
I mean, navigation, sure.
It's not a story when there's historical evidence providing with it.
Yeah,
Can we
that's
stop
not what you said
interrupting
prior.
each other?
Now you're adding to it.
What are you talking about?
Interrupting people. Can we start letting people actually be heard? Then I won't have to start just banning people that are irritating me.
Who's interrupting people? We're having a conversation here.
Help me help you.
Huh?
Huh? I'm not trying to debate it. I just want to state it. Stop over talking each other and let people finish what the hell they're saying.
So, Sasha, when we go up there, we don't actually see any satellites. The only pictures of satellites that we have are clearly computer generated. So, what are we left with? Also, you don't have ours, so where'd you get the orbital mechanics for them in the first place? So, what are we left with?
Did you say
kind of just start
orbital?
making all these assertions that we don't have any of these things.
Well, they're not assertions. These are just observations, and this is just reality. I mean, go to Google right now, type real pictures of satellites in space, and just bring back.
I just did
bring
that.
back
There's
the real,
multiple.
yeah, just bring back the most real-looking picture you can find.
You want me to DM it to you?
Sure.
Will you post it? You have to post it.
Sure.
Pictures of sat. I just posted one, bro.
And anytime we go up there, in any sort of way, even when NASA shows us so-called video from the ISS, we don't see satellites. Where are these things?
Yeah. Isn't it supposed to be crowded like everywhere?
Yeah, and there's
supposed to be, but
space trash.
Space
8,000
junk,
of the
space
things.
pollution.
And there's not one single authentic picture that I can see. Well, Sasha just DM me one. Hold on a sec. Here it is. This is the real. It's the one authentic pic. One sec.
Can you post in the chat?
Okay, it's this pic of the what's supposed to be. Hold on a sec.
It's the 6 crew.
Right, and it's from the ground. Right, I've seen this before.
Yeah.
That. So it's not taken from orbit, from the low Earth orbit range or any of that. It's a telescope pic from the ground, right?
Who took this picture?
It's a telescope video.
Who took this picture? Where are you getting it from? Where is the photographer's name? The data behind it?
Is it stacked, processed?
Morgan McFall Johnson.
So can you post the information of where this was actually taken from? That would be great.
Okay.
Please.
But it's not even what I asked for. I asked for pics of satellites from space.
Yeah, there's one that was just in chat earlier. The ISS one that Rookie posted.
It's obviously fake.
How is that fake, dude?
Dude, nobody has still answered. I posted the video of the Go Fast rocket. Sorry, I said GoPro. The Go Fast rocket. Where are the satellites? Where are they? And how can we see the moon on the opposite side of the world where we shouldn't be able to see it? Still waiting on that answer.
Good to have you back.
Space refraction.
I don't know. A lot of Earth
I love-
curvature.
That's just one of many. That's just, you know.
Why is there so much?
I think that question was for the Globers.
I can literally see the Earth curvature in the video you posted.
No, you can't. Stop.
I can.
Don't address the missing satellite. Just obfuscate.
Dude,
It
where's the
literally
video?
proves the globe.
Cyrus.
What up, man?
You know me, bro. You got me down pat.
Yep, you already know, bro.
GoPros come with built-in fisheye
What did
lenses.
Cyrus do? Am I missing something?
He was
Cyrus,
getting
did you
ready
beat
to ban
anybody up
6 of
yet?
you,
Are you
so
off
he
those
just banned
supplements?
4 of you. You didn't see people just start disappearing. And hey, if you try to join later on or something and you can't join, man, we're at our server limit. So we're at our online limit right now. I want people to know this. So
Wait, did I just get banned?
no, you didn't get banned. So listen to this. This is just an announcement. We're at our online limit. We're trying to get our user amount moved up right now, but if there's so many people online, we're at our online user limit, you won't be able to join the server. You'll click on it and it'll say unable to join. That's not because you've been banned, it's because we're at our online limit.
Oh, wow.
For members. Yeah, so
they're working on getting it up as soon as we can.
Yeah,
so.
we just got to 25,000 limit and now we're trying to get them to boost it up to the 50,000 limit.
Does boosting the server help, or because I just boosted it a second time today?
Oh, it can help. I boosted it twice too.
Right on. Maybe those of you who've got one left, maybe throw it in there, maybe help us out. I'm not sure how it all works, but
pretty sure last time somebody had to pay $12 a month.
Well, that wouldn't be all that bad, would it? $12 a month?
No.
I really wish I had my image perms right now. I have such a good
never. And if you keep bringing it up, never.
I had it earlier this morning, and then I got
Never.
banned.
What
Set
part
to
of
call
never?
this, and then it went away.
What part of never do you not understand?
Ever.
Ever.
Well,
Ever.
No, I'm not off my supplements, sir. I'm
How about now?
Yeah, I'm not. I'm still
I'm just picking on you. I'm the one that gave you your link perm last time. I'll give it to you again, bro.
Oh, thanks.
I'm just picking on you. You're not a bad guy, in my opinion.
Oh, thanks.
Well, I haven't heard you call anybody any name, or a retard or a douche, but that's more than I can say for a lot of our members.
Yeah.
I checked him in. I gave him the 2.0 title.
Yeah, so we can tell him from our Sasha.
Yeah.
I give my cat a plate of eggs and potatoes, and he only ate so much, and the dog's sitting there like, Dad, make him move. It's my turn.
You demon worshiper.
I'll eat that shit in 2 bites.
Demons are too much of big fucking losers for me to worship, man. I'll tell you what.
Okay.
If they were going to do something, they'd have done something. You feel me?
Hey, shut up.
The bird word, Hall, if you heard.
I'm just messing with you, Glenn.
Oh, I know. Are we at 25,000 even now? I think we're over it. Membership numbers. We're over it.
If we cancel people, does that get us more, or is it just the total tally or whatever?
I don't know. Yeah, you getting that yawn? Good for you.
Yes. Those
Where's
people
Helio?
in cog dis in detention, they take up space. They're still members. They're still on the server. They're just not allowed to go through it.
Wow, so they let us go over by 9, huh? But that's where they drew the line.
Well, it could be 9 members aren't online right now.
Yeah, I saw it when it was at 20.
If you heard me, it was the on.
Oh, you mean that are online? Wow, I didn't realize that.
That's why I said online limit.
Shit, that makes me a little proud now. I was kind of thinking it wasn't that many.
What is it? 4,000?
I'm not sure what the online limit is.
It's usually hovering around like the bigger end of. What was I going to say? 300, or sorry, 3,000. Damn it, I'm tired. Don't go to school, kids.
I have to.
Huh?
I have to.
What do you have to? What are you studying?
3,194 people online right now.
All right. So what are you studying, partner?
Out of 25,000.
English, chemistry, math.
Are you in high school?
Yeah.
Oh, okay, got it. Yeah. Unfortunately, you have to get through that.
Dude, in my chemistry classroom, there's like 5 pictures of globes.
Just 5?
5 posters.
Right. World maps and all kinds of stuff, huh?
I just look at it, I'm like, facepalm.
Yeah, we'll just wait until you have to learn about evolution.
I used to believe in that crap.
They haven't taught you about evolution yet?
I'm pretty sure they already taught it to me in like middle school.
Yeah.
Wait, what changed your mind about it?
Ever since I found out about the Earth being flat.
Well, just because the Earth is flat doesn't
It's
mean
funny.
evolution can't be real.
Listen, it's funny you
Dude, I
guys
believe
say
they
that
created
shit about evolution. You guys like come from the standpoint where you think everybody believes evolution. There's people out there that buy it when they're reading it, when they're learning it, but they repeat what they got to and pass their test so they can pass school. So a lot of people in the scientific community say it's bullshit. So I don't know why you always assume that somebody had to start off believing evolution. That's a fucking joke. It's the least
What is
backed
it?
by scientific theory I've ever heard. And there isn't, they don't even have a scientific theory. If I asked you to link me to the scientific theory of evolution, give me a citation for it, you couldn't. It's a postulation. It's not even a scientific theory. It's not backed by experimentation. So if one didn't believe it when they were learning it, would they have to step away from it?
Sasha, if you want to talk evolution, bro, get on that
I
mic.
mean,
Oh yeah, I
guys
love
talk
talking
about logic,
evolution.
but then they can't wield it.
I like talking about evolution more than flat Earth.
Oh, that's a whole nother story.
You know you're gonna get smoked, so why even?
He thinks
I
we
don't
come
know why you're
from
trying to
fish
do
and
this.
monkeys.
That shit doesn't exist.
Define evolution for me. I don't
Your
know what that
grandma's a mud puppy.
Sasha, can you find
Evolution,
any
boom.
Sasha, can you find any fossils in between evolution between 2 different species?
Do you even
I'm not sure. That's a good question.
Do you even evolve, bro?
How do you believe in evolution when you don't even know the process?
Great grandpa with
What
a
do you mean? I do know
snail.
the process.
Oh, you
What's
do.
the process?
What is evolution again?
Small characters changes within a species. That's what a big evolution is.
Evolution is the process whereby a organism or like a species will become better suited to survive in their environment.
From genetic mutation, correct?
No.
Sounds like you're describing adaptation.
That is
That's
adaptation.
genetic expression. Genetic expression.
Genetic expression, that's
It's
just
an
genes.
inherent breeding quality of all animals and life on Earth, even plants.
Does that theory
Dude,
account for
anything with
epigenetics?
it.
Because that's the hot stuff today, epigenetics. I'm not sure if that theory from what 1600s, 1700s. Does that bullshit include epigenetics? You know the hidden control panel that controls the control panel that we just discovered? Are you aware of that?
I've heard of epigenetics. I don't know too much about that.
Well, you should really look into it. Since you like the genetics horse shit, so you should at least know what mankind has
Well,
discovered.
okay,
Before you...
do you guys believe in DNA? Like, is DNA real?
Bro, that's
Yes.
what I'm talking about. There's
Dude,
epigenetics.
Well,
There is
how
a
can you guys
hidden
believe in
control
DNA
panel
but
that...
no evolution? That doesn't
No,
make
listen.
sense.
how does DNA just come about? Just tell me that, without any intelligent creator. Do you think like
Hot,
a rock?
sweaty
Do you think
rock.
a rock hit a rock and then
A
it
hot,
randomly popped up out of
yeah,
nowhere?
hot, sweaty rock got a yeast infection.
Mm-hmm. It was pretty hot, pretty sweaty too. Yeah.
Next thing you know,
really,
there were
all you
little
need,
things
If you
crawling
look at
around on
DNA,
this ball.
guys, it's not really that complex. All you need is a self-replicating molecule, like
Bacterium.
Oh,
and where did that molecule come from?
that's funny.
the theory.
The
The
very
reason
ideal of replication denies evolution.
I got microscopes, bro,
next
and I
to
got bacteria.
It's
You tell me now,
replication says kind after its kind.
when does bacteria grow wings and start flying at my face? I never really
well,
witnessed
you
it.
can actually change the conditions that bacteria live in, and because they reproduce
I
so
can heat it
quickly.
up. I could heat it up. Well, I could heat it up too much until they die. But
Well, because they reproduce so quickly, you can actually see them evolve in like
not
real
evolving.
time.
They're
Dude,
splitting.
the whole theory of
Mature or
evolution is that
evolve?
there is some type of mutation in the DNA that causes the species to have some type of, let's say a cow came with an arm. It's not, if
Okay.
it doesn't survive, it's going to die.
You see, the problem today with epigenetics is, see that mutated gene? It was never mutated. It was hidden. And there was another panel of genetics that controls which hidden genes get turned on or off depending on the environment. And that's what we're discovering today, man. That's the leading fucking science of this shit. So it's like it just shreds your Darwin asshole, you know, dude.
Bro, Charles
Really get on
Darwin
the
was
modern
a
science stuff. It's pretty cool.
He was smoking dope and doing his cousin.
Yes, he was.
So do you understand what I said, Sasha? So let's say this insect was already pre-programmed to have this function, like turn on or off depending on the environment. And now we discovered that there is another panel that turns on these hidden functions, which is very interesting.
Wait,
So
was it his
What do you mean
first
by
cousin or
panel?
his second cousin?
it's already been there. We had no access to it. We couldn't see it, but now we can.
Are you talking about like certain genes that just are only expressed in like certain situations?
Controls the expression of those genes, right?
So is
Why
it
are
like
you curious to
like if
incest?
It's another genetic control panel. Yes, it's called epigenetics. Yeah, I'm telling you, man.
And
You
guess
should
what?
get off that
Darwin
fucking
didn't know about any of that. Darwin didn't know about electromagnetism.
Well, he didn't need
There's
to
a lot
know
of stuff.
about any of that to still be correct.
He didn't know about the
Really?
complexity of cells, the replication of mitosis, and how it goes back and it checks it to make sure it copied correctly. And if it doesn't copy correctly, it actually goes back and fixes it. Darwin didn't know about any of that shit.
He did, dude.
I'm sure he did.
Darwin was a moron.
He didn't.
Are you saying that Darwin knew about the little micro robots that copy the code correctly and make sure that it's correct and corrects it if it's not copied correctly? You say Darwin knew about that?
Are you talking? Are you talking about like protein synthesis?
You're
I'm
so
talking
basic.
about mitosis. So mitosis is when the cell splits, right? And when the cell splits, so does the DNA, right? And as the DNA is copying itself in the mitosis process, it goes back and checks the code after the copy is made. And if the code was copied incorrectly, it then goes back and fixes it.
Slave, you need to learn your manners, bro. Seriously, dude. You're lucky I'm not mod. I would have fucking mute your ass.
Who was that?
Yo, chill out.
Or I'm not sure.
Nah, fuck you. Learn your manners, fucker.
Who was that?
It was
Slave.
Master Chief.
Slave. Come on, Slave.
It was Slave that fucking being
Mr.
nasty over the mic.
Slave, we're gonna have to silence you now.
There you go.
I still think that Slave is an elaborate troll.
Thanks, Cyrus. He's Mr.
Because he's on
Slave.
Say it properly.
Yeah, I think Slave's a troll.
I think he's a LARP, but he's really good at it. I'll give him that.
Can you show me that your single-celled organism became a fish? Or did it become a fish first? I'm not sure.
Abiogenesis.
Well, you want me to take him back to the fucking hot rock? Fuck, he's never gonna ever get out of that one. All right, man.
Hey, Cyrus.
Can you show
I
me
agree
hot
with
rocks?
Slave. Can we
What do
can
you
we
want?
leave Slave unmuted? Because I agree with him. Stasha's a fucking
Why are you
troll.
concerned trolling? I'm gonna mute you too. Quit concerned trolling.
Stasha 2.0, you're a troll. First of all, you say things like, if the Earth is not a ball, right? You say things like evolution could still be true, right? Like you say the most ignorant and opposite things. See,
Right.
it's like
He
you're
says
giving us
he says he likes the troll, but he's the troll himself.
a long troll, right? It's like, here I am thinking like you're either the slowest learner or you're a troll, right?
I'm a
Or
troll
Why did
predicting
I get muted?
evolution.
I did not even.
like
I didn't even.
you're a zealot. You know what a zealot is? That's what I. Yeah, I'll start to get annoyed with Sasha. Right? I think you're a little dishonest.
Bro,
Wait,
he's
can I ask why did I just get muted?
hold on, man. Sasha was about to explain how the
No,
hot
if you
rock
ask again, you'll get banned.
came to life.
You say things like it's not that complex, right? As if you don't know what irreducible complexity is. You
I
see what I
didn't
mean?
say that. I disagree with
Well, not you. I'm
evolution.
talking to Sasha 2.0. And then you say you think Slave is the troll for calling you out. Well, I'm up and I'm calling you out, Sasha 2.0. Sorry
I
to
agree with
interrupt.
Bob.
Calling me out because I believe in evolution, like I don't. That's not a troll, dude.
You don't
Because
even
you're
understand. You don't even understand your own theory.
you're being very religious and you're not fact checking and if we tell you facts, you flip those facts and you just keep going forward with like being ignorant.
I mean, it's been a
about
while since I learned in class about evolution, so I don't know. Like, I can't remember all the ins and outs of
So
it.
why
But
are you talking
I
about it?
still believe in it, though, because.
Yeah, well, nobody cares. You're the only one that believes in it.
Well, you can't get mad at me for believing in something, dude.
It tells you they debunked evolution and the new theory is intelligent design, and you just keep going for evolution.
Well,
What the hell are
intelligent
you doing?
design is not a good theory. That's actually pretty
It's not,
dumb.
well, you got to argue with them about that, not with us, because evolution is dead.
How
Like
is
of all these.
entropy dumb, bro? How is information becoming more complex dumb? And
How
Well,
you,
can
that's
you
not
say
what
DNA
intelligent design is.
evolution?
Intelligent design just said God created everything.
that's what that means,
debunks
man. What I
evolution.
just said. However, in a scientific approach, so I don't say God did it. Well, God made laws, and just look around you, and like the conservation of
Maybe you
land.
could say it was intelligent design.
Maybe you could
God
stop
made the law.
interrupting people in the middle of their sentence.
I'm sorry to interrupt, but I
Oh, I
had to
thought you
stop
were
mowing
done.
the lawn to like jump in, chime in a while back, but I was mowing the lawn. When it's finished, that's how important it was.
Mr. Slave, handle your mic or I will. Thank you.
How can you say DNA proves evolution when DNA debunks evolution?
Well,
It's
DNA proves
information.
evolution because you can see that all life is connected.
Do you understand what irreducible complexity is?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah.
Okay, so what are you talking about now?
What do you mean? What am I talking about?
If something as simple as a rotary engine, right? Like the flagellum bacteria, okay? If something that simple can debunk evolution, then why are you bringing in DNA that is way more complicated and sophisticated than this? Do you know how DNA works? Wait, how do you pair up the ATPC? How do you pair them up? No?
We got kind of away from irreducible complexity there.
Right? So yeah, you see
Oh, and
how
you're
the
kind of
helix,
roboting, dude.
the helix thing is way more complicated than a rotary. Okay? So we cannot say these things because a rotor debunks evolution. Therefore, DNA pisses all over it. It's like it's information. And not just any information, it's what makes up your body. It's what they say is the code, it's what they're using to manipulate organisms.
But it's irreducibly complex in that you take out any of the components and it won't function. So all of it has to be there to be like that. So how did all of it just spring up complete as it is out of nothing?
Boom! Rock monkey soup.
I think it's just a logical fallacy to say it's.
Which one?
It's too complex.
The irreducible complexity in that it needs all of its parts to work together for it to work at all.
How about we just say nobody observed the trillions of years it took for your Big Bang and your evolution? So it's just a fairy fucking tale.
Yeah, but what's funny
I
is
mean, I
he
could say the
even
same
said,
thing about
hold
your
on,
God.
hold on, Sasha. It's one of you who said that that information getting more complex over time, and how is that not possible? Who was the one that said that?
That was me.
Okay, how do you have information in the first place?
Interesting.
How do you have information? You just have data that's organized. That's
No.
Who
How does
organizes
who?
the
Yeah,
data?
exactly. How do you get information without a former?
Must exist in the realm of mind.
He doesn't know.
I don't know. How do you think the English language came about? Like, do you think God invented English?
It was created.
What?
I mean,
Hold
how do
on,
you
that is a
evolve
logical
language?
fallacy.
Here's the thing.
Sorry.
No, but English language did have a creator, and man created that. So you're
Right,
right
but
in
it
point with
evolved
us.
naturally, right?
You're right in point with us, and I don't call it evolving. It advanced.
Right, so it came out of nowhere. Where it
No, it did not.
have
It
an
came.
interpreter.
It came from man's precognitive thought.
Right, but it came.
You're being asinine now. So it took a creator to create a language. Thank you. I'm glad you agree.
No, what I'm saying is it evolved.
No,
It
you
came from
exactly
nature.
said.
No, it
A
doesn't
similar-
evolve. We fucking advance it. We change it. We revise it. We do all that. Language does nothing on its own. Don't be an asshole.
That's also called the talking monkey theory.
Right. Monkeys didn't fucking talk. Still don't. English
Because if
language
they
doesn't
did, they would be
evolve.
talking.
English language does not evolve. Men advance it. We change it. We revise it for specificity when speaking.
Yes, I have. Is that
So
Terrence?
Sasha, welcome to intelligent design.
Yeah, no, sorry, I don't believe it.
You just said it. That how did language get created? It needed an informer, somebody that created it. I mean, in other words, a person had to create the language. It didn't just happen out of nowhere.
Nope.
So the information that we have, DNA, is information. So
Yeah,
it needed somebody.
Pluck, click, click, dang, dang, boom.
Your own analogy uses a creator, man.
Exactly.
Sasha.
What?
How can evolution evolve consciousness when consciousness is immaterial?
How do
That's
inanimate objects change
That's
themselves?
actually a really good question. That's like the first good point that you guys have made. But I don't think that's a problem
Well,
with
it's an
evolution.
ontological question. It is. How do you come from a state of nothing to living? How do inanimate objects give birth to adamant objects?
Right. Life doesn't
That is
come
the
from
very
non-life.
question. Abiogenesis.
Right. Well, there's a difference between abiogenesis and evolution, though.
No, actually, there's not.
No, there is.
Not when you say they all came from the same place and same common ancestor, and that common ancestor came from the place in the Big Bang to set it off.
There's also a difference between adaptation and evolution.
Adaptation is just a part
I
of
mean,
evolution.
I don't know how idiots say dogs to wolves or wolves to dogs, and that's evolution. Dogs are maintained by men and taught by men. Wolves live in the wild. They're both canines. There's no evolutionary anything there. The dog is not better equipped to live in the natural world than the wolf.
Do you not see the similarities between dogs and wolves?
Can you
I
tell me
do.
the
I just displayed. They're both canines. What the fuck are you talking about? My
So why?
my Malamute is a wolf. A wolf and a dog are the same thing. They're fucking canines. Same as a coyote and a dog.
Yeah, but dogs are better suited for living with humans.
No, dogs are taught to live with humans. Are you moronic?
Dogs are selectively
Are you
bred,
telling me?
right?
Listen, are you telling me my pit bull, if they were puppies, that they wouldn't have a good chance of surviving in the wilderness? They'll tell you you're wrong, and
I'm
I can
not
prove
sure. I
it.
don't know.
I can prove it. Runaway wild dogs pack up and take over parks and fucking wooded areas all over this nation.
Sasha, if you're going to use that argument, can you tell me how cows and dolphins came from each other?
They didn't come from each other. So
I mean, you can Google it right now. It says that cows are most closely related to dolphins.
it doesn't mean they came from each other.
But they evolved. How do you don't you believe in evolution?
I do, yes. That's a
It
red
says the
herring.
two animals are separated
It's
by
not a
70
red
million
herring
years of history.
that nobody
Just-
observed.
I mean,
Right.
just because they have similar DNA, I don't know where you're getting this claim from. Could I see
You
a
know how many?
citation?
You know how
Because I
many
don't think that's
codings
true.
and how many strippings
Google
are
it.
in one thing of DNA. We could say that similarity would be one part within one millionth of a part. So they're really not that similar.
Yeah,
It's like
Sasha, did you
saying
know?
this is like saying all animals can taste things. They have taste buds. Therefore, they all came from the same place. All animals have a nose and a mouth, so they came from the same place. It's just
Yeah,
asinine.
Sasha, did you know that a dog and a walrus came from the same creature?
Okay, so if it's dogs and a walrus, did you say?
According to this evolutionary chart I got here.
Yeah, we're not agreeing with you.
I
We're
mean, yeah, that kind of
contradicting you.
makes sense to me. They look kind of similar.
Yeah, but looks can be deceiving. Have you ever heard that? They say in science.
Yeah, I guess. But what I'm wondering is,
You
if
guess? Is it a
intelligent,
yes or a no? Is this a true statement?
yeah, that's a true statement. What I'm wondering is, if intelligent design is true, why would God create bacteria and stuff like that? Seems kind of
Bacteria does a
It's part
lot.
of
It
the
helps with
system.
your digestive system. It helps with the growth of plants. It helps with
Okay, so why would he create
it helps
viruses
with the
then?
decay of dead body. Viruses have a
So when
usefulness
you
in
get
this ecosystem too.
No, they don't.
when you
Not
get
really.
measles,
Yes, they
hold on,
do.
guys.
Oh, yes,
When
they
you get
do.
measles the
I don't
natural
think
way,
so.
sorry guys, can you hear me? When you get measles the natural way, it prevents other sicknesses from happening, right? So if you get the natural measles, not from a shot or anything, it has lifelong
You want
benefits.
these are
Okay.
questions an atheist asks. Go ahead, go ahead.
So you know what
All right,
symbiosis is, right?
Look,
You know
Sasha. You
what a
go ahead and create a
symbiotic
bacteria,
virus is?
and then you show us this bacteria, and then you can question how God creates bad. Then you can criticize how nature is all fucked up, and how you would make it better. Go ahead.
What was that, Bong? You're muffled.
That's the issue here, right? You're angry at some idea of a creator, right?
No,
Sasha?
I'm not. I actually have my own idea of creator.
Yeah, you think he's stupid, right?
Well, you
You
think
think
that
he's evil, and you think he's mean, right? Because look at all these evil people. Why would he make evil people, right?
Well, if he's the Christian creator, he's certainly mean, but
It's up to you. You'd
I
only
don't think he is.
perfect people, and you'd have some kind of boring ass world. I don't know what the hell
Oh, so
you've
all of our
done.
gods
Your
created us
life has no
individually, did
purpose.
they?
I don't think I should
Look,
be.
we're getting too much into religion here. Let's
You
not
know how
start
you
arguing over
I
doctrinal
was about to
creators
say
and
we can
gods
change the subject.
as
Why
if
does it
there's
smell
a
bad?
thousand different
What makes
gods.
it
There's
smell
not.
from?
I think the religion
What's
topic's
the-
more interesting than
Well, let
both.
me kick your ass
And
out
that's
of
why
this
you
lobby
Well,
and
I'm
then you
sorry.
can join
We're
biblical.
not.
exactly,
The
Sasha.
rest
You
of you can
belong,
go with
Well,
him.
would
right?
anyone like to join biblical to discuss?
Not really.
Yeah, I
Not at the
will.
moment.
We're
right.
kind
Yeah,
of
go
talking
ahead,
about
guys.
flat
I mean,
earthers
that's
here,
cool.
man.
No,
Yeah, Sasha,
I know
let's
you're
go.
trying to twist it into
All
some
right, yeah,
kind of
let's go.
religion.
Wait, where is biblical? I don't even see it.
below you scroll down.
It's the one
Yeah,
with
scroll way
blazing.
down. It's near the bottom.
All right, let's go, guys. Follow us if you want to
Have a
come.
link. I have a link about the benefits of contracting measles, but I don't know if I should share it. What do you think, Battlemod? Should I just let that one go?
I probably won't. You don't want to hear about symbiotic viruses or symbiosis.
Right, because he was trying to use it,
He thinks all
against God.
viruses are bad, but there's some viruses that are simians with us in this ecosystem. That's what symbiosis is about, and they promote better health for humans and animals. So viruses
Would anybody else like it?
have their place in this realm. I guess you got to be a farmer to know that one, though. Huh? Hey, or a guy who actually went to college. I can't help but listen to people like this Common Core, and think these are the people I risked my young adult life for. Their freedoms, their
Or
liberties.
or a guy like me who doesn't like social settings very much.
Well, social studies that's a different thing. That's not a necessity.
No, social settings. I don't like being around a bunch of people.
Oh, settings. Antisocial, sociopathic, but the girls are attracted.
Yeah, but I'm high functioning though.
That's funny. They say dog. He said, but don't dogs and wolves have similarities? Well, yeah, they're both canines, you fucking moron.
Both dogs.
Exactly.
It's like, do cats and cats have something in common?
A timber wolf is just an overgrown shepherd.
I think Sasha
All,
is just upset because you can't have atheists on if it's flat.
and all the variations in this species canine come from breeding practices. We see that when one dog breeds with another and you get a Labrador, bull, pit bull.
But let's see somebody breed a dog into a walrus.
Or a blue tick poodle. Yeah, I'm sure the dog might want to try to have sex.
It's called an abomination. The angels used to do that back in the pre-flood. If you that stuff.
Oh yeah,
How many
miscegenation.
dogs are you going to drown trying to create that walrus?
How many dogs will die in your experiment? I don't know. They caught so many people down in Kentucky screwing horses. I don't know. Where's our centurions?
Oh, yeah.
I ever catch one of you
Yo, I heard
fuckers
it was shape.
if I ever catch one of you fuckers in my
New
stable,
York City.
I'm gonna wood chip your ass. You better stay the hell away from my horse's ass.
Wood chippers are messy, man. I don't know why people use.
Use what?
Very right. I'm just imagining a guy getting put into a wood chipper. The mess it would make. Might even break the wood chipper. I don't know.
Oh, the mess is that's a non sequitur, bro.
Like water and
You just cleaned that up with a couple of
right.
stones.
The joy of one more pedophile leaving the earth, or a horse fucker leaving.
Hose it down, man.
They're a worthless piece of shit, but you can grow.
Like
You can grow a hell of a crop from a piece of shit.
I just don't like the cleaning up part. It's like, oh,
Put it all in the compost pile. Listen, you go get the excavator.
Just till then.
Get the excavator. You clean the wood chipper out, and then you remove all the dirt and all the flesh, and you put it in the compost pile, and you mix it up.
I'm going to the liquor store. What do you guys want? You guys want a drink? Go ahead and clean it back. Let's go, Cyrus.
Let's get it, man.
Let's get some beer for these guys.
A cleanup crew, man.
Right. Hank and Mike, right? The wood chip.
Yeah, I like that Fargo shit.
You guys don't have pigs or something less messy.
Listen, pigs won't eat all the bone. There are certain parts of the body they won't eat. The wood
Oh, yeah.
chipper makes all that into a fine powder.
You got acid.
Yeah,
You know,
I'm
acid.
a wood chipper type of dude too, man. You just
Really? You like putting flesh through your wood
Well,
chipper?
you
bro,
put
it's
one leg
compost.
through the wood chipper, and then you wood chip a log, then you wood chip an arm, and then another log.
Mixing it.
The wood help keeps the
Oh
blade
yeah.
clean.
You gotta have the right ratio of red,
How
brown,
much wood would a
green
woodchuck chuck if a
in the
woodchuck could chuck wood?
a lot of wood.
You know, we can just hire a butcher
A
My
to.
woodchuck would chuck
chipper,
all the wood he would chuck if a woodchuck could chuck wood.
my wood chipper is 10 times the size of that one.
Yeah, we got a pig. Who
Oh,
wants
come
you
on. I didn't get any laughter at all.
Mm-mm.
to. I
I'm
love
losing my touch,
chopping
bro.
items. Okay.
I didn't mess it up.
Should I go buy me some weed or I don't even
Can we
know.
bury him and go home? Can we just drop him in the acid
Becoming
and go
angry.
home?
I don't know.
I don't want to spend all my time on one piece of shit. Come on, man. Just chuck him over the river. Let's go.
I don't know anything.
Oh, you're a cinder block type of dude. Okay.
Exactly. Yeah. Okay.
He said, I just put them in the foundation.
It's screaming,
Yeah, I got
right?
this slab that I
Yeah,
need
the
for.
pigs are hungry.
Dig a little extra hole when you're pouring that floor.
Right.
I mean, it's the whole mutilating of the body, you know, of our bodies. You know, I can relate.
Concrete does that. It's got a lot of lime in it.
It's like, yeah, I'm
There's
just
only
gonna
one
dig
kind of
more
body
and
I like to
smaller.
mutilate.
Yeah. You know, Moses is cool. God buried him. He just died on the mountain.
See, when you got a real wood chipper, you don't have to cut nothing up. We call it the whole body chipper.
I think Michael buried him, but yeah.
There you go,
I'm
Mike.
cool.
I'll take him whole, bro. I'm not gonna even chop him up. I'm just gonna feed him in their feet first.
Bro, you're not doing your half. Push harder.
Well, suck him right in there.
Grease him up with some corn oil and beat his feet first.
Like 2
What?
hours later.
I just can't quit you.
Later, Bob.
You guys want a beer?
When I did drink, it was never beer.
Same here. Takes too long to get there, man.
Oh, malt liquor.
Malt liquor.
Yeah,
Old E. Motherfucker got a he in the 80s got a 40 of old E.
Mickey's? You like Mickey's? Oh, Mickey's is good. I miss US beer, man. Oh, beer up there.
Got two bottles, 80 ounces of the liquid courage flowing strong.
Just two bottles, and you're good, right?
My brother used to, when I was younger, get the Little King's Creamed Ale, 5-gallon jug. You ever seen them? It's like a keg, but it's not.
I don't get drunk off of it. Like I get drunk off of two beers now, because I don't drink anymore. But
Nice.
man, I used to drink a lot.
It's good.
Yeah, it's cool. You know, it's like, oh, cool, only 2 beers. I'm already buzzing. I used to drink until I fall asleep. Good times. It didn't help that I thought the Earth was a ball. You know, I was like, if you would have known the Earth wasn't a ball since you were little, would you have been this depressed? And would you have taken these paths in life? Like, hell no. Would have been like, fuck school.
Yeah.
I'm out of here. And I'd be a botanist, some kind of expert gardener by now. Yeah.
Oh, that'd be awesome.
What do you mean by would have been like fuck school? I was already there.
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't have been so eager, you know, to learn all the useless crap, you know, or to I wouldn't have been so stressed or pressured, of getting good grades in certain places, certain subjects, topics. I'd just, know that it's bullshit, and I'd be happier if I just learned what I wanted to learn. Because I think that's why people hate learning, is because of what school has done to them. Where they could have pursued what they were passionate about, they didn't. Now they're stuck in some bullshit job, married with fucking bills, fucking hoping to hit the lottery one day. All this shit, I mean, I don't think that exists anymore, right? There's no blue collar. Oh, we got Mike, so yeah. Sorry, man. Yeah, I think it's like not a lot of them left. I mean,
I tend to wear work uniform, bro, because I like to get dirty.
yeah, I totally would have not been as depressed. I probably wouldn't have been an alcoholic. I probably would never have joined the Navy. Who knows? So you guys remember when you were a kid, you wanted to do stuff that, cool stuff, explore the world, type of thing. You're too late, Truman. Everything's been explored already.
Right.
Explore the world like Christopher Columbus. Like
Magellan, Marco Polo, and
Got
James Cook.
fucking idiots here playing on this game. I'm over here trying to control the ball on Rocket League, bro. Every single time I try to control the ball, my teammates keep freaking hitting me, bro. So fucking annoying. Sorry.
You gotta keep the ball away from your teammates too.
I know, right? It's stupid.
And then just give it to them, and you guard the thing, the
Guard
back.
the goal, right? That's what I was thinking.
You got to do the other thing. If they want that thing, you do the other thing. This, that, and the other thing.
That's how I played.
Go
Anytime
to
I
the
played,
ball.
I would basically be there goaltending, right? Just waiting for a rebound.
Yeah, they keep on chasing the ball everywhere, bro. And I'm at platinum. I'm platinum 3, platinum 2, and these guys are chasing the ball still. No ball control.
Oh,
Don't fight them. Go support them. See what they're trying to do and help instead of fighting them.
Now
'Cause
they
that
have
gives
this
you.
pattern of going through a cycle of who should be up front and who should be in back.
If you're tilting, that means you're affected, and it's affecting your performance. So you got to take a break or help them. Have to know when to not assert yourself. If you're platinum, you all know what you're doing, and you're all just running into each other, right? In each other's way. Everyone has a plan. Suck. Planning is good, but plans not good. And planning means you're always adapting, changing your plans according to the situation. I'll go read The Art of War. It's pretty good.
yeah,
Like the
I don't ever
psychology.
plan. I usually don't plan things out. I mean, I do it at work for efficiency, but in my everyday life, I usually don't plan things out. Like, I didn't know I was going to Denver until like the night before, and then I went to Denver.
Yeah. Bro, you gotta be flexible, hey, ready to adapt at any moment. Don't plan too far ahead, but always be planning. I had plans to go back to the islands, and then the pandemic hit, and I was like, now what? I don't know. That was kind of the big one there, right? Like, yeah, but now it's nothing. Fuck.
I plan on going to the islands after I'm married.
Oh, you gotta get vaccinated if you want to leave Australia now. Unless if you want to go there. Like, I'll stop planning, dude. Like, I mean, stop making plans like that. Like, just plan for today.
I'm gonna be going to the Filipino islands.
How do you know that's gonna
Get you in
happen?
trouble.
How do you know you're not gonna get hit by a train tomorrow, or a bus, or a car, and die?
Exactly.
I can only
I
hope so.
believe in Allah. Allah's gonna guide me and protect me.
Nope. Nope.
I was just
I
thinking
believe
that.
in
I was
fate.
like, this dude's a Muslim. He ain't worried about that. You
I'll go
disagree?
wherever God takes me, bro.
Somebody said no. I think somebody disagreed.
Yeah, I know. And he got that
Screw
notebook
them.
coming right back at him.
Damn, sound like a thunderstorm.
See what happens when you start talking about religion. I'm kidding, of course.
No religion in here, bro.
How about those Dodgers? I mean, sea chicken.
You can't talk. I don't think you could talk about evolution without getting into religion. You know what I mean? Because
Well,
I
you
mean,
could, but yeah, I see.
he was even trying to separate evolution from the globe and just talk about evolution. That's all. And I had this feeling he was trying to lead it into some kind of religion thing to do. Like flat Earth and religion. I don't know, but
I mean, if you take the Big Bang cosmology out of it, doesn't the whole story tell basically fall apart?
well, how can the Earth not be a ball and evolution be a thing? Because evolution had to be an explanation for how things origins. The cosmology on a ball. So how can you bring that over to a flat Earth in the past, all the people that believed the Earth was not a ball also believed in Creator, gods. So how can there be no God, right? I mean, I swear.
I think that they're kind of hooped just trying to say that rocks just structure themselves into states of irreducible complexity. How do they order themselves like that? Where every part has to be as it is, and if it's not, then the whole thing falls apart. You can't just gradually get there. I mean, could it just happen by some sort of freak chance? Like, I don't know. That's what they'll say, but they can't demonstrate it. But
where life comes
what's that? Go ahead.
But where life comes from? How life can begin?
Yeah, I mean, I see it as an antecedent relationship. It needs to have a creator. Creation needs a creator.
Do you think Frankenstein, the idea of Frankenstein, comes from the Big Bang? Lightning hits a rock and something comes out of it?
No.
Organism?
No. I don't know where it comes from. But I just wanted to point out that, when we was talking about evolution earlier, and then we went into abiogenesis, like he wanted to claim that they were like two separate things, right? So then when we started talking about, okay, let's talk about abiogenesis, because obviously we want to know about the first evolution, right? So did did the flagellum, did it form all at once? And if they say it formed all at once, then that's creation, right? It was created all at once. But if they say that it happened separately, right, then that violates the irreducible complexity, which they all know is true. So the only thing they can say is that irreducible complexity is either A, debunked, or B, it's some sort of logical fallacy or whatever they can create.
Yep.
A jumbo jet is irreducibly complex. Can a hurricane make that out of a junkyard? Same old story, I know, but I'm just not seeing it.
Yeah. I mean, Sasha might even say yes if you give it enough time. That's
It's one of the random possibilities that could occur if you gave it enough chances.
It's impossible. Like it's beyond impossible. It's just
You would think.
It's wishful thinking, man. It's not.
Well, they don't even know what they're thinking because they still insist that they're on a ball and that this whole Big Bang cosmology thing that they're on about is true, even though we can go out and measure the Earth and see that there's no curvature. So, I mean, they're just way deep in fantasy land. I don't know what the hell is going on, but I know the Earth's not curving, so therefore all that other bullshit they're talking about can't be real.
Well, when he says, well, it's too big.
Wait a minute,
It's
you
so
gotta be
big.
you gotta be careful. You gotta be careful with that. So when you say that information is bad because of where it comes from, this is the logical fallacy known as the genetic fallacy. So just because it comes from CNN doesn't mean it's a lie, even they can tell the truth. Right?
Who said that?
I said that.
Did Bong make a genetic fallacy? Or did I?
I think you did.
I don't think so.
You
What did I say? I didn't say the information was bad because of where it was coming from. I was just saying that it was based on. It has a. Sorry, go ahead. It's on a crooked foundation. The whole thing is all I said.
I'm with you, bro. We're on the same side. I'm just trying to sharpen you a little bit. You know what I mean?
For sure.
Gotcha.
No, I wasn't trying to say that it was bad because of who was saying it. I was just saying that the crux of their ideas just isn't there. That the core, of their argument just doesn't hold up, so why should the rest of it?
Okay. I apologize. I misunderstood.
Yeah, but I get you. I mean, if the Earth isn't a ball, then how could gravity have formed it into a ball? How could you have had all the rest of that? I mean, I guess if they wanted to concede on the ball, they could somehow work evolution into that, I suppose. So. Which is probably what they will try to do at some point. I guess that's probably the purpose of like the Flat Earth Society stuff, saying that it's a disk in space. They'll try to maintain as much of the fabricated narrative as possible and just concede on the bits that they have to. But that's just pure speculation. I have no idea where it's going to go. It could go there.
When I was a baller, I used to destroy atheists and evolution. Just with intelligent design. The idea that, and I used to, think, well, if I didn't think if I was like, yeah, Earth is a ball, and God, only a God could have done it because the Big Bang and the fine tuning, and the conditions required, only a God could have caused it. And I was a baller, and I totally, you know what I mean, believed that the Earth could be a ball and God created it.
And you know what I mean?
Yeah, I know what you mean. And looking back on it, since I realized that it's not a ball, I kind of felt the same way that you just said before, but looking back on it, it doesn't make a lot of sense because it seems that the whole purpose of the ball story and Big Bang cosmology is to remove God from the picture. To just explain it all as just a random occurrence, just happening for essentially no reason out of nothing, right? So there's no reason to invoke a god to explain what's going on here if you go with that.
Even their
Okay, we gotta move off the topic.
even the story of the Big Bang, only a god, requires some kind of supernatural, some kind of intelligence behind it. So even their story doesn't work when it comes to But now that Anunnaki is part of science, I guess I don't know what do they call it. I don't know. Intelligent design, and now who could have designed us? Well, the Anunnaki, of course.
We got to move off the R question onto another R question. Earth radius, where is it?
Over
It's
there.
it's in your imagination. It's in your mind.
Found it.
Maybe it's so big you can't see it. Are you saying the radius is not 3,959 miles?
What's up,
That's the
Issa?
case.
Hey, did you notice Issa was in here? What's
I
up, Issa?
did.
What's up, Issa?
Hi.
Sure did.
Yo, what up?
Hey, man.
How you guys doing?
Chilling.
Nice, man.
Chopping it up.
Fuck yeah.
I ain't seen you or heard you in a minute. I had to put you on the spotlight, bro.
It's all good, brother. It's good to see you, dude. I've been over fucking Geo's got a little thing. I hang out over there every now and again, and Oakley's. I'll go in there. But I usually just coming in and hearing, unless it gets to certain subjects. I'm like you. I have to speak up at certain crossroads. I might speak up, but otherwise I like just listening.
Yeah, I pick and choose my battles too, bro.
Yeah, certain things. Especially, my thing is, man, I don't know, man, since you brought me up, is like, keeping some fucking semblance of positivity in the mix. That's the move, That's been my kick lately. Yeah.
Good vibes.
Yeah, fucking at least for like new heads coming in. Because I think what's so cool is you guys are just giving a spotlight for new people to come into the combo. And I keep seeing new people all over the place, so it's cool.
So apparently you're lucky to be here, Isa. Apparently we've reached some sort of limit in the online population with the server.
Is that so?
Yeah.
And
All 25,000 of us can't be online at the same time. It sucks.
Wait,
Because
what
we're
is it?
usually young.
What happened now?
We just can't all be online at the same time. All
Oh, man.
25,000. Because we usually are every day. That's why it's sad.
Well, I think about it. I'm part of like
We
like a
almost broke
couple.
Discord earlier.
I'm in Discord servers. I don't really check for too much. Yeah. Not 5,000 or anything, but yeah. What up with you, Hank?
You know me, working, thinking. Every once in a while, share my thoughts.
Well,
Sometimes wrong as fuck.
yeah,
Sometimes I get one right.
I was in Oakley's server earlier, or whatever. Gets wild over there. Yeah, it's
I
cool.
kind of miss the wild days sometimes.
You know what I miss? I miss just some of that advanced. You know, like even when some of you know, like they happen. You know what I mean? But like, I like getting more into the esoteric side of like things, the
You mean
philosophical side of things. What's that?
non-flat Earth talk?
Well, I mean, I don't know. I'm already like, not that it's not. I mean, I could wind everything back to flat
Oh
Earth.
yeah, no doubt. I'm right
You know what
along
I
with
mean?
you, man. I love talking about all that stuff too. I'm right with you. Yeah.
Yeah.
Hi, Jenny.
Hello.
So in
Yeah.
2015, this was esoteric, talking about the shape of the Earth, and the fact that it was esoteric, and some of us were online talking about it, like what Google and Hangouts and YouTube was doing was allowing us to bring like the most esoteric stuff into the light, where the average everyday person can start thinking about and questioning their reality. That's kind of cool if you think about it.
You know, it was kind of cool. I was watching. I don't know if you know who Salty Cracker is. Fucking hilarious.
Nope.
Oh, dude, he's great. He was on Rumble or whatever, and Rumble, the chat room, just reminded me of old school YouTube. You know what I mean? Like it was just like it was cool. I gotta say that little bit of like wild. I don't know. YouTube had a little wildness to it for a
The good
second.
old days. Oh,
Yeah.
sorry. Go ahead.
No. Go on. You're right. Pretty cool. But I felt like I looked even into Rumble. Like I might try to stream on Rumble and see how that goes. You know what I mean? Because like I find like a lot of the cool, like any of these real combos are like they're not even online. You know, some of the best conversations I've had are on Discords that don't stream on YouTube. Don't stream. You know, I kind of like that aspect of it too. Is not forgetting that portion of it. You know, because Discord initially nobody was streaming from Discord. It was just more like those private groups. It's different. And then it couldn't get denied because everybody joined Discord.
Well, the dog agrees.
Probably so. He's upset about something always, though. I don't know.
Yeah, I see that. Either that or he just doesn't know what you're talking about.
Nah, I think I got deer outside.
You ain't in the city no more then. You done found you a
Oh,
country house.
I made the right moves, man. You know the deal.
Good for you, sir. Excellent. Yeah, I'm about to move out into the wilderness as much as I can find. Yeah, for sure.
Oh, yeah, Hank.
Going to Oklahoma.
Nice. With a banjo on your knee and shit.
Dun, 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 dun. Yeah, I like the banjo. I really do. Wish I could play it. I can make some noise
Dude,
with it, but it ain't gonna be coherent.
they are cool as fuck, actually. What a cool sound.
I heard that you could take a balloon and inflate it in an acoustic guitar just to the right amount where it touches the strings, and then you string it up, and it sounds like a banjo. I think I've seen that on the internet.
I don't know. That sounds.
I'm gonna give it a go. Thanks for bringing it up.
You're welcome. Don't overinflate the balloon. Just want it popping out of that little hole.
I'm kind of bored of my acoustic right now, so this is good. This comes at the right time.
Hey, let me know when you get a lick, okay?
Got a bunch of them.
It rain all the time. Please change the battery in that damn smoke alarm.
Yes, thank you.
You're
I got
welcome,
two of them
Jenny.
beeping. I got two of them beeping in my house, and I got rechargeable batteries. I just haven't replaced them.
That is one of the most irritating things to me is when those
I
things are going and it's like,
second
damn it, I
that.
can't find a freaking battery.
Totally back you on that.
Do you guys do rechargeable batteries? Like, I never buy disposable batteries. I don't even know why they exist.
Well, they're so damn cheap. I mean, we get them at Sam's or Costco or whatever, and they're so damn cheap, I don't even waste my time buying the recharge. I know I'm a horrible person, but it's just how it is.
Well, it's convenient for me just to plug it into the back of my computer, USB, charge it up, and then I got 4 9-volts that are like ready to go. Can make a load of silver with them, whatever else. But you know, like I said, it's beeping in my house, and I don't care.
Man,
They've got to
okay.
put 18 650s in those things so you can just get new ones real easy and cheap.
Hank, a little confession. I was listening and kind of like almost falling asleep, and I heard your effing noise, and I almost had like a panic attack thinking it was mine.
Oh
And
shit!
then got up. I mean, it was just kind of one of those funny, not funny kind of moments. You know what I'm saying? It's like, holy crap. But that's what I get for falling asleep to stuff. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I'm really good at putting people to sleep when I talk. That's for sure.
The other
No,
night I fell
man.
asleep and I
I
had my
can.
mic on and everybody could hear me snoring and they had to mute me. And I was like, are you serious? They're like, yeah, bro, you fell
Oh,
asleep and turned your mic on somehow. I was like, oh no.
definitely won't be the last with that happening.
I definitely snore loud, so I'm sure it wasn't pleasant.
Yeah, I think I heard someone fall asleep earlier, and before anybody said
But I'm not the
anything,
only one, yeah.
And what,
a lot of people. Yeah, I think someone was falling asleep earlier, and I was about to say something, but then as soon as I started paying attention, I think somebody noticed it and muted them.
Aha. Yep. Many
I was
times that has happened, yes.
Yeah, man,
I
these
was talking to
ballers, they got nothing.
somebody a couple days ago, and they're a little bit tipsy, and we were having a conversation in a private room, and all of a sudden I heard this kabam, and then slam, like this hella loud sound. I'm like, and I hear this, what the, and then I go, what happened? What happened? And about 30 seconds later, he comes back and he goes, damn, bro, I fell asleep and fell into my computer screen and knocked the whole monitor off the back of the computer table. I'm like, damn.
Whoa.
I was like, bro, it sucks being you. He goes, but it still works.
Doubt. That does suck.
I can't imagine thinking about my monitor biting the dust. That would be so hard to handle.
No. For sure.
I just end it.
Yeah, you just start ripping
Life's not
components off
worth
of your
living.
PC.
What's the
You ever
use?
seen people
Why go on?
get mad? You ever seen people get mad and throw their controllers? It's like, bro, get a punching bag. What's the matter with you?
See them. I am one of those people.
Yeah, it's people seeing me do that usually.
Yeah. Get a punching bag, man.
You remember the original Nintendo controllers? They were like literally impossible to break. I broke 3 of
Yeah,
them.
because, damn, I wore one out. I didn't break it. Well,
I remember playing Pac-Man with the joystick. That's
Oh yeah, Atari. I broke so many Atari joysticks that night. I mean, I remember we used to take the parts off of one and put them on the other so we could get one working.
Yep.
The 2600.
Yeah, if you break a Nintendo controller, you got to be deliberate.
Planned obsolescence wasn't as developed.
Not in Japan, anyway.
Yeah, that's one good thing I must admit about Nintendo. I mean, I don't think I've ever bought a controller that broke. I've had them get sticky, like from the kids getting their fingers all and dirty fingers on them, but I don't think I've ever had one not like stop working completely.
So I got a Switch, right? And I dropped it, and I was like, it's over. It's freaking over, man. It's over. Well, I took the controller out the left side of it, and I just slid it right back on the top, and I was like, huh, the sucker just popped out of socket and didn't break. So it's like it was meant to like pop out of socket and not break the screen. So the joystick took the damage.
Yeah, it does take a lot of ticking, or licking, whatever you would.
Because they knew how pissed off kids would get.
Oh yeah.
No, I think what it is they know that the parents will just return the damn thing, and they don't want that.
Ah!
How about that flat Earth?
You seen it?
Jenny, you watching that movie from like the 70s, Birds? Oh!
How
No,
many times have I seen that?
I heard you beep. But yes, I have seen it. It's been a really long time though. But yeah, how about that flat Earth, y'all? We happen to be seeing too far, like all over the Earth. Something's happening. Like it's not a globe. It's not a globe.
Well, maybe it's a globe with a radius of 269,000 miles.
Wait, you're saying that it's a bigger ball?
Maybe it's just getting bigger and bigger every time we look at it.
They just don't learn a lesson, do they? I'm kidding.
Okay, it's 1,000,000 miles radius. 2 million.
You know what I think? I think we're living on the inside of the ball.
Yeah, some guy was here the other night actually arguing that.
I'm kidding.
Did you see that LaPointe kid who was here the other day?
Yeah, that's why I was making fun.
Right, okay.
I just wasn't expecting anyone to know.
Yeah, I was there. Yeah, that was something. I mean, it's better than most of the Globe stories.
Really? What are those?
Well, they're saying that the flat ground that we're on is curved, so that's about as bad as it gets. But at least the claims he was making were unfalsifiable. So, I mean, it's in the realm of speculation. It's like it could be, but I don't know. Cool story, at least.
Well, I saw it that way, so it has to be that way.
Yeah, so I'll give him a little more credit than the average Glober who continues to insist that the flat ground that they're on has to be curved. Because at least his claims are just completely untestable, right? So
ridiculous.
he's like, yes, locally it is flat. This part of the Earth is flat, but beyond this part, it is a bigger ball, and it is a bigger Earth.
Did you hear what I told that guy yesterday, or I don't think it was yesterday? I asked him, I said, so you're telling me that if you made a ball big enough or a curve long enough, that if I set a level on top of it, that the ends are going to touch on both ends, right? Is that what you're telling me? He's like, yeah. I said, I think you're wrong, brother. I think you're wrong. And trust me, both of the ends of that level would not touch, no matter how big that curve or no matter how, slight that curve was. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, yeah.
Saddy chatty, but it don't work like Let's play a flat Earth game. Turn that damn thing off. Chirp, chirp. There we go.
So we got us an E minor and a B7 here. I hear that. So we got a C, B minor 7, sorry, B7, E minor. Okay, I'm going to jam along. I'm ready.
What you got? What you got to guitar over there?
Yeah, I got a couple here. Maybe I'll grab one and jam with you.
If you play the blues, I can come up with some. Why is Hilo never here when the good players come?
Because he'd have to shut the fuck up.
Okay, yeah.
Esau can sing his own lyrics, bro. He don't need help.
Yeah, I've been like in the hour in the morning. Realize the earth is flat. Said I woke up in the morning. Realize the earth is flat. But then I went around telling everybody. And I'm not quite sure I should have done all that. I said my baby
Well,
thinks
how about
my mama does agree. I said my baby thinks I'm crazy and my mama does agree. And every time I go to town, everybody's laughing at me. I said I woke up in the morning, realized the earth is flat. I said I woke up in the morning, realized the earth is flat. But then I went around telling everybody, and I'm not quite sure I should have done
That my wife is back. I'm just kidding.
Hey, brother, that was nice and smooth. Good job.
Hey, thanks, man.
Wonder where you were. Hiding again. Been hiding.
That was nice.
Oh yeah, man. Fucking heck. Yeah. Yeah, man. Actually, I haven't played this song.
You play very well. Sounds good.
Anna,
You guys want to hear one more?
Oh, yeah. You'll do it.
Better than a sharp stick in the eye.
She walks among us in the rain. Even tell you there'll be sunshine again. She take the food
right from the plate. She'll steal the crumbs that you wanna save. She'll take your moon and your stars away. So many miles, so many miles away. She'll take your moon and your stars away. And when she thinks about all this going wrong, critics only an opportunity, leading her with some mystery down the road to misery. Weave a little bit of fantasy, 'cause that's really what it seems like to me. She'll take your moon and your stars away. So many miles, so many miles, trillions of miles. She'll take your moon and your stars away. That's where I need that lead guitar right there, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
When your baby looks so nice, you even want to come and ask your price. When you're lost on the avenue of broken dreams and attitude, they'll even want to change your face. And at that point, baby, what's left to fake? You'll take your moon and your stars. So many miles, so many miles. She'll take your moon and your stars away. Not today. You'll never get my moon and my stars away. No, not today. You'll never get my moon and my stars away. Yeah.
Very nice.
Forgive me, I had like cough the whole time.
Legend.
It sounded like you were singing it like you were in a smoky nightclub by yourself. It's the end of the night, you know what I mean? And everybody's leaving.
Right on, yeah.
You're up there with your cigarette, your 7th vodka martini
No
over
doubt.
there. You're like, why am I still drinking fucking martinis at this age? I'm just kidding.
I know, right, dude. Why am I here still? All I can smell is the puke on the floor.
Right.
Yeah.
Are you playing with anybody, or it sounds like you got a pretty good handle on it?
No, I don't. I don't really play with anybody, man. I got a loop pedal that I'll fuck with. I got a piano too.
Check out.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
Oh, it's okay. Like open mic nights, like at coffee shops and such. That's what I would picture you in more so than in some cheesy whatever bar.
Oh yeah, no,
Coffee
I'm
and
just
cannabis.
joking. I hear you though. Thank you. I'll take a classy coffee house over.
Yes.
Over a nightclub? What?
Yeah.
Yeah, no, that's cool. You'd have a lot more fun at the coffee house. You'd have genuine conversations.
You know, yeah, but still, I feel you on the club though.
It's just what I envisioned.
Oh, I see it. I mean, I don't know. I've seen it all, I suppose.
No! They're all gonna laugh at you!
Why don't you just do both?
That's right.
So that was great, man. It's been a long time since I've been in your hangout. It's good to hear you. Beautiful.
Thank you, brother.
This is Way BMX.
Yeah. I like the, it's gotta be totally, gotta be tangible. You know, the, oh, what's that, oh man, I haven't played it, so gotta be 10. The sun. Oh yeah. What is this? that's not it. Damn it, man. The sun is totally tangible. Yeah. You could get there if you really wanted to. The sun totally tangible. Get there if you really want to. Made me think of that song for some reason. What's that? Oh man, I can't think of my own lyrics on this one. Yeah, the sun totally tangible. And rain. Baby, I got rain. That's just saying. The sun is totally tangible. Could get there if you really want to. That's what it is. Yeah. Sure to join the military with designs on going into the Air Force. Oh, oh forgive me. I can't think of it. Because storytelling get there if you really needed to. Forgive me. I wish I remembered the lyrics.
Hey, you're just chilling, man. You're good.
You're helping us chill out, and because we're trying to figure out. In the meantime, while you serenade us, we're trying to figure out, all of this globe evidence. Like, what are we gonna do?
Just gonna have to shut the server down. There's just too much of it.
Right?
Just can't hide from it anymore.
It's so funny. We're getting capped on our online members thing, but flat Earth isn't real. Nah, it's not. It's not. It's nothing.
Is that in the Discord they're capping people?
Well, I guess there's a online member, like a limit to how many of the total members can be online at once.
Does
this apply
in the whole server? And the server's got over 25,000 people, and it hovers between 2,900 and 3,200 people online at one time, just consistently.
Does this apply across all Discord groups?
I don't know.
Sounds like they're just trying to hold a brother down.
For sure. But also today they had a big issue for a couple hours. It was overload of stuff, and I think that they just, it's like when you build roads for a small city and it gets really big and those roads suck at that point. You gotta fucking replace them. They didn't expect Discord to get this big, and so they're just having hemorrhaging problems. Sorry, go ahead.
Oh no, I was just thinking like I don't know, there's like the whole NFT craze going on, and like all of the people that are doing that have Discord servers.
What's NFT again? I feel absolutely stupid.
They call it non-fungible token. They call it.
Oh, Bitcoin.
Well, it's sort of like you can sell
tokens.
Well, you can sell an.
Are we at like Family Fun Center right now?
It's like selling digital art pieces, basically.
Oh, that shit! Wow.
It's Ethereum, not Bitcoin. Yeah,
dude, listen.
Right,
I saw somebody was doing that.
Discord, though.
Somebody was doing that with what they claimed was an invisible painting. Okay, no, I'm not kidding. Somebody for $8,000, or I think it was more than that, but we'll just say $8,000. Bought an invisible painting, and they put a spot on their wall where there's just no painting. There's just nothing there, and he paid $8,000 for that.
Hey,
it's so fucking ridiculous.
I got some earth courage to sell that guy.
He's got books, little pamphlets and shit that show him what nothingness will look like on this wall and that wall. And it's an invisible painting by this artist that apparently is so good, right? He's so world-renowned that you'd be lucky to have one of his pieces, especially one so cutting edge.
So,
And it's just nothing. It's empty.
nothing. It's progressive.
It's literally nothing. Literally nothing. You're paying for nothing.
It's still abstract.
Exactly. I mean, hey, what an artist, right? Renaissance man. Definitely. Why didn't I think of that?
Man, it's changed the way I looked at everything.
It says a lot. What does this nothingness? Yeah, like what? Like nothing. So nothing is a lot.
It does say a lot. Yeah, you're right. It's symbolic, bro. Trippy, bro.
Yeah, I mean, it's so progressive.
Fits right in, doesn't it?
Owning nothing, right? And loving it.
Wow, you're so right. I can't believe that that's exactly what that was. Thank you for pointing that out, Bong. I'm not even kidding. I sound like I'm being a dick, I know, but I'm not kidding.
They're training us to own nothing and be happy.
Right. Be happy with nothing. Lower your expectations to nil.
It gives new meaning to, empty.
Owning nothing.
Sorry, what was that last part?
My bad. Yeah, Bong, I cut you off.
I think I want to make an NFT of an empty cup, right? That might sell. What is it? It's an empty cup.
It's a picture of a thing. Right. And
actually, I made one.
Usefulness.
Oh, good for you. How's that going?
I made one. I wanted to see what it was like. It felt good to make one, but it's stupid. But it was interesting to see how it was done or whatever it is.
But sure, I'm making fun of something I've had a mere cursory glance at. I will admit that.
I mean, I don't feel, it's just about a way for the idea, anyways. Like, let's say if you have a bunch of people that support you as an artist, instead of you having to go through like a dealer or something like that, it's like this idea of digital, whatever. I think the digital side of it's kind of stupid because I don't know how people are gonna get a hold on that. But what people are using,
like what's tangible about that?
This is what it's being used for, as far as I can gather, is the entry into clubs. Like, it's literally like being like a social fucking thing to, like, let's say, like, you find out, let's say you only can get, if you own part of this NFT, you can be a member of a Discord that's going to tell you where the next yacht party is, dude.
Yep.
So, like,
Yeah, I get it. I get it. Yeah. It's Big Boy Club or whatever. Cool Kid Club.
That, and then also, like, you've got like you've got Decentraland and shit. Like, they're trying to create this metaverse, right?
Yeah.
So, like, this is just a part of that thing, because then you would have like an expressed, actual, proper NFT fucking icon for your avatar in whatever fucking land.
Yes. That would be the name of it. Whatever fucking land 2.0.
Right. And that we, honestly, dude, we should, like, if there's any builders out there that want to go in, like, seriously, build that fucking digital space on the metaverse and fucking, whatever the fuck land will fucking be huge, dude.
So I imagine you can say it's a video game, right? We'll just, for now, I'll call it a video game so it's easier to imagine what's going on. The metaverse is going to be the video game, and you plug yourself in. Hold on. I wanted to finish about the art piece real quick.
Yeah.
Hold on. Okay, so what I envision happening, and I just think it's going to be this way, and I don't know why, but people will plug themselves into this matrix, and then they'll be in there by choice, and so they'll know it, and there'll be stuff that you can buy when you're out here in the real world. Like, you can buy shit from your laptop, and then have it in the metaverse, and like play with it digitally. Right,
that's already happening.
It costs you real world money.
No. That's like, and that's the thing, is that's why these tokens. This is why the currency of these digital currencies are coming into play, because they're worth value in this digital land. Yet they're not taxed by the U.S. government in a way. This is why the U.S. government and the fucking SEC is trying to crack down on all this shit. because they're like, whoa, there's all this money being exchanged and we're not getting a cut of it. You know what I mean? So
yeah.
like, but it's being traded through these ridiculous coins. And this, and so the thing is you're going to have an Oculus Rift fucking suit.
I don't know
whatever.
what that means, man. That's above my pay grade.
You know what the Oculus Rift is?
No.
It's like this fucking. It's this eyewear that puts you like in the game.
Oh shit! Yeah. Yes, I do know what that is.
Okay, yeah, you know what that is, dude. It's the fucking. So like, it's this thing Oculus. What was it called? Oculus back when it first came out. Anyway, like, fucking, they're gonna have you.
Oculus
like,
sounds just scary. Anyway, go ahead.
Well, like you're gonna be like plugged into the metaverse. So what I envision, what the future will be, is like you'll join this Discord, right, for Flat Earth, whatever. Like when fucking it'll just happen. Like this Discord will have a place on the metaverse somehow in Discord land, and it'll be like you could hop in. Like some people will be in the call in the virtual room that this conversation is being held in with other people. Like I could see like ballers and flat earthers are like, purchasing digital weaponry to attack each other in the metaverse. You know what I mean? Like,
Oh my
So fucking stupid. You're so right though.
right, dude. Like
you
they're
think-
gonna have like I'm gonna have like a snowball gun. You know what I mean?
Right,
like,
right.
You know what I mean? They could just fucking.
I wonder if we'll have startup items for every time we wake up every day. You know what I mean? Like, how a computer has startup by like extensions that load and shit. Every time the computer starts, I wonder if we'll have those, like a date and time app that loads in our face, and we're just like, fuck, I thought I turned that off last night.
Well, your Neuralink will like
right in your eyes. You just have to see it until you do something about it.
Right. Yeah, just like. Well, that'll be the thing too, because they'll want you to stay at home to go to work. So that's how you'll do work.
Yeah, you'll work. You're cooking dinner. Hey, how convenient, right? I can work while I'm cooking dinner.
Right.
The kids can do their homework while playing video games.
Yeah.
In these video games, you can buy certain features, like you can sell those as NFTs. You know,
you could like buy your kid an A.
Do what? Sorry, I didn't hear that one.
Like you're buying your kids' grades.
Oh fuck yeah!
with Ethereum,
Cognitive kisseting.
Using Polygon to get a better grade and shit.
You can buy the ability to fly, or the ability to be on the panel.
The ability to think harder.
You know what? I'd sign up for that if it was something like every time I dreamt, I could pick what happened in the dream. Like credits, right? I could have like 50 dream credits. Be awesome.
Yeah, this will all only be accessible with a digital idea. So you won't be in a metaverse without your digital ID.
Bro, by the time that happens, I plan to be in the woods, partner.
They'll get around that, dude. They'll have digital fake visas and shit. Digital fake green cards and shit. Fucking cross borders.
Oh, of course. I saw, Aziz Ansari, the guy whose career got ruined for something he probably didn't even do. That guy, he said it's very easy to fake these COVID passports. Very easy. He said that it's easier to get a fake one than a real one right now. He's like, wait. Well, anyway. Yeah.
But
they're
again,
really easy to forge.
Yeah, but again, so if you're in the system with your name and your security number, you might have a fake COVID Green Pass, right? But you're still in the system with your name and your social security number coupled to your digital ID. So whether or not you took the juice doesn't matter. You're in the system, and that's what matters. Right?
That's what I was thinking too.
They don't care if you get the juice. They want you in the system. They want you with your ID in the system so they can roll out this digital ID.
And then they can trace and track you everywhere you go.
Right. You can only log into Twitter, Discord with your digital ID. So anonymous accounts will be banished.
I think that's why they're so easy to forge, is because that's really what it's about, is getting people onto that tracking system.
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't want to forge one.
First, you need cryptocurrency, right? Which is probably going to be connected to your biometrics.
You get like a $3,000 sign-on bonus.
China.
I just came up with a very bad joke that I'm not going to say about China. Never mind.
But this is happening in Europe. Yeah, we have this in Europe are actively developing this digital idea. The how do you call this? The woman Ursula von Leyen. That's the Belgium or the French head of the European Union. She talked about this many times now, that they're going to roll out this digital ID system, and the stepping stone is the COVID Green Pass. We have this in the Netherlands, so you can't enter a bar or a restaurant without the pass at this moment.
So you guys are in the future compared to the rest of us, down the line of that stuff, right?
Yeah, I guess so.
We should be learning from you.
Damn.
Yeah,
Hope
learning how not to let it get bad.
Yeah.
I don't think that's the only thing.
That's where we're at, man.
It's gonna spread out to people. Even like, say we don't want to go to a bar, but we do want to have a barbecue. Maybe it's going to probably apply there too. If you want to gather 2-3 people, you probably have to have that pass. I mean, I think it's going to be worse than just going out to some public place.
Total micromanagement.
Somebody said on the news that even at home, you should refrain from speaking to your children because it might spread the disease. So, I mean, it's going to be in your homes. How you have to stand.
I know people, right? So, so everybody and their mother is now getting a positive test, right? Yeah. And I know people that lock up their children in their rooms because they don't want to go into quarantine, so they lock up their children in their rooms for a week. In
that's horrible.
Yeah.
So
just total child abuse.
So here's the idea: why venture out into the real world and risk going to jail and getting fined when you can live in a digital world and do everything freely as long as you have your pass? Though.
Everything. Stuff you couldn't dream of doing in the real world.
We go to bars. Let's go.
Own a bar for like 2 days and then fucking go do something else. Right? Just have fun, pick shit to do and just do it for a little bit. Everything you can think of. So if you offer somebody that, they're going to take it.
Yeah. It's fun.
10 suckers out of 10. You know what I mean?
Sick and tired of this world, this bullshit. I want to live. I want to escape. And I don't want to use heroin because I might die. So I'm going to go here.
Bong song.
Roger, I have a
question, bro. You gotta come on, man. Keep it positive. I hopped on here to fucking smile. I have enough aggression on the inside.
I'm sorry.
Hey, Roger, I had a quick question about that. So does that include the employees at these restaurants too?
Of course.
No. So that's the funny
fun.
part, right? I can go to when I go to a restaurant, I need to show my green pass, but the people that work there don't.
I don't know if you guys are up to date, but like the stuff that Roger's living in, that's everywhere else besides us, by the way. I'm not sure about Canada. Okay, maybe Canada, they're like us too. I've got no idea. But third world they're all like Netherlands, dude. So
Cyrus.
Well, not exactly.
People.
We have a split in Europe now. Denmark, Ireland, UK. I think it was Sweden too. But those countries, they are all stopping every rule. So
nice.
some have a bit. Some have masks in public transportation, but they're all stopping the rules. and we have the Netherlands, Germany, France, which are ramping up. So it's a split in Europe.
Well, there's at least an escape for you guys now, or half.
Yeah.
It's good. Nice.
It's all part of the great. It's all part of the great work. The
I don't think it's the magnum opus. Yeah, that's horseshit magnum opus, dude.
It's the road to a new world order.
Devil, in your language.
Well, you have to either, you know what I mean, like support you either with it or you're not. You know what I mean? And if you're not,
you're with the enemy, right? George Bush.
Why would you not want to be with it? Like, I mean, what's your problem, man? Get with the effing program, you know, like they say, right? Like, get with the program. Always, like, you know what they say in jail, in prison? Always be programming. You know what that means?
Nope.
Exactly. Yeah. That means always get with the program, all right? Find a car to roll with or be somebody's bitch. You know what I mean? It's like, you gotta choose a side. You know what I mean? You're either with us or you're against us. You understand. You're amazing. You're a
okay, Batman. All right, Batman.
Oh, people.
Of course, Brother Bong. Of course, I understand.
Brother, right? What? See my hand? I'm making a hand sign.
Wow, what's that?
Yo, gang sign. I'm throwing out gang signs, brother.
I don't throw up gang signs.
In the dollar bill, it says "New Order of the World" or of the Ages, and that's what this is all about.
I mean, honestly, bro, the lodge I go to, listen, man, I could tell you, none of us run the world, so just get it over with, bro. I'm not in the club, man. I'm sorry.
Out of chaos comes order.
Order of cow. You mean? You've been reading Bong Sao.
Like, yeah.
To the order of cow. Huh? Nice.
The order of the clowns. You know.
Well, listen. Order out of chaos proves what? Proves a creator or an organizer for that chaos. Yeah. So I mean, you can look at it in many different ways.
Of chaos.
It says it on the dollar bill. Order out of chaos.
Yeah, the hangman, you know, the upside down guy, the Joker, the clown, the gesture, you know. He is the.
Is it on the fucking dollar?
And these people, they're gonna eat themselves. You're gonna see, right?
What are you talking about?
Fan, so-called civilized people, they're gonna eat each other.
But it's funny. I was gonna say it's funny that there's so much symbol. You look at the dollar bill, and there's so much symbolism on it. Yet people don't even see it. You got the pyramid, right? The Illuminati pyramid. You got the one-eye symbol on top of it. You got the Latin. It says "order out of chaos" in Latin, or whatever the language that is. There's so much symbolism on it. No one even sees it. No one even cares. Go ahead.
They're owls, like actual owls on the dollar bill. If you look closer, the tiny little owls standing around.
Is there more than one? I thought there was only just the one in the top right corner there.
Oh yeah, okay, then that one.
It depends on the bill.
That's on the Samoan dollar.
He's cute though. I've looked at him like real close, and he's adorable. You know what? I trust that owl to make some big decisions for our country.
Represents the creature
into this mess.
Seeing in the dark, right? Like,
well, that's the central bank, man. I mean, listen, the central bank, the formation of the central bank is interesting. I think every American should know it. So that's how these motherfuckers, got us.
It would have been cooler if it were bat, because then it'd be like, because I'm Batman. It'd be like, because I'm Owl Man.
I guess, yeah, you're Owl Man. Sure, bro. Whatever. Man. Guess the weed is good.
Owl Man is part of the alternate universe where the Justice League are the bad guys, and Batman destroy all the universes by destroying
man.
Huh?
I have like roid rage, bro. I want to go work out again. This is not good. The
How
weed
long?
is
How many weeks
how many weeks. What do you mean? How many weeks?
have you been on it? How many weeks have you been taking it?
Oh, okay. I only
5, 4 right now.
Fuck. So let's see. Hold on. So I've done 8 weeks, then a week off, and I was so depressed. I knew immediately I back on. Like so. Anyways, I got back on. So now, so we'll count that week off. Whatever, 9, 10, like 10 weeks. 10 weeks.
What are you talking about?
10 weeks already.
I was ill.
But you can take it. You can take it. It's not like you have to cycle on and off. That's because it's an adaptogenic. It comes from nature.
Right. I cycled off to check out the difference, see where the baseline is at. It was horrible. Like, wow, okay. Like I got so depressed, I just couldn't stay off.
Yeah, dude. Yeah, you either come down or you double up. That's right.
And dude, thank God besides the rage right now at 10:30 p.m., like I feel great, especially in the morning. Like,
are you just hungry or what?
You know what?
You want to go do shit, right? You want to like build a house.
No, I just want to run headfirst into the wall.
Okay. So you want to demolish a house? I've got it.
Pretty much, yes.
You're talking about steroids?
No.
No.
Well, no, they're not. They're plant extracts that.
Explain it to him. I got to do something real quick.
Yeah. Plant extracts that increase testosterone quite a bit, and when combined together, they like synergize. And yeah, that's it. So the aggression goes up too. With me personally, I know I have aggression issues, so aggression for me goes up.
Maybe you should lower the dose, I guess.
Pretty low, man. That's like the minimum, really, threshold dose.
Half I mean, 50
Well, no, it's fantastic. Like, I feel great. Don't worry about it. I'm just like, I just picked up an ounce of weed because I was so angry. Like, I just couldn't. I was about to uninstall Discord, just listening. I was like, fuck. I have to.
I think your system is off balance. Like something's wrong. You might have gotten too much of something.
I think I'm fine now. I'm recovering from illness, so I'm not sure now. Like because I was really ill.
I think too much testosterone end up giving you bitch tits.
No, thank God. Like actually, I don't have gyno. I confirmed it with this guy yesterday. I was like, hey man, do I have gyno because he got the surgery done? And he told me no. However, with these supplements, the fat, like my lower chest fat, kind of disappeared, man. And I don't know how. It kind of, I'm blaming the supplements for it.
What you should do? Stop eating, right? Fast. Do the fast thing. Like don't eat until lunchtime every day. Just do calisthenics, just normal calisthenics.
I like being because when I go without food in the morning, I'm extremely cerebral. However, aggression goes up tremendously. Like after 6-7 hours, stay away because I get more aggressive, like to go and seek food. Right, so that's on another level. I don't really do that.
What I'm saying is to starve your body to get it to a point where it has to reset, and it'll tell you what it needs, and you only eat what your body tells you it needs, versus trying to figure it out yourself. You know what I mean?
Not really. I mean, just for muscle growth. Like I'm just a muscle junkie, testosterone junkie, bro. For real, like really.
You can't have too much testosterone. That's what I'm saying.
It's natural. It's not. I'm not supplementing testosterone. You see, you know what I mean? It's just so okay. Are you into the chemistry part of it or not? I'll get into it with you.
No, I'm not into the chemistry part. But
general education. So we have, all right.
He can't wait to tell you about it. Just let him do it.
I love it. I know. I have to molecules, bro. So anyways, you got these two proteins in your body. One is called SHBG, sex hormone binding globulin. Another one is albumin. These two attach onto your testosterone not allowing it to be free. Now, free testosterone is fucking psychoactive, and this is where I'm at, and I don't want to drop from the psychoactiveness of testosterone, and it's addictive because you're very fucking driven. Anyways, so Tunga Ali, right, from your neck of the woods, Mongsao, it lowers SHBG, proven, blood work wise, many studies, proven supplement. So by lowering SHBG, it frees up more of the testosterone you already have. Now you add on top of that another plant called Fedoja agrestis, and also an extract of that. And that one works through a different mechanism. It actually works through the pituitary signals to release, it increases LH, luteinizing hormone. And when your luteinizing hormone goes up, it signals your balls to, or the gonads to create more testosterone, you know. And so through that mechanism, Fedoja works. So you do that and you take the Tunga, so you're smashing your SHBG and your LH and you're raising your LH with the Fedoja, so your testosterone goes up from that too. And then I take Tribulus on top of that, and creatine, of course, for, you know, DHT and all the loveliness. And it just, I'm just a testosterone junkie, friend. Welcome.
I don't eat until my body tells me I have to eat. I get a lot of energy, you know. Anyways, like from just working, you know, when you go to the garden and you just start, you listen to music and then you get into the zone. Like
I don't want to eat. Actually, these supplements, they kill my appetite. So appetite and ghrelin hormone, right? Ghrelin, that's the hunger hormone. So whenever you're extremely hungry, ghrelin is really high. For some reason, these supplements smash my ghrelin, and I have to force feed myself, or otherwise, my joints really start aching and shit, which is my body's soft.
From the fasting in the morning, you know, when I start my work right in the garden, I get you know, my work done, everything's pumping, and then boom, I'm hungry because I'm out of energy. And then when I'm thinking of something to eat, you know, the cravings that get triggered or the things that my body needs to continue to work for the day. You know, I'll just pop some eggs and maybe oatmeal and you know, something like that. You know, just to get it going. And usually that's enough. You know, maybe a fruit.
Okay, I'm drinking tart cherry.
Sometimes it's ham and cheese with some, you know what I mean. Like,
I listen to my cravings, the organic ones.
You want to trigger the hunger. I mean, or you know, if you smoke weed, you know, that's the munchies. I don't think that's a natural trigger, but
amplifies that.
But I think, yeah, if you can't eat, it's the best way to trigger it. But I think work is the best way to trigger it, so that your body develops.
I worked out for a long session today, and this is a problem with very high T. It's just, well, I don't
you
know.
gotta eat enough, man. You gotta eat enough.
I want to work. I just want.
And you gotta sleep enough.
I've been sleeping, thank God, because I was ill.
That's good. So, that's more important than food.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Sleep is very important.
Bro, I have more acne than a teenager.
More acne? Oh, shit. Yeah, that'll happen.
I'm prone to leg acne. My entire life I had it. But on these supplements, it just fucking gets insane. It gets out of hand. Goodness.
How long workout sessions? Do you like work out until your body is giving up, or do you?
Oh my God! Today, bro, like near fasted, which was horrible. I started getting a headache, and so I stopped. You know, tossed some protein down the hatch. What do you know? Headache went away, so that was not good. However, fuck, man, today I worked out. Plus cardio, I hit the bag hard today. Heavy bag. That's my cardio. Tossing some kicks. 1, 2, 3, 4, bolt 5. Dude, I'm serious. I hit the bag hard. Like, my knuckles are actually quite bruised, and I need to take at least 3 days for my hands to recover. And I wrapped them quite well too, but I was smashing the fuck out of the bag, man. That's post back workout. I did back and some calves today, some accessories, calves on the side, but like at least an hour and a half of like total 2 hours because I was just lingering for a little bit, just chatting.
I don't know how much you spend on the gym, you know, and everything.
It's too much. It's too much.
Wooden dummy costs like maybe $1,000. Mine's cost like $350 when I found it. But I think a wooden dummy when chewing will, oh, you're gonna love it. Especially if you smoke weed. I smoke weed and I the
Wing
wooden
Chun, you
dummy
said?
and like Wing Chun.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, the Ip
I
Man
mean,
thing, you know.
I would. There's jujitsu at the gym I go to. However, I kind of like my joints. I like the ability to lift weights, so
The
I'd
reason
rather.
why I say wooden dummy is because I think the heavy bag is it's all right, but but the wooden dummy
Mm,
thing is really there,
yeah,
right?
well, I'm with you. There's
And you get
look,
this workout.
bro. Bag for like
Look,
power work. I mean, you can't beat it, right? Like, I don't think for heavy
it's bad for
punches,
your
heavy kicks. I think I need a bag. I'll always buy a bag for that.
Yeah,
And I have one
well,
in my basement, and there's one at the gym, so I'm covered all angles. So right now I can just go down the basement, drop it, pop, 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 get the energy out.
if you try to kick me, and I see you about to move your leg to kick me, I just kick you in
You're probably gonna get out of the way.
right before you can get your
I'm
kick
gonna
off.
jab you first before I kick you, right?
Oh, here we go, guys! Don't fucking talk about this shit on the live stream. I'm not kidding. Anywhere else but the live stream, please. I'm sorry.
Kung Fu battle.
See, you can't stop yourself, Cyrus. I'm sorry. You need to get a girlfriend, bro.
Bro,
You have
listen,
to do it.
man.
You have to do it. Just make sure. Listen, hold on. Hold on. Make sure she has the fortitude to handle your shit. Okay.
Bro,
I'll let Bong and Cyrus
there's
finish.
lots of flat Earth ladies on here.
Bong and Cyrus finish.
The right one, I guess.
Yeah, he wants to hear about fighting. Damn it, fucking battle mod.
Okay. Bong sound.
Hey, get your ass outside. We can't let them fight alone.
Bong
You and
sound.
I. That's you and I, sir.
I got
All
you.
right.
You will be impressed if you see me hit the bag. I think I can make it move because I've been practicing.
How heavy?
That's 100 and something. It's more
I
than
get a
100.
bigger bag than that. I weigh $170. You think I move it?
Oh, I'm sure. Yeah. Oh yeah.
Oh, I rock it.
Oh yeah.
But I've been punching that bag for a long fucking time.
I want to get 350. You know, the long ones for kicks, but they're a bit pricey. So I'm saving up for that. I have 100 in my basement, and I think the one at the gym is 120 because it's.
You're lucky that it doesn't have legs and arms, or else it'll whoop your ass.
The bag, no, right? That's the problem. It doesn't
Heavy
punch.
bag develops a knockout punch.
Yep. That's what I was saying,
I'll
man.
lift the motherfucker up in the air.
I've really been thinking about like an automated wooden dummy, but not a wooden dummy, like an iron dummy. That can respond and
I've
react.
been working on my jab, bro. It's my favorite because once I smash you with that lightning jab, that right cross so fucking fast.
Everybody got a plan until they get punched in the mouth.
100%. But Bong Sao got coconuts, so I'm not scared.
No, I don't want to, bro. That sounds fucking scary. Yes.
Señor Bong Sao had coconut as big as chichis.
Oh,
Es mucho huevo.
Hey, watch out for that lightning jab, bro. Like, what? Oh shit! We can raid it in here, man.
With you trip, I'm a destroyer.
Well, I like that you like martial arts, man. See, Glatflope, this is always whenever you have people that like martial arts, they kind of we shadow box each other online.
And I would hit you here, and I would counter this way.
That's right.
That's funny.
Watch
That's
out
cool.
for that tie up in the arm bar.
Old people should respect the strength of young people. That's all I'm saying. Because young people are stronger than old people.
That's what I'm saying.
But young people should respect the wisdom of old people because they have more experience.
They better buckle up and guard their grill.
Yeah, I mean, we have more skill, like as a boxer, for sure. I would have. However, I would just go brute force Mike Tyson style and get it over with. You're old, so let's see if you can hold the horsepower.
Dude, why are you beating up old people? Why, man? Say shit.
It's battle mod. I'm imagining battle mod right now.
Well, you have to define how you're using old.
What are you calling old?
You 170 though, right? I'm not gonna step down. You're gonna have to step up and wait.
Yeah, I'm $170. I got no problem bringing it in.
Want to move up to 190?
Or stupid, so I don't.
I'm
think
quick.
punching
You big
says-
fellas don't react quick enough.
I don't know, man.
Speed
Skill.
is a motherfucker.
It's Mike versus Bong Sao now. Cyrus retired. He's getting high.
Right, friends.
Dude, I would honestly.
In my
crack
state,
open
if we
coconut.
can't fight and be friends tomorrow when we get up, we never was friends at all.
But if that's what it takes to be friends, then I'm gonna have to whoop your
I
ass.
kicked
Come
my
on.
brother's ass 2 weeks ago.
I want someone to hold mitts, man.
Show
You
me
know,
what
I need someone at the gym to hold mitts for me, bro. That'd be awesome, man. Coconut mitts.
So you're from Michigan? All right.
Right.
Let's see Michigan.
I want to harden my shins a little bit. Kick the coconut mitts.
This is the coconut, Michigan.
Bamboo.
You ever been?
You kick bamboo.
There's
You
no
shake
bamboo in Samoa, bro.
You order bamboo.
Has been conditioned.
All right.
Buy.
I order bamboo.
You get bamboo on eBay. Half price.
You buy bamboo? See?
What the fuck is this? Huh? What?
I've been working with coconuts my whole life, farm boy. Oh, so this is an American farm boy. Yes. All right. Looks tough. Wonder if he is tough. Hey, you grow weed? Oh, you know what? Fuck fighting. Let's smoke some weed, dude. I'm a farmer. You're a farmer. Why do we have to fight? Can we
Hey,
just smoke some weed?
is Earth Awakenings, is that Geo Love server?
Hey, Mike. How do you
Hey, we
unban?
have to wear protective armor.
I'm not sure though. I'm not sure about Ahmad, but I know I'm one of the whatever.
Who banned syphilis, Mike?
Are you okay?
He's not on the ban list, bro.
Fuck, he
We have
told
to
me.
wear helmet.
Let me see.
I can't find him on the ban list. I can't see he's not in CogDis. He's not on the server.
What the fuck?
I don't want to mess up your pretty face.
Hold on.
So he's horsing around and trying to make it seem like we did it.
So hold up, guys, chill out. So earlier, Indio had said our links weren't working, that we're at our limit and we can't send a link. And he got kicked from the server while he was on it, and now you can't send him a link, but it doesn't show him even being on the server, but you can search his name.
So, all right, I just sent an invite. Let's see. Let's see if that works. Link works.
GG.flatearth, that doesn't work.
Go, Humphrey, go.
It doesn't?
No.
We're able to find another platform to move to that we can send people from Discord to as our home, so we don't get fucked with all the time.
Invalid, huh?
Yep,
This can
invalid.
be between from here
He's
to
not banned, dude. He's just, we're at our limit. I don't know how we keep fluctuating.
How about we move to or create our own platform on a blockchain? How about we use a blockchain to create something like this like place?
Coconut blocks? What's up?
We could use GitHub, to help us out, and we could use smart contracts to get some funding. If I mean, it's all these ways to do shit now. Doesn't have to be flat Earth, right? It could be like truth stuff. You know what I mean? Something like that. Because Microsoft is eventually going to, someone's going to buy it. What? You think Google is interested in Discord? Maybe. I think Microsoft. Except like 6.
How
Is that right?
do I unban him, Mike? I just exclamation unban, whatever.
I tried that exclamation on mute. He's not muted. He's not on the server. I looked on the ban list in the server settings. He's not on the ban list.
All right. How do I tell him to join us?
I've been talking to him since I got on today, dude. I tried to tell him we're at our member limit. That's the only problem. And there's a problem with our links right now. It's almost like they shadow banned the entire server and we can't send a link to it out.
Forward ban.
I was wondering when somebody was going to consider that.
Have you sent the vanity link that I'm on?
That vanity link is the one I got. Welcome. It just pops up invalid link.
Yeah. This should work.
HTTP. It's // http.gg.flatearth.org. Yeah, it doesn't work.
Should work. I mean,
Well, the last one I sent out is Discord
Here.
GG/84WMTVEG, and that one
Yeah,
is
but it's the
valid.
same gg.org. It's just
Yeah,
pretty much the
they're
same
not
thing.
working, bro.
So look, I'll just show you guys.
I just posted it in the live stream. It should work.
Let's see. All right.
I've already sent him that link 3 times, dude. I'm not gonna waste my time with it.
Gotta keep around on Disco.
That's the same one you put in the admin mods. Look, there it is saying invalid invite.
Hey, I think we can link to Discord servers.
He's not banned.
New feature.
Yep, it's invalid.
Is he still coming after y'all?
Yeah,
He's not banned. We're at our server limit of population of people, and our invites are no longer valid. They have to up our population, up the amount of people we can get.
So we're being censored.
This is where we got the last time we had 25,000 people bong.
Oh, okay, my bad. We're too awesome. I get it.
Yeah, we got to move up into the next category.
Yeah. We have outgrown big fish in a small pond, right? It's like time to move on to the ocean, right?
That's right.
Right, and Indio made a post earlier about the links not working. So.
Well, that didn't take long.
See, too many people have conversations in admin mods, so they spam the real content that people need to read. They spam the shit so much
Hey,
that
Michael.
a motherfucker jumps into the middle of a conversation thinking they know everything that's been going on and been
Hey,
said.
Michael.
They end up just pissing people off.
Michael.
Yeah, Jen.
I think I noticed something. So I Googled not the HTTP. I just Googled discord.gg/flat earth, and it converted it automatically to the link you see down below in the live stream voice text. Maybe
Yeah.
they're changing their address format.
No, it works that way. Because when you put it in the search bar already has https://.
Sure, yeah. But it says discord.com/invite/flat earth, and I didn't type that.
That's the active invite that whoever put there, or I think they put that there. I don't know.
I did that.
Oh yeah.
Listen, okay, I'm gonna say it one more time. I Googled discord.gg/flat earth, and it converted it to the address that you see in the link. I didn't type that out.
Look, I just sent him it, and he sent it right back showing invalid invite. I'm telling you guys what the problem is. The thing is, you're just not buying me. It happened the last time.
I know, Mike.
It happened the last time we got to 25,000. We're at the limit of the amount of members we can have on this server.
Yep.
So how could the link be valid when we can't have no more people? We're at the limit.
It's because that's why. That's why the links aren't working. Yeah.
Yeah, because we're at our limit. Now we need to get our limit up. Last time Stock Skill Up paid, I think, $12 a month to get the limit upped or doubled. I told Syphilis or whatever the hell his name is. I told him that 2 hours ago, but he keeps repeating he's banned, and I'm like, God, you fucking idiot.
How do you do the user ID on Ben? I don't know, man. He's just convinced. I'm just gonna.
He's not banned by the bot, bro. Copy ID, exclamation on mute, add ID, one space.
Valid user ID.
Yeah, he's not on the server, so it can't be a valid name or ID. That's why the bot's not even going to touch him, because he's not on the server.
Let me check the log.
That was the first thing I did, bro.
Oh, okay. All right. You check. All right. If you checked, I'm not gonna fucking check. Bro.
I checked the
I was just
log.
gonna say, I'm pretty sure
list.
you'd done that.
I checked the ban list. I looked his name up on the member list. He's not a member on the server, but he's not a person on the ban list. It's just we're at our limit. This is a free server. Once he ups it, it'll be a paid for server.
Okay.
Well, somebody said something about it was only like $15 a month.
I mean, that was bound to happen, wasn't it?
Yep.
Take it to the limit.
From my understanding, from Siege, Discord has to up us from the servers to a more bandwidth server, pretty much, right? So we
have to pay for more bandwidth. It makes sense.
Yeah, I'm not. Yeah. We'll see.
Because
they're not making any money or any ads off of us, so I think that's pretty fair.
It does make sense, yeah.
It's
not cool.
Where's India at? Is he around? Did he get back at you, Mike?
It definitely stinks, but
people are curious about.
We're working on it. I'm throwing all the coconuts, man, at it. Don't worry.
You're questioning the government and science? Yeah.
Read that link I just posted you.
Aren't you afraid?
You're only allowed so many members online at a time.
That's what we get. That's what we get for telling the truth, guys. No good deed.
Aren't you guys
25,009?
Like of not knowing
We
stuff?
need a member cap increase.
Aren't you scared of not knowing what the sun is? Like,
you're gonna ask a conglomerate company for more free shit than they've already been giving you. I don't think it's gonna work.
Hey, McDonald's, we're going to do a documentary about how shitty your food is. Can you send us some free food?
Exactly, dude. Precisely.
Hey, Glatt, here's some nerdiness for you.
Oh, sure.
Okay. You might like this.
Let's have it.
Some muscle nerd, nerdy shit.
Oh, man. Just, hey, DM me. These people don't want to hear that, man. DM me.
Yeah, I put it in the fucking live stream.
Okay. We're the only two mega douchebags here, I think.
Yeah. So
I guess I'm a douchebag too.
Okay.
Right on.
Well, Mike works out too, so he's also a douche.
Exactly. Okay, cool. Well, yeah, just DM me, whatever.
And he likes boxing, so double douche.
At least it's not football or something. I know Mike likes literally everything, right? All the sports, all
Two vinegar trucks? No way.
What's a vinegar truck?
Never heard that joke.
Vinegar? Clearly not.
What sound does it make when a vinegar and a water truck collide head on? Douche. Come on, that's funny.
Oh, I got it. It is funny. It gave me a chuckle.
Screw you guys. I'm going home.
Dude, it was one of those things where I didn't want to laugh, but it was funny, so I chuckled. Just like that.
What's up? Yes.
We just need everybody to start their own server. You know what I mean? Just tons of people starting servers that are the same kind of thing, and we just get as many people as possible spread out across those servers. 5,000-6,000 per server in a year, 10 servers on the flat Earth horizon. You know what I mean? I don't know.
I'm sorry, Glad.
Because
I've been
I don't want to. You
goofing
know
all
what?
day.
I just don't want to have to charge people to tell them the truth, or I don't want to have to pay to tell somebody the truth. There we go. But you know what? That said, I will do it, and that's the only time I'll say that.
But why would you react to what they do to you, right? I mean, kind of like,
Maybe they'll start selling.
Problem reactions. So like, yeah, let's split them up. Like divide and
It
conquer.
wouldn't divide us, though. That's the thing. Like, we could all
It would
just
make
start
it
a bunch of free 24-hour servers. 2.0, 3.0, 4.0. Oh, you going over to 5 today? No, there's something going on 3.0 today. I'm gonna check that out. You know what I mean? That's the idea I'm having.
You really think that's going to trick them?
I'm not saying trick them. I'm saying get a bunch of free accounts that add up to the same amount of members that we have, and then once one of those gets maxed, we just go and fill up the rest of those equally, distributed evenly.
I was going to suggest
have a ton of you don't want to do that.
Listen, bro. The only thing we have to do is get a hold of Discord support and get moved up. Get the
without
software.
having to charge people, right?
Yeah, get the software to support more.
All right.
I'll help take one for the team.
So good luck. I hope it happens.
When you first start, you got a limit of 5,000 online simultaneous online members.
Mm-hmm.
You're only allowed so many channels, so many emojis, so many roles. Yeah, he says that doesn't say I should be kicked out. Well, actually, it does. I don't know how the computer chooses who to kick out, but when you're over the limit, it will start kicking people out. We've been here before, man. There was a time I couldn't get on the damn server. And it was because there was already too many people in it online.
Yeah, I was going to say earlier today I was trying to get on my phone and I couldn't get on at all, but my computer would connect. I don't know why, but it was weird for like an hour. I couldn't get on with my phone.
Yeah, that happened today to me too, for an hour or two.
Same here, both computer and the phone.
It just so happens to be my most important thread, and it was the one thread I couldn't access this morning. It's very bothersome.
I know. Hate that.
All the other conversations I was having, I could access those, but not this one.
All right, Bong. Let's discuss religion, bro.
Nope.
Nope. I know, man. I'm just. He's like, nope, nope. Like, fuck that shit, man. I think I chose the right guy. Bong, so.
Sisyphus, dude, I'm not going to answer your DM.
Dude,
listen,
you answer better.
It does. I've told you why you got. We were at our online limit, so certain people. You were probably one of the last people to enter, and that goes. Whoever was here first gets to say, and they'll reduce us to the limit, and then not let other people enter. I've been here before; it wouldn't let me enter because there were too many people. You're not banned if. How many times do I gotta say?
People get it, figure it out.
Listen,
he's already explained it. How many?
If your asset was banned, then you would be in the audit log as banned. You can't ban a person on a Discord server without the audit log labeling it. It'll be right there in my audit log history. It's not there, so you weren't banned. You're not on the ban list, so you're not banned. It just kicked you from the server because we were over our limit.
Once the invites work again, I think he'll just hop in,
Well, I must admit, I've learned more about Discord today than I have probably in the last 6 months.
Well, it must be recognizing you now, Roger, because it said Sisyphus is not muted.
Where? Let me see.
Roger put it in, and it actually
without
acknowledge his name.
Yeah, without.
Which means we're at server capacity for online.
Yeah, dude, Sisyphus. We've literally spent way too much time on this, showing you we can't do it.
but then again, we have spent like almost 2.5 weeks on, the fact that there's no curvature of the Earth with him, and he still doesn't grasp it. He says, "Yeah, I know you don't see the curvature, you can't measure the curvature, but still there's curvature." What do you
Well,
mean?
we can't even get to that point because, anyway, whatever.
He said he's going to do research, so at least, he's studying, so that's good shit.
Okay.
We'll see.
All right, so any proof of pressure in a vacuum without a barrier?
What do you know about pressure?
That's about it.
I'll tell you, I know a lot more about pressure now than I did 10 years ago. And that's after college.
I did hear something that was interesting today. Somebody was talking about the force that's applied, like with the weight of an item, and I had never really thought about it in the sense that, like, what would you call that pressure? Because, like, when you put something on a scale, you have a spring, and so that's going to tell you by the spring, how much the spring springs, right? But it's like there still is some kind of force that's pulling down on it because it still has weight even when it's sitting on the ground, right? So it must be some kind of a force that's trying to pull it through the dirt is obviously denser than a lead ball, right? But because it's so packed down, it can't penetrate it. So maybe weight is because of that difference. You know what I'm saying? Maybe that's what it has to do with. I'm just throwing it out there.
It's, you know what it is, man, and I'm right there with you. It's just hard to describe what happens when you fucking drop something. And, like, see, what's the cause? What's the effect? What's going on here? Because neither the globe nor the flat side can put a finger on it.
I don't think that
It's
weight
just the way
weight.
it is.
Yeah, I don't think weight requires a force.
And
How
then
about
round
this?
and round we go, dude. I think there's no way to find out.
Without force.
Well, we'll find out. It'll just might be a lot later than we expect.
The good news is what they claim gravity does is bunk. That's for sure. Falsification is independent of
towards the
replacement.
center and balls clashing into balls is just kind of crazy. Yeah, you're.
Battlemod taught me that falsification is independent of replacement. That's something the Globers need to hear. They need to eat that shit for breakfast.
Even as a Glober, I don't remember ever thinking about anyone being upside down or anything like that. It probably would have. I probably would have woke up way faster to it. Just thinking about something stupid like that.
Woke up with what?
There's no top or bottom on a globe.
Just directionally.
Oh, I know what you mean.
Damn it, Jim! Change
I
the
don't remember
bat.
thinking about that at all. Upside down people. It's just crazy.
Damn it, Jim! I'm only an engineer.
I'm giving it all I can.
I'd give her a wee bit of that Scottish love, but I don't know if she could handle it, sir.
What was that?
Where are your vessels?
Who is that? Go ahead and shoot. You've warned him enough.
Hey, Liza, the morning don't be that.
Pretty soon that goddamn thing is going to start going.
He must be practicing his accent.
Master gave Dobby a sock.
What the fuck? God damn it, kill that. But Davey,
Damn it, you need to change the damn battery.
Change your fucking battery and your fucking smoke alarm, dude.
Yes, please.
Wow, Mr. Hat says you need to change your battery.
The funny thing is, he just got a cricket in his pocket.
No.
Dude, you know that's like law in New York, right? You have to have working fucking smoke detectors.
Fuck New York. I don't know how people live there, to be honest.
I couldn't do it.
I really don't.
What's fucked
Or
up
any
is the
big city.
property value. The
Some
property
parts of the
value
states are
there,
nice.
it's not as bad that like the taxes are worse, but the property value is not as
What is
bad as
up,
it is in
gang?
California. Dude.
Oh my god.
Hey,
What's up, intruder? What up?
we rumpus the shit out of you, mate.
Aye.
Captain Rumpus. What's up, man? Earthling.
We back. We back. We back. I haven't been here for so long, man.
Unmute.
Unmute. I just almost walked up the ice wall running here.
You're a globe earther? Yeah.
Any other? Huh?
I am no earther.
Whoa.
Any other?
Change.
Gnarly.
Any other punks in here who think the fucking Earth is a globe? We can pick them apart.
Well, do you, punk?
Oh, well, listen. We did it before. We can do it again.
George Bush does not care about black people.
Bring them on in. Bring them in.
Bush and the George Bush.
We'll pick
Hey, Battle Mod, you do not care about black people.
Garbage.
Oh my lord.
Come on, man. Alright, get muted, man.
People are people, so
Hey,
what
check it out,
would it
dude.
mean?
I can
You
actually
and I
say
could get along so perfectly.
He was on strike
I
2
can
out of
actually say I
Y'all can't
am Black
rumpus me.
Irish.
I'm the rumpus king.
Yes, he is. You ain't gonna win.
You ain't gonna win.
And ivory.
I'm in it to win it.
You know,
Only
yeah,
got 2
I'm not
options: die or be great. So I swing with the force of a heavyweight.
Ooh.
Coming for me, it's too late. You done lost the debate. Better contemplate your course of attack. Battle model, break your back.
open crack. It. Whatever. I'm always getting lit. I'm better in the fucking winter because I'm clever and severing everyone. Whatever, listen. You know one thing I noticed? Every fucking person, every globe earther that comes in here, we're like, all right, well, what do you think? Why do you think it's a globe or a ball? Well, you notice
Baby, I
they.
thought you said you could rap.
You notice they have nothing to say. You notice that they
Could rap.
got nothing to say. They're like,
That rap was crap, buddy.
I saw it on
There's
From
fucking
the
rump.
7-Eleven.
Because my voice is all fucked up, alright? Give me a fucking
What kind of
break, eh?
bars are
Bumma bumma
goddamn? What
claw,
kind
they're
of bars are
rumpusing the
those?
shit out of you.
Nah, you guys notice that? Every fucking guy that comes in, you're like, same fucking, they say the same thing. Same fucking thing. So how do you know the glove? Well, I saw it on the Discovery Channel. I read it in a textbook. Yeah, no shit. And guess who fucking wrote that textbook, you fucking stunad? Fucking mom. That's our whole fucking point.
I need a fucking thesaurus.
Muppet.
Or I'm
They're a bunch
bowling.
of Muppets.
Fucking retards. You know what I mean? Like, that's how it's like picking on a baby. You know?
Nah, they're just slaves, man. They're mindless slaves. They have no.
Muppet sounds
I
nicer.
still have to go make money for the master.
Why do you think they're coming out with all these zombie movies? They're making fun of us. They're calling us zombies. For real. That's what for real. That's why. They're calling us.
Zombie. Hey.
No. It just sad how a lot of people don't fucking see it. You know. You know, same with the vampire movies. You know, I can't. I don't want to.
Hey, whatever happened to Rose Patton?
Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, I have no idea. I talked to her like a year ago, maybe.
Because she kind of like disappeared right around, like just before the crapple thing.
Yeah, you just cut me off before I was gonna say something stupid about vampires.
Yeah, I did that on purpose.
I know you did. I know. Yeah, no, I haven't talked to her in like a year, maybe. Something like that. Before it was my accident.
It's been like less than or a little more than a year.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know.
Anyway.
I don't know where she is. I don't know. I have no clue. Have you seen her or no? You?
I just said no. I haven't seen her for over a year.
Oh.
About a week before the January 6th thing at the Capitol.
Oh, I remember watching that in the hospitals. I remember that. Oh, yeah, it was all orchestrated. Everyone knows that.
No, I'm just talking about the time frame. Like, I could give a fuck less what fucking happens on the world stage, because that means, if you're a believer in the world stage, that means you believe the world's a globe.
You mean the world is a stage? Yeah. You're a conspiracy theorist. You're crazy.
Is that Sasha?
Uno or dos.
Don't believe we landed on the moon? Oh, you're a lunatic. You're a conspiracy theorist.
I know we didn't go to the moon.
Fucking bitch. No, we didn't land on the moon. It was done in Hollywood. Fucking.
I know we didn't go to the moon.
And that's another reason why it's hard to fucking talk to people. Because sometimes, even at work, that fucking subject comes up. What are you gonna do? Stand there like a fucking stiff? I mean, not say a word? You know what I mean? So, you got a bunch, say like you're with like 11, you're with 10 people. 10 people out of 11 people are saying, yeah, isn't that crazy how we landed on the moon? And you can't say a word because it's 10 on 1. Imagine if you say, you guys are full of shit. We never landed. You probably get beat up. So, that's what I'm talking about. It's not easy to converse with people today. It's just not.
I know.
And I could give more examples. You know what I mean? I gave an example about my family before. I can't, it's hard to talk to my mother now because,
Well, check it out. I'm playing Call of Duty Mobile. So.
Fucking, I don't know, man.
When I was an Uber
I really don't.
I needed a driver license.
I guess you gotta fake it to make it, huh?
But
You gotta fake it to make it. Yeah.
Own private automobile.
Fake.
I mean, you tell me, bro. What would you do, Josh? Would you fake it to make it? Would you be honest and be like, listen, this is what I think. I don't care what you fucking think.
I've already been doing that.
Would you say
I'm playing video game.
Without being rude is always the best policy.
What would you do, Josh? Would you get fired? Risk your job? Risk relationships with your friends, your mother, neighbors, whoever? What would you do?
I ain't got no fucking friends. Friends are fake.
Huh?
All my friends are domestic terrorists.
What your neighbors are?
All my friends are domestic terrorists.
Yeah, I know what you mean. What about your brother? He's not a fucking domestic terrorist, huh? Well, people in their 60s and 70s, they're most likely going to be liberal.
You realize that flat earthers are domestic terrorists?
Yeah, they are because they're going against the truth, and that's yeah.